Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The vast continent they lived in was called the power of the empire that ruled the continent and was divided into 4 armies. The noble house that raised the golden lion that represented martial arts and swordsmanship, the house of the great lion. The power was raised from the assembly of subjects and priests that worshipped countless gods across the continent. The Protestant Union, the group that collected information that protected the imperial family from spies, was called the Inspectorate, and the magic army that had been leading the magic world for over 1,000 years was called the Magic Tower. The authoritative magic family that signed that tower and the magic world in general was called the Protagonist's family, the Melvinger family. 30 years ago, when the war with demons broke out, the hero's family led the war and won it, but they sacrificed a lot. And when the main character was his father, who suffered from the consequences of the war, and his mother, who was a magic teacher, died, leaving only the boy and his older sister in their family. The vassals who served their family betrayed. The main character looked at all this angrily and swore to himself that he would become a great magician and revive the family. This was the plan, but something went wrong. The boy sat alone with his thoughts. The hero had a rare disease, blocking disease, because of which he could not use magic, so forgetting about the revival of the family, the boy became a laughing stock for the whole world. The main character began to work until death in order to fight the blocking disease, but the boy could not find a way. One day, the hero began to see something in the sky. The main character met a huge dragon. The only chance the guy had was next to him. The protagonist confidently looked at the dragon. Someone was standing on the dead dragon's head. The demon in the darkness called out to the protagonist. The Demon King said with a sly smile that the guy was his new vessel and he was the one who could free him from the tiring seal. The guy looked at the black spot that asked to merge with him. The king shouted with a smile to let him take over the world. The protagonist uncertainly looked at the demon. Streams of black magic flew at the hero. The guy's eyes were filled with blackness. All the magic filled the guy. The hero sat on the ground, accepting all the magic. If the guy knew that this was a test from the demon dragon, he would not have looked for the dragon. The magic continued to fill the hero. The guy's eyes glowed and he said that this would not happen. The guy's magic repelled all the blackness, not allowing it to be accepted. The guy's eyes looked up. The data showed that the hero was suffering from a disease, and unlike normal people, the hero's body was suffering from a rare disease, and because of the sea, it could not circulate freely. Thomas was sitting in the magical royal hospital, opposite the doctor who said that he could not help. The guy looked at the floor with a sad look. The hero was standing near the magic ball in the Asden Academy, from which a girl was calling the guy. The ball was asking the hero how he was feeling and if they had found a cure. Thomas was smiling, telling his sister that she did not need to worry so much, because he was not a child anymore and would soon be cured of his illness. The guy was telling the girl that he would call her back, because his friends were calling him. Thomas was gritting his teeth, saying that he could not bring himself to tell her the truth, that he might not return home. Shouts were heard from the academy that he was doing well with his grades and that he also had a D level. The data showed the result of the final exam. All the guys were watching their grades. Thomas covered his eyes. The hero's data showed failure. Thomas left the office, saying that he was already brewing lessons for the 4th time and referring to the rules of the academy. This meant an exception. The guy left the office. Thomas studied diligently to stay here and attend school. The hero sat all night in lessons, and as a result, Omu completely changed any shift that the academy required to understand, and of course, the guy passed theoretically. Thomas looked at all the guys, saying that he always considered himself special compared to others. The hero's eyes looked forward, and the patron himself said that he was not only smart. Thomas replied that his ability to detect and understand mana was much better than others. From theory to mana abilities, for a mage these would be those wonderful things that he would like to have. A huge number of students were performing the act of swallowing the mana that was in the air and collecting it all in their hearts. This was what everyone called a circle. Thomas's hand was trying hard. The boy gritted his teeth and heard everyone say that they couldn't believe that Thomas was working hard in his first year, although he himself was a mage who couldn't even make a circle. One of the men thoughtfully asked the boy why he didn't give up magic and become a scientist. Thomas left, thinking that because of his illness he couldn't use magic, and this meant that at best he would become a scientist. The hero directed his gaze to the sky. The protagonist stood near a tall monument of his grandfather, who was a hero of the Great War with demons. Hell. With the help of star magic, it was possible to destroy everything that was in hell. This magic was created by Austin Melvinger. Thomas looked at the monument and said that the best national magic academy was named after his grandfather. The hero looked away, not seeing the guys from the window, who were talking to each other about how he couldn't believe that someone like him was the director's first grandson. Thomas pursed his lips. All the guys were laughing and saying that the guy was a disgrace to the family. The hero's feet stood calmly on the ground. The guys were walking past Thomas. The main character was calling two students back, asking if they were first-year students in the Faculty of Physical Magic. Thomas was approaching the guys. They began to look at him with confusion. The hero was standing near the students, asking them if they knew a certain professor. The guy asked the guys their names with a smile on his face. The hero began to approach the guys closer and closer. The students decided to quickly leave the hero. Thomas watched them go. The hero's gaze fell on something. The guy looked at his grandfather again. Thomas was clenching his teeth, saying that he couldn't give in. The guy looked ahead confidently, realizing that he would solve this. The main character was sitting on the table. Thomas looked at the first report about the academy and was angry that he could not find anything. The hero's gaze fell on something. One of the people was angrily pointing his fist with magic somewhere. All the people began to look at him in fear. Thomas's hands covered his head. The protagonist angrily asked everyone what happened. Sean angrily asked the guy about the fact that he again called his name as he wanted. Thomas began to stretch out his arms for a hug, asking the guy if this was the friendly Sean. The heroes were sitting at the table and the guy offered them to order something to drink. Sean was still angry at the guy. Thomas angrily looked at the guy, saying that he warned him. The hero angrily closed his eyes, saying that this pissed him off. After falling from the family, the magic tower was divided between 6 royal families. Hexagram. Sean was a member of one of the families of the Hexagram, the son of the Nemester family. Thomas looked at the guy in surprise as he took papers out of his bag and told himself that after graduating early from the academy, Sean became a professor and a member of the elite. The guy smiled and told himself that even if he was in the opposite direction on his path, he was still the one on his side. Sean looked at Thomas with confusion, saying that he was leading him out. The guy's hands gave the hero a paper. The guy looked at it in surprise, asking what it was. A research plan about a diamond dragon was written on the paper. Thomas drank the drink and asked why he was given this. Sean calmly told the guy that although it was an ancient pitchfork, it had recently been examined and apparently a nest had been found, so the guy began to talk about how he wanted Thomas to join the crew. The protagonist's hands were tightly clutching the paper. Thomas looked at the sheet with interest, saying that even if they were supposed to be extinct, they had most likely found a dragon's wrath, which should be the source of all magic. Sean, smiling, told the boy that if he was lucky enough to find the artifact, the academy would be able to turn a blind eye to his expulsion. Thomas changed his face to another emotion with every passing second, rejoicing and thinking that there might be something in it that would cure the disease. The hero loudly put the sheet back on the table. Sean looked at Thomas with confusion, asking why he had hit it so loudly. The hero opened his mouth. The boy looked at Sean. Thomas began to laugh loudly, clutching his face. Sean looked at the hero with confusion, thinking about what was happening to him. His finger pointed to a red spot on the map. Thomas, smiling, said that there was no nest in that place. Sean looked around with disdain. One of the heroes was reading a book. The other students were talking among themselves. The hero gritted his teeth, glad that no one was listening to them. Sean angrily told Thomas to watch his words and watch how many professors were taking part in this. The hero sat down on a chair, asking if it was true. Sean glared at the guy, deciding to hit him on the head again. Thomas covered his eyes, telling him to behave appropriately to the son of the Nemester family. The hero pointed his hand at the magic ball, telling the guy to listen to this. One of the fragments on the map began to glow. The entire area began to glow with blue magic. Sean and Thomas found themselves in one of the universes, at the bottom of which there was a crack that formed from 2 colliding layers. A large stream of mana flowed out of it. Thomas looked at it carefully, saying that now he understands why everyone thought that there was a dragon's nest there. The protagonist asked Sean about the rules of the 3 mana streams. Sean got angry, asking if the guy was making fun of him. The guy confidently answered that all this is carried out from the top to the bottom, from a wide crack to a narrow one. In one of the caves there was a guy. Sean looked around. The hero answered that it starts from hot to cold, where the icicles were. Thomas looked at the world, saying that thanks to the rule, Sean was sure that this was a dragon's nest. The guy pointed his finger at the crack, saying that very hot magma flows along the fault and nothing collects in it, so dragons cannot live there. Sean could not believe it with disdain. Lava flowed and scattered from the volcano. Thomas spoke in surprise about the magma of the Akron volcano flowing under the continent. Sean shouted loudly to the guy that they recorded waves of dragon mana near that territory and it could not be that the nest was not there. The hero thoughtfully answered that he did not say such a thing. The guy smiled slyly, saying that there was definitely a nest there. The finger pointed to a place on the map. It was the Caragol Cave. In one of the dungeons there was a door. It glowed from the inside with a golden light. In this place there was a huge amount of gold where the nest was. Sean stood near the door, thinking how to tell the higher-ups about this. The hand happened to be on the door. The hero angrily said that he would anger the dean. He could be kicked out. The hero walked along the corridor. Sean looked at something with interest. The hero looked in surprise at Thomas, who was in the training room. The main character, gritting his teeth, tried to use his power. The guy angrily looked ahead, thinking about the blocking disease. Sean smiled, realizing that the guy would be able to cure his ailment. The hero looked ahead, realizing that he had to help. The office. There was paper in someone's hands. Frederick asked Sean in surprise why he needed his erroneous search report. The hero calmly said that he just wanted to know what the dean thought about this since such an opportunity arose. Frederick looked at Sean, telling him that he did not know how the guy came to this conclusion, but it would be bad if he was not convinced. The guy looked at the man with fear, who said that he would not watch, that Sean was the son of the Narester family. The man angrily said that he would not leave it like that. Sean looked at the overwhelming mana in surprise. It was the power of a 7th circle mage. Thomas smiled slyly. The guy looked at his friend with fear. The hero asked Thomas why he came here. Thomas bowed and apologized for barging in so unceremoniously. Frederick looked at the guy angrily. The man asked Thomas if it was his idea about the assistant. The hero smiled, saying that it was. Frederick started to smile from ear to ear, saying that he thanked Thomas for such insight, and the dean did not think that a simple student could think of something like that. The man replied that such a conclusion did not have a shred of evidence behind it and these were ordinary guesses. Thomas smiled, saying that this was the simplest truth that even a 3-year-old child knew. The hero looked at the guy angrily. Thomas played a staring contest with the dean with disdain. Sean could not understand why his friend was mocking Frederick. The man laughed, holding his head. Frederick laughed, saying that the guy was an ordinary loser who could not even condense mana. Thomas asked the man about what he was saying. His guess was wrong. The dean held his hands, saying that few people are lucky. Thomas smiled, listening to how he was called trash, opening his mouth. The guy confidently continued to stand. Frederick replied that as a professor he could not ignore the student's thought. The hero was happy about this. The man laughed and asked Thomas if he would like to make a bet. Thomas asked in surprise what kind of bet it was. The professor replied that he would give the hero everything he needed from the research team. The director told the boy that if he failed, they would lose the bet on the family heirloom that the first director had left. Voices were heard from the carriage. Thomas held a book in his hands, telling an angry Sean to calm down. The boy smiled, saying that everything was fine and that they had told him that they would not stop the boy if he found the nest. The hands grabbed the book. Sean looked at Thomas angrily. The hero angrily told the boy that he might not find it and then they would take his family heirloom. Thomas looked at his pendant in surprise. Sean replied that this pendant was passed on only to the head of the Melvinger family. The protagonist smiled, saying that the man didn't always want the medallion. Thomas covered his eyes with joy, telling Sean that he was still on his side. The guy covered his face with his hands, saying that if they didn't find the nest, it would be the end for Sean too. Thomas sat across from the guy, asking him if he really thought the hero accepted the bet because he was being held back. Sean looked at the guy in surprise. The guy looked at his friend with a smile on his face, saying that if Frederick put the Melvinger family heirloom on the line, it meant that he had to put his life as a dean on the line. Sean looked at the hero with confusion, saying that he forgot that the guy had 2 nicknames, the first being the shame of the Melvinger family, and the second being the worst of the Melvinger family. The hero and Sean sat across from each other. The guy smiled, saying that Thomas was like that again. The hero decided to remember what happened when they were first-year students. One student was yelling angrily. The second one was looking at him angrily. 7 years ago, all the guys were training in the hall, creating mana. Elric was 15 years old and he was sitting in the corner. The hero looked away, hearing how they asked him if he was sure that he was a Melvinger. The guy with a mocking smile asked Thomas that he couldn't even do that. The hero laughed, asking about the fact that maybe he was just picked up off the street. Elric calmly looked at the floor, saying nothing. The guys were walking away from the hero. Thomas's hand began to take something. The main character threw a magic ball at the surprised guys. The guy calmly looked at them. The hero watched as the students called the crippled one. After some time, Thomas found himself on the discipline committee, so the guy said that the child of the Viscount's family dared to insult him as the head of the Hertz family. Thomas smiled, saying that he punished him according to the law of the Empire. People were talking among themselves. Sean looked at the guy with a smile on his face. Other professors looked at Thomas in surprise. The hero looked away confidently. The guy was removed, since the rules of the academy stated that all students were equal. Thomas left, and after that time, no one dared to touch him. Sean held his head. The guy looked at something in surprise. Thomas, in confusion, told the hero to stop screaming, since his blood pressure could jump. The main character was holding a forbidden book about the effects of various factors of physical disappointment. Thomas laughed, saying that if he was noticed with it, he would most likely be burned at the stake. Sean, in confusion, told the hero that he was definitely crazy. The hero asked the guy with interest what he was going to do after studying the artifacts of the king of monsters that strengthen the body. Thomas looked away and said that he was just wondering if it could be used to cure his illness, because when the Beast King invaded the Empire with his army of beastmen, Thomas had terrible difficulties due to their body strengthening artifacts not being able to enhance physical abilities. So in the end, the artifacts were lost when the Empire drove out the Beast King and the beastmen and built a wall. Sean was surprised that the scientists were unable to restore them. Thomas thoughtfully said that he restored them, but had no idea how to apply them to his body. Sean answered with disdain that he was tired of being surprised. The carriage began to shake. The heroes looked out in surprise and asked why the carriage had stopped. A crowd of people walked towards the guy, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Thomas looked away in surprise, saying that he did not expect to meet everyone. Rivern and his company talked about how much he loved his classmates. Sean started yelling at them in anger. The guy said with disdain that the dean asked them to help them. Thomas looked ahead in surprise. The friend looked at the hero, asking if he felt how much mana they were hiding. The hero calmly opened his jacket, saying that he also prepared a lot of things. Sean asked the guy in surprise how he got it. The hero smiled sweetly. Frederick looked angrily at his assistant, who gave the guy the breath of the hyena and the armor of the Lord of the Azure Sky. Thomas held 2 jars of powers with a smile on his face. The dean looked at the guy in anger, not understanding how he could give magical equipment that could turn the entire city into dust. The door closed. Frederick looked at the newspaper, thinking that if the other candidates found out about this, they would make a big fuss. The man looked away. The hero dug through the papers, thinking that the guy was really going to find the dragon's nest. Frederick calmly said that it was not bad and you can't fool the blood. The dean slammed the newspaper on the table, deciding to replace the stupid research team that called themselves scientists and did not miss the basic things that even students knew. The man stood with his back turned. A smile appeared on his face and Frederick said that thanks to all these people, he would be able to master the magical bias. Frederick smiled, saying that as soon as he got his hands on it, he would become the next director. His hands were squeezing the paper. The man laughed sarcastically, saying that even if Thomas won the argument, the victory would be his only if he stayed alive. Thomas calmly read the book. The guys looked at the hero with incomprehension. One of the students closed his eyes. Different forces appeared around him, looking for mana. A golden and bright light passed through the entire territory. Thomas calmly looked away. Sean said in surprise that the hero was right. The whole group was surprised and could not believe that it really was here. The protagonist calmly answered that he knew it would happen. The guy shouted loudly that they should start moving before the light pillar disappeared. Sean was holding something in his hands. The guys quickly ran away. The students shouted for Sean and Thomas to wait, but they were already far away. The group looked up in surprise. Rivern looked out tiredly. The guys asked Sean and Thomas why they didn't wait for them. The heroes looked ahead in surprise. The people looked at the streams of yellow magic, seeing that there was nothing. Rivern looked at Thomas, saying that the Melvinger always brings bad results. The guy with a smile on his face thought that now they could approach Thomas and break his skull. The protagonist shouted loudly. Sean and the guy with a smile on his face decided to open a huge hole. The hand created mana. Sean said some words, creating a portal. The hero confidently looked ahead, turning on the flash. An explosion passed through the area. Everything was shining brightly. All objects quickly flew in different directions. Thomas and Sean looked at the cave, talking about what they found. The guy watched it in surprise. The hero closed his eyes, answering that if this place is so big, then the dragon is also large. Blue magic appeared in the sky. The guys screamed loudly and did not understand what it was. The students and professors closed their eyes, surprised by the large amount of mana. One of the guys looked forward in surprise. One of the hands was sticking out forward. Thomas calmly looked at the guys, saying that it was just restrained mana that was released when they made a hole. The guy confidently told everyone to go in. The guys looked at the guy in the cave, shouting that they should all go in after him. Icicles glowed in the darkness. The students followed Thomas, not understanding why it was so cold, and even if you use a spell, it does not get warmer. Thomas confidently looked ahead. Rivern and Sean looked ahead of the cave, asking Thomas what he saw there. The protagonist looked at the guy, saying that he felt a chill run down his spine. Thomas's medallion began to glow. The professors stood confidently in the cave. Someone's gaze was visible among the stones. The demon smiled, glad that the guys were finally here. Thomas looked at something in surprise. In front of them was a huge door with a golden dragon painted on it. Rivern offered the guys to push it. The professors held fire in their hands, offering to break it with magic. The guys looked in the direction where they were shouted to stop. Thomas pointed his finger at the door, asking if they saw that there was a dragon seal there. The hero looked confidently ahead. The guy looked at the door and said that they did not know what could happen if they did something to it. Rivern turned to Thomas, saying that he understood. All the heroes were discussing how to open the door, and Rivern noticed something on it. The guy looked at some lever in surprise. Thomas looked at Rivern, saying that from now on, no independent actions were allowed. The hero touched some object. The guy's frightened face looked at Rivern and screamed at him not to touch anything. The guy looked at Thomas with disdain. Fire was coming out of the cracks. The hero clenched his teeth, falling to the ground. Thomas looked at the guy with anger, not knowing how to react. Hieroglyphs were appearing on the door. All the professors did not understand what was happening to the door. Thomas looked at it, screaming at everyone that it was a trap. One of the heroes began to explode. All the professors looked at the flames in surprise. Through the flames, everyone screamed to block the fire. Sean shouted loudly to Thomas, asking what to do. The hero screamed in fear that first he would try to decipher the text. The hero tried to calm down and get away from other thoughts. Thomas opened his mouth, remembering the test task. The guy started writing something, thinking that he should imagine that this was a test task. Thomas looked ahead confidently. The hand wrote a large number of hieroglyphs. All the people screamed because of the explosions. The hero was calm. Sean blocked all the flames, clenching his teeth. Thomas continued to write calmly. The hand held the button on the door. The hero held it tightly, saying that he was not doing anything wrong. The guy closed his eyes, saying some spell. After a while, everything stopped. Sean looked up, thinking that he would die. Thomas ran to Sean, asking if he was okay. The guy smiled, saying that thanks to him he was alive. The guy smiled, telling Thomas that he was something. The main character smiled sweetly. All the people tried to recover. One of the heroes looked up in fear. Some blue magic was flying towards the heroes. The hand of one of the guys was slowly disappearing. The professors watched in fear as the man disappeared. The body turned to dust. Thomas looked at it in surprise. Many icicles were flying towards the heroes. The protagonist watched as it all flew towards him. The guy began to block it all. All the guys created a block to protect it. Thomas began to hold the paper in anger. The hero began to read something. The guy's hands wrote many hieroglyphs. Sean held the block, asking the guy to hurry up. Thomas's eyes were completely in magic. The guy's Leo was filled with magic. The man created power, understanding that the source of energy was the dragon language of magic. The guy looked forward in fear. Sean gritted his teeth, asking the hero to hurry up. Thomas began to quickly use magic. Sean looked at the hero. The guy looked at it all in anger. Thomas directed the magic of the weapon. Rivern looked at it in surprise, saying that it was impossible. An icicle pierced the body. Thomas was creating the armor of the Lord of the Azure Sky. His hand was holding the button on the door again. Thomas was clenching his teeth, muttering something. Many icicles were flying at Sean with the armor. Magic was flying into the guy's head. Thomas looked ahead in surprise, his eyes bulging. The icicles began to dissipate. Everything began to disappear. Thomas was sitting on the ground, saying that he thought he would die. Sean looked at the hero with a smile. All the professors were looking ahead. The door was slowly opening. A golden light was showing from the seal. Thomas looked at the bright light in the door. The hero watched everyone with a smile on his face. There was a lot of gold and treasure in the seal. All the guys looked at different objects in surprise. Rivern looked at everyone in surprise, glad that there were a lot of preserved ancient books here. Thomas looked around with a smile on his face. One of the professors approached the guy and said that he was amazing. Thomas was looking at something in surprise. One of the professors started waving. Sean was hugging the guy with a smile, surprised that he did that. Thomas was telling the hero that he just thought of it all as a test and just solved everything in geometric perspective and then used elemental theory. The protagonist was looking at something in surprise. The guy started thinking about practical questions before the exam. Sean was looking at the hero, asking what he was thinking about. The hero was holding Thomas by the shoulder, saying that on a day like this, he should smile. Sean was telling the guy with a smile on his face that from now on, no one would be able to ignore the guy. Thomas was watching all of this in surprise. Sean touched the guy's hair, offering him to enjoy the fact that he had gained freedom. Rivern held a magic ball in his hands. The guy looked at it with a smile on his face. Someone grabbed Thomas's hand. The man held the hero, telling him to go to the lab. Sean answered with a smile on his face that the guy had grown up and was now called the leader. Rivern fearfully told the guy that there was a dragon's corpse behind the treasure. Sean looked ahead with a smile on his face. The heroes were heading to that place. Sean told the guy that Thomas would come there later. Rivern told them to head there. The guys looked at the huge skeleton of the dragon, surprised by its size. Thomas ran somewhere with confusion. The guy asked the group of guys what they were doing. Thomas looked at the guys with anger, asking what they were doing. The professor smiled, saying that it was not because of anger. The guy answered that his work came first. Sean and Rivern stood near the corpse. Sean looked at the dragon, wondering if it had moved. Sean wondered where everyone else was, confused. The boys were talking among themselves about how they had never seen anything like it. Thomas's sole professor asking for help. The boy looked ahead confidently, thinking that he shouldn't have trusted anyone. The hero rolled his eyes. The professor was directing firepower at the hero. Thomas watched in fear as the magic screamed at everyone to get out. The boy couldn't understand what was happening. The professor's hand was on the ground. The boy was looking away. Thomas watched everything with confusion. The hero's gaze fell somewhere. Two boys were running from the sides, screaming that there was a dragon. The animals, the dragon's corpse, growled at Sean and River. The hero responded angrily that it shouldn't be like this. The bone dragon screams at the hero. He starts sweating, and trying to calm his nerves, he tells himself to pull himself together, and that this is also a test. River falls to the ground in horror, and the rest of the expedition is in shock while the hero thinks that they just need to find the dragon's nest. Then Thomas opens his eyes wide, realizing that he needs to avoid the dragon to survive. With a serious face, he looks at the dragon, who is charging a ball of lightning in his mouth, and wonders why he is just standing there. Standing and visualizing the hero's thoughts, he realizes that dragon language magic is still just magic, that dragons are amazing, that Sean is safe, that River is stupid, and that even absorbing magic will not be enough, and that's right, he needs to consistently use his breath. The confident look of the MC, who realizes that he needs a little time to prepare. Turning around, he shouts to the group members, telling them to gather together and form a defensive line. The people with shields begin to gather together, and their leader shouts that they need to raise their shields. Sean and River begin to concentrate spells, shouting for everyone to stand in place. A wall of shields with a magical barrier in front of them. Thomas opens his eyes wide, screaming that it's coming, and the dragon opens its mouth, releasing a stream of energy. The magical barrier moves towards the shield bearers. The dragon's magic flies into the magical barrier. The barrier, under the pressure, begins to crack. The restless MC thinks that the breath will last 20 seconds, and if they can block the attack, they will have a chance. Sean, with great effort, supports the barrier, screaming that everyone needs to hold on until the end. Behind the shield, an open door is visible. Thomas, looking around, realizes that it will take 17 seconds to get to the door. Looking at the slightly open door, he thinks that if they manage to close the door in 3 seconds, they will survive. Then, his gaze moves to what is in front of him and is replaced by horror. A stream of dragon magic flies into one of the expedition members, incinerating him to the bone, and Thomas does not understand where the shield went. The group's magical barrier cracked and many segments disappeared, allowing the dragon's magic to penetrate through it. Thomas, with obvious panic on his face, shouts that they need to act now. The dragon stopped attacking, charging another one, and Thomas shouts to his group that they need to run, and River, who is already running, shouts that they need to hurry, and another member of the group, who is running in front of Sean, shouts that they are finished if they are caught. MC, with a smile on his face, runs away, thinking that everything is fine, and if they continue like this, then, but his thought is interrupted. Then, he notices something dark in front of him. Something above cracks, and the person who is running in front of him falls, pouring blood all around him. In horror, with a face covered in blood, Thomas stops for a split second. Then, another person flies above him, cut into pieces. Panic returns to his eyes, and Thomas stutters that this can't be happening. Armored monsters appear out of nowhere and begin to attack his group, blocking the way forward. One of the monsters stands in front of him, and the hero realizes that it is the legendary entity that is ordered to protect the dragon, the Spartans. The hero, in horror, cannot utter a word and simply moans. Then, a fireball flies from behind him, which flies into the Spartans and pushes him away. Turning around, the hero sees Sean, who shouts at him with the words that he needs to pull himself together while fighting off 2 Spartans at once. The Spartan strikes the hero's friend, but he manages to dodge. An MC, wiping the blood from his face, realizes that he needs to deal with this, and the only one who can do it is him. The dragon rises again behind Thomas, and 2 Spartans stand in front of it. His amulet swings on his neck as he assesses the situation with a serious face, realizing that every problem has a solution. The amulet begins to glow, from which the hero grabs his head, which is pierced by a sharp pain, not understanding what it is, and raising his head, opening his eyes, wonders what is happening. Everything around is entangled in a green web, and MC wonders why everything looks like this and notes that he can see lines everywhere, like a web. Sean turns to the hero and shouts something, but Thomas understands that it seems that Sean is trying to say something, but it is impossible to hear him, after which a sharp cry comes, advising to dodge. Looking with one eye, something hangs behind Thomas, and he does not understand what they are trying to tell him. And Sparta, behind him, has already raised his spear in a jump, and MC, turning around, understands what this meant dodge. After which, with a sharp movement, he gets out of the way of the blow, which surprises the monster, which can be said about the hero, who himself does not believe that he was able to dodge. After which, the monster delivers a sweeping blow, which the protagonist also dodges, and the reader sees that MC's eyes glow green when he understands that this is not his fantasy, and he can see where Sparta will go and how he should dodge. After which, striking down, Sparta still cannot hit Thomas, and he, having already looked around, notices bright green dots in front of him, and understands that if so, he will be safe if he follows them. But then, his thoughts are interrupted by one paranoid thought: what if these dots are a trap? Sean, wounded in the cheek, is very tense while dodging blows. The rest of the group also dodges with difficulty, screaming, asking for help. At this time, the hero calmly dodges 3 Spartans at once and understands that there is no time to think, and if everything continues like this, then everything will only get worse. Another blow filled with mana flies towards the reader, but MC, with a sharp jump, jumps out from under it, running away. After which, turning around, he shouts that everyone needs to follow him, and understands that if nothing is done, then they will all die in vain. 2 members of the group pull the third on themselves, and Sean, running away, shouts, calling for hurry. Rivern, in a panic, shouts, asking to take him with them, and another member of his company asks him to wait. The hero's mouth expresses confidence when the words are spoken that they need to go where his eyes can see. While running away from the raging dragon, Thomas dodges multiple attacks from the Sparty, shouting instructions to his group on when to duck, when to jump, and where to run, then shouts to Sean to fire a fireball at the left leg of one of the Sparty, and he does so. The group, after all this, runs up to the door, and someone happily says that they are finally at the door and that there is still a little left. A man in a cap runs out of the gate, shouting that they are out. MC catches up with him from behind, along with the others, and thinks that it is great that they survived and if they can close the door, but his thoughts are interrupted. When the hero almost reached the door closing sphere, a piercing scream was heard from behind, asking for help. Rivern fell to the ground and screams, asking for help, and Thomas gets up in a stupor, not knowing what to do. Several Spartans are already attacking them from behind, and the hero thinks that in order to close the door, he needs to abandon the guy, and thinks about what to do, realizing that Rivern is like a pain in the ass. And turning around, he begins to grin, realizing a new trait of his personality. Sparta almost attacks the guy in glasses, and the hero realizes that even like that, he can't abandon him to his death. After which, he extends his hand to him, and Spart almost finishes his attack, and someone screams from behind, calling MC. After a few moments, Rivern opens his eyes, looks around, and realizes that he is still alive. Spart rests against a yellow magical barrier, and the heavily breathing hero says that it seems that the monsters cannot leave. While the barely breathing Rivern is glad that he is alive, and Sean, who ran up, shouting, asks, turning to his friend, if he is in his right mind. To which he playfully takes his hand away and tells his irritated friend that Rivern himself is to blame for the fact that he has such weak legs, and why is he blaming him. Spart, having calmed down, looks through the barrier, after which he leaves him, and Thomas thinks if they really cannot get out. After which, he raises his gaze upward, and looking at the door sparkling with energy, he thinks that when he thinks about it now, there were traces of destruction in the dragon's lair from above, and asks himself if there were other uninvited guests besides them. The dragon makes its way across the bridge, destroying it behind it. MC looks at it, looking at the details. Then he notices a needle in its head and wonders what it is. Then something destroys the ceiling above them, and rocks start falling from above, and someone screams, asking what is happening. Rivern, raising his head up, screams that the Spartans are coming, and someone asks what the hell is going on. The monster appears behind the hero, and the people, looking at it, are in a panic, screaming that they need to run, just run, and someone asks if they haven't already survived, and MC understands what he needs to do. Sean notices something, looking back at his friend, and he is already standing, having crossed the gate and entered back into the lairs of the gate, and the doors are closing. Then he screams, asking what he is doing at all, and the hero, smiling, replies that his friend needs to go ahead. But Sean, not listening, tries to get to his friend. But the door closes right in front of his nose, and from behind the closed door, he starts screaming, calling his friend. After which, he knocks on the door with all his might, screaming, calling his friend crazy, and asks why the door does not open. But, realizing that the door will not open and his friend will not answer, he begins to tremble, and he begins to remember the past, which happened 7 years ago after Thomas's removal, where Sean asks if Thomas is in front of him, after which he extends his hand to him, saying that it is nice to meet him and his name is Sean, and asks if he wants to become friends. But MC looks sadly at the ground, silently, after which he raises his head and tells the one who came up to him to fuck off, which causes his shock. The hero is sitting in the library reading a book under the moonlight. Then someone extends his hand to him. It is Sean again, who again offers his friendship, but receives the same answer, to fuck off. MC is walking down the hallway when Sean runs after him, who starts asking his question again, but without even listening to him, answers to get lost. The night sky, Sean starts asking about friendship over and over again, but over and over again gets the same answer, after which Thomas tells him to get lost, and an upset Sean replies that he didn't even say anything this time. A settlement in the mountains, someone shouts that if you want to become a real magician, You must have good endurance. The teacher, standing in front of Sean and Thomas, says that they will be awarded points depending on what number they came in, so they need to move properly. But if magic is used, then disqualification will follow. And after the announcement of the start, the crowd of students begins to scatter in different directions. Some students, including Rivern, are pushed in, and someone with sharp movements calmly breaks forward. This is an arrogantly smiling Sean, who breaks away from the others and is already running among the trees. Then, looking back, he says that he seems to be already halfway to the mountain and asks if he should take Thomas with him. Then, he trips over something and turns over, asking what it is. An explosion occurs behind him, throwing him back. Magic explosions occur here and there. And now, thrown back by the explosion, the guy clings to a rock, after which he hangs helplessly over the abyss. His face is covered in blood that flows from his forehead, and he creeps asking if there is anyone nearby and asks for help. Then, 3 people approach him. Smiling, Rivern says that the guy can just use magic to get out and asks why he doubts. And Sean can hardly keep his eyes open. His fingers begin to slowly slip, and in his head he plays with the understanding that he does not know how long he has been weighing and that he can no longer hold on. Tears start to well up in his eyes and he realizes that he could die like this and that even if he gets disqualified, shouldn't he use magic? Tears are pouring out of his eyes like a stream. His hand almost slips and Sean thinks that if he gets expelled, how will he ever look his father in the eye? Then he lets go and falls, cursing in his head. But someone suddenly grabs his hand. Thomas is barely holding the guy, trying to pull him out, and Sean doesn't believe the one in front of him. With incredible tension, gritting his teeth, the hero screams that the guy needs to hold on tighter. Then, having pulled the guy out, the students sit down opposite each other. The guy's leg is broken and he tells the hero that he needs to go forward, otherwise, because of him, he will be late. MC opens his eyes, looking at something, and looks at the guy's broken leg. After which, taking him over his shoulder, he starts to walk, but Sean asks what he's doing and says that he told him to go ahead. But Thomas just asks if it was the guy who offered him to be friends, which causes surprise on Sean's face. And, blushing, he starts to say that it was Thomas, but he is interrupted when MC replies that he should forget and give him some artifacts that he has at home, which causes irritation and disappointment in Sean. And the hero, smiling, asks that the same amount will be fine since they are friends. After which, walking through the forest, Sean shouts that the damned one is trying to breed his friend, and MC replies that he saved him from the water and therefore he should give him a reward. After which he notes that when his hair is disheveled, it looks much better and why he does not lower his bangs, and Sean replies that combing the bangs back is a matter of honor. After which, returning to the present, he stands in front of the door when Spartans attack him from behind, and Sean says that his friend is stupid and that even if he is weaker than him, he asks who is trying to protect whom. The friend trembles, and someone screams behind him, shouting for help. After which, touching the door, he screams that Thomas just needs to wait a little, and that he will call his elders, or, in the end, his father. After which, Sean rushes in the other direction, saying that he asks only one thing from his friend, not to die. And the hero, at this time, stood at the door, listening to his friend and propping up the door with himself, thinking that he is grateful to his friend and cannot allow him to be dragged into danger. After which, he bounces off the ground, heading towards the dragon. In front of him are many Spartans, and MC screams, asking who they think he is. Dodging attacks, he slides along the floor, and he raises his gaze, noticing something, and understands what he found. Spartans are chopping each other. The hero quickly dodges attacks, using his newfound ability. Several attacks pass through the ground, after which, the hero rushes his hand towards something, trying to grab it. There is a release of magical energy. The hero is engulfed in fire, and in his hands there is a certain jar, and he uses the weapon skill. The jar is in close-up. The hero says that what happens, happens. After, looks up, which begin to glow red, and asks if the opponents now want to feel everything on their own skin. The jar in his hand begins to blaze with fire along with his entire hand. Blood begins to pour out of MC's eyes, and he thinks that although this artifact can only be used if a person has mana, after which he uses the unlock skill. Everything around begins to blaze with fire when the hero decides that instead of mana he will use his life force. Spartans burn to the ground, and the hero says that this is all just a dragon test. Burning fire. The dragon uses his breath, trying to burn the hero, but he calmly dodges, thinking that if this is the case, then he believes that the answer lies within the test. The dragon again begins to charge his attack, and the hero peers at something that is stuck in his head. After which, he jumps on it, and standing in the fire in front of something, he thinks that perhaps this spear is the key, as if the answer to an exam question. Many Spartans try to climb the dragon to get MC, who thinks that if his answer is wrong and this is just someone's game, then he will just die there. With a crazy smile, he brings his hand to the spear, thinking that, despite all this, he will not retreat because he is Melvinger. He is surrounded and grabbed by many monsters when MC tries to pull out the spear, and suddenly a colossal flow of energy begins to emanate from him, after which he stands, looking up and asks what is it. Looking at something with tension, he again asks what happened. He stands as if in someone's memories, and in front of him is a dragon hanging over a human figure. The dragon begins to charge its attack. The human figure in front of him turns out to be a demon, who sharply looks back with a predatory smile at Thomas, who mentally asks who it is. And MC's face is enveloped in panic, and in his thoughts a question appears: did the demon look at him right now? The dragon begins to charge its attack. The demon in his hand begins to concentrate a certain purple ball. Standing at full height, he is enveloped in a deadly scarlet aura, and the dragon, having charged his attack, releases a huge stream of energy. But the demon cuts the attack with his spear, after which he begins his offensive, and a furious smile appears on his face. The man makes his way close to the dragon. At this time, MC covers himself with his hands, thinking that this is a large amount of mana, and realizes that in front of him is not an 8-circle mage, but even higher. The demon dodges another attack of the lizard. The hero watches the battle in amazement, and the dragon can't keep up with the demon, and Thomas is certain that the man's level is much higher than 8. Rocks falling from the ceiling. The wall falls apart, broken by the blow. The demon with a predatory smile swings his spear. Then, releasing a huge amount of force, he sticks it into the lizard. The demon has a spear in his hands, and he stands over the dragon, sticking his spear into his skull, and the hero realizes what just happened. The demon stands with a spear stuck in his skull, and the hero, with shock, realizes that the man in front of him single-handedly killed the dragon. The demon turns to the hero and says that he is the one who freed him from this tiring seal. Then, smiling widely, calls the hero his new vessel. Then, turning into black fog, he says that now he needs to merge with him. And, moving in the form of fog, with a smile on his face, he says that the little man should be allowed to take over the world. And MC looks at the demon in panic. Then, he notices something behind the demon. The revived dragon begins its attack on the demon. Here, the demon is bound by chains of magic, and the dragon, turning to him, calls him the Demon King Adam. And the dragon, covered in light, says that he will be buried there with him. Thomas, horrified, realizes what he heard, that this is the Demon King. The chains envelop the dragon too, and Adam says, calling the dragon Shinnake, that although he was sealed with him like this thousands of years ago, but this time is different. Demonic power begins to fly into MC, and Adam screams that this time is different, since the great vessel has appeared before him. A dark haze begins to penetrate the hero through his eyes and mouth, and he begins to cough, and trying to drive away the dark fog with his hands, and realizes that it was not a test of the dragon, but a trap of the Demon King. The dragon's power begins to leave his bones, depriving them of life, and the dark fog completely penetrates MC, who thinks that he will die like this. The dragon's mana also begins to flow through the protagonist. His bones begin to be permeated with dragon magic. The hero screams when he is completely enveloped in energy, and Adam laughs, shouting that Shineka's mana makes the vessel's body stronger. Dark magic enters the hero, close up, saying that this is some kind of curse. The starry sky, the bodies of his parents lie in a coffin, and the hero thinks that his grandfather and other family members sacrificed their lives to drive out monsters in the Great Demon War. And even when his parents died on the verge of extinction of the family, they sit on the seashore hugging his sister, and thinks that only he and his older sister are left. Dark silhouettes with laughing eyes surround the protagonist, who thinks that it was then that the imperial family, the magic tower, and the family's subjects showed all their vile desires. A man approaches him and his sister from behind, and the protagonist thinks that even the man he trusted and relied on the most. The man, hidden in the shadows, smiles evilly. MC continues that he tried to take what belonged to them. Thomas is imbued with the magic of a demon and a dragon. A hand reaches for the badge on the man's jacket. The hero's sister asks her uncle for help, and MC remembers that when they tried to protect it. The uncle leaves, leaving his sister sitting on her knees, and MC finishes his thought about his uncle, the one who abandoned them. MC screams in reality, pierced by pain. The uncle looks back when a stone flies at him, the protagonist, who thinks that with everyone who betrayed and insulted their family. Little Thomas in his memories, screaming, holding another stone, while his sister holds him, and understands that what he could have done did not exist. The door to their mansion closes. The hero understands that this is terrible. The hero, still permeated with energy, thinking that no matter what, he was going to cure his blocking disease and revive the family. Consciousness leaves MC, who wants to make everyone who turned away from them regret it. In the darkness, he understands that that he did not even start and cannot finish like this. Then, his heart begins to beat very quickly, and his last name, Melvinger, comes into consciousness. His amulet begins to glow with a golden light, and the hero understands that he will not be consumed by someone like Adam and calls him a bad person. Rising into the air, some magical symbols hover around him and everything glows golden. His eyes begin to glow a bright green light, and words from the past come to his mind, saying that they hope that someday in the distant future, their voices will comprehend their descendants. The demon is repelled by green energy. Grinning, Adam asks what kind of power this is. The hero stretches out his hand through the darkness, pointing at the reader. The demon is horrified when the green energy begins to absorb him. MC, as if unconscious, releases a large amount of green energy, and the voices say that right there, according to the agreement, the first demon will be absorbed. And rising into the air, MC snaps his finger, releasing blue magic, scaring away Adam's fog. The demon begins to scream in horror that this cannot be, after which, almost completely dissolving in green mana, he screams that everything is wrong. Thomas, with his face hidden in the shadows, finishes absorbing the demon, and a tattoo appears on his hand. Opening his eyes, MC looks at his translucent hands, wondering where he is. A man in a tattered white robe stands before him, and a book is visualized beneath them, and the protagonist asks who it is and why the man looks so familiar. The man turns around and says that they were just a group of scientists chasing perfect magic, and the protagonist asks himself if he has heard that voice before. A red sphere, from which energy emanates. The sphere turns dark scarlet, and the man says that because of their thirst for even greater power, they were defeated by demons and caused harm to the world. Streams of dark energy fly into the sphere, and the man continues, saying that they realized their mistakes, and in order to do everything right, in order to repent for their past, they created a family. The man with blonde hair, smiling, says that in this world, the silhouette of a large demon, in his hands a dark sphere, and a man stands over an abyss, the hero thinks if this is the king of demons, but then realizes that this is the lord of demons, and the man says that they created a family in order to eradicate demons. After which he stretches out his hand, part of which is covered with something that resembles a starry sky. Birds fly into the sky, dragons hang over the man, and he says that the destruction of demons is the duty of their family. After which, he raises his other hand, which is also covered with this pattern. The demon, breaking through stones, the floor, stands up to his full height, and the man notes that, however, demons will never disappear and will always appear again. A crowd of demons stands behind the man, who says that demons must be absorbed again and again until they are all exterminated. After which, he raises his hands, making some gestures with them. Steam begins to rise from a hole in the ground, and the man puts on a hood, stretching out his hand. The demons begin to move, screaming and shouting. And the man raises his hand, and his whole body seems to be woven from stars, saying that they hope that in the distant future, the demons fight dragons, and the earth ripples from the enormity of this battle, and the man says that the descendants will inherit their desire. The demon's body is covered in seals and its silhouette blurs. Two eyes that glow in the darkness. A hand is stretched out towards the man, which is pulled by the owner of these eyes. Here, the picture begins to distort, which causes Thomas's surprise. After which, he shouts that you need to be careful with the outstretched hand. Here, looking at his hand, he does not understand what happened and asks about it. Sunlight breaks through the window. Then, sighing, he wipes his chin, noticing something to the right of him. It is his friend, Sean, who is sitting by his bed, and MC turns to him, to which the guy asks what is needed. Sean's back, the protagonist asks if he's crying, and his friend replies that his friend doesn't think he might be crying. Sean is shaking on a stool near Thomas's bed, wondering why he woke up now and what's so embarrassing about it, and MC says that he's still sure his friend was crying. Sean's face is hidden in the shadows, and Thomas tells him that it's okay and that he can cry, and notes that now that he thinks about it, Sean cried in the nest too, and starts laughing. But, in anger, Sean turns around, addressing his friend, to which he excitedly begins to apologize. At the hero's school, Thomas asks about Sean, it turns out, bringing a rescue team to save him. To which his friend, looking at Thomas, who is rolling an egg on his forehead, says that's exactly what he did, and Thomas asks if his friend could use magic to get rid of his bruises instead of giving him an egg, to which Sean says that he should say thank you for at least giving him something, ending the sentence with the words your mother. The low-detailed hero says that his friend is also the head of the family, so saying your mother this, your mother that, is not much. But an angry Sean interrupts him with a question about what Thomas wants to tell him, to which he denies, shaking his head, saying that he did not say anything. Sean's angry look, which says that if his friend does something dangerous again, then, but notices something. After which, he excitedly begins to get up from his chair, saying that his friend needs to get up, which makes MC ask why this is necessary, to which he receives the answer that he just needs to shut up and get up, and the hero replies that it is good. Sean measures his friend with his hand, asking him if he has become taller, after which, he asks to look at him in the mirror and remembers how tall he used to be. MC's pupils narrow in understanding that he does not understand what happened and asks himself if the changes are related to the fact that someone tried to take over his body. Sean excitedly asks what happened in the nest and what happened to the dragon. And Thomas, turning to his friend, understands that he can't tell him yet and says that he will tell him everything when the time comes. And Sean, encouraging him, takes him by the shoulder and says that it's good and that he's sure that Thomas knows what he's doing. After which, offended, he pushes the main character away, grumbling that he still doesn't tell his friend anything, and MC starts to climb with hugs, asking him not to be like that. After which, realizing what happened, he asks what happened to the nest. And Sean, peeling the egg, says that their family is watching the lair, and Thomas, sitting on the windowsill, says that they must be busy excavating. And Sean, also sitting down, begins to eat the egg, saying that no, that his family guards the lair so that no one can enter, and Thomas is horrified, screaming and asking why. Sean, swallowing the egg, says that it is because it belongs to MC, the one who found it, and his family cannot just take it and do whatever they want. Men in business suits shake hands in front of a door that is blocked by chains, and Thomas explains to the reader that by law, the dragon's nest belongs to the person who found it, but it is normal for powerful scientists to acquire its share when receiving excavation rights. Laughing, Sean continues, saying that the Magic Tower and the Academy are already going crazy because they want to get their hands on the nest. And MC, with a slight blush, looks at his friend and he panics and asks what he is looking at. After which, slightly bowing, MC thanks his comrade, who looks away from embarrassment. The hero smiles, who is sure that the Narester family also wants to get a license, but they cover it for him, and Sean says that his friend makes him angry and asks why he should never say such things again. After which, they punch each other, and smiling, Sean asks if his friend finds it funny, calling him crazy, and Thomas responds, thanking him for the compliment, and calls his friend the son of a dog. After which, MC's face changes dramatically when he realizes that there are more important things to do. Remembering the dean, he understands that the old man is most likely trying to pull all the strings he has to get a license. And Thomas, as if enveloped in fire, with a crazy smile, asks a rhetorical question about how Frederick dared to try to kill him. But his friend, noticing these metamorphoses, screams in horror, pointing his finger at the reader, and asks what the hell his friend is trying to do now, noting that MC always gets into something crazy when he has such a smile on his face. And Thomas turns to his friend, addressing him, but he preemptively tries to stop him, telling him not to dare. But MC only gets closer to his comrade, saying that he has a small favor to ask, and Sean screams that he can't hear. But Thomas doesn't care, and the hero asks to spread the word that he was seriously injured, and Sean sits down on a chair, covering his face with his hands, regretting that he heard after all. Someone is walking along the cobbled path, a man in armor with a coat of arms on his back. In front of the entrance to the magical Imperial Hospital, there are several guards. Frederick, standing surrounded by many people, asks to repeat. A man with glasses, looking out from behind the gate, says that Cadet Thomas Melvinger is in a coma due to serious injuries he received in the dragon's nest, so the man asks to leave the territory. Frederick, sweating, says that he came all the way, and they tell him to leave. Another man with a gray mustache asks what about the rights, and a third, a man, also wanting to enter, asks if they are going to leave the nest like that. After which, the crowd shouts, asking why the Narester family is blocking the hospital. And the hero, looking out the window, calls the crowd idiots. A man carrying a plate, a representative of the Narester family, Carl Donitz, enters his room and asks him to rest. And MC continues to silently look out the window, a window through which soft evening light penetrates. Carl goes out, closing the door behind him. After which, Thomas begins to smile, exhales and says that after all. And looking back, he looks at the reader tensely, asking if Adam could stop staring at him and start talking, and asks how much longer he's going to continue like this. The demon raises his lip in irritation, asking why the guy doesn't show more respect for the king who's in front of him at this point in time. The demon, in the guy's memories, is standing on a mountain of bones, the former demon king who's plunging the world into danger and chaos, Adam. But at this point in time, the hero is picking his nose and says that in that case, he thinks he'll call him Adamchick. And the demon, in a frenzy, can't find anything to say when the hero throws out his booger, because at this point in time, the legendary demon is just an evil spirit. Adam starts hitting MC on the back, screaming that he should die, and Thomas says that a cotton ball would be better for a massage. The Imperial Hospital, surrounded by a fence. Thomas stands with his back to the closed door. Stroking his chest, he says that in any case. Blue energy begins to ooze from his chest, and he understands that as he thought, it was not his imagination, that the dragon's heart, the source of the perfect authority of the ancient dragons. After which, without removing his hand from his chest, he remembers how the Demon King tried to absorb him. He thinks that the dragon definitely died after the Demon King struck him with a spear, and it turns out that at that moment the dragon's heart entered him. Thomas's heart is shrouded in blue mana, and the hero understands that he feels something different. After which, thoughtfully kneading his chin, he says that he remembers everything only up to the moment when Adam tried to take his body. Pictures are drawn in the hero's thoughts. One of them depicts a light and dark god, and he remembers that in ancient times, when the gods ruled the world, the demon lord, who was a symbol of darkness, had 4 servants. The Chinese dragon that breathes fire is the finish, the end. The bird that howls, driving people crazy, madness. The evil man, who has 2 snakes on his head, looking in different directions, is adultery. And the fire wolf with a skull that howls at the moon, the original sin, the original demon king, Adam, in Legends, the highest and strongest demon king. And he also became attached to the hero, but then his thoughts are interrupted by a loud scream of a demon, who screams that he has already said. Poking MC in the forehead with his finger, the evil spirit screams that his name was bestowed on him by a powerful demon lord. Then, grinning, angrily turns to Thomas. Then, angrily swaying back and forth, he screams that he swears that he will tear the hero to pieces, and he replies that the demon is very annoying. Adam shakes when asked if all demon kings are that stupid and continues by saying that he's told him many times, but he still doesn't understand, and it seems that his hearing is already bad due to his age. The hero scratches his butt while lying on the bed, and Adam, standing behind him, thinks that 1,000 years have passed, that he waited 1,000 years but his mana was stolen by this kid. An upside down silhouette of a demon who thinks that he is the demon king and the whole world should fall at his feet. He remembers how he stood on the mountain of the defeated and thinks that this was the meaning of his existence. A silhouette of a dragon flies out against the moon. It flies closer and closer, becoming more and more distinct. After which, Shinake, the king of dragons, opens his mouth, preparing to attack. Adam also smiles, his face completely understanding his superiority. After which, again, he cuts the flow of the dragon's attack with his spear. After which, the dragon releases chains from its mouth, and Adam remembers that the dragon then stood in his way. After which, he remembers how the dragon grabbed him and buried him with itself. But this time there was no new vessel next to him, and he had nowhere to escape. After which, buried with the dragon, he remembers how he waited and waited for thousands of years. After which his face distorts into a predatory smile, when he sees how the hero's group entered the cave and says that finally his vessel is here. After which, Thomas looks up, in the demon's memories, as if noticing him. For Adam it was a vessel that would free him from the seal. After which, he remembers how MC passed one test after another. It was the perfect vessel that passed the tests that were intended for the demon king. After which, he remembers how he almost managed to capture his body and soul. And then he remembers how the hero's blood made itself known and itself absorbed the demon, bringing all his plans to nothing. Returning to reality, Adam languidly looks out the window, realizing that all he has left is particles of demonic energy and existence. Here, his face distorts in anger when he thinks about what kind of power it was that absorbed him. And MC, looking at his amulet lying in bed, tells him that it's time to stop acting so arrogant and powerful. Here, the demon got carried away and began to shout at the hero studying the amulet, how such a mortal offspring dared to address him like that, and that if he were 1,000 years younger, he would have shown him, and that this is the problem with these Meldingers. They imagine themselves to be God knows what, and that in their time, Adam went against the whole world. But, ignoring all these attempts of the demon to shout to him, he peers with one eye into his amulet, remembering the words of hope that reached him, that one day in the future, their voices. After which he remembers how he was almost absorbed by demons. But this power awakened in him, and the end of the phrase, that the words will befall the descendants. After which, twisting the amulet in his hands, he visualizes in his head the profile of his grandfather and the man from the visions, and thinks if it could be the voice of his grandfather. After which, sharply remembering how he absorbed the demon, he remembers the words that right there, according to the agreement, the first demon will be absorbed. After which, opening his eyes wide, he wonders if this absorption means that he has absorbed the demon's power. Getting out of bed, he looks at his pendant, thinking that it means that the magic pendant in his hands is an item that absorbs the demon king. After which, looking even more closely at the pendant, he realizes that no, it is an item that absorbs demons. Then, he looks back at the reader when a single drop of sweat begins to flow down his cheek. The demon looks back at the hero, who is staring at him, and asks why he is looking, and MC thinks that in this case, is it possible to absorb the same demons as Adam? After which, he visualizes the main demons in his head, realizing that there was the first demon, which means in other worlds there will be a second, and a third, and so on. And he begins to smile predatorily, looking at his pendant, thinking that he hit the jackpot and it's time for the kings to get ready, because they are dead. But before that he needs to finish other things, and Adam, from such an atmosphere, begins to shiver and go cold through his body. Standing in front of the mountain ranges, among which the river flows, they look at it and the demon asks what kind of sudden walk this is, but does not receive an answer and continues, saying that when adults ask, the guy should answer. But Thomas simply says that Adam is too noisy, so he better shut up. Taking off his cloak, he sits on the ground, folding his hands, thinking that until he understands how to use the pendant, he needs to make sure of something. Sitting on the cloak in the lotus position, He meditates, the hero's closed eyes, and then, abruptly opening his eyes, everything around is painted in a bright blue light, and flowers are felt nearby. A bug is also felt that flew to these flowers. A ladybug lands on one of the butts, and then the flower behind her flies apart into petals, and they slowly float through the air. Then, accelerating, they fly towards MC. Still with his eyes closed, Thomas thinks that he feels the flapping of the ladybug's wings, the feeling of a light breeze, and the smell of flowers in the air, that he can see and feel everything. Then, opening his eyes, he thinks that if his guesses are correct. He stretches out his hand, touching the green mesh in front of him, magic. His face is hidden in the shadows and begins to close his hand. Then, he clenches his hand into a fist. His heart begins to beat wildly, and a spark appears on MC's finger when he says to burn, and a flaming pillar appears in front of him, and the hero's face is distorted from shock. Close up of his eyes, Adam understands that this is dragon magic and how an ordinary person uses dragon magic. And Thomas stands there, raising his finger, and the demon thinks that even for Melvinger this is too much. The remains of magic dissipate in the air, and, raising his head, MC laughs. In front of him, a fire burns, which he looks at. Then, pressing his lips, he understands that now he too can use magic, and, finally, this unbearable blocking disease is cured. He remembers how, as a child, he listened to huge streams of dirt in his direction, where they called him a disgrace, thought that he was picked up from the street, and that he was just trash that opens his mouth without knowing his place. Standing, looking at the sunset, he thinks that everyone who betrayed his family and ignored him. His face is serious, and in his eyes there is determination, when MC decides that he will make all the guilty regret it. Journalists stand with a camera and film Riven among the glare of the sun's rays. They ask questions about a certain student Thomas about the excavation of a dragon's nest. He said that a detailed statement would be made in the magic tower. Someone walked down the hallway. It was a servant named Riven, who was forced to do indecent things. Sean was causing him trouble. He deceived the imperial family and the magic tower, which could have bad consequences for him. Sean was sure that he could handle everything himself. The main thing was that Riven believed him. He was confident in himself, and a plan to get out of the situation was spinning in his head. Riven returned and asked where Thomas had gone, but in response he received only that he had disappeared somewhere. Thomas left him a note that he had left, and left all the affairs to him. Riven was shocked by what he saw on the piece of paper. It shocked him. He politely called Sean. New troubles appeared. Sean decided to ask what the problems were. A letter with a flower tag arrived. Someone burst into their house very effectively. It was Sean's sister. He was shocked by what he saw, since no one was expecting her. Why was he so surprised? She asked. His sister was the Firebird witch named Tassia. She was perplexed that her brother was not happy to see her. The Magic Tower, the Imperial family, and the Protestant Alliance trained the great geniuses of the generation. Their symbol was the 3 stars that led the empire. Tassia intimidated Carl with questions about whether he had done her bidding. She was the youngest in history to achieve the title of Grand Mage. Sean was still perplexed as to why his sister had come. Tassia said that she had heard about his problems and said that she could not leave it like that. Riven was afraid for his friend and thought that it would be bad if Tassia entered the room and did not see his friend. Sean wants to get away from his sister while she grasps everything on the fly, but she still asks if it is all true. Brother asks her to leave so as not to disturb the doctors. Tassia was perplexed by the fact that her brother was ordering her around. She asks him to still reveal the secret of the nest excavation. She thought about the nest and remembered that she was obsessed with dragons. Tassia asked if no one had taken the dragons. Sean replied that he would solve this problem himself. Tassia grabbed his hand. She asked him to call back when his friend woke up. Sean decided that he would not call her, but she threatened to beat him. He got scared and immediately began to think about what to do, asking Thomas to think of something. Then Carl appeared. He was beaten and said that everything was over. A rumor went around the village that the heir to the magical family was in a coma. Thomas walked down the street in a long coat and advertised Sean's newspaper stand. He saw a man in the newspaper who looked like his dean. He was surprised that his dean was on the cover of a popular newspaper. He was planning something very insidious. Looking at the dean's photo, he congratulated him. The dean came to the director and said that he had the right to do whatever he always wanted. But in response, the director said not to rush, that the elections had not yet begun. The dean said that he was too reckless and that he had not noticed how the director wanted to protect him. In response, he mockingly said that he had not yet become a director. The director asked how student Thomas was feeling. He mockingly sympathized with him. The student said that it would be problematic because he could wake up and they would need to take mercenaries to deal with him. The director angrily told the student to shut up. The dean quickly began to apologize and ask for forgiveness. The director clarified that there would be a vacant professor's position. The director asked who would take this position. He began to make excuses that he could not be a professor because he did not even know what was going on outside the walls of the academy. Then he still said that he would not let the director down. The director sat in his chair, importantly smoking a cigar. Dark night city, quiet all around. Thomas walked along the night streets. He stood and asked himself if he should start. With his third eye, he could see another world. He wanted to find a hidden place and pour mana through the dragon's heart into it. He tried to get into another world. There was an explosion on the cliff. In the distance, the silhouette of a man in a cloak was visible, but who was it? Thomas said that he could use magic without complicated spells, and finally Shangol. He exhaled with relief and looked at the dark sky. Thomas is at the starting line. He is already a few steps away from victory. In order for him to carry out the plan, he needs to become stronger. He stood and looked into the distance with a wild desire in his eyes to carry out his idea. Thomas thought about how he could use magic without complicated spells. The guy advanced, taking the first step. The hero sighed, looking at the sky. Thomas looked forward, making a jump and saying that he was at the starting line. The Demon King told the boy with bewilderment that it was a pathetic jump, despite the fact that he had given his power. Thomas closed his eyes, thinking that the demon was right and that he needed to be faster and stronger. The demon angrily asked Thomas how he dared to close his eyes, since in his time, people, demons, and dragons trembled with fear next to him. Thomas remembered the dragon seal, saying that among the dragon's magical language, there was something called soul speech. The boy directed his hand into magic, creating a picture, and then he expressed words from magic. Thomas confidently created magic, trying to activate it. The demon looked at the hero with bewilderment. The boy clenched his teeth, trying to lift. The hero's legs slowly rose. The boy's body flew into the sky. The Demon King could not believe it. Thomas, looking forward, created flight. The hero's eyes were filled with magic. The hero's body flew around the city. The boy was high in the sky, looking at his entire city. Thomas said in fear that he was too high. The boy's eyes were scared and he was surprised that the spell was simple, but incredibly powerful. The hero used magic again. The Demon King flew towards Thomas. The demon looked at the boy with disdain, saying that he was a child who had just learned magic and was using soul speech and a double spell. The real enemy of the Melvinger. Even among the monstrous offspring of the Melvingers, there was no one with such talent. There was only one person. His face was covered with clothes. The predecessor of the Melvingers smiled, showing his magic. The demon flew after the boy, saying that he almost just did not think about what he should not. The king looked at Thomas, understanding that before the boy grew into something more, he must take over his body and trample his ambitions. The demon flew and thought about some way. Thomas looked ahead. The hero thought that the speech of the soul was amazing, but it would be very difficult for him to learn it alone. The hero clenched his fists and thought that in order to become stronger, he needed to understand dragon magic and needed a teacher who could keep the secret. Thomas knew that the academy was already controlled by a barrack and there was no one there who was skilled enough to teach the boy. The hero stepped on the ground with his foot. Thomas sat on the ground, saying that it should be someone who was at least at the castle and rank of hexagram. The hero remembered his grandfather. The boy looked at the ground, thinking about his late father or uncle. The Demon King stood aside from the boy. Thomas began to call Adam. The boy with a smile on his face asked the demon if he could teach him magic. Adam, confused, asked the hero what he was talking about. Thomas looked at the demon. The king's face broke into a smile. The demon turned to the guy with a calm face, asking what he would get for this. The hero, with a smile on his face, said that he would make a new vessel for the demon with the help of alchemy. The Demon King answered the guy that a simple person would not be able to make a vessel that would hold him. Adam answered that all this was not enough. Thomas smiled, telling the monster that he could offer other conditions himself. The guy listened as Adam told him no. The demon closed his eyes, asking the guy why he should pass on information. The monster offered the guy to become his ally and then he would be able to think. Adam watched the guy's reaction. The demon looked at the guy's worried face, saying that it served him right. The king smiled, saying that he tried too weak to absorb him, but if he taught the guy a little dark magic. The demon thought that he would teach Thomas and he would be stronger and the guy's soul would be under the influence of black magic, then the demon would be able to absorb him. Adam smiled slyly, telling the boy to fall on his knees and beg to be accepted as an apprentice. The king looked at the boy in surprise, telling him to forget about it. The demon was shocked by Thomas's answer. The man looked at the king, asking if he didn't understand that he wouldn't get anything if he played hard to get. The boy looked at the demon with a smile on his face. The hero smiled, removing his magic. The demon cursed at the hero. Thomas calmly looked forward, telling the demon to close his mouth. The king's mouth was closed. The protagonist smiled, saying that everything was working better than he expected. The demon angrily tried to tell the boy something. The king started yelling at the boy that he couldn't subdue him with just soul speech. Thomas told the demon to be cute. Bunny ears appeared on Adam's head and his face itself was cute. Thomas looked at all this in surprise. The boy puked to the side, trying to forget all this horror. The protagonist looked at all this, not understanding why he ordered this. Thomas discontentedly told the demon that he did not want to see this either, and if he changed his mind, then let him write a full explanation of the soul's speech here. The guy pulled himself up, deciding to use this time for training, and the demon discontentedly said that he would not just obey. Night fell, the hero trained, and the demon answered the guy that he would be magnanimous if Thomas admitted that he was wrong. The next day came, the hero continued to train, and the demon continued to wait for the hero to ask him to teach magic. Another day passed, Thomas diligently applied force, and Adam did not understand what was wrong with him. A large number of days passed, the demon tiredly looked at the hero, deciding to pretend that he obeyed. Thomas diligently wrote something. The guy looked at the fire. The demon discontentedly said that he could not just obey. The king began to do something. Adam looked at the guy in surprise, not understanding why he was acting like a dog. Thomas looked ahead, saying that the basis of the magic of the speech of the soul is ancient knowledge that will not be found in any book. There were many different notes in the notebook. The demon tried to say something, but could not. The main character showed Adam a spell so that he could explain, and then maybe the guy would allow him to talk. The king angrily spoke to himself. Thomas showed the paper, asking the demon if he knew that he needed to write more than yesterday. The guy looked at the demon with a smile on his face, saying that if he wrote something several times a day, the hero would remove the spell for 3 days. The demon clenched his fists in anger when he heard the guy constantly telling him something. Adam told the guy that the dark magic hidden in these texts would completely tear his disrespectful body and soul apart. What the hero learned was only an introduction. The guy looked at the ice, saying that there was so much power in it. The demon looked at the hero with confusion, wondering why there were no signs of black magic. Thomas turned to the demon, asking what was wrong with his face and the look as if his body should have changed, but nothing happened. Adam looked away, saying that he did not understand what the guy was talking about. Thomas, with a smile on his face, told the demon that he had reached a new level. The demon angrily realized that the guy knew everything. The protagonist looked at his notebook in surprise. The demon called and swore at the guy. The hero's hands decided to shut the monster up again. Thomas looked at the king in surprise. The demon calmly explained to the guy that he had nothing to teach the hero except true speech. Birds flew in the sky. The guy looked ahead and said that the demon meant the highest rank of soul speech, excluding the voice of God or divine speech. The demon calmly told the guy that at his level he would not be able to help with this. The monster calmly said that the monster does not lie. Thomas looked ahead with confusion, which said that the Melvinger family always knew about it. Magic can only be perfected on the battlefield. The man with a calm look said that this is the principle of the Melvinger family, which continues to protect the continent from demons. Father taught his sister and Thomas the pride of the Melvingers on the territory that was destroyed in the war with demons. The man held the boy in his arms and said nothing about the consequences of the war. Father still missed his days as a mage on the battlefield side by side with his grandfather. The man looked away. Little Thomas told his father that when he goes to fight, he will be able to use magic like his grandfather. Father looked away, saying nothing. The girl with a smile on her face asked the guy what he needed to become a strong magician. Thomas said discontentedly that he needed to study. The girl calmly told her son that he couldn't just have stupidly strong magic like his father. The man with incomprehension told the girl not to talk like that, because he was still here. The heroine pushed the stroller, telling the man to stop putting on airs. Thomas began to listen to his father, who began to talk about how to improve magic. But something went wrong and everything broke off and the father disappeared. The woman told Thomas to read a study of the relationship between the ancient geometric system and the language system of the new era. The main character shouted that he wanted to play with his father. The father looked at the girl, saying that studying is good, but children should also play a little. The heroine looked at the guy with anger, saying that he spoiled him and because of this bad habits appear. The guys began to leave. Crying was coming from the house. The children were sitting by their parents' bed. Their father's illness was getting worse and the mother who was taking care of them suddenly fell ill. The father shared the rest of his life force with her and they passed away together. The man was telling the girl that he had always shone brighter than anyone else. The heroine, with a tired smile on her face, was saying that after meeting him there had not been a day when she had not been unhappy. The parents were holding their hands tightly and thanking the children. The mother was looking at her daughter, asking if she was there. The heroine was gritting her teeth, listening to how she was told to take care of her brother. The father was looking at his son, saying that the blocking illness was his fault. The son was crying loudly, looking at his father. Thomas, with tears in his eyes, asked his father how he could just leave. The son was crying, saying that he did not know what to do. The father was holding his son's face, saying that he was very lucky to spend time with such a son. Thomas looked at his dad in surprise, who was saying that he didn't need to be a mage and that he just needed to have people with whom he would be happy. His hand slowly fell. Thomas looked at his father. The man's hands were holding his wife's hand. The boy looked away. Thomas looked at nature, saying that the world doesn't work like that, and if you're not strong, you'll simply be thrown out, and that's called reality. The boy clenched his fist, deciding to become stronger so that no one could ignore the hero. Thomas looked away, saying that magic can be perfected on the battlefield. The hero thought about where to go, deciding to go to the ghostly Crimson Forest, which is full of ghost-type monsters. The boy's second idea was to go to the Goblin Cave, but there were too many people there. The hero remembered his father's words, saying that there were shelters scattered across the continent where their ancestors lived. The hero looked at the demon, suggesting that he go. Thomas looked ahead confidently, saying that they were going to the habitat of the Yeti Highlands. It was light outside. Thomas was bathing in a stream. The guy was washing his face, saying that if her identity was revealed, it would be a problem, so he needed to change his appearance. Thomas directed magic at himself, including moisturizing. Water was directed at the hero. The water magic tousled all the hair. The protagonist decided to turn on the cutting magic. The hair was cut off. The water removed excess hair from the guy's head. Everything fell into the water, and the hero decided to direct the power of change at himself. Thomas looked away confidently. The guy decided to move out with a smile on his face. The guild. Voices were heard from the house that the guy was lucky and the group was about to leave. The man pointed his finger forward, saying that no one goes to the Yeti Highlands these days, so it was surprising that the hero was going to go alone. Thomas looked at the man, saying that several people would go with him. 2 boys with a small child were happy that a newcomer had arrived. Thomas looked away. 4 herbalists stood to the side. 3 monster hunters. 5 people stood to the side and hid their energy. The child looked at the boy, saying that he would introduce himself and that their clan had a tradition of naming people based on their birth month. The child replied that her name was Mingma, which means the second dawn of the week. The Demon King with a displeased face said that this man was too talkative. Thomas asked the child if he could buy a crystal communication sphere. All the boys said that there was no crystal communication sphere in their village and the hero could use a dove or letters. The child laughed, saying that they should go. The child replied that he would tell everything along the way. Thomas thought that his sister would be angry if he did not contact her as soon as possible. The heroes walked along the Yeti Highlands. Mingma told various stories. The Demon King walked through the mountains, telling Thomas that this place seemed familiar to him and that it was the habitat of the Yeti. The hero looked at Adam, who said that the Yeti were scum who dared to admire them. The guy looked away in surprise, telling himself that he thought they were just monsters, but he could not think that they had any connection with demons. The monster stood with his back to the hero and said that their past king was useful, so he received the mercy of the demon lord, despite the fact that his fate was so rosy. Thomas was surprised that the Yeti had a ruler in the past. The king looked away, answering that his grave should be here. Thomas asked the guy in surprise if he knew where this grave was, to which Adam replied that he had no idea. The hero looked away with disdain, thinking that if the Yetis were demons, the grave should have at least some connection to the family hideout. Once upon a time, his father answered Thomas that the hideout was a shelter that was built to protect the family legacy. Dad looked at his son, saying that when he grew up and became the head of the family, the first thing he would need to do would be to go to the Yeti Highlands. The father answered his son that he needed to confirm the legacy in his place and pay tribute to his ancestors. Thomas looked at his father's amulet, wondering if he could learn more about the magic pendant. The boys continued walking, listening to various stories of enigma. Black magic was coming out of the sword. The demon angrily asked the boy if he could shut him up. Thomas looked away, wondering why the Yetis, which were so often talked about, had not yet shown up. Enigma, with a smile on his face, said that they should hurry since the road would be more difficult from now on. Fire. The guys were making fires. Thomas looked at the guys, asking to borrow some fire. The hero looked down tiredly. Thomas looked at one of the guys, saying that his strength was almost comparable to a noble knight. The guys were talking among themselves. The guy was watching them, understanding that they were not targeting him and that they had some kind of secret mission. One of the silhouettes was the leader. The hero took off his hood. Thomas began to look at all this in surprise. The guys looked away in confusion. Isabel, with a smile on her face, told everyone that she was using everything for its intended purpose. One of the men began to whistle. The heroes, with a smile on her face, asked the girl why she was hiding such a cute face, which they could not look at enough. Someone was holding a sword tightly in his hands. The man began to direct all the magic. One of the heroes began to fly quickly towards him. The sword was near the man's neck. One of the heroes angrily said that this was unforgivable and that he would have to pay for it with his life. All the guys screamed terrifyingly to lower the sword. Thomas and the demons looked at all this with a smile on their faces. The guy and the monster did not understand what to do. The heroes were sitting near the fire. The hero pointed the sword at the man. Isabel loudly shouted at the silhouette to let him go. The man looked away with a sad look. The sword was retracted. Thomas, near the fire, loudly shouted at them to be careful. The silhouette was confused about what to do. The guys in the yard did not know how to react to this. The man covered his face with a sword. Many attacks flew all over the territory. Enigma looked at all this with confusion, screaming angrily. Blood was flowing from one body. The hero loudly shouted to everyone to protect the princess. The guys were confused about what to do. Thomas looked away confidently, saying that it reminded her of a nest. The hero quickly flew across the territory. The guy looked at the falling icicles, not understanding why there were so many of them. Attacks flew at the hero. Many icicles flew at the guy. Thomas angrily directed his blocking power. Shields hid the hero from the attack. Thomas looked at the other guys, trying to understand what was happening to them. All the heroes tried to defend themselves with their swords. Someone fell and died right away. Shards pierced the body. People fell quickly, dying from all this. The guy looked forward with displeasure. The demon watched the hero. Thomas froze in place. The demon, with a smile on his face, said that this is a stupid tribe of the Red Eye. Thomas looked forward in surprise. Armed people were shown in the reflection of the eyes. The guy said that he heard that Yetis move in groups of 10. The monsters were walking towards the hero. Thomas gritted his teeth, screaming that this was too much. The man angrily screamed that they must be destroyed. The Yetis looked at the heroes. Hands hit people. The demon, with a smile on his face, told the guy that hardcore difficulty is the hardest in life battle. Sean used the power to keep silent on the demon. Adam's mouth was taped again. The man looked at the Yetis, saying that they were still surprised. Eyes filled with power. Weapons with pistols were flying all over the territory. Thomas looked up, saying that he wanted to see more, but Time does not allow. The man understood that if they make the wrong move, they can be safe. All objects flew apart. The hero understood that if he makes the first ball, it will be a different story. The guy's body was completely enlightening. Thomas used information cancellation. The body directed the power of the weapon to itself. The guy jumped down to all the monsters. Many Yetis were looking at the hero, standing in a row. The monsters did not know what to do. One of them began to look at something strangely. The monster's muzzle began to look sideways. Thomas quickly hit the monster's head. All the monsters screamed at the hero. The guy clenched his teeth. Thomas directed magic at them, trying to slow them all down. A huge explosion passed through the entire territory. The guy looked to the side. The Yetis were walking towards Thomas, who turned on the burning magic. The flames flared up on all sides, becoming larger and stronger. Cold fragments flew to the side. Their ends were sharp. The fragments turned into sharp swords. The monsters looked at the heroes. Thomas used the power of piercing. All the sharp fragments began to fly at the Yetis. Different sharp weapons penetrated the bodies. The territory was freed from monsters. The guy looked at the two Yetis who managed to stay alive. The hero looked at the monsters, asking where they were going. Thomas looked away and with a smile on his face applied the binding force. Thomas fell to the floor and looked at all the defeated enemies. He, having caught his breath, said that he was an incredible handsome man. Sitting down on one of them, he said that okay, they need to talk, and then called Adam. The demon immediately appeared next to him, looked displeasedly towards the protagonist. Then Thomas asked why he was still silent as soon as he said this. Adam extended his finger forward and screamed contentedly, and the protagonist told him to shut up. The demon immediately stood in a stupor, displeasedly extending his finger. Thomas, turning around, said that they did not have time and he would be his translator. Adam asked why. Launching into his head, the protagonist said that let them say where their settlement is and he will pardon them. Adam squatted down and began to speak in an unknown language, and then replied that he would say if he was untied. Then Thomas asked why he should trust him. Frowning, the demon added that now is the time when face-to-face negotiations are required and not intimidation. After which Thomas snapped his fingers and said that okay, he will let them go, so let them quickly tell him this. Fuck around the monster. Adam, approaching him, whispered something. He continued to say something in his ear, and then smiled sarcastically. Thomas, meanwhile, looking at them, used the ability to translate. He heard Adam tell the monster that now they need to send this nasty man to hell together. Suddenly, a huge bear got up on all fours and attacked the protagonist. But he didn't lose his head. Falling to the floor, he extended his finger and sent an ice block at his opponent. Then he sat in place for a few seconds, extending his finger. Then, looking ahead in fear, he said that it was close. He looked at the trembling Adam and the monster. A second later, he smiled maliciously and asked if they should talk some more. A loud scream was heard throughout the forest. We are transported to a while later. Thomas looks ahead at the Yeti running ahead, and then says that because of them, all the good Yetis die. Adam, standing next to him, made a face and thought that he was the one who killed them. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his chest. He felt his heart freeze, and then thought that the dragon's heart is filled with the mana of the dragon and the demon king. He can only use 3% of the full potential of mana. Looking towards the Yeti, he continued to think that if he tried to use more recklessly, his body would not be able to withstand it and explode. After a while, they reached the village, and the protagonist continued to think that if he fought like he did before, it could be dangerous. He clenched his fist and thought that he could not retreat if he gave up with just this. After that, he took a step forward and thought again that then he would not be able to revive the family. Narrowing his eyes, Thomas thought that in any case. Looking towards the forest, he continued to think that he wondered if that noble lady was okay. Suddenly, blood gushed out. Chen looked ahead in fear. He and the rest of his comrades were breathing heavily. Suddenly, a girl with blue hair appeared. She looked ahead in fear, shouted that one person was missing. Chen wiped his mouth and thought that either he died running away or was hiding somewhere. He turned around and smiled and said that he must have escaped safely. The girl looked around and said that she hoped so. She looked ahead and thought that she hoped that everything would be okay. We were transported to the protagonist, who looked ahead menacingly. Many huge yetis appeared in front of him. Thomas smiled and said that they needed to avoid unnecessary bloodshed and let him see the leader of their tribe. The monsters growled menacingly. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from behind them and someone shouted for them to disperse. The yetis immediately stepped aside. A huge foot took a step forward on the snow. The protagonist, looking ahead, stood frozen in fear. An incredibly large monster with a huge number of scars stood in front of him. Frowning, Thomas said that he needed to ask them something. The leader growled softly. The protagonist pulled a blue crystal out of his pocket, then thought that he hoped it wouldn't come to that. Narrowing his eyes, he continued to think that if the negotiations failed, he would have no choice but to kill their leader as quickly as he could. Suddenly, the leader lowered himself and said that the green eyes, what was his name? The protagonist, looking ahead in surprise, replied that his name was Thomas Melvinger. The leader, continuing to look at the man, replied that he should follow him. He, the protagonist, and a small number of yetis set off. Suddenly, the leader said that there was a Parada in their tribe. Thomas asked what kind of legend that was. He then looked ahead in horror as he heard the leader say that once upon a time there was a king who ruled this snowy mountain. Turning around, the protagonist saw a disgruntled Adam in front of him. The leader bowed menacingly, and then added that the legend says that there was only one person whom the king recognized as a friend. An image of the king with a man appeared in his head, and he said that the man had light green eyes with the name Melvinger. Thomas listened attentively to the story. He thought that one of his ancestors was a friend of the Yeti King. The leader suddenly continued to say that the head of the tribe made a promise to the king to rule the human house. The protagonist decided in the eyes and then asked where he was. Suddenly the leader clenched his teeth and then answered, below. He looked into the abyss with Thomas. They bent down and carefully examined the dark space. Thomas, looking down in fear, thought that there was a house under this rock. He looked down in horror, and a few seconds later, in the pitch darkness, he noticed a small building, then thought that it was really there. Squinting his eyes, he looked down in surprise. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from the abyss, and the protagonist thought it was an updraft. Yeti, looking into the abyss, said that even for them, they can somehow go down there once a year, while there is no flow. Suddenly Adam appeared next to Thomas. He said with a smile that with ordinary magic he cannot even protect himself from freezing. What will he do then? Thomas silently looked into the abyss, and Adam added that with his current level it is impossible. Suddenly the protagonist, looking at the rocks, said that he is right. With his skills it is risky. If he retreats here, he will not be able to take another step forward. After Thomas took a few steps towards the abyss, saying that also, if his ancestors want to see the capabilities of their descendants. The protagonist fell into the abyss. He, smiling widely, said that he should kindly show them. Once in the abyss, the protagonist heard Adam screaming that he was a crazy bastard. He was going to die. Gritting his teeth, Thomas flew down. He narrowed his eyes and thought that this was much stronger than he expected. The demon flew up to him. He made a face of displeasure, then screamed at him to concentrate. If he didn't do this, he would die. Thomas put his feet out and then thought that this is what he needed to do. Gritting his teeth, he continued to fly down at great speed and then thought that he should do it slowly. Far below, he saw a small house and then used the step ability. The house became more visible. The protagonist inevitably approached it quickly. A yellow glow and a magic circle appeared near his foot. Pushing off the wall, he did a few somersaults and almost reached the house. He landed down at great speed. Stones flew away from him in different directions. Thomas looked menacingly in front of him, after which he fell on his back and said that he thought he would die. After a while, he looked at Adam and laughed loudly, who answered him that he had no words, only emotions. The protagonist turned towards the house and said that in any case, this place is too simple. Then he approached the house and extended his hand to the door handle. Suddenly, a purple seal appeared. Thomas thought that the door was locked with ancient magic. Stepping aside, he thought about it and said that he didn't think it would be difficult to unlock. The demon next to him replied that he should try to translate the mana drawing into words. The protagonist walked up to the magic seal and held out his hand. He said that a highly respected family of magicians A demon king, a demon hunter, a yeti, a squirrel passing bread, history. Stepping aside, he narrowed his eyes and thought that this wasn't a mana drawing, maybe there was some kind of key. Then it dawned on him and he continued to think about what if. He pulled the family emblem forward, and then inserted it into the circle of the magic seal. The door glowed brightly, and a moment later it swung open. Thomas walked into a huge room with an incredible number of objects. He took a book from the bookshelf, and then looked at it in surprise. A second later, he began to run around the entire library, shouting that here is the basic doctrine of magic, the magic of fairies, beastmen, even black magic. Adam, looking at him, said that the winter sage must have lived here. The protagonist looked out from behind the corner in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The demon, lowering his head, stood silently for a few seconds. Thomas, looking at him, thought that since he knew both the Yeti King and his ancestors, he must have some kind of history. He asked what kind of book it was. A large thick book with a beautiful cover appeared in front of him. He read that it was the history of the Melvingers. Opening the book, whose pages were dirty, he began to read that the destruction of demons is the only duty of their family. Thomas remembered his dream and continued to think that this is not what he heard in his dream. He saw an unknown green magic coming from the pages, and then said that this would become a vessel. The prerequisites must be met. Green seals appeared around him, and he continued to read that the debt that was given to their family by the heavens could be fulfilled. The green light covered the entire room, and Thomas thought about what if he could properly absorb the demons that he was currently absorbing. Below, he read that a new harmonic combination of magic would not then be formed. An ominous aura. He continued to read into it. His eyes filled with strong energy, and then he thought that he needed to eat, absorb, and drink, continuing to fill himself with demons. His family's seal cracked, and then a second later it broke, and a new one appeared. It was shiny, and there were several expensive stones on it. He wondered what he needed to accompany him into a new era of magic. A bright light poured out of the large crystal of the seal. The protagonist watched as many events of his life appeared before him. He thought that the descendant who passed the first test and appropriated the first pendant and also absorbed the first demon is the start of his true beginning. We are transported some time later. The protagonist is lying on the grass. He looks up in fear and then asks where he is. Suddenly getting up, he hears someone say that he is probably their descendant in the distant future who was supposed to inherit their destiny. Behind Thomas stands an unknown man. He slowly walks towards him. He has a monocle on his eye and his chin has a little stubble. The protagonist, rising, frowned and asked who it was. The man put his hand on his heart and said that he was Otto Han Melvinger, after which, looking sternly in front of him, he added that he was the one who guides and tests their future heirs with tasks. Khan thought, remembering all his relatives, that several centuries ago there were those who created the Melvinger family magic system. He is one of the 5 revered ancestors in the history of the heads of their house. Smiling, he added that it seems that Thomas knows him. The protagonist, looking ahead in confusion, asked what he, the revered ancestor, the winter sage. Khan replied that no one should know this nickname. Where did he hear it? Raising his hand, Thomas replied that Adam said something like that. Hearing this, Khan turned pale and then asked again that he was talking about the demonic king of original sin. The protagonist answered yes. Suddenly, Khan put his hand on Thomas's shoulder and, laughing, said that he could not even imagine that the first demon he absorbed. Smiling widely, he added that they have a wonderful descendant. He can increase the difficulty of the task for him. We are transported to Adam at the same time. He discontentedly squeezes his hands and shouts that whoever dares to insult the great king, he will cut off his limbs. After which the protagonist appears in front of us. He raises his hand up and says that about the task, what will he be dedicated to? Khan put his hand on his head and replied that he must have many questions. Smiling, he closed his eyes and added that he thinks why they complicate everything so much if you can just leave notes about everything. Thomas looked in front of him in surprise, and then his ancestor stretched out his hand, on which lightning appeared. After a few seconds a white seal appeared in his hand, and then he said that because they prepared something akin to a wheel. He stretched out his hand, there was a strong aura around him, and then the projectile rolled forward at a tremendous speed, each time increasing in strength. At that moment Han said that once it starts spinning, it can no longer be stopped, so they can't give it to just anyone, and so they have no choice but to thoroughly examine the heirs, no matter how long it takes. Turning to the protagonist, he added that since he passed their test, now the choice is entirely up to him. Thomas looked at the white seal in front of him in surprise, and his ancestor added that whether to stop the wheel or spin it. Han looked at Thomas, then said that since he passed the test, the choice is only his, whether to spin the wheel more or stop it. The protagonist of the task did not look at the white seal in his hand. He gritted his teeth menacingly, imagining the seal in his head, thinking that he did not know what his family was faced with. If he made a frivolous move, his whole life would be turned inside out. A second later, he squeezed the seal in his hand and then thought that this was his last chance. Han, looking at him, said that it was good. He respected his choice, and Thomas replied that he wanted to revive the family. Hearing this, his ancestor stood in a stupor, and the protagonist continued to say that he wanted to fulfill the dream of his grandfather and other ancestors, the great heroes of their family. Images of people facing huge monsters appeared in his head. He added that he wanted to carve his name on the canvas of history as a powerful magician of these lands. And then he imagined himself standing in front of his huge statue in the future. Then he stretched his hand forward, a magical seal appeared in it, and he said that this was what he had been dreaming about so reverently all this time. Then he lowered the seal to the ground, and it began to beat from side to side at great speed. Han and the protagonist watched this. Then Han looked ahead, puzzled. Smiling widely, he raised his hand and hit Thomas on the shoulder, saying that it was wonderful, such courage befits their heir. The protagonist replied that it actually hurt. Looking at the grass and mountains, Khan added that then. He raised his hand and waved it. A second later they were transported to the icy mountains. Thomas looked around and asked how this was possible. His whole body was shaking, and then he asked what kind of place this was. Khan replied that this was a test area where he would receive his first task. Gritting his teeth, he figured out that he should pass the test in such a place, which means he can. Smiling widely, he added that he would become even stronger than before. Tan, turning in his direction, replied that he was smiling, a great mood for the upcoming test. Then he pointed his finger to the side and told him to look there. Thomas asked where exactly and what to look at. Khan replied that further, let him look deeper. Thomas narrowed his eyes. In the distance, he saw dark energy. He looked at it carefully. Then, an image of a huge yeti appeared before his eyes, and he asked what it was. Khan imagined several yetis in his head and said that there was the king of the icy mountains, the first and last ruler who managed to unite all the yetis and rule over these mountains. He set himself the goal of returning the yeti to the demon status it had lost. Looking at the enormous energy in front of him, he added that he was ultimately consumed by his own ambitions and turned into a corrupted demon. Thomas looked ahead in surprise, and his ancestor added that this was the second demon he had to absorb. The protagonist, turning around in displeasure and pointing his finger to the side, shouted that he was saying to finish off this creature. Khan replied that he did not say to kill him, but to absorb him. Looking ahead, he added that from now on he would have to absorb demons and take away the seals, the sources of their life energy. In his enraged demon head, he added that from primitive essential emotions such as fear, sadness, and despondency, an ego with evil thoughts and goals is formed. This is the essence of demons. Thomas turned to his hand, on which black marks appeared, and Khan added that each demon has its own intentions, which is why they differ in character, rank, and emblem. The source in which their evil thoughts are contained is called a seal, the seal of the original sin, the embodiment of Adam himself. Thomas looked in surprise at his hand, which had the seal of a tiger. He thought that this was the seal of the king of the icy mountains. Grabbing his hand, Khan suddenly answered him that from now on he will hunt demons and take away the seals, the sources of their life energy. Coming closer, he put his hand on his shoulder and shouted as soon as he absorbed him. Thomas looked ahead in surprise, and his ancestor added that all the demon's abilities would become his. Secondus looked at the incredibly huge dark energy, and then thought about how strong he would become if he absorbed the energy of such a terrifying creature. Lowering his head, he continued to think that he only had to check it. Excited, he flew and took off. Strong energy appeared around him. He, menacingly looking ahead, used the skill to open weapons, after which he dashed forward and, swinging his fist, rushed towards the enemy. At that moment Khan shouted at him to remember that he does not kill them, but absorbs. Thomas stopped and, staring ahead, thought about how he could do this, pizza with teeth. He carefully examined the dark energy. Suddenly, he saw the silhouette of the Yeti King in it. He turned around and said that this was Mana. Was it really Adam? Adam looked ahead menacingly, hearing the Yeti King say to show what he can do. But Khan, looking ahead menacingly, stopped him. The protagonist continued to fly forward at great speed, and the Yeti King added that their natural enemy. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped, looking ahead fearfully. He saw many black silhouettes, and then the king shouted that he must be killed. Thomas quickly stopped in place. There was a dark aura around his feet, and then he saw a huge number of soldiers who looked ahead menacingly. Looking at them, he wondered that the warriors who protected the Mountain King. Looking at them, he thought that there were a hell of a lot of them here, and they were on a completely different level or there with whom he fought before. Looking ahead, he saw a huge Yeti with a thick beard and a long sword. He wondered that especially him, is his skills enough to defeat these guys? He looked at his hand seal and then thought that if he could only use the seal of original sin, he would be able to quickly deal with all of them, including even the king of the icy mountains. Lowering his head, he continued to think that he did not know how to use it. It was only a dream. Suddenly, one of the warriors menacingly opened its mouth and roared loudly. The protagonist lowered his hand down and, looking at them, thought that since this was the very first test, using power would be cheating. He lowered his hand, a flame appeared in it, and he used the explosion spell. A second later, a fireball hit his opponent standing nearby. The explosion was so strong that it almost hit the protagonist himself. Suddenly, he looked ahead in fear when a sword appeared in front of his eyes. He stood in a stupor, unable to move. Then suddenly blue lightning flashed throughout his body. He dodged the blow incredibly quickly, and then exhaled. The protagonist looked ahead in fear. He saw how the Yetis overcame the explosion and literally appeared near him, attacking. He stretched his hand up, and then the other. Clapping his hands, he used the ability Explosion and Penetration. Ice spikes appeared, which threw his opponents back. Several Yetis died under such deadly fragments. Thomas looked ahead menacingly. He saw in the distance approaching him again, and then said that it means that they, guys, were once part of the demonic society, but they were disowned. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that he is sure they are worried that if they are weak, they will be abandoned again. One of them clenched his teeth, menacingly looking ahead. Thomas added that he must become stronger. His enemies immediately rushed at him. Calmly looking at them, he added that if it helps to become more powerful, then such a test. He stretched his hand forward, and then, frowning, shouted that he would pass as many times as it took. A huge red sphere appeared in his hands, burning the Yetis approaching it. Incredible power poured towards them, destroying everything in its path. Eddie disappeared in 1 second under such powerful attacks. A beam of light destroyed everything in its path. Suddenly, a powerful Yeti swung his sword and hit the floor with all his might. The protagonist looked ahead in fear, blood spurted from his mouth. He fell backwards at great speed. After doing several somersaults, he thought that this was the end for him. The huge Yeti stood in a stance, swinging his sword. Thomas fell face down on the floor. He raised his head up and thought that at this rate he would lose. A stream of mana flowed from his mouth, and he thought that no, he could not fall so miserably in the first trial. A strong aura appeared around his body. He began to rise, and then thought that even if his body was not capable of this, enormous power jumped out from each cell of the protagonist. He, pushing off the ground with force, made a dash forward. He moved close to his opponent. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he would simply extract more mana. The Yeti looked down menacingly and then swung his sword, but Thomas managed to dodge the attack in time. Raising his head, he thought that this was from the demonic heart. The Yeti's attack caught him off guard again. But the protagonist, dashing forward, dealt an oriental deadly blow to the enemy. Then he used Bloom and Disperse, and the huge monster was frozen in an instant and pierced by spikes. The protagonist lowered his head down. A dark aura was coming from him. He tried to catch his breath, his mouth open, and then fell to the floor. He closed his eyes, and then looked around, asking what was true. Turning back, he saw a huge dark aura, saying that no matter how you look at it, but for the first trial, it is too ruthless. Looking at the defeated opponent, he continued to think that he felt like his heart was about to explode. Did the Guardians appear again, and what should he do? He saw how the dark aura was approaching him. Then, desperately, he stretched out his hand in front of him. A moment later, a blue flame appeared in front of him. He looked down in surprise at the seal that glowed on his hand. Lowering his head, he saw how the dark energy was sucked into it. Looking at his hand, he thought that although it was weaker than the seal of original sin, it was definitely a new seal, and he did not know what happened, but the mana of the dragon heart had somehow stabilized. Suddenly, Han approached him. He said that demons call the seals by their true names, because in order to use the power of a demon, he must know its true name. Thomas asked that how could he know this. It did not seem like they were willing to kindly share with him. Han, looking ahead, told him not to worry. Looking at the army of guards that appeared, he added that when the time comes, he himself will know it. Thomas, closing his eyes, lowered his head. He stretched out his hands forward, and energy began to gather in them, and then he thought that the true name of the Yeti is cruelty. Stretching his hand forward, he added that he cannot explain it. Standing up, he continued to himself, thinking that he just knows how to use the seal. The snow continued to fall mercilessly in the mountains. Thomas stood still and looked at the enemies approaching him. He wondered what their true names were. Smiling, he thought that even if they were cold, they were heartless. He released a stream of ice, destroying several opponents. Suddenly, Yetis appeared in the air. They, covering themselves with shields, attacked the protagonist. A second later, a huge ice explosion occurred. Thomas could barely stand on his feet. His whole body was shaking. He said that the mana consumption was a little high. Smiling, he added what it meant. A huge seal appeared under his feet, and all his opponents immediately froze, and he continued to say that this is the power of the seal. The magic circle increased in size. He continued to destroy and freeze his opponents. Looking at the pile of Yetis, he laughed, saying that now he only had to. Suddenly, blood gushed from his mouth, and he fell to the ground. His mind began to blur, and his eyes stopped seeing. He wondered why this was happening. Suddenly, Thomas woke up. He was breathing heavily, and beads of sweat were running down his face. He was lying in the library, books were scattered around him, and the ground beneath him was cracked. He looked ahead in fear and said what it was. Adam appeared next to him. He folded his arms, smiled, and said that it seemed like he had encountered a difficult test. The demon, looking away, continued to say that he expected the task to activate, since the pendant began to go crazy as soon as he passed out. Apparently it was not easy. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that it was definitely a task, which meant he was not dead. Looking at his hand, where the blue seal was, he continued to think that he lost his vigilance because he trusted the power of the seal too much, how his consciousness passed out the moment his mana reserves were exhausted. Remembering how he stood on a huge magic circle, he continued to think that the power exceeded all his expectations. Looking at the seal, he continued to think that since even something unfinished had such power, it was scary to imagine how powerful the seal of original sin was. Turning to the side, he heard Adam ask if it was the seal of cruelty. He added with a frown that the snow sage had come up with an interesting plan. Raising his head, Thomas asked how he should use the seal of original sin, to which Adam replied that he was helping his friend, asking about his true name. Looking menacingly in front of him, he asked if he really thought he would reveal it to him so easily. Frowning, he added that no matter what humiliation he put him through, he would not utter a single syllable to him. Thomas turned around in displeasure and scratched the back of his head, then said that he thought he could just ask him. Then he frowned and thought that he dressed, that Adam would tell him, but in the end, the seals are very important to demons. Looking at the back of the original sin, he continued to think that if he completely entrusted him with the seal of the original sin, then he would have nothing left. Unfortunately, for now he would have to retreat. Hiding the blue seal, he thought that besides, this is the seal of the Demon King, since he could not withstand even the seal of the Yeti, then the power of the king is out of the question. Then Thomas, smiling, extended his hand forward and asked that Adam knew the king of the icy mountains. The demon, turning around, asked why he was suddenly so interested, to which Thomas replied that this place is his grave, he needs to win. Suddenly, Adam smiled widely and shouted that he knew that Khan was crazy, but he would allow such a brat to hunt an entity that even he recognized. Thomas smiled and replied that he had some good ideas. Flying to the side, Adam replied that none. Then the protagonist, spreading his arms to the sides, said with a smile that come on, he is no longer even part of the demonic race, he can at least help him a little. The demon frowned menacingly, and then shouted in displeasure that he was revealing the secret of the seal, which is the weakness of an entire race. It is the same as losing a part of the Demon King. Suddenly, 3 fingers forward and said that he will grant him a 3-day exemption. Adam closed his eyes and replied that he thinks that this is equivalent to him. The protagonist did not lag behind. He extended all 5 fingers and said that he will grant him 5 days of exemption. Adam gritted his teeth and then menacingly said that he dared to continue to show him such disrespect. Suddenly Thomas told him to forget. Suddenly the demon smiled and extended his hand forward, replied that although it was disrespectful, but since his kindness knows no bounds, he would help him this time. Frowning, he added that he should listen to him carefully. With the seal he now had, he could forget about the purpose of the test. He would not be able to even get close to the Mountain King. Thomas, looking ahead in surprise, asked what he should do then. Adam, smiling, folded his arms and replied that however. He continued to smile maliciously and then said that it was impossible to say that there was no way. We are transported to the icy mountains. The protagonist looks menacingly ahead and then says that it is terribly cold here. That is why he did not want to go back. He saw a dark aura in front of him and then said that now he has a hint that Adam shared. The protagonist jumped up, stretching his hand towards the dark energy. He thought, remembering Adam's words about raising his achievements, seals are divided into simple and advanced, precious, unique and mythical ranks based on their rarity. There is also the concept of achievement level, due to which even seals of the same rarity vary in power. Thomas deftly dodged the attacks of his opponents, and then remembered Adam's words that the seal of cruelty is precious. It cannot be called low ranked, but his achievement level is barely above the 1st star. One of the Yeti guards pulled his sword forward and attacked the protagonist. At this time Thomas thought that the king of the icy mountains has this indicator equal to 10 stars. In an instant, the protagonist destroyed the guard, after which he continued to think about Adam's words that therefore he should also raise his level to 10 stars or raise the rank to unique. His level of achievement stars is only 1 star. Thomas smiled widely, looking ahead. He used his hand seal and began to destroy the dark matter. We are transported to some time later. The protagonist is standing knee-deep in snow. A huge dark aura appears in front of him, and then he says that they finally met the king of the icy mountains. The dark energy begins to transform, and Thomas thinks that no matter how many enemies he killed, his level is stuck at 2 stars. In other words, he needs to meet him in person to advance further. Looking in front of him, he saw a frightening aura from the king of the icy mountains. He wondered what kind of devastating demonic energy, how strong he became in life in order to reach such a level. Frightened, looking in front of him, he remembered the smiling Khan, and then said that how can he win? This is definitely his family ancestor, and not a sworn hater. We are transported to some time later to the icy mountains. Thomas stands and looks ahead, then says that he still has to try. Lowering his head, he adds that it will be difficult, but he cannot stop. He then smiles and waves his hand, saying that he will definitely be able to win. Adam watches him with interest. Suddenly, Thomas opens his eyes and asks what happened. He is lying on the floor in the room with books, and then laughs loudly, saying that after so much effort and long battles with his guards, he died without even having time to lift a finger. Lying on the ground, he adds that he is even capable of defeating him. Adam flies up to him and says that he finally got it. It is better to just give up already. The protagonist replied that he cannot absorb a seal of this level. Suddenly, his eyes begin to glow, and he points at Adam with a smile. The original sin begins to shake, saying that this bastard is at it again. Thomas then raises his finger up and says that he did not expect the king of the icy mountains to be a woman. After which he looked ahead in surprise. Adam awkwardly lowered his eyes, and then looked at the protagonist with displeasure. Stretching his finger forward, he shouted that why was he staring at him, what kind of look was he giving? Thomas, looking at his subordinate, thought that now he understood there was something between him and the Mountain Queen, but he would have to spend time to figure it out. Then he looked at the seal of his family and thought that it was more important now to absorb his powers. Stretching it out in front of him, he continued to think that although he did not yet know how. His eyes lit up, and he saw many scenes, saying that he thought that if he could beat all the shit out of her, then he would definitely get to the bottom of the truth. We are transported some time later. The protagonist makes a dash forward. His hands are covered in lightning. He flies through the attack of the Mountain Queen at great speed. Suddenly, his whole body freezes. He falls to the ground, unable to move. More than 100 attempts passed. Each time he died, thinking about how incredibly painful it was. After a few attempts, a huge ice ball was flying at him. But the protagonist, stretching his hand forward, was able to reflect it. He saw the face of the Mountain Queen in the distance and thought that he could not believe it, but he was gradually getting closer to her. The girl looked menacingly ahead and did not stop attacking. And Thomas, dashing forward and gritting his teeth, thought that now he understood how the seal of cruelty of the Mountain King works, but for him, a brat who just got it, it is difficult to equal a creature that possesses the seal perfectly. The queen, looking menacingly ahead, raised her hand. Thomas did the same and then thought that he must surpass her. Their palms clasped together and he thought about the habits, movements, methods, theory. A huge explosion occurred between their palms, destroying everything in its path. Suddenly, Thomas's hand began to crack, and he thought that even if he had to steal absolutely everything from her. A second later, a huge explosion threw him back. Han stood nearby and watched this. Looking down, he said that it would be logical to expect a person's ego to crack if he continues to die again and again without results. Looking at Thomas with his arms torn off, he said that for some reason he was smiling here. Not only did he have innate talent, but also an unbending will and an endless desire to improve himself. Han watched as Thomas's head was cut off. His hand flew to the side, and then he said that this child is someone who was never even in their family. He is a madman. A dark aura dissolved his hand. But Thomas rushed into battle again, using the seal of cruelty. Looking down, he laughed and, smiling, said that he had already reached the 3rd star. He looked ahead in fear when the axe approached his head. The Queen of the Mountains cut the air with great force. The protagonist managed to react and dodge. He struck with his fist, and then said that she did not give him time for even a second's respite. The Queen threw her blade and grabbed it with a different grip. A strong icy aura appeared around it. Seeing this, Thomas fearfully put his hands in front of himself, using a protective barrier. Well, since the Queen was able to break through the barrier and strike the protagonist, Thomas, gritting his teeth, tried to overcome the incredibly strong dark energy. He wondered if this was really his limit. Ordinary theft was not enough. Looking at the Ice Mountain Queen swinging her weapon at him, he thought that in order to defeat the Queen, he must restrain her. Gritting his teeth, he stopped and then thought that no, he must. Making a dash forward, he continued to think that he must become her. Dark energy surrounded the protagonist from all sides. Suddenly, his seal on his hand glowed brightly. Thomas turned pale and, looking ahead, asked that he really died again. Suddenly, he saw Adam, who was hovering in the air, who told him to prove it to him. Looking at his friend's face closer, Thomas wondered what he was doing here. The demon replied that he must prove to him that he is worthy of being a member of their race. The ruler of the Ice Mountains appeared. Thomas, in the body of the ruler of the Ice Mountains, thought that he was able to reach her. He rested his hand on the floor, and then his seal glowed. Opening his eyes, he saw a yeti in front of him. He stretched out his small hand to it, then wondered what was happening. A shaman stood in the distance. He raised his hands up and shouted that the Lord of all demons had sent them an oracle. The yeti, holding a small child in his arms, shouted that their queen was the Lord of the Highlands. A small eddy appeared, waving her hand. The shaman, holding a child in his arms, shouted that the mountain range would be theirs. Thomas, imagining the eddy in his head, thought that he was born a lord destined to rule the icy mountains. He thought that this was a memory of the mountain queen. The eddy looked at the dark matter. The queen thought that, however, she, being the first in the history of the icy mountains who managed to unite all the tribes, could not be satiated with power in just one ridge. Her eyes lit up with a red light. Looking at the mountains, she thought that she had to return them to their former glory. Turning to the warriors of the ice, she shouted for them to listen to her. They were once part of the great demon army. Grabbing her axe, she added that they would once again take back their rightful place. They began to destroy the knights, and the queen thought that their army was able to bring countless humans and demons to their knees. They destroyed everything in their path. The queen of the icy mountains stood under the eclipse and thought that finally they were again recognized as part of the demon race. The queen frowned and looked menacingly in front of herself, thought that moreover, she even intended to become the ruler of all demons. However, her warriors suddenly fell, and she bowed, thinking that the demon king Adam, the original sin, appeared before her. He looked down with a smile, then, approaching, he grabbed her. She thought that he was an insurmountable wall for her, and she had no choice but to accept defeat and shame. Looking at the icy mountains, she continued to think that, however, she never stopped trying to clear her true name and strengthen the seal. Looking down at the dark aura, she thought that the first step had been taken. Turning around, the queen continued to think that just a little more, and she would have been able to achieve Adam's recognition. Suddenly, someone appeared in the sky, telling her to stop. A girl appeared with a knight. The queen thought that her path was blocked. The knights were menacingly approaching her, and she saw Khan in front of her, thinking that an even greater, much more terrifying wall of power which she could not even imagine. The queen of the icy mountains, menacingly looking ahead, said that all troops to attack. Literally a second later, she turned around and saw her subordinates turn into dust. One by one, they exploded in an instant. Looking at this, she asked what was happening. Then the warrior rushed forward and destroyed her warrior. He used an incredible force technique, and in an instant, 1,000 warriors flew into pieces. Suddenly, one of the Yetis screamed in fear to be saved. He did not want to die. The others looked ahead in fear. A huge demon appeared in front of them, looking at them, began to roar. Something fell down at great speed, creating a blast wave. The queen put her hands in front of her and dodged. Then she pulled her axe forward. Menacingly taking a stance, she told the living to calm down. She opened her mouth wide and shouted that they were part of the great demon race. There was nothing they couldn't do. Show the enemies who blocked their way how terrible their wrath was. A second later, blood spurted out. The queen looked ahead in fear, then asked what was going on. All of her allies' heads immediately tore off, and fountains of blood gushed out. She continued to stand there, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Khan stretched out his hand forward. The queen, standing near the burning fields, said that they had lost the war with the people he led and were driven back to the icy mountains. She looked up in displeasure and shouted why this was happening. Looking towards Khan, she continued to shout that the people, already had everything they could ever dream of, but they were preventing them from getting even a small grain of what they wanted. Then, gritting her teeth, she began to slowly crawl forward. A mark appeared on her hand, and then a huge dark energy came out of her body. Thomas stood silently and looked at her. He watched her carefully for a few seconds, and then, looking at the queen, he thought that this was her duty. Taking a few steps forward, he said that despite the great despair, looking at the dark aura of the queen, he added that she was able to endure. He imagined how he, as a child, goes to meet her. The queen did the same, and he continued to think that countless difficulties. He stretched out his hand to her and added that in order to return his race to its former glory. They cried together, and he hugged the queen, saying that this is a great duty. Someone's weapons crossed. Thomas thought that after that day, Khan settled in the icy mountains in order to watch the queen of the icy mountains. After a huge number of battles, they were imbued with respect for each other, and the good were crossed, and not with a smile looked at each other, thinking about the fact that they began to spend a lot of time together. But even so, a dark aura appeared around the queen. Her eyes were full of rage, and then she whispered that she must return the pride of their race. She was unable to break free from the shackles of her temptations. In the end, she became a monster. Khan folded his hands, and a dark aura appeared in them. Then he clapped his hands. Looking ahead, he wondered if she had met her end at his hands. Thomas narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Then he opened them wide. Someone told him that he must be that descendant. The queen, standing next to him, added that the one hand had told her about. She, smiling, grabbed her shoulder and added that, considering that he had managed to burn most of her mana and also cut off her hand, apparently his words were not simple bragging. The protagonist, looking ahead, extended his hand and said that he pitied her. The queen, lowering her head, laughed. And then, looking towards Thomas, she said that although she had met a miserable end, unable to give up her ambitions, being a queen, she was also a warrior. Frowning, she added that therefore she would not accept pity from her enemy. Thomas looked in her direction in fear, and the Ice Mountain Queen smiled and added that now it seemed like this fight would soon come to an end. She should apologize to her subjects who sacrificed themselves and honor their memory. The protagonist stood there, clenching her fist, and the queen added that why was she so obsessed with being part of the demon army in the first place. The dark aura continued to emanate from her, and then she shouted that just being happy with those she loved would be enough. A second later, the dark aura retreated from her in different directions. The protagonist silently watched her, then thought that she was being engulfed by demonic energy. He narrowed his eyes and thought about what he should do now. A red, powerful aura appeared around the Ice Mountain Queen. After which Thomas, frowning, thought that no, he needed to pull himself together. His enemy was the Ice Mountain Queen, the ruler who was able to unite the uncontrollable mountain race. The queen looked ahead menacingly, her eyes filled with rage, and the protagonist thought that she was the greatest warrior of the Yeti and also an opponent that he must absorb. The queen continued to emanate demonic energy. She looked ahead frighteningly. Thomas extended his hand and thought that not only would he not be able to defeat her if he tried to hold back his strength, but he would also be disrespecting her. Taking a stance, a strong aura appeared around him, and he thought about what he would show her. They both jumped up and walked towards each other, and Thomas thought about the great debt that she had erected. The queen stomped her foot hard. Thomas pushed off the ground, and they approached each other at great speed. Their eyes were filled with rage. They were ready to kill each other. Thomas and the queen swung at each other to strike. The enormous power of the protagonist was quickly approaching her. The queen's demonic energy attacked him. They clashed in a great duel. A huge force surrounded them. The queen swung her axe. The protagonist grabbed another axe and thought. What's more, he struck in front of him with all his might, pushing the queen back. Gritting his teeth, he dashed forward, thinking that he needed to become her. Their eyes were filled with madness. They parried each other's attacks again and again. At some point, they were very close. The queen stamped her foot, thinking that her life was at stake in this battle. Thomas did the same, pushing off the ground. They were quickly approaching each other. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, looked menacingly in front of him. The queen's eyes were filled with rage. She wondered why she was having so much fun then. A strong bright flash appeared, illuminating everything around. Enormous energy broke the stones. They flew in different directions. Huge boulders began to fall to the ground, and Thomas thought that he could feel them. Looking ahead, he raised his hand to strike, and then continued to think that he could feel the days filled with happiness that she spent with calm. The queen, frowning, raised her fist behind her back. A huge bright flash blinded the protagonist, and he flew to the side. The queen raised her axe to strike, but Thomas managed to parry. He leaned to the side. The queen ran after him. The protagonist turned around and, opening his mouth wide, screamed. He threw the queen back. The protagonist pushed off the ground. The queen of the Ice Mountains did the same. They stood opposite each other in a stance. Thomas, clenching his teeth, trembled, his eyes filled with anger. The queen stood opposite him with her eyes filled with rage. The protagonist thought that they had both already reached their limits. As he rushed forward, he thought that the outcome of the battle would be decided in this final dash. In a moment, they were next to each other. Thomas thought that the skill that brought countless races to their knees was the secret technique of the Queen of the Ice Mountains. The queen, looking menacingly ahead, swung her palm. The protagonist did the same, looking menacingly ahead. Their palms collided with each other. Enormous power emanated from them, illuminating everything around. The ground under their feet cracked. A few moments later, dust appeared. Two silhouettes were visible in it. Thomas stood in place, his hands stretched out. A huge hole appeared in the queen's body. Seeing this, the protagonist was horrified. The queen silently looked ahead for a few seconds. Then, looking up, she laughed. Raising her head, she added that for the last time. Hearing her words, Thomas began to shake. He lowered his head and clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in fear when he heard the queen thank him. She turned around, and tears welled up in her eyes. Then, she fell to one knee. The sun appeared in the sky, better illuminating the earth. The queen, smiling, looked ahead. Thomas stood above her silently for a few seconds, and then her body began to evaporate. The protagonist, squeezing his hand, looks at the blue energy around his seal. Suddenly, a tattoo of mountains appeared on his hand. On the spinner knee, after two small green leaves are lying on the floor. After a while, the stem begins to rise and several flowers appear. And after some time, the flower fully blooms. Looking at it, Thomas says to the queen in peace, and this is where his first trial came to an end. Khan claps his hands and says that he really managed to absorb the Queen of the Icy Mountains and notes that it was incredible. Thomas looks at him tiredly and says if that's too much of a challenge to start with. Thomas smiles evilly. His hand says that like everything about their family, he can't call himself a Melvinger if he can't overcome something like that, to which Thomas thinks that's why they're called selfish. Ham looks at Thomas seriously and says that he's impressed nonetheless because even though he has talent, Han was sure it would take 1 to 3 years, but a fledgling who had only been studying magic for a few years managed to defeat a mountain king in 1 month. Thomas tiredly repeats 1 month. Zoom to 9, who replies that's what he said. Thomas gestures and continues that he meant he's only been studying magic for 1 month, and since he's been here for another month that means he started 2 months ago. Thomas and Han stand opposite each other and Han points out that that was a bad joke. Thomas tenses up and Han asks if he's serious. Thomas is confused as Han continues that this isn't some kind of pompous Melvinger style joke. Han grabs him by the shoulder and bursts out laughing, saying that he has a pretty good eye for people, to which Thomas replies that Han just said something with the phrase even despite your talent. Han laughs out loud and calls Thomas a bastard, to which Thomas yells that it hurts and Han's beard is itchy. Thomas and Han look at the mountains and Han asks what her last moments were like. Zoom in on the back of the MC's head, who says that she was smiling. Han replies that it's an incredible relief for him. Thomas bows and thanks Han for his help, to which Han wishes him luck on the way back. Thomas frowns slightly and says that he doubts he'll be able to visit him often. Han looks sadly and says that he understands and that being the head of the family is a responsible position after all. Thomas turns and leaves, and Han watches him go. Thomas turns back abruptly and Han is perplexed. Thomas scratches his cheek and asks how he can get out of there. Han holds out his hand and replies that he has already left countless times and how can he not remember. Thomas looks forward in surprise at the flash of light. Thomas looks up at the ceiling and curses at the old man. Thomas clutches his head while lying on the floor. Thomas glares at Adam as he says that the old man ought to have finished him off, to which Thomas replies that how can you kill without warning at all. Mephistopheles smiles and asks if he managed to absorb the Queen of the Icy Mountains. Thomas bares his forearm and says that it literally just happened. Mephistopheles throws his head back in satisfaction and replies that it is all thanks to his help, to which Thomas sarcastically calls Mephistopheles the best demon lord. Mephistopheles looks at her in surprise and thinks that this is incredible, because he suggested a mere trifle and it is difficult for him to even describe the main character with the word genius, because he is a real monster. Thomas raises his finger and says that he is interested in one thing. Didn't he have a special relationship with the Mountain Queen and why Mephistopheles did not allow her to become a demon? Mephistopheles awkwardly turned away and asks how he found out, to which Thomas replies that he managed to catch a glimpse of her memories and asks Mephistopheles to answer his question. Mephistopheles remembers himself on the Mountain of Bones and replies that he is a demon lord, and she is nothing more or less than a scum of the demon race, and that time he was just bored. Mephistopheles looks at the snowy mountains and continues that he found out that someone in the icy mountains said that he could become a demon and he decided to look there. Mephistopheles holds the horned creature by the chin and continues that she was clearly far from the level of the demon queen, but it must be admitted that her will and skills were good. Mephistopheles smiles and says that she was lucky to meet such a kind-hearted demon lord like him, and if it were Azazel or Lilith, they would have torn her into tiny pieces. Mephistopheles waves his hand and continues that in the end, he told her to find him when she became stronger and just left her. Thomas looks stunned and asks if this is the end of the story and if they have seen each other again, to which Mephistopheles gets angry and replies that why would he see her. He repeats to see her. A blizzard in the icy mountains. Khan smiles at the man with the axe. Footprints on the snowy surface. Mephistopheles grits his teeth. Mephistopheles sadly looks ahead. Thomas slams his fist into his palm and states that he understands everything, to which Mephistopheles asks him again. Thomas mocks Mephistopheles, saying that he is just like those brats who bully girls they love unrequitedly. Mephistopheles exclaims in rage that he is not a brat and that there can be no talk of unrequited love. Thomas smirks and continues that this is why even after 1,000 years he has not found anyone for himself. To which Mephistopheles replies that Thomas is a bastard and how dare he mock him. Close up of the room, where Thomas continues that Mephistopheles is probably alone, forever alone, and Mephistopheles wishes him dead. Khan's fist is smoking. Khan closed his eyes and thinks that this is a very interesting kid. Leaves are flying on the wind streams. Khan lowers his eyebrows. Khan closed his eyes and asks that she thinks the same thing and does she hold a grudge against him. Hands covered in blood hold a corpse. A man holds a corpse in his arms and wonders how he could do something like that with his own hands. A man sits around a pile of corpses. Khan stands and says that the Queen of the Icy Mountains. The man is furious and his eyes are glowing. The creature lets out a piercing scream. Khan looks at the smoking entity. He asks Khan to kill him. Khan asks for forgiveness in the smoke. He clasps his hands, leaving a hole from his palms. Khan stands half in shadow, approaching his face with a monocle. Khan opens his eyes and thanks. He looks up and continues that she should leave her regrets and goals to this child and rest in peace. Khan smiles through tears and says that he thinks they will meet in the next life. He looks at the sunset sky and says that he hopes that it will be even more beautiful than it was before. Mephistopheles asks what Thomas is digging around in there for, to which he replies that he is trying to find something, and Mephistopheles asks again what exactly he is looking for which it was necessary to turn the entire library upside down. Thomas holds something glowing in his hands and Mephistopheles asks if it is what he thinks it is. Thomas holds a rock in his hands and Mephistopheles asks if it is an ice crystal. Khan says that he should take it and find the god of Camellia. Thomas holds it in front of Khan and asks what he means, if it is that camellia flower, to which Khan answers positively and continues that that person should become his next instructor. Thomas scratches his head and asks if this is the test he thinks about, which 9 confirms. Thomas looks at the crystal with confusion and asks how much time he will have to kill for this, because at this rate he can even grow old. Khan looks at him seriously and answers that exactly until he reaches the level of their progenitor. Thomas frowns and asks again about the rank of the progenitor. They stand facing each other and Khan says that in time he will find the answers to his questions himself and that the progenitor has both fulfilled and left many tasks in this world. They look at the cloudy sky and Khan continues that they have prepared various tests for him so that he can follow them, and all that is required of him is to diligently follow the path laid out. Thomas clenches his fists and agrees so that he will not lose the thing, to which Khan replies that he is very sorry to place such a great responsibility on him, but this is the path that only he is destined to walk, and calls him by name with a postfix in the form of his status as the head of the Melvinger house. Khan turns away and urges him to go. Khan looks at him seriously and continues that he must go and strengthen Winter. Thomas looks at the crystal and says that basically he was just told to bring the ice crystal to the god of the Camellia, to which Mephistopheles bursts out laughing. Mephistopheles smirks and says that since it's about the god of the Camellia, it looks like he intends to recreate winter. Thomas sits with the crystal in his hand and asks if Adam knows what this is supposed to mean, to which Mephistopheles replies that it's the same 4 seasons. Mephistopheles frowns and says that they are the ones that hunted such demons. Thomas listens to him attentively. Thomas jumps up and asks him to tell him everything he knows in detail, to which Mephistopheles asks why he would do that. Thomas shows the number 4 and says that 5 days of release, to which Mephistopheles asks if he thinks he can bribe him any further with such a trifle. Thomas grins and offers the release of silence, but no more. Mephistopheles smiles and agrees, after which he asks him to listen carefully, that there are 4 forces that help his ancestors in strengthening the house of Melvinger. 4 silhouettes, and Adam names 4 seasons for each silhouette. Mephistopheles says that since their personalities and characteristics match each season, they, the demons, call them the 4 seasons. Khan against the backdrop of a snowstorm, and Mephistopheles continues that among them, Khan matched the winter. Mephistopheles frowns slightly and says that the fact that someone like that was behind the organization of the tests. Thomas looks at him in horror, and he continues that this fact can only mean that he intends to pass on to him the power that he once possessed himself. A bead of sweat runs down Thomas's face, and he wonders if this means that if the test is successfully completed, he will be able to move on to the other seasons. A silhouette in the clouds, to which Thomas continues that absorbing the power of all 4 seasons will mean that he will be able to stand on the same level as the progenitor, whom they supported. A hand with a tattoo, and Thomas continues that if he continues to absorb seals that are comparable in power to the seal of cruelty or even stronger, then Thomas frowns rather and thinks that the revival of the family does not seem like an impossible task to him anymore. Thomas asks what is so important about this ice crystal that the god of the Camellia himself needs it, to which Mephistopheles begins to talk about the ice crystal. Against the backdrop of icy peaks, Mephistopheles says that it is the core of winter itself, which is formed only in the deepest depths of the eternally snow-capped mountains, which in other words would mean that it is the egg of the spirit. Against the backdrop of a flash, Mephistopheles continues that since the camellia is a flower that blooms in winter, there is no better flower pot for it than an ice crystal. Mephistopheles closes one eye and listens to the MC's question about where he should go to meet the god of the camellia, to which Mephistopheles replies that presumably the flower temple, which is located somewhere in the north. Thomas is taken aback and asks what flower temple they are talking about, since he has only heard of it from fairy tales and does it really exist, to which Mephistopheles confirms this and says that this noisy idiot must be guarding the temple right now. Thomas looks at him in confusion and thinks that he can only be sure after he looks at the records in the Imperial Library himself. Thomas opens his eyes and continues that isn't he acting too accommodating, maybe he is up to something. Mephistopheles stands with his arms crossed and Thomas thinks that his spiritual form has become brighter. Mephistopheles looks at him madly and thinks that it seems that the brat noticed that a part of his power has returned to him, and to think that the test affected his demonic energy too, and yet, can Thomas do anything even if he saw through him? Thomas stands in the void and Mephistopheles thinks that he has no choice but to become stronger by passing the trials. Thomas looks down and thinks that the trials each time make him stronger, but at the same time return the powers to the atoms. Thomas imagines Mephistopheles at the peak of his powers and thinks that it is quite possible that now he is contributing to the revival of the Lord of Demons, and this will lead to real chaos in the whole world. Thomas looks at the floor dejectedly, and Mephistopheles mentally mocks him and thinks that he has such an adorable expression on his face and looks scared, which is to be expected. Mephistopheles crosses his arms and continues that of course he is uncomfortable with the thought of having to let Melvinger get stronger, but his own recovery is his priority. Thomas smiles wickedly, to which Mephistopheles asks why Thomas is suddenly smiling again. Mephistopheles frowns with displeasure, and Thomas thinks that this all means that he will be able to take even more energy from Mephistopheles so that he can get his powers back and get out of his body. He must become even stronger. Thomas smiles contentedly, to which Mephistopheles thinks that he is already uneasy and he should stop winding himself up. Thomas says that everything is wonderful, and since all the preparations are complete, isn't it time for them to move out? There is a spark in the snowy sky. The spark is even brighter. Thomas walks contentedly and says that just a month ago this path seemed incredibly difficult to him, but now everything is simple, to which Mephistopheles says that Thomas is incredibly narcissistic. Against the backdrop of an avalanche, Thomas says that since he needs a guide, why doesn't he visit the Crimson Eye tribe? Thomas smiles contentedly and thinks that he does not know if it is because he fought the Yeti for a long time or because he absorbed the Queen's seal, but he wants to see them. Thomas looks ahead in shock. Thomas is confused by the ruined bloody village. Thomas looks at the pools of blood and the corpse and asks what the hell happened here. The red silhouette is impaled by spikes while Thomas asks what happened here, and Mephistopheles says that it looks like their death was long and painful. Although the attackers could have done everything quickly, those responsible for this clearly enjoyed the process. Mephistopheles looks in disgust and continues that he does not know who could do such a thing, but the nature of this creature is more terrible than most demons. Mephistopheles looks at the back of Thomas' head while Thomas notes that he feels like shit. Thomas walks forward and thinks that since Yetis are a race of monsters, they can be killed at any time, and even he himself has killed them, but he never treated them like toys. Thomas bares his teeth and continues that this is an incredibly disgusting feeling, and it appeared because he absorbed the power of the Queen of the Icy Mountains. Thomas opens his mouth and thinks that he needs to calm down, because he is not a Yeti and he is not allowed to feel empathy with him. Thomas looks ahead in horror. Thomas sees shadows in the distance. Thomas walks forward. He rakes the snow with his hands. Thomas clenches his teeth. Thomas digs something in the snow. Thomas shouts that it looks like someone new has arrived. The child raises his hands in delight, and someone continues that the further journey will be much more difficult, so before leaving, it is worth refreshing. Mephistopheles stands behind the gentleman, displeased. Corpses stick out of the snowdrifts upside down, and Thomas notes that this is the work of those bastards and asks Mephistopheles if this is true. Mephistopheles answers in the affirmative. Thomas looks ahead in shock and asks that aren't they responsible for the fact that he feels so shitty now. The three in cloaks run forward. Isabel breathes heavily. Isabel trips over a snowdrift. She falls to the ground, and the two men ask the young lady if she is okay. They look at her in shock, to which she says that she is fine and asks them not to worry, for they do not know when the killers will show up again, so they should concentrate on finding the grave, to which the man replies that she needs to rest. Isabel frowns and replies that she is the daughter of the Blue Lion and it is not fitting for her to be a burden to everyone. The man, surprised, calls her a young lady again. Isabel shakes and thinks that many people have died at the hands of the killers that are chasing her, and she cannot let their sacrifices be in vain. A man runs up to Isabel and she thinks that a whole month has passed, and during this whole time they have been trying to find the grave. Isabel frowns at the map. Isabel looks up tiredly and asks where this grave is even located. She calls out to her father. The banner flutters, and she continues that the only daughter of the Blue Lion is not even capable of swinging a sword with dignity. This is the estate of the great family of the Blue Lion, the Weil family. Isabel walks down the corridor, and people whisper that according to the rule, lions step only behind a strong, but the second lady asks him to shut up because the Blue Lion can hear him. Approaching on LL, she went further. Isabel swings. Isabel trains. The sword sticks into the floor and she wonders why. Isabel tries to catch her breath and continues that why does she have no talent? Because she can't even. Isabel holds her head, and around her there are discontents addressed to her, because the only daughter of the Blue Lion is not even capable of swinging a sword with dignity. Her family clearly has a bleak future. The Blue Lion was unlucky with the heir. The only heir turned out to be a girl, and what could you expect from a woman? Why couldn't she even try a little? Isabel doesn't understand how she can call herself the child of the Blue Lion. A man with a mustache approaches Isabel from behind. It is LL8's father. They sit and look at the night sky while Jamin says that he is sorry for having to put such a burden on her, to which Isabel replies that the problem is that she is not good enough. Jamin smiles and says that she does not need to follow in his footsteps and becomes the Blue Lion. Isabel looks at him confused, and he continues that she is not the Blue Lion, she is an honorable daughter of the Weil family. Jaemin shows his biceps and says that besides, he is still in good shape and asks her to feel his steel muscles, to which Isabel notes that it is armor. Jaemin is still smiling and asks her not to worry about her father, then corrects himself and asks her not to worry about the blue lion. 8. Tears well up in Isabel's eyes while Jaemin continues that, like before, he will pursue his dream of becoming the best swordsman on the entire continent. Isabel smiles. The hallway is empty and Isabel asks why her father hasn't woken up. She holds his hand. The doctor looks at Herman and says that he has symptoms similar to the ceiling disease. Herman lies there painfully while the doctor continues that his mana has failed because he used his aura too recklessly and at this rate his muscles may atrophy. Isabel looks at him sadly and the doctor says that the problem will be solved as soon as they can restore the flow of his mana. But that is almost impossible since her father has too much mana. Isabel looks dejected and the doctor continues that in this situation, the only thing left to rely on is magical items. Isabel rides a horse and thinks that she needs to save her father. The tower glows and Isabel continues that normal items will have no effect on him and in desperation she began to ask the Academy's magical tower for help. The man in the cloak raises his hand. A group of people stand in front of the gate and Isabel says that even their items were useless and they tirelessly combed the entire continent. A view of the fortress in the mountains, while Isabel continues that all searches were in vain and it seemed that there was not and will not be a single clue. There are many windows in the roof, and in the background someone says that he has not heard of the tomb of the king of the icy mountains, who once ruled all the Yetis in the highlands. Isabel overhears someone else's conversation, where the first asks if this is serious, because if they are talking about the tomb of the king, then a whole mountain of treasure must be stored there and surely there will be magical items in it that people can only dream of, and if they get at least one of them, they would become incredibly rich and maybe even visit there. Isabel turns around, while the second one answers that the first is an idiot, because of some fairy tale he decided to become dinner for a Yeti. They turned around as he continued to say that he was talking nonsense and that they should have a drink, it was better. Isabel stood confidently in front of the table and said that she had grabbed this straw and started researching and found out that the tomb of the king of the ice mountains really does exist, and she even managed to find out its exact location. Someone whispered in her ear. Someone held a glass of wine and Isabel continued that the big problem was that this news reached her uncle's ears. Isabel looked at the guards in shock, who shouted at Isabel that she should run away. The men take Isabel away and she continues her story about how her uncle Paul, who was eagerly awaiting the opportunity to take over the position of Blue Lion, sent assassins to get rid of her as the heir apparent. She sits with the map again and thinks. Isabel bares her teeth and thinks about how inhumane her uncle can be. The guard shouts that Isabel should hide immediately. The second one grabs her wrist. Isabel looks on in surprise. Someone says that these are some people, they have been looking all over for her. The guard prepares to attack while the man continues that he has been wondering where she could be hiding. The man in the cloak smirks and Isabel thinks that it is the 6th squad of blue wolves, while he says that since she is family, he will grant her a quick death, and she continues that it is an elite squad of knights that her uncle has secretly raised. Isabel is still watching while the man says that since he is here, Isabel should be nearby too. The guard is angry and shouts that this is all nonsense and that he will pay for taking the lives of his comrades, and at the same time mentally begs Isabel to run away from there quickly and not to look back. The guard pulls Isabel and says that she cannot go there because they cannot cope with the detachment, and Isabel kicks and asks to let her go because he may die. The guard shouts that the second is risking his own life to buy them time to escape and asks if she wants his sacrifice to be in vain. Isabel tries to object in horror. Someone calls out to LL. Isabel turns around in horror. The man in the cloak says that her loyal servant is about to die and why doesn't she show herself? He plunges the blade into the guard's chest. The man smirks and continues that to think that she abandoned her glorious knight and calls her lady cruelty. He takes a swing and decides to chop his head off. Isabel screams at him to stop. Isabel appears from behind a rock. Isabel asks in tears if she is their target and continues that they can finish her off if they let the others go. They zoom in on her face and the guy says that he is sorry but that will not work. Isabel looks on in horror and the guy in the cloak says that they were ordered to kill everyone who was even slightly connected to what was happening, to which Isabel tries to object. Bloody handprints, and the guy continues that if Isabel had not been on the run for so long, then maybe these senseless casualties among innocent people could have been avoided. Bloody handprints crawl out as he says that this is truly pathetic. He smirks. Isabel is stunned. She is extremely depressed and thinks that innocent people died because of her. The man in the cloak goes on the attack and says it's time to end this. Someone says it's all clear. The man in the cloak turns around and asks who it is. A branch with snow. Someone uses transformation. The main character's leg appears on the branch. The man in the cloak bares his teeth. Thomas sits on the branch and says he's just Satan passing by. He calls them vile bastards. Thomas goes on the attack on the man in the cloak. The plot says that Thomas intervenes in what's happening as a hero. They go to counterattack Thomas. Thomas points his hand at them and says that trash like them doesn't deserve mercy. Thomas holds a crystal in his hands, and the plot says that Thomas was given the task of recreating winter after the first test, and he was about to leave the icy mountains, but something stopped him. Thomas remembers the bloody footage, and the plot continues that suddenly Thomas came across a yeti and people who were killed with particular cruelty. Isabel rides a horse, and the plot continues that at the same time Isabel was trying to find the grave of the king of the ice mountains to cure her father. The man in the cloak prepares to attack. The plot continues that she began to be pursued by the killers of the squad of blue wolves, who were set on her by her own uncle. Thomas appeared exactly at the moment when the man in the cloak swung, and everything could have ended. The man in the cloak grins and asks again about Satan and what kind of ridiculous joke this is. Maybe he got out of some cult, and continues that Thomas would have saved his life by simply running past. The man in the cloak gets angry. Thomas goes on the attack, and the man in the cloak is perplexed because magic is used here. The man in the cloak jumps back. He stands in a snowdrift and asks who the hell Thomas is. The guard and Isabel look in surprise as Thomas asks if they are okay, to which he receives a positive answer. Isabel asks how he is, to which he says that everything is fine. The cloaked men are conferring. For mages always land like this, perhaps he has tripped, which is likely, but is he going to get up? Which is unlikely, for he is too embarrassed to do so. Thomas is trembling and thinking that if there were not so much inconvenient snow here, his appearance would have been much more effective, to which Isabel recognizes him. Isabel has opened her eyes slightly and is wondering if this is not the man who is considered missing. Isabel thinks that she cannot let him get involved in this story and shouts at him that she is asking him to run away, for this does not concern him. The cloaked man interrupts her and turns to her with the words that he thinks he has already said, that no witness should survive. He gets angry and gives the command to destroy this Satan. They attack the messers. Isabel is screaming. Thomas stands calmly and calls them trash. Thomas's eyes glow green, and he notes that trash like them does not deserve any mercy. He uses the gust and looks up at them. Thomas reaches out to them. The glow reaches the cloaked men. It is very strong. Thomas punches. Thomas's eyes glow and he stands in the epicenter of blood splatter. The guard looks on, stunned and confused. The cloaked man cursed. The cloaked man shouts at the squad not to stand there and kill him, to which they attack and should not give him time to cast the spell. Thomas counterattacks and asks what for. Thomas turns. He holds out his palm and uses the slash. A force field radiates from it towards the squad. Ice spikes hit all the squad members. There are more and more of them, and they shout for the others to block the spikes. The cloaked man reaches out and asks for help. Blood splatters fly from him. The cloaked man stands and blood is in the air around him. He shouts that where did Thomas even come from, and is doing all this knowing who they are. Thomas laughs and says he doesn't care who they are and tells them to bow down to him first. The man in the cloak grins and threatens to finish off the men. Isabel looks out from behind a tree trunk and wonders who this man is, since he defeated the blue wolves with such ease, but she stops herself since now is not the time to think about it. Isabel looks on in horror and continues that Thomas is definitely a powerful mage and it is dangerous for them to approach him. The man in the cloak attacks the men. He says that he will at least take him with him. Thomas frowns and notes that he is fast. Isabel yells at Thomas to keep his distance. Thomas' eye glows and he uses armament enhancement. Thomas stares at the attacking man. He is about to strike. Thomas extends his hand and uses cleave. Thomas releases a huge amount of ice at his opponent. The cloaked man dodges and screams that Thomas really thinks he can stop him with magic like that. The cloaked man breaks through a wave of ice blocks. He screams that Thomas is finished. Thomas counters. The blade touches the wall of ice just as Thomas uses cleave. There is a huge block of ice in front of the guardian. Thomas smirks from behind the ice while the man asks why the ice is not breaking, and Thomas interrupts him and says that he should be worrying about something else right now. Thomas fixes his hair and continues that he will bury his skull in the ground. The cloaked man is taken aback and realizes that he is in trouble. Thomas goes for him and strikes him. All that is left is shreds of his cloak. The guardian looks at this and says that he cannot believe it, because Thomas destroyed the blue wolves in an instant, to which the other continues that to think that such a mage would be on the hillside. Isabel looks at him and thinks that it is incredible, because they look the same age as her, and how can he be so strong? Thomas's silhouette is blurred by snowflakes. Isabel thinks that since this guy has such power at such a young age, it is quite possible that he is comparable to the Tasha of one of the three rising stars, and it is impossible that she has not heard of him and is pouting about who it is. Thomas stands tensely. Thomas closes his eyes and throws his head back. He sighs in relief. He remembers the child and the Yeti. Thomas opens his eyes and asks the dead to rest in peace. Mephistopheles calls out to him and says that they are looking at him very worriedly and maybe he should tell them something, because even he felt uneasy from their intense gaze. Thomas panics and does not know what to say, and Mephistopheles asks again if he is listening to him at all. Isabel looks dumbfounded. Thomas turns around and says that it's been a long time, hasn't it? The guard frowns and thinks that even though Thomas helped them, he's still a stranger and it's too early for them to relax, and if he has ulterior motives, then this guy is no less dangerous than the squad. The guard looks at LL. Isabel thanks the MC, to which the guards are indignant that she doesn't have to bow to him. Thomas, stunned, says that it's not worth it, while Isabel calls out to the guards. All three bow and thank him for saving them. Thomas awkwardly continues that anyone in his place would have done the same and asks them to stand up, to which Mephistopheles says that it seems that Isabel is not alien to the feeling of gratitude, which cannot be said about the other two. Isabel stands up and says that this may sound rude, but she asks for permission to ask Thomas for a favor, to which Thomas says that it is time for him to go. Isabel crosses her fingers over his palm and says that she would like to hire him. Thomas lowers his eyebrows and looks. The night sky, a chariot pulled by horses. Inside are the main character, Isabel, and the guards. Mephistopheles frowns and says that even he notices the corners of his mouth turning up, and if he is going to hide it then he should at least try a little harder, to which Thomas thinks that is to be expected. Thomas holds his crossed hands over the brown stone and continues that since he was given something so significant, Isabel gave it to him, and Thomas thinks that it is gold and moreover it is the symbol of the blue lion. Thomas looks down at her and asks if she is from the Weil family, to which she answers yes and continues that she is, although she is not worthy of being called one. Thomas looks at Isabel and thinks that this explains her delicate features. Stained glass with LL. In the background, Thomas says that Isabel is a lifeless flower, and although her beauty was enough to take the role of the crown princess, she was rejected because she was considered a lifeless flower. Bluestone. And in the background, Thomas continues that this happened only because she was not gifted with talent at birth. In the background of Isabel's silhouette, he continues that if a lion does not have sharp fangs and strong paws, his importance drops to zero. Thomas raises his eyebrows and thinks that he heard that after the breakup of her marriage, Isabel became a recluse in her own estate. Isabel looks down sadly. Thomas smiles and says that his name is Rick and it is an honor for him to meet the only daughter of the Blue Lion, to which she replies that why would it be an honor for him to meet someone like her. Thomas closes his eyes and continues that she should be more confident in herself, because given the tenacity he has seen, she is more than worthy of a person named the Blue Lion. Isabel cries and thanks him. Thomas holds out his hand and continues that she said something about hiring, to which she answers positively, but at the moment she has nothing on her. Isabel asks him to accompany them to the imperial capital, to which the guard shouts that they still have not found what they were looking for. Isabel turns to him and says that she does not intend to ruin their lives just because of her own greed, and first she should settle the matter with her uncle. Thomas turns to the corpses and thinks about which uncle he is talking about, because those knights look like they are members of this family themselves, and it seems that there is a raging discord within their family. Thomas thoughtfully grabbed his chin and continues that now that he thinks about it, he heard somewhere that the leader of the Blue Wolves is sick with reflux disease, which has symptoms similar to the disease of blockage. Thomas looks on dumbfounded and thinks that isn't this an opportunity to use this chance to make the head of their family in their debt, and if the reborn Melvinger house will become an ally of the Blue Lions. Thomas shakes Herman's hand, and around the signs that exclusive, the reborn Melvinger family has made an alliance with the Blue Lion's house. A Melvinger family member cured a blue lion from a fatal disease. The Duke of Melvinger and the Blue Lion shake hands with big smiles and strong ties between an influential family of magicians and the Blue Lions, and Thomas thinks that the scene will be amazing. Thomas smirks and thinks how cool it is to be smart. He gets goosebumps. Isabel says that she understands that such a fee is not worth his skills, but they undertake to pay him double as soon as they reach their destination. Thomas looks at the coin and Isabel asks if he minds. Isabel reaches into the things and says that she is very sorry. Thomas grins. Thomas takes her hand and says that he undertakes to escort them safely. The night sky outside the chariot window. Mephistopheles says that there are tons of treasures hidden in that temple, so why would he need these pennies? To which Thomas replies that he has a plan. Thomas props his chin on his hand and continues that if he were him, he would keep his mouth shut, since he has never had to suffer from hunger and terrible frost. The inverted Mephistopheles is perplexed. Thomas thinks what to do now, since he has no money at all. Maybe for Mephistopheles it is nothing, since he is a ghost, but people need food and a warm bed, to which Mephistopheles calls them problematic people. Thomas covers his mouth and thinks that this sound transmission is a very convenient thing, and he can communicate with him without saying a word and consuming a minimum of mana. Mephistopheles smirks and says that he should not flatter himself, because he taught Thomas this only because he was annoyed by the silence of the main character as soon as someone appeared nearby. Thomas says that he is not surprised that he was so angry when Thomas shut him up, to which Mephistopheles swears in displeasure. Isabel looks at Thomas in surprise, thinking that Mephistopheles should forget, because he intends to sit like this the whole way and he looks even more disgusting than usual, to which Mephistopheles replies that he has nothing else to do. Isabel looks at Thomas and thinks that he did not say a word and is most likely unhappy that she hired him. Isabel presses her lips and realizes that she needs his help. The chariot moves, and she continues that if her uncle sends an even stronger squad of wolves, then they will not have a chance to win. An estate with high towers. Someone sits on the throne and asks if the sixth squad was destroyed. The man in the cloak bows to the floor and makes excuses. The man swings his arm and says that if he is truly sorry, he should not have given her a reason to do so in the first place. A stream of blood. The man stands sideways and asks where he thinks Isabel is heading, to which he receives the answer that it has already been confirmed that she has left the territory of the icy mountains. The people go into the hall and he continues that most likely she will soon return to the imperial capital. He answers that this means that she will try to contact him, to which the leader of the first squad of blue wolves replies that this is most likely so. The uncle holds the hilt of the sword and calls Isabel a stupid child, and how dare such a pathetic person hope to negotiate with him. The uncle turns around. He sits on the throne and calls out to Hilton and says that he only has one chance. The horses stopped. The heroes looked around. A view of the city from the slope. They have arrived in Lanceta. The girl rubbed her shoulder with her hand. All her muscles were stiff. They hadn't stopped for rest, so they had arrived in just 2 days. Adam sat down, complaining that his body ached terribly. Thomas laughed, a ghost like him. The guy looked to the side. It seemed he didn't know that his posture needed to be straight. Why was it necessary to hang upside down the whole way? They were entering the arch of the gate. He noticed people in blue robes. The mercenaries knelt before Hilton. He ordered to send a second squad of blue wolves. The man raised his head, carefully asked if it made sense to gather one of the strongest squads for something so insignificant. The return of the young lady could be regarded as raising a white flag. A blood splashed from it. The guy said that the pack acted as a single whole. He grinned. Since she was heading from the icy mountains to the imperial capital, she would certainly pass through Lanceta. Thomas was amazed. Hilton wished that the place, the flag of the blue lion, the warriors looked back, became a grave for them. Isabel said angrily that she expected difficulties, since the Lord was in charge here, but not to this extent. Chen asked if they should turn back. One of the warriors noticed them. The girl answered, no. He went to another, pointed a finger. She said that they had already been discovered. Turning back, they would only bring even more suspicion on themselves. Isabel turned her head, said that they needed to quietly get out of the carriage and look for another. The hero interrupted her, no need. He grinned evilly. The girl asked fearfully what the guy said, transfiguration. They rode past people from the squad. Chen on horseback. The girl lowered her eyes. The carriage entered the fortress, an illuminated arch. The heroes found themselves in the city. Feet and shoes. She got out of the carriage. The princess looked at Thomas, asked what kind of magic he used. He answered that it was nothing special. He just cast an effect that disguises the outer shell as something else. It is a weak illusion that is very easy to dispel, so you need to be careful. The guy left his companions. Isabel waved to him, thanked him from the bottom of her heart. They entered the city only thanks to him. He said that they can stay here for the night. He will settle some business and return to them. The girl told him to be careful. When they walked along the city street, the demon asked why he used illusionary magic. He could just finish them off. Thomas replied that he did not even know the exact number of opponents, so he did not want to engage in battle, and he needs to save mana for unforeseen situations. Adam folded his arms on his chest, indignant. And what are the seals for? Or is he trying to justify his laziness? The guy remained silent. The demon leaned over, looked at him. In any case, shouldn't he hurry to the academy? Thomas said yes, but before that he needed to find out something. Adam smirked. A lot of time had passed, but nothing was forgotten. The hero remembered about Dean, said that he needed to find out what was wrong with him, so that he could properly reunite with him. The demon sighed nervously. He had no idea what kind of person this was, but since he was targeting him, he was clearly not to be envied. He turned his attention to the children playing. They were waving wooden swords. Adam asked if something like mana was emanating from them. What was it? They stopped in front of him. Thomas replied that it was an aura chain. It seems he did not catch its appearance. The guy raised a finger, explained, everything is quite simple. Initially mana was granted only to select mages, but over time they invented a method that allows even ordinary warriors to absorb mana with their bodies. While mages use magic circles in their hearts, martial artists strengthen their bodies by wrapping chains around their energy accumulation points. Mages' strength is determined by their circles, and warriors, in turn, are determined by their links. For example, Lady Isabel belongs to the first link, a beginner. A view of the heroes from the back, the demon asked, "Are there only 5 of them?" The hero answered, "Yes, but there is an exception, the only person who managed to go beyond the 5th link." Adam frowned, "And who?" The guy lowered his head. "The silhouette of the warrior, it is the golden lion. He is considered the strongest creature in the entire continent." They continued on their way. Adam noticed, "This is too arrogant a nickname to match human standards." Thomas objected. In strength he was comparable to his grandfather, one of the greatest descendants of his family. The hero stopped. They finally arrived. The demon thoughtfully said, "Is that so?" He smiled. He would not mind meeting him. The guy stood at the counter with publications, thought that the old man was up to something bad again, but now he should not think about that. He smiled kindly, said that he would like to buy all the newspapers for the last month. It was much more important to find out what happened during the time he fell out of the world. The facade of the castle, the man asked, "This issue is still not settled." The guy was kneeling in front of the dean, apologized and said that the Narrasters guard the infirmary like an impregnable fortress. The man looked sternly at Rivern. He said that since the news of the nest he discovered reached the press and the highest academic circles, Frederick was several heads above all other candidates. The man said that if he did not get approval to study the nest, then everything would be in vain. He needed a stunning victory. The guy grinned grimly. He would gladly carry out his orders. The man's lips formed a smile. Sean was sitting at the table. The dean ordered to continue to put pressure on the Nestrovs. The guy's hand trembled. The servant said that the issue of the rights to excavate the nest was still under great tension. Moreover, since the situation was no different from the betrayal of his own senior colleague, other professors were worried. He noticed that the young gentleman was sighing convulsively. The guy raised his head, cried, "His sister comes here every day. And this Thomas did not even show up once. He is sure that the readers have completely forgotten about him, and he wanted to get more screen time." He raised his hand, said that he had already decided for himself. He stood up, leaning on the table. He will continue to try until Thomas returns. The hero studies the newspapers lying on the table. Dean is still as slippery as before, and Sean has a very hard time because of him. The demon noticed the guy's evil grin. He was getting used to it more and more. Thomas said that this fox, the older he is, the more cunning, and is good at manipulating the press. He clenched his fist. Let him continue to exalt himself higher. It will only make his debut much more spectacular. He put his hand to his chin. After all, he was very ashamed in front of Sean. He thought about how he could help him. A bright flash in the window. A powerful explosion. The heroes looked around. Flames were visible through the glass door. People were shouting fire, asking to quickly bring water. The flames were growing stronger. The girl was calling her mother. Someone was asking for help. The guy ran out of the building. His mouth opened in surprise. He saw that the whole city was engulfed in flames. The house where the heroes were staying. The servant asked Isabel, did she trust Thomas? The girl was sitting at the table, replied that they owed him their lives. Chen said that maybe he was not Paul's lackey. But more than one person was targeting her position. It was likely that someone else had sent him. The girl picked up the paper. He exclaimed that it was impossible to say for sure, but they had to be on guard. She understood what Chen was trying to convey, but he had become too worried after the recent incident in the icy mountains. She looked back at him, said that his words made sense. The guy wanted to explain to her, but she advised him to remember. Isabel pointed her finger at the paper. Doubts about Thomas were equivalent to doubts about her decisions. The men were stunned. The girl remembered Thomas's face. She trusted him. Such a face could only belong to a sincere person. She remembered how he took her hand. Chen agreed, but asked if he was now an ordinary mercenary eager for a reward. She smiled, replied that it was just a performance. The guy clarified what she meant. Isabel looked at the servants, said that from the very beginning he decided to help them without any selfish motive, and did not intend to gain his own benefit from this. She explained, as soon as he realized that they were from the Weil family, his face immediately changed. Her companions listened to her with their heads down. She said that considering the fact that her family's reputation was shaken, he deliberately belittled his own status. Ed was happy. He understood. He did not want to put her in a pathetic light. Chen said, that's how. Isabel beamed, that's why. The flash from the window illuminated her. The view of the burning city from the mountain, the mercenary said, it burns well. The knights looked at the fire. Simon exclaimed, the scroll containing the magic of the fourth circle, blazing onslaught, is truly worth the money. Biskov asked, in his opinion, this is so funny. The guy picked up the scroll, indignant. Just recently he supported his idea, and now he decided to turn on the serious one. Does he at least understand how much money he invested in it? The man frowned, thinking that he couldn't come up with a better idea. Considering the young lady's character, she would probably try to help the wounded people. Simon nervously suggested adding more fire, Biskov replied that the 6th squad was defeated. According to Hilton, there were at least 3 people among the enemies. He said to be careful, since there should be a mage among them. The guy threw off his hood, told him to relax, even he could kill the people from the 6th squad with his eyes closed. He was overly nervous. He licked his lips. Since he had come all this way, it would be nice to meet someone strong. Biskov closed his eyes, then they could begin. The warriors knelt down. The leader ordered to find the princess. Sparks, view of the castle, destroy everyone except her. Isabel is lying on the floor. She heard muffled screams. She was told that she should hide. These are blue wolves. They probably came for her. She sat up, called Chen and Ed, asked if everything was okay with them. The girl gritted her teeth. A tree trunk, a house on fire, screams, fire everywhere, calling for help. Isabel opened her eyes wide. Someone's store was destroyed. They were told to run. A girl with a bloody face, a woman clutched her head and screamed in horror. There were bodies of the dead on the ground, blood. The princess asked, "Is this what Paul wanted?" She looked back. A servant called out to her. She was thrown back by the blast wave. The girl in the air, falling. Chen, who was under the rubble, reached out to her, begged her to run. Isabel felt the ground with her hand, looking for her sword. A grin appeared on her face. She grabbed the hilt. She was filled with rage because of her own helplessness. Ashes fell on her from above. She wanted to fight them back and save all these people, but the girl got to her feet. She had neither the strength nor the talent to stop them. She bit her lip and thought that she would not run away. She was disgusted by such a miserable existence. Isabel remembered Thomas saying that from the tenacity he had seen, she was more than worthy of the name of the Blue Lion, and she wanted to be like him. There was a light in front of her. She said that she was a member of the Weil family, the defenders of the Empire, even in the face of death. She raised her sword. With a furious expression on her face, she said that she would fight to the last. A cloud of smoke rose above the site of the explosion. The girl closed her eyes. She opened her eyes. The ground was covered with frost. She timidly asked why. The sparkling surface, what happened? Thomas stood in front of her. One of the houses caught fire. Everything immediately froze. Snow began to fall. People screamed. The fire was extinguished. They were saved. The princess was surprised. Tears appeared in her eyes. A flash illuminated the boy. Stones fell from the sky. She called him. He stood motionless. She did not know how many years this would take. He rushed from his place. Perhaps this was impossible at all, but he ran forward. She would like to stand side by side with him one day. Thomas gritted his teeth. People who died in houses. He asked why knights kill civilians. A demon appeared behind him. He answered, usually Melvingers are hard to get mad, but if a spark of anger flares up, a raging fire is very difficult to stop. As someone who has encountered them before, he could say with certainty, unlike ordinary people who begin to make mistakes when they lose their minds. The hero looks at the squad from the roof of the castle. Melvingers, on the contrary, become more cold-blooded, more accurate and ruthless. Adam looked at the guy, noticed that there were quite a few of them, and they looked stronger than those he met earlier, asked if he thought he could win. The townspeople looked up in fear. Thomas replied that it would not be easy. He did not know how long his mana would last. Besides, he would have to be careful not to hurt the townspeople. The hero's feet were surrounded by light. The demon asked why he wasn't saving himself. He replied that his family had a saying. The man hugged the crying girl. Those who had power were obliged to take responsibility for her. His eyes flashed with green sparks. That's why, in every war, the Melvingers acted as the tip of the spear. Earlier, Isabel decided to negotiate with her uncle. Thomas accepted her offer to accompany him. And Paul, whose subordinates were killed, sent an elite squad of blue wolves to get rid of Isabel, because of which the entire city was engulfed in flames. Isabel had no choice but to draw her sword, even at the risk of dying during the fight, and at the moment she felt the cold breath of death. Simon grabbed his head, the scrolls he had bought with his hard-earned money. It was fourth circle magic. He was outraged. Where did this guy come from? Asked the Bisks. He was from the magic tower. What should they do? If they cross the mages from the tower, they will have problems. They looked at the guy standing above. The man replied that he knew every one of their followers, but for the first time he saw the person in front of them. In any case, they must be careful. He said sternly, all they need to do is get rid of the young lady and retreat. Simon's mad face smirked. He asked what if the mage interfered. Blue light in the distance. Isabel jumped up sharply. The mercenaries jumped on her with weapons. The man replied that they would just finish him off. Her eyes widened. Her legs did not obey. Thomas was next to her, took her hand. He looked at her. Her face became serious. A view of the city from above, crossed by glowing lines. They were running. The mercenary gave the order for formation and the third squad to follow him. The hero carried the princess in his arms. He noted that there were more than 40 opponents. Blue fireballs flashed in the sky. He thought that he needed to gather them in a deserted place. Someone blew a whistle. The warriors blocked their way. The hero suddenly disappeared and appeared behind them. But the mercenaries jumped out from around the corner. The guy bent down, spread his legs wide, jumped to the ground. He found himself surrounded. The man standing behind him said that he was caught. Simon took out his sword, said, quite excitedly, since this was his first hunt for a mage, yelled, where did he put the girl? Thomas spread his arms, asked, did he seriously think that he would get an answer just like that? But he was not very smart. The guy smiled evilly. Of course, they were chasing him like a pack of mongrels. Simon's face was bulging with tension. He asked, he couldn't wait to die. He screamed for his head to be brought to him. The hero shielded himself with his hands from the flashes. He had spent a lot of mana to extinguish the fire in the entire city. He raised his fist. Fortunately, after absorbing the seal, the mana reserve in the dragon's heart had increased, but his body might not withstand it if he brought it to the limit. The blows cut through his body. Those times he had the opportunity to start all over again. But now, if he made even a single mistake, he would die completely. He frowned, thought, 30, no, 40 people, they all act together, even when fighting one opponent, as Isabel said. An axe appeared in his hand. He looked at the leader, thought that he would finish him off first. He saw his face among the streaks of light. The guy jumped up, but for some reason his body was no longer as light as during the battle with the Mountain Queen. While he was dodging the blows, Adam, who appeared next to him, asked if he was sure he had defeated the Queen of the Icy Mountains. Thomas replied that in the battle with her his body moved exactly as he wanted. He was furious. The demon called him a fool. A blow, fragments fly to the sides. The mercenary's burning eyes. The sword stuck in the ground next to the hero's head. Adam asked if he seriously thought that reality would be like the game Otto had prepared for him. The guy asked him to close if he was not going to help. Shadows of people on a white background. The man demanded that everyone get out of the way. The hero parried the blow. Simon ran at him, shouted that it was very stupid to engage in close combat with them as a mage, asked where his all-encompassing magic was, which he had used earlier. Thomas gritted his teeth, said, cut. The mercenary spread his arms to the sides. He swung his sword, asked if that was all he could do. The guy dodged. A quick blow. The enemy struck with a wide swing, shouted for him to entertain him some more. The hero ducked his head. A blow to the ground. Simon with a mad smile on his face. Thomas screamed in anger. A powerful flash. The blade of the sword slides along the ground. A cloud of purple smoke dissipated. The silhouette of the hero appeared. The mercenary said that this was the result of his running. They surrounded him from all sides, and now he was caught in a mousetrap. A spark in the air. It was time to end this. There was an explosion. It was a firework. Simon looked around, did not understand what kind of flash. The guy bared his teeth. Glowing lines appeared on the ground. It seemed that he had collected them all. The entire squad was enclosed in a magic circle. Simon looked at him, exclaimed, enough of these tricks. In horror, he opened his eyes wide. Above the hero was an image of a wolf, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light. He thought how a person could have such a look. The enemies attacked from both sides. The leader gave the order to kill him before the spell was activated. The guy's lips formed a smile. Simon raised his sword. A sparkling pentagram. Thomas mockingly asked, they and will kill him. At that moment, when the hero carried Isabel in his arms and the mercenaries surrounded them, he said that he would simply gather them all in one place and destroy them with one volley. He looked at the girl in surprise. She said that the trap could work. He thought, a trap. She was embarrassed. The guy asked her for a favor. After all the residents are evacuated from the square, she needs to use the signal whistle. He was going to destroy the eyes of the wolf. The city was covered in ice, everyone in the square. A warrior frozen in motion. Another mercenary bound by ice. The guy shuddered from the cold, said that magic circles really help with the accumulation of mana. He saw Simon in front of him. He said in fear, it's impossible. Thomas asked how stupid you have to be to not notice the magic circle. He reached his hand to the mercenary's face. He shouted for him to not come closer. The guy frowned, said that he could not even dream of a quick death. Suddenly he was attacked from the side. It was Biskov. He said gloomily that this was where his luck would end. The hero looked back. The people from Formation B were approaching him. They surrounded the guy. Biskov stood opposite. He thought. He gathered them all together to sweep them away at once with the help of the magic circle. Without competent calculation and steel confidence it would be impossible. He saw that Thomas was smiling. Did he really know about their ambush? The man stood in tense anticipation. No, he could not feel their presence in any way. If he knew in advance, he would not have used the circle so hastily. He leaned forward, said that they would spare the guy's life if he handed over the young lady to them. Thomas asked, really? That's all? Biskov winced when he heard that he was not going to leave them alive. Suddenly, a strong flash of light illuminated everything. The guy squinted slyly, said that they had made a terrible mistake. Knights who had renounced the code of honor did not deserve mercy. Biskov grabbed the weapon. He rushed at the hero, shouted to the others to strengthen their bodies with mana and not to break formation. The guy's hand was at the enemy's blade. He was using blunting magic. He pulled his hand back, thought his curse hadn't worked. The mercenary's eyes flashed. Thomas made a gesture, said, "An impulse." The man parried the blow. The guy thought this spell had also become much weaker. He jumped to the side, probably because of the seal of cruelty. The magic that does not belong to the ice attribute has noticeably weakened. He thought that he would have to collect other seals in order to use the spells to the fullest. His fingers were ice crystals, but it was very difficult for him to use the seal of cruelty. He swung, struck down, compared to the highlands, from which icy energy was gushing. Being in the middle of the city, he could not reveal the full potential of the seal. Besides, it spends much more mana. One palm over the other, a blow to the enemy's weapon, shining from the blade. The guy clasped his hands. He couldn't say that he wouldn't find a solution. He slightly bent his back, spread his legs wide, used prores. An icy whirlwind around the squad. Biskov waved his hand, shouted for them to block it. A blow to the blade. Thomas caused a new series of flashes. Biskov turned around. The guy attacked again. The mercenary's fingers were cut. His face was wounded. The hero pointed his hand forward, raising 3 fingers. He closed his eyes. An explosion behind the squad. The man declared that he had enough of these games. He was no longer going to waste his time on him. He turned his head, wanted to say that it was time to finish with him, but he saw that the warriors from the formation were covered in ice. He exclaimed, "How?" His body began to be covered in ice. The guy said that the ice potion freezes the target even at the slightest contact. They miscalculated when they decided to block them instead of dodging. Biskov's eyes widened. He said that he had never heard of such a curse before. Thomas asked why he was so surprised. He said mockingly that he had simply filled his ice spell with a curse. The hero leaned towards him. The man laughed. So the first commander was wrong. He should not have sent only them. The guy's satisfied smile. Biskov exclaimed that he admitted that he was incredible. However, he would soon deeply regret it. The man laughed loudly again. The leader of the first squad would personally finish him off. Thomas asked, so it was him. He turned away, raised his hand, added, the one responsible for what was happening. The frozen figure of Biskov. They would not be bored on the way to hell. The silhouette of the hero with round glowing eyes, because very soon he would send him after them. A city with an ice zone. He was told to take this. He asked fearfully what. There were 2 mercenaries standing in front of Simon. He replied that it was a scroll with the magic of the 6th circle. The fire bridle. They managed to escape only because Biskov bought them time. He lowered his head, asked, but they, the blue wolves, can't just leave. He put his hand on his knee, told them to run until their feet were rubbed to blood, to light flames everywhere, and if that wasn't enough, to cover their own bodies with flames. Simon held a scroll in his hand. His face was crazy. It didn't matter if the girl survived. They had to give their lives to leave only ashes from this city. An ice block appeared behind the temple and a voice rang out in the air that they, the blue wolves, couldn't just leave like beaten mongrels. The protagonist and the demon stood on the edge of the cliff, and the voice continued that they had to run until their feet were rubbed to blood, to light flames everywhere, and if that wasn't enough, to cover their own bodies with flames. The demon turned to the protagonist with a smile, and a voice in the air said that it didn't matter if the girl survived, they had to put their lives on the line to reduce this city to ashes. Adam laughed and said that it looked like they were planning something terrible. Thomas looked at him in fear and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist's green eyes sparkled. An explosion thundered and words about damn bastards were heard. Bright sparks filled the space, and in his thoughts was that the only race that surpassed demons in madness were humans. The sparks were approaching the houses, and it seemed that no matter how sophisticatedly people hide it, their true nature always makes itself known. Thomas opened his mouth furiously and thought that there were 3 more wolves left, but he couldn't see any of them, and that the scroll in their hands was much more important now. A burning scroll in his hand, and words about the 6th circle appeared in his thoughts, about how just one mistake could lead to the burning of the entire city. The man, smiling broadly, asked if his magic would help him this time too. Thomas, surrounded by bright sparks, flew across the street. Simon looked at the burning scroll in his hand with an excited smile and said that, alas, it was too late. The spell did not have time to sound, and the protagonist turned around. His hands were holding the sword tightly. The man watched in surprise as he lost his limb. The protagonist stands in a furious pose, and sparks are swirling everywhere. With relief on his face, Thomas says that he noticed this during the skirmish in the mountains, but Isabel is truly fearless. The girl swung her sword, and the protagonist continued that to use a spell like that, just think about it, and that he believes that thanks to this, the A+ grade was more than justified. Isabel looked forward furiously. Simon ran at her with a dagger and screamed for her to die. A freezing spell was cast, and the attacker froze in place. Words were heard from those standing nearby about how stubborn he was, why try so hard if he was going to die anyway, and the question of what was wrong with his mug. He had only lost his arm. The protagonist with glowing eyes reached out to the man and said that he was fed up with this, but the frozen man asked if he really thought this was the end. Thomas asked the man again in surprise. The question hung in the air. Had he really forgotten about the remaining two? Sparks filled the space. They were rapidly approaching the houses. The voice continued that while the two of them were busy with him, his subordinates should have already finished the preparations. The man in the blue robe stood on the roof, and the words were heard that even though he had defeated them, they, the blue wolves, would not disappoint their master. The image of the scroll burning in his hand and the words that he had miscalculated and that soon this city would be mired in heartbreaking human screams appeared in his thoughts again. Humbly closing his eyes, Thomas replied that, in fact, he had already dealt with them. The villain, frozen under the spell, asked him again, and the protagonist answered, hadn't he previously wondered about his magic? The image of the man standing on the roof and the protagonist surrounded by sparks appeared in his head again. The protagonist turned around and the beginning of the spell sounded. A smile appeared on his lips. The piercing spell sounded completely and a flash suddenly appeared in the air. The question of what was happening hung in the air. The man screamed furiously, surrounded by flashes. Splashes flew around him. The frozen man looked at the protagonist with fear and listened to how even his trump card could not save him. The three stood against the blue sky, and Simon continued to repeat in confusion that this was impossible and that this was some kind of joke. Looking at Isabel, the man begged to listen to him and that if they left him alive, he would put in a good word for them to Mr. Weil. With excitement on his face, he continued that initially they were just supposed to scare them and escort them to him, and that he was the leader of the third squad, he would definitely listen. The girl looked straight at him furiously and said not to dare desecrate the name of the Weil family. The man looked at her with fear and splashes flew around him. Isabel looked down, apologized, and told the protagonist that she lost her self-control, to which he replied that it was okay, he intended to leave him to her anyway, and whether she was hurt. Isabel covered her eyes in embarrassment and replied that everything was fine. Thomas reached out to her saying that her body was in a state of shock. Just a second, he was right there. The protagonist touched the girl's shoulder and a glow appeared under his palm. Isabel called him and received an affirmative answer. A request to leave one of the blue wolves alive was heard in the air. An image of the castle walls appeared in her thoughts. She had never felt anything like this before. The knights of the family always kept their distance from her, such a talentless heiress. A man and a woman appeared before her eyes, to whom subordinates bowed. They saluted her only because of her father, and nothing more. Isabel looked fearfully at those passing by. In her thoughts were words about her uncle's blue wolves. Some showed more respect, others much less. Eyes glowed from under the hood, directed at the girl, and all, as one, looked at her with a chilling look. Contempt, that's all they felt for her. Bowing before Isabel, Simon asked why they had let him live, receiving the answer that someone had to give her uncle her message. With the blue wolves now afraid of her, she confidently told him to tell Paul Weil that the title of Blue Lion would never pass to him. Thomas stood right behind the girl with bright eyes, and it occurred to her that, to be more precise, of course they were afraid of the protagonist. The ice began to fall off the man. Thomas waved after him, and in Isabel's head there were thoughts that if only she had the same strength and talent. The protagonist gave the girl 2 fingers up and smiled. Isabel clenched her hand into a fist and decided that no, she needed to pull herself together. She couldn't forever engage in self-flagellation, and that in order to gain strength she had to change her attitude. The man and the girl stood opposite each other, and Thomas asked where she was going now. Isabel smiled and replied that she was going to her father in Carnoy to develop a further plan, to which the protagonist asked if she wanted to increase her combat power. The girl looked at the smiling protagonist and said that yes, she would try to enlist the help of her father's old friends who were indebted to him. Thomas told her that it was a wise decision and that no one would dare attack the fortress where the Blue Lion was. Isabel pursed her lips, answered affirmatively, and thought that this was determined only by his presence. The girl stood in front of the protagonist and thought that if her father did not come to his senses, the battle would be very difficult. They would have a much better chance if Thomas helped, but lions should not deal with magicians. The words that she already owed him a lot were spinning in her thoughts. Isabel sadly lowered her eyes and thought that she did not want to part like this, but they had to. A moment later Thomas handed her the papers and asked her to take them. The girl looked at the sheets and asked if it was a dissertation. They stood opposite each other and he asked to forgive his impudence, but he had heard that the symptoms of the Blue Lion were similar to the disease of blockage, and that one could not be sure. Thomas closed his eyes contentedly, and Isabel watched in surprise as he said that he thought it should cure him. The question hung in her head, what did this mean? Isabel looked at the men sitting on the ground in surprise and asked what it meant, and one of them answered her what she wanted to say. The hand hovered above the ground and brightly glowed. The man raised his hand and began to say that first he would like to apologize for hiding his identity, Isabel asked him again in surprise. The man began to change his appearance and said that his name was Thomas Melvinger. The girl looked up at him in surprise, and he continued that he was the current head of the Melvinger house. Thomas folded his hands together and said that he was the Duke of the Shining Star. Shining Star. This is the title bestowed upon Ustin Melvinger, the Mage of the Stars, immediately after his victory in the fierce war against the demons. The name itself refers to his radiance on the battlefield. Although the title has no practical power, it carries incredible value. This is the name of the Duke of the Shining Star. The girl stood in front of the Duke and said that he was the one who should be lying in a coma in the Imperial Magic Hospital, and that she heard that he was. Thomas looked at her with a smile and replied that there were circumstances that he could not tell, but it was true that he suffered from the same illness as her father. The girl looked at him with shock in her eyes, and he said that she was holding in her hands a treatment method that he had developed after he recovered, and that since the blue lion affliction had symptoms similar to the occlusion disease, it should help. Isabel's eyes widened, and Thomas continued that she wanted to rightfully punish all the offenders, and that it would be a shame if the blue lion were to be gone at such an important moment. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. A moment later, a tear rolled down her cheek. A question rang in the air about how she could thank him. The protagonist put his hand on the girl's head and said that she shouldn't. She looked at him with tears in her eyes, and he continued that it would happen soon on its own. They stood next to each other in silence. Thomas looked at her with narrowed eyes. Isabel smiled as a tear rolled down her cheek. The girl smiled wider and said that then, to at least repay his kindness a little, this time she would be the one to serve him. Isabel grinned. A question rang in the air about whether Thomas would like her to make him a hero. Half-ruined houses surrounded the space, and requests to make room for patients and to help appeared every now and then. People were working around. The demon asked if he was sure that it was worth it to reveal his identity so easily, to which he received the answer that Paul Weil would try to get to him anyway. The workers continued to work, and the man thought that he had already killed a lot of his wolves and that he was clearly not one of those who could accept defeat. Thomas turned around and continued that because of his unusual magic, everything would be revealed on its own as soon as he turned the academy upside down. Adam looked at him and asked if he wanted to prepare the ground, since he would still be revealed. The workers and townspeople happily raised their hands, and Thomas reasoned that one could say so, but thanks to his help to the Blue Lion, the restoration of the family would greatly advance. The protagonist also raised his hand, and the demon answered him that he also took care of a strong point of support, and that it seemed to him that Thomas was smart only in magic, but it seemed that he was also a good strategist. The protagonist looked at the woman with the child in her arms, who asked if he was leaving and maybe staying for a little while, and answered that no, he had already abused their hospitality, they would all be able to return to their ordinary lives soon. Thomas looked at the child lying on the mother's shoulder. The woman thanked him and said that if he had not dealt with those bastards, they would have. Thomas turned around at the stranger's words of gratitude, and he continued that he was not sure how best to express gratitude. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked why he did not lose the guilty expression on his face, and that he had already said that he was simply doing his duty. The man put his hand to his chest and said that he was a knight of the Weil family, Chen, and would never forget his kindness. Thomas tiredly said that enough is enough, it is not worth it, and Adam, who was standing next to him, said that there was no need to thank him, he only does everything out of self-interest, to which the protagonist mentally told him to shut up. The protagonist asked with a smile what Chen would do next, and the knight replied that even though it was Paul Weil who did it, the blame still lay with the entire family. With a serious expression, Chen continued that on behalf of the Weil family, he would help the locals and then head to Karnoi to pick up the young lady. Adam frowned and said that this meant they wanted to stir up public sentiment while spreading bad rumors about her uncle, and that this woman was much more cunning than she might seem at first glance. Thomas opened his mouth and thought about responsibility. Adam narrowed his eyes and looked at the protagonist. It flashed through his mind that this was the responsibility of the nobles. The protagonist turned to the crowd, from which words of gratitude were heard, requests for them to come visit them again, and that they wanted to be like him when they grew up. The crowd happily waved at the protagonist. Chen closed his eyes in satisfaction, and Adam told him to shove his responsibility deep down. After a moment he continued that it was only an excuse. Thomas walked towards the light. It crossed his mind that now was the time to see the dean. A huge building with countless columns towered above the ground. Rivern bowed to the man, and the man began to speak. After a moment Frederick began to shout that he had told him to get the rights to this excavation immediately, and that even if they were in his way, what the hell was he doing? The man, bending even lower, said that he was sorry and that this Sean, how dare he get in the way of his own mentor, from now on he would not allow him to set foot in this academy. Baring his teeth, Frederick shouted at him to just find a way to get them, even if he had to involve the press, bribe the authorities. His cry rang through the air for Rivern to do something. The dean turned towards the door. His gaze fell on the newspapers with the news and Frederick cursed. The newspapers were burning with a purple flame, and in the dean's mind was that only 3 days until the election of a new director. It was all over for him if he could not get permission by then. The purple flame completely burned the paper. The fire was right next to the dean's chin. Frederick turned away and asked him to repeat what he had said earlier. The man grinned. Frederick turned around in surprise. A question sounded in the room. Did he finally decide to cooperate with them? On the couch, a man with a glowing red eye was sitting, grinning. The protagonist stood surrounded by an ice block. Thomas destroyed the Blue Wolf squads and thus protected the city. After the problem was solved, he revealed his true form to Isabel. An image of the papers appeared in her mind. Thomas handed her the method for curing the congestion disease and let her know that this was where their paths diverged. Thomas, recognized as the hero of Lacenta, headed to the imperial capital to settle accounts with the dean. But it wasn't just old friends waiting for him there. Frederick turned to the man and asked if he would make him director, and how he intended to obtain the excavation rights. The stranger replied that all the preparations had already been completed, only his consent was needed, and whether he had finally decided to cooperate with them. The dean, surprised, asked how he intended to do what even they had failed to do. The man grinned and replied that since he doubted their abilities so much, he believed that they did not need to sign a contract. Narrowing his eyes, Lazari continued that he was not the only candidate for the role of the new director. Raising his eyes to the man, Frederick replied that fine, he would trust him, and that was what was required of him. With a grin, the stranger looked at the dean and replied that it was nothing special, just to support them, siesta. Widening his eyes, he continued that these were small things compared to the fact that he intended to become director. Answering his gaze, Frederick clarified if that was all. Lazari smiled broadly. He spread his arms on the couch and said that would be more than enough. The streets of the city were flooded with sunlight. A voice asked if he had heard the rumors, to which the second voice asked again. Between the streets there was a river, and the first voice asked if he remembered that small town of Lacenta, and that they said that the people of the Blue Lion had caused a real catastrophe there. The second voice asked if it was because of internal strife, and that this family often used violence regardless of the suffering of ordinary citizens. On the shield was painted a crescent moon and a circle, and the first voice said that this time there were a hell of a lot of victims, and a huge number of houses were burned, to which the second voice replied, how cruel that was. In the room there were people sitting at tables. The first voice continued that then a wizard appeared and stopped all the scoundrels. The second asked if someone could really do such a thing and who it was. 3 men were sitting at a set table. A voice said that if rumors were to be believed, he was a pretty cute boy, and that was why he was nicknamed the hero of Lacenta. A demon was lying on the table and looking at the main character said that since their arrival in the capital, they had to listen to conversations about him every now and then, and that people lose their heads when it comes to heroes or something like that. Thomas shyly closed his eyes and said that he just came here to eat his fill, since he had not been to the capital for a long time. Besides, he asked her to hush everything up. In the hero's thoughts it sounded like Adam would not shut up. The question hung in the air, did he want to become a hero? The image of Isabel appeared before his eyes. She said that a heroic story is the best method of winning the hearts of ordinary citizens. Smiling, the girl continued that she was sure it would be good for him when he decided to declare himself to the whole world. Isabel closed her eyes and said that she, in turn, would create a solid foundation by putting pressure on Paul while, in his mind, he wondered if this would be good for him. The men surrounding the protagonist were talking about how they said he even managed to save a lifeless flower. Another man asked about the Blue Lion's daughter who had practically become the crown princess. Asked if he had heard about the hero of Lacenta, that he had been told he was heading to the capital, that if those two were dating. He wondered who it could be, that there were rumors that the crown prince was still in love with her, that he had heard that this was the work of a scumbag from a great family of magicians, and that meant a love triangle had formed, and in his mind, the protagonist wondered if this was the benefit she was talking about. In his head, he heard that the story of the hero had turned into a romantic drama. The protagonist closed his eyes tiredly and said that he would eat somewhere else, and in his mind he thought that she had really laid a good foundation for him, and that whether it was a heroic or romantic story, both options were good for spreading his name. Stretching, Thomas thought that Isabel's talent would be a good help in reviving his family, and that he hoped that she had safely reached Karnoi. The protagonist turned around to call the demon, telling him to get up. A moment later, a man appeared next to him and said that he had found him. A shockwave formed around them and the stranger hit the protagonist. People stared at the painting in confusion. With fear in their eyes, they asked if something had exploded there. Looking at the rising smoke, someone said that Paul Weil was involved in the riots and his people decided to create them even in the capital. Someone shouted for everyone to move away. Through the smoke, a fight began to be visible. The man's fist flew into the protagonist's chest. It flashed through his mind that it was the smell of mana. The stranger looked at the hero and asked if he dared to turn away. Smiling, Thomas said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and didn't he think the joke had gone too far. The man began to clench his hand into a fist, saying that he could at least imagine what he had to go through because of him and that if he had any conscience left, Thomas should steadfastly take at least one blow. Looking straight at the protagonist, the stranger asked if he thought he was a man who abandoned his friend. Sean glared at the protagonist. The air sounded like just look who it was. Thomas, with his arms open, continued that his amazing best friend was Sean, and people asked in surprise if this was a greeting. The protagonist, Sean and Adam were sitting at a table. Sean said that cleaning up after him was a real pain, but what else would you expect from such a hopeless person? Thomas told him that since he was so hopeless, why didn't he buy him a beer? And Sean said that he owned the nest but was still begging him for money. Sean put his finger up and said, okay, this is the last time, but in his mind he was wondering how his rainbow relationship with the Blue Lion's daughter was going. Thomas said he was joking, and thought to himself that they didn't have that kind of relationship. Sean told him to forget it, he was treating him, and thought that he couldn't be fooled. The waiter came to their table and Sean said that they would like iced tea, raw knife beer, capre pasta with butter, and raisin bacon, please. The thought flashed through his mind, damn him. Thomas grinned and thought that he probably smelled a strange smell of his mana, but did not say a word, and that he was probably waiting for him to tell everything himself. A question flashed through the air about why he made such a serious face, and that it was not like him. Supporting his chin with his hand, Sean continued that it was annoying. Could he stop? And that food was served. Let him eat before it got cold. Adam, flying nearby, said that he was right, and that his facial expressions were simply disgusting. The men clinked glasses. Thomas said that, in fact, everyone in the area called him handsome, to which Sean said not to forget that he still had not received his deserved punch. The main character drank a drink while Sean said that it could wait. By the way, the preparation of the show was going according to his instructions in the letter, asked if he was sure and what if the deal fails. Sean closed one eye, and Thomas told him not to worry, there were only two things that mattered to him right now, getting even with the dean and bringing the Melvinger family back to life in style. Looking at the liquid in his glass, Sean said that he would make sure both points were met, to which he received an affirmative answer and that he would continue the preparations as the protagonist had asked. Sean narrowed his eyes and did not have time to finish saying that, after all, right now Carl was suffering because of. Grinning furiously, Sean said that this was bad, and that rumors had probably reached that witch by now, to which Thomas asked again if he meant Miss Tasha. The protagonist continued drinking. Sean answered affirmatively, and said that if that dragon fan went crazy because of rumors. The streets of the city were drowning in blue. The walls of the castle towered above the ground, and it occurred to him that the whole plane would fall apart. The girl walked quickly and asked if the excavation rights had been transferred to the academy, to which she received the answer that yes, to the dean of the elemental magic faculty. She clenched her fists furiously and asked how this could have happened, and that they were heading to the hospital immediately. Tasha asked to repeat it again. Just yesterday all the news was bombarding the old man with unflattering articles, so what had changed now? To which Laura said that for some reason all the newspapers suddenly started writing about the opposite. Laura began to read the headlines about Dean Frederick restoring the excavation rights, the notice of postponement of the election of the director of the academy, the statement of the Narester family about the refusal of the excavation rights. The pressure of the hexagram families had influenced the D. Tasha, lowering her eyes, said that even with the pressure of the hexagram, her father would not have allowed this, and asked what was going on with Sean. Laura excitedly answered that the young gentleman had not yet given an exact answer, and Tasha asked again. Frowning, she said that he had been chatting about their friendship before, but had suddenly gone quiet. A moment later, the girl changed her appearance and said that they were changing their destination, and Laura asked again in fear. The witch raised her hand and asked if she hadn't understood yet, and that the excavation rights did not belong to their family or the academy. The room was filled with questions about how they dared to fool her. The image of the protagonist and the third son of the Nemester family appeared in front of his face, and Tasha said if it was time for her to see those cunning bastards. Tasha said with a smile on her face that they were changing their destination, to which the girl asked again. The witch raised her hand and asked if she understood, and then said that the excavation rights did not belong to their family or the academy. A thought arose in the protagonist's head about how dare they fool him. Thomas gritted his teeth and thought about whether it was time for him to see the faces of those cunning bastards. The headmaster of the Uston Academy. Many blue flashes were visible near the entrance to the academy. At first glance, this may seem like an unremarkable position as the head of an academy that teaches magic. Many people walk along the red carpet. However, this role contains great symbolic meaning and power. Not only is it similar in influence to the title of Marquis, but it also has power in both political and academic circles. A man in a black cloak walks past people in suits. This means he is on par with the heads of the hexagram families, captains of the magic imperial knights, and other similar ranks. The face of the man in the cloak is visible. He opens the door. Star Mage, an honorable position of the heir of the great Ustan Melvinger. Today, the election of the new director of the academy will be held. A view opens up to a huge meeting room. There are many people sitting in the room. Frederick said that he was grateful to everyone present at such a significant event. Then with a grin he said that as they all must understand, the opening of the Dragon's Nest is an event the likes of which are unlikely to occur in the near future, and he, Barak, has the honor of representing such a significant historical moment. The view from above opened up and Frederick said that if they voted for him, he would create a system that would allow them to make many more important discoveries. And then the man from the shadows said that he already considered this academy his own, began his speech despite the fact that not all the candidates had shown up yet. Sean, with a menacing look, doubted that Thomas could really handle this alone. Frederick's chances of getting the director's position were far ahead of all the candidates. The guy and Sean sat at the table, and then he said that he knew that he had thought out his plan carefully, but the lion's share of the representatives were bribed. The risk was damn high. A smile appeared on the guy's face and he heard that tomorrow they could do whatever they wanted. Chen grinned and told the director that it was an amazing speech. Frederick said with a smile on his face that the elections were not over yet, but he had already addressed him by his position. He intended to cooperate with Siesta further even without this familiarity. The guy slightly closed his eyes and heard that now it was the turn of other candidates. They should continue the conversation later, to which he replied that he was counting on him. Frederick thought that he would soon become a director, and he had nothing to worry about. From the very beginning he had no desire to help brats like them. Lazari left the hall, and in the man's head there was a thought that soon he would stand on par with the heads of the hexagram families, so why would he support such a supportless organization as Siesta? Sean grinned. A red dot appeared on his face. Frederick thought that he would trample them the moment he received his new position. A wide smile appeared on the guy's face. A man from the audience said that the speech of all 7 candidates had come to an end, the voting would begin soon, and asked everyone to take their seats. There were many people sitting in the hall, and suddenly the man said the name Thomas in his head. A symbol with a book and an owl appeared on one of the chairs. The man frowned in surprise. Before the man could finish speaking, a person in black clothes appeared in the hall. 2 men sitting in a chair turned to look at the witch, and the hero asked how she ended up there. The gray-haired man turned to look at the girl and said that it seemed that she did not quite understand where she was. Only representatives of the hexagram families were allowed to enter this zone. The candidates looked at her in surprise and heard that she understood this perfectly well, since today she would represent her family as its head. Sean gritted his teeth in anger, and Tassia added that she dared to assume that she understood what was happening even better than anyone else. The hero had a thought that she saw him. Did she suspect something? The guy with the microphone asked for everyone's attention. The witch raised her hand with a smile on her face. A request was heard in the hall for everyone present to take their seats and remain silent. Sean looked away. The hall looked at the candidates and someone said that each of them was given a magic crystal. With its help they could view information about the candidate. The guy with glasses added that they could also vote for one of them. The result would be announced after all the votes were collected. A thought appeared in his head that he had been waiting for this day for so long. The man with a mustache sat and thought that the promise he had made had attracted the attention of everyone who was somehow connected with the academy. It could even allow him to cooperate with the magic tower and the imperial family. 2 of the candidates were shown, and the man added that, moreover, he had already made a deal with most of today's representatives. A thought arose with a request to announce the result. The man's hand reached for the magic ball with his image. He added again that the results should be announced. Rivern said in fear that he would now announce the results of the vote, not counting the votes from the Melvinger family, who were not present at today's elections, had received the most votes. The man sat with his arms folded, his eyes glowing purple, and in his thoughts was a phrase about him announcing his name. Rivern began to announce the results, but someone interrupted him. A guy in a cloak appeared in the hall and told them to stop. The man in glasses and the dark-haired girl looked away in surprise. Questions could be heard from the hall. 2 men looked away and one of them asked who dared to interrupt such a significant moment. Cassia looked straight ahead and smiled. Sean sat with a smirk on his face, and in his head there was a phrase, "Forward Thomas." A magic pendant was visible, and from the hall it was heard that Thomas was the head of the Melvinger family. The man with the mustache looked forward angrily, and the hero said that as the Duke of the Shining Star and a legitimate participant in the elections, he came to exercise his right to vote, and smirked. People in the crowd stood and looked straight ahead in amazement, and someone said that Melvinger, the same scum from the honored family. People in the hall did not understand what was happening. Shouldn't he be in a coma? and River said his name. Thomas confidently walked towards the guy with glasses. The hero smiled, and bright flashes were visible behind him. A question arose in the man's head about how Thomas ended up here. The guy with the mark on his hand stood, and the man from the audience asked him what this was supposed to mean. How dare an ordinary intern make a mess of the election ceremony of the new director? The hero took a step forward and said that have the laws of the empire become an empty phrase for them? Right now he is not an ordinary intern of this academy. Thomas unbuttoned his cloak and added that both the Duke of the Empire and the legal representative of his family, the empty center chair is the Melvinger chair. Isn't it meant for the head of my family out of respect for the founder of the academy? The man closed his eyes slightly and looked at him and said that he was extremely glad that the head of the Melvingers was in good health, but he did not understand his intentions since the voting had already ended. The man, with his arms folded, added that everything had already been decided, so it was time to announce the laws on elections in the Uston Academy. Article 7, Section 2. The hero stood looking at the candidates and heard that if a candidate arouses any suspicion before the final election. Thomas walked towards the man and he added that a repeat vote was possible as long as the majority of voters saw the need for it. The man frowned slightly. Thomas took the guy's shoulder and said that he, the Duke of the Shining Star, Melvinger. The whole crowd looked at the hero in surprise and he added that he considered candidate Frederick to be insufficiently qualified to be the director of the academy. After which Thomas smirked and added that due to suspicions of forgery of personal documents. Frederick looked at him angrily and heard him accuse him of attempting to assassinate the Duke of the Shining Star. A view from above the hall opened up and the man said that it seemed he did not quite understand the seriousness of his accusations, whether he had proof that he was a criminal. The man frowned and said that since he decided to participate in the elections as a representative of a prestigious family of magicians, they must follow all the rules, as he said. Thomas stood, looked straight ahead and heard a request to ask those present if they supported Thomas, or rather the head of the Melvingers. The hero looked straight at the candidates and heard that his accusations were groundless. The man frowned, and a thought appeared in his head that apparently the hero had an ace up his sleeve, but whatever he did, the result would be the same. All the candidates looked at the guy in surprise, and Frederick thought about how he had the nerve, he would show him real politics. The man sat frowning and said that he thought his words would be listened to, asked what he would do now. Frederick looked at Thomas and heard that where was he rushing? It was not too late to listen to all his words and make a final decision, to which he laughed and replied that he continued to insist, standing on this sacred ground. The man looked with surprised eyes and heard that the dragon's nest was actually there. Thomas stood with a smile on his face. A recording was heard, where it was said that then they had no other choice, they needed to get rid of him, as planned, and take his amulet as a keepsake. The thought arose in the man's head that it was his voice, in the guy's hands was a magic ball with a recording. Thomas grinned and said that, contrary to what was announced to society, Dean Barrick in no way contributed to his and Sean's great discovery. On the contrary, he tried to eliminate him and steal their family heirloom. Frederick froze in surprise. Thomas asked if he considered his accusations groundless. The man abruptly stood up from his chair and said that this was a lie and how dare he deceive people using such magic. To which Thomas replied that someone like him could really deceive the seventh magician of the circle, or he thinks that he is on the eighth. The people in the crowd looked away in surprise and heard that no one could fool the archmage with something like that, as well as anyone else present, and to believe that a person with the disease of blockage suddenly rose to the eighth circle is completely absurd. Two men looked away in surprise and the man said that it meant that the dean really tried to kill the Duke of the Shining Star. Frederick froze and thought that this was the same crystal ball that he gave River when he ordered him to eliminate this man in the nest, but he did not know where he got it from. The man turned to the guy in glasses. River, standing behind the microphone, said that now the members of the election committee need to discuss something in view of the new circumstances. They asked those present to remain silent. The thought arose in the man's head that the guy had enough impudence to betray him. Sean, sitting at the table, said that yesterday they caught someone hanging around the hospital suspiciously. It turned out to be River, to which he received an answer that he thought Barrick gave him some kind of task again. Sean drank from a straw and heard that it seemed that he had something to say this time. According to him, he was waiting for him to recover to pass on something. A view of the academy opened up and it was heard that really, in order to find a way, to use the press to bribe the higher-ups. Frederick with a menacing look said to do it. The guy stood in the corridor, and in his head there was a thought that they all got him. Even River turned out to be useless. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. River quickly ran down the corridor. Thomas thought that thank God, River kept the ball, of course, and his evidence would be enough to destroy Frederick, but now everything is much easier. The guy raised his hand up, and the hero continued that why River recorded the conversation at all, as a kind of insurance, he thinks that it was not in vain that he saved him then in the nest. Frederick looked ahead in surprise and heard that this is not all. According to the law, the right to own such finds as the dragon's nest goes to the one who first finds them. Despite this, Dean Barrick appropriated the right to excavate the nest for himself without his consent. Sweat runs down the man's face and he hears that therefore he can be accused not only of an attempt on the Duke of the Shining Star, but also of attempting to steal the Melvinger family heirloom and appropriating the right to excavate. Thomas stood confidently and said that therefore he insists on depriving Dean Barrick of the opportunity to act as a candidate as well as on an investigation into his crimes. One of the people sitting at the table asked what they should do, to which the other replied that it was really necessary to discuss it. If his right to excavate was invalid, then he was of no value. The old man frowned and said that he felt mana emanating from the hero, asked if he was cured of his illness. Two men looked at the guy in surprise and one of them said that they say you were in a coma, although now he looks completely healthy, and the second added that it seems that Tassia can explain to them what is happening. The witch grinned and said that she would like to, but the representative of the Melvinger family only communicated with her brother, but that is not important. Frederick angrily said that he insists that the crystal ball is a fake. I am sure it will be confirmed, you just need to study it. The man clenched his teeth and thought that at this rate he will lose not only the position of rector, but also his head, for now he needs to deny everything and wait for Siesta's help. Frederick stood up abruptly. Lazari was standing behind the guy and he wondered why he was standing next to Sean. Frederick looked at him in surprise. A smile appeared on the guy's face and the man thought about being Sean's assistant. The guy with the red scarf adjusted his glasses. He relieved stress by playing with Frederick. Sean, raising his hand, said that, whatever the case, Carl is literally going through hell right now because of all this, and after this, he calls him crazy. And Siesta doesn't sound so bad. Frederick glared and thought about how the hero had planned everything from the very beginning, and Thomas was smiling. The thought appeared in the man's head that he, Barrick, was outplayed by him. The guy stepped forward and told the members of the selection committee that everything was settled. Then he scratched his head and added that they could proceed with the re-election. The question arose about who would like to buy the director's position. The people in the crowd looked straight ahead and heard him thank them for entrusting him with the post of director of Uston Academy. Adam appeared behind the hero and said that he was speechless. He couldn't believe that he managed to pull off such a thing. Such impudence, stupidity, or courage, and the guy thought about how to get what he was supposed to, if not at times like these. The guy had a thought in his head that he needed to come out of his academic leave and get a scholarship, although what could he know about it? Looking at all this, Adam asked if he would let him leave just like that, otherwise it looked like he decided to run away with his tail between his legs. The man took a step forward and the guy smirked at him. Frederick looked away, and in the guy's head there were thoughts about having heard his words. He didn't want to send them to him. Thomas smirked and thought that he was still a 7th circle mage, even though he was going bald. It was so surprising, but why was he silent, or did he not know how to maintain such a connection? The man looked up and heard that hearing was already a talent, but he was hearing it not because of talent. Thomas smiled and said that he was just missing a hair. Purple lightning appeared above the hero. Frederick was furious and said that he was an impudent brat and how dare he mock him. A guy from the crowd asked what he was doing. The man said to run in surprise. Frederick smiled widely and told the guy that he would die. Thomas tensed and looked straight ahead. An explosion of purple rays occurred. The hero pressed his lips together. Blue lightning began to appear from the guy's hand. Blue and purple rays mixed. People from the crowd looked at what was happening in surprise. Two guys looked up at the blue figure and said that it was a white blizzard of the 5th circle and who could block it. A purple sphere flew out of the man's hand. Blue lightning hit the floor. Many rays flew around the main character and the man. The gray-haired man asked in surprise that this was the magic of the hero of Lacenta. The two guys looked at what was happening with fear and said that if you think about it, he reflected the lightning strike of the 6th circle. Is this really a disgrace to a prestigious family of magicians? The protagonist leaned on his hand. Blue charges were flying around and he heard that a person with a blocking disease can use magic. Thomas smiled widely and thought that he could handle this old man himself, but he was still a 7th level magician. Reflecting his spells was quite energy consuming. Frederick struck with a huge volley of purple lightning, and the hero thought that nevertheless, it seems he forgot where they are. The girl snapped her fingers with a bright effect. A huge volley of fire hit the center of the hall. Red particles flew in the air, and the hero said that if an old man like you continues to be a thorn, then even the younger students are not afraid to put him in his place. A huge wave of fire covered the hall. Tassia stood against the fire and heard about the phoenix, that it was the witch Firebird. Thomas and the witch met eyes and he thought that the youngest mage of the 7th circle, the one who tamed the phoenix on her own. The hero did not think that Tassia would interfere. It was time to fight. Thomas, looking at the crowd, addressed the man that any further action of his would be perceived as an act of terror, for which he would not be punished, and added that he should behave with dignity. Frederick stood tense, and the hero thought that the heads of the hexagram and the representatives of the elections were not inferior to him in combat power. The hero added that if Barrack continued to create difficulties, the commission would consider it disrespect and suppress him by force. Frederick, gritting his teeth, looked at the guy. He frowned and asked himself that he seriously intended to stop halfway. Thomas, adjusting his tie, looked straight ahead, and the man added that just a few moments ago he spoke as if he held the whole world in his palms, and now he tucked his tail in front of the likes of them. Although he still could not even scratch him, the most he could do was stain his clothes. A thought flashed through his head about why he did not behave like before, like an overexcited dog. A purple beam hit the protagonist's face. Frederick looked straight ahead angrily, his eyes glowing a bright purple. There was a crushing explosion of pink. The witch stood with her back and looked at the floor. Sean and Azure looked with incomprehension. People from the crowd expressed surprise. Rivern, through the sweat on his face, made a sound. It was heard that the head of the Melvinger family was attacked. An order was given to hold him. The protagonist fell unconscious, and Adam said that he thought whether he even had the right to be called the King of Demons. Thomas was lying on the floor, and the demon added that seriously, he could have been a great king if he had been born one of them. The protagonist smirked and wondered if he hadn't realized. The man chained up was writhing in pain. The protagonist thought that this is what happens to those who cross him. After that day, the view of the city opened up, and someone said about the news that happened at Uston Academy, about what Thomas, who should be in a coma, did, what he could do to disgrace a prestigious family of mages. People were sitting at the bar and they could hear a conversation about who Thomas really was. Men in suits were sitting at a table and said that they said he was a hero who saved Lacenta. Dean Barrack was expelled from the academy and arrested for attempted murder. Many reporters were asking questions to the dean. Someone read that Thomas, the grandson of the creator of star magic and the hero of the war with demons, Uston Melvinger. A purple glow emanates from the man's hand. Then he added that how did he manage to get rid of the incurable blocking disease? Did he really find a mysterious cure in the dragon's nest? The girl with blue hair looks at the man sitting on the bed. It was heard that Thomas transferred the rights to the excavation to the Narester family, who supported him. Sean, holding a newspaper in his hands, said that the Melvinger family is again beginning to shine as unusually as a star, the proud ascent of a hero who has overcome endless ridicule and bullying. The guy lay with a smile on his face and heard the question of why he should read all this to him, to which he replied that he was a patient. Near the gates of the hospital, many reporters gathered with a request to let Thomas in. Open the gates, because they have the right to know. The hero sat on the bed and heard that he was just pretending to be sick and posing as a hero. Reporters need the truth about this pretender. Before, all he did was do all sorts of things and have fun, and now they even make up legends about him. Who trained him? The protagonist, holding his knee, asked what he thought, that he had been just lazing around for the last few months in Lacenta, the lady of the Blue Lion family. Thomas looked away in surprise. The hero said that he didn't need to know about it. Sean looked questioningly. The guy frowned and asked about the fact that, let's say, he wasn't planning on creating more problems. Thomas answered ambiguously. Then he added that it didn't sound like yes. The hero looked up and heard that whatever he had planned, he should leave it for the future. His father wanted to meet him. In the background, a hand was visible from which multicolored rays were flying out, and in the hero's head, a thought arose that Sean's father Guy is one of the great sages of the Ninth Circle, the strongest magicians of our era, which can be counted on the fingers of one hand, as well as the head of the Narester family, which runs the magic tower. Even his grandfather wanted to make him his student. The man in glasses stood under the red light, and he added that he was a genius among geniuses. A thought about this place arose in the hero's head. They stood with surprised faces, and Sean asked why. The guys looked forward, and the protagonist said that he knew that he lived well, but if he knew that to such an extent, he would ask him for much more money. A view of the luxurious castle of the Narester family opened up. The hero raised his head up looking at the portal, and in his head a thought appeared that the Narester family bears the title of the strongest in the magic tower. Thomas smiled, looked straight ahead, and added that someday he will be his. The hero took a few steps forward. White smoke appeared around the hero's feet. The protagonist stood and looked straight ahead, and a cloud of white fog surrounded him. Someone said that he was looking at something very interesting. The hero turned around abruptly. He added that if he wanted to get something that did not belong to him. A menacing smile appeared on the man's face. Thomas heard that he had to pay. The guy ran after Sean. Thomas did not know that his sister would be there too. He did not understand why he was told this only now. They passed him a note. Sean began to swear at him. Does he even know how much fuss there was because of him? He should contact her as soon as possible. The guy began to read the note. His sister wrote that she heard that he was invited to the Narester's house. She did not want him to bother them once again until she arrived. The sun was setting behind the horizon. The girl looked ahead. In her hand was a suitcase. The guy should be prepared for the fact that if he runs away, he will die. He was horrified by this news. He leaned over. Thomas thought that this was the end, that he was a corpse. It seemed that the Melvingers had their own demon king that Adam didn't know about. What kind of person was this that made him tremble with fear? Something worse than Satan. Sean looked at the guy. She was an angel in the flesh if Thomas wasn't causing any trouble. Had he forgotten that she had worked her ass off to get him into the academy? Thomas turned to look at him. He was grateful to her, of course, but if he had seen the true nature of his sister, he wouldn't have dared to say such a thing. For Sean, Thomas's sister was much better than his. Was she really called a witch for nothing in his opinion? At that moment, the guy noticed a silhouette. Ever since everyone had proclaimed her a genius, she had become simply disgusting. She couldn't even be called a normal person. While he was speaking, Tassia approached them. She was going to give him a good beating. The guy looked at her in horror. He should have said so if he wanted to get it harder. The girl hit him. She turned around and started to walk away. The guy thanked her for helping him during the elections. But that was nothing. He could handle it himself. Sean looked at her. Why would a stubborn woman like her do something like that? Was she really interested in Thomas? The guy got worried. Was Tassia seriously going to act like that when his friend was here? She asked the question, who lied to her first? Thomas's eyes widened. They walked forward. They would be able to get to his father's residence only after they passed this true palace of the blue fog. There were traps here, so he had to stay vigilant and follow them carefully. Tassia looked at Sean. Even a sixth circle mage would have a hard time escaping from this place. They stopped. Sean noticed that Thomas was missing. The guy was standing as if in another world. He began to look around. He began to call out to Sean and Tassia, but no one answered. The guy started running. He wanted to know where Adam had gone. He wouldn't be of any help at times like this. He noticed something ahead. It was some kind of portal. Such strong magic. Were the Naristers powerful? All the elements were gathered in this space. Some were stronger than others. Some were sharp, others were so thick that it hurt. They might seem completely different because they had nothing in common, but they coexisted in harmony thanks to the element of wind. The guy was still in shock. He didn't know what this place was, but he felt like he could make it his own as long as he explored. A voice started talking to him out of nowhere. He was looking at something very interesting. Thomas became wary. He started turning around. Was he being followed? The man continued talking. He asked if he knew what it was, or was he looking at it without any idea at all. The guy was very scared. No matter how unclaimed it may seem, stealing someone else's magic is strictly forbidden. If they can control such a space, this is at least an archmage of the 7th circle. What should he do? The voice continued to speak. Couldn't he really hear it? The voice was sure that the boy had reacted. Did he really not hear it? Thomas thought about it. Objectively, it was the Narister's fault that he had ended up here. There was no point in interrogating him. He decided to pretend that he knew nothing, and he would get out of this trap. He looked down, and the voice continued to speak. He ignored the old man. Did he want to run away or something? He could hear the gears turning in his head. Thomas abruptly focused on something else. He abruptly used the fog. The old man sat and didn't understand anything. He couldn't see what was happening in the labyrinth. The boy used the fog to hide. The boy walked forward. He was still worried. He would have managed to finish deciphering if it weren't for the old man. But unfortunately, he would have problems if he continued to stand there. He noticed something. The old man was still watching him. It was just beginning. Where was he going? The sand enveloped Thomas. If he wanted something that wasn't his, he had to pay. Hadn't he? Sean looked at his sister. He didn't know what to do. He decided that he needed to tell his father. A man approached them. He said that the true palace of the Blue Mist was open. It was Michael, the head of their family. He looked at the boys and wondered what was going on. Sean turned to look at him. The man was scolding them. Where were they looking? Michael frowned. They hadn't even had time to go in, and he was gone. They hadn't even had time to go into the true palace. They were looking at the pentagram. It seemed like Grandpa had a hand in this. The man thought about it. Why would he do this? Probably, the illness had gotten worse again. Sean started screaming. They couldn't just stand there and watch. He was their guest. He closed his eyes. What if something happened to him? Tassia smiled. Sean seemed nice to her. To think that her brother, who didn't even care about his own family members, was so worried. She raised her head. This era of the Duke of the Shining Star. She found it interesting. Michael was looking at them. He was also interested. The brother and sister exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Thomas was worried. He looked away with fear in his eyes. A prestigious family of magicians standing side by side with a magic tower. The true palace of Blue Mist, the result of this old man's long research. But he was able to not only decipher it, but also destroy the magic circle and use it again. Frederick left them so early, but he repented. He left behind an interesting child. Thomas walked forward. He stopped abruptly. The old man spread his arms. He wanted Thomas to show everything he could do. The boy turned around abruptly. He couldn't understand what was going on. He began to list the guys. Folding his arms, he couldn't understand why all the old men around him were crazy. A barrier appeared in front of him. He decided to remain calm and decided that he needed to figure it out first. His arms were crossed. They were the ones that created the barrier that protected him. The mana here didn't have just one element, and yet the Narester family was characterized by the wind element. A sudden realization came to his mind. In other words, he was using it to shape others. The hot wind, full of the fire element, turned water into steam so that a light breeze would then gather it in one place and form fog. And when the wind, full of the ice element, increased the density of this fog, its movement was sealed by a strong gust. If this old man was so strong that he could do this, then it would not be difficult for him to create a typhoon. The boy tried to hold up the shield. His gaze was directed forward. Even if the old man didn't want to hurt him, this was a provocation. Well, he would simply decipher everything he couldn't before. He had sensed this back in Lacenta. All his magic except ice was weak. He would use his method of converting mana and wind and apply it to his ice. Magic began to accumulate in his hand. And if we go further and change the circulation of mana that connects the soul and the seals to reduce its consumption. Thomas swung. There was ice in front of him. Would he be able to use other elements together with ice magic? Smoke surrounded him. There was a ball of magic in front of the guy. He threw it forward. The ball was in the ground. His hand was covered with patterns. After that, he grabbed something. The wind began to blow. The old man tried to say something, but he couldn't. The guy's hands clenched into fists. He suddenly appeared behind the guys. They turned in his direction. They were surprised. A sixth circle mage needs at least a day to get out. Even Tassia needed 4 hours and 52 minutes. But for 46, Adam was really surprised. The seal of cruelty rose to 5 stars. This high-level magic impressed even him, but the guy managed not only to destroy it, but also steal it and improve it. Michael ran up to them. He didn't understand what was wrong with the boys. He looked at them. He should have gone to the director's elections after all. He heard how the boy had recently recovered from a blocking disease, and now a sixth circle mage was standing in front of him. Thomas started to approach the man. The boys were surprised that he was of the sixth circle. He had broken Tasha's record and she was shocked. Thomas didn't attach any importance to it. He shook Michael's hand. The boy had introduced himself so late, so he apologized and introduced himself. Michael then introduced himself. He looked at the boy. He felt sorry for what he had to go through, sorry for having to face such unexpected inconveniences. Thomas smiled. He didn't see the need to apologize. It had been an interesting experience for him. The boys turned to face the palace. Thomas looked at them. Their mother and the rest of the family were waiting for them. The boy bowed his head. He was not used to hearing the word family. Smiling slightly, he said that he was on his way. The wind was waving the flag. The girl came into the room. She decided to visit her father. She ran up to him, hugging him tightly. For him, she was already a grown lady, but she behaved just like a child. He stroked her head. The man did not understand how she was able to wake him up, because even doctors could not do it. The girl began to cry. She said that Thomas helped her. Her father was surprised. As expected from a prestigious family of magicians, the Melvingers have always been the light that illuminated the darkness. She looked into his room. She wondered where he was suddenly going. He needed to rest. He got out of bed, pulling on his pants. How could he think about his health in such a situation? He simply had to find this talented guy, even if he had to go to the other end of the continent. He was already dressed. Such a righteous child in their immoral world. What other reasons are needed? He went to the exit. The man put his hand forward. He sat on one knee. The death of the blue wolves, Isabel's escape, his brother cured, and the blue wolf that returned alive and exploded right in front of him. And all this was the work of one mage. Another old man sat on the throne. The man bowed his head. The mage must have put a curse on his body. Then, a question was heard about his brother. He left with the Blue Hawks. It seems he is trying to contact Thomas, who is currently in the Narester family estate. The old man sat and listened to him. So the first thing he decided not to attack him, but to call on his sworn brothers. The old man grinned. The blue lion was weakened. His brother and this damn Thomas must not meet. He ordered the man to finish him off as soon as he left the estate. The man began to tremble. He must not forget that he is still alive only because he has this mark. It was located on his hand. He will not forget about it. Sean led Thomas. Mom and the other members were waiting for them. Adam started talking. The boy's legs started shaking. Adam followed them. He wondered if this Michael was even human. Thomas tensed up. Adam started to reason. If this Michael was an ordinary human, not a Melvinger, how did he manage to reach such a level, without the help of a creature that did not belong to their race? The boy turned to him. In his opinion, people suffered from bullshit during the years he was imprisoned. He started to point out numbers with his fingers. The heads of the Magic Tower, the members of the House of the Magic Lion, the Imperial Inspection Bureau, the Revolutionary Army, the Beastmen, the Protestant Alliance. There are so many of them. Why is this era spoken of as one teeming with monsters? Adam looked at him. He wanted to say that in addition to the Golden Lion, recognized as the most powerful on the continent, there are people equal to him in strength, and those who are even stronger. He smirked. There must be a reason. That he, the great Adam, had awakened in that era. A life where countless beasts fought for a chance to become king. The chaos and hatred that it generated. The pleasure that came from the knowledge of victory, from the crunch of bones underfoot. He, Adam, he had to hurry Thomas so that he would return his strength to him as soon as possible. But he didn't have time to finish. Thomas turned and left. The boys were in the hall. Tassia was pointing at her brother. He dropped his food because he was looking at Thomas. The younger one started yelling at her because she called Sean an idiot. Their mother chuckled slightly. She wondered why they were making so much noise in the presence of their beloved hero, Lacenta. Didn't she say that good children are quiet at mealtimes? Thomas watched them. Memories came into his mind. They were always arguing at the table. Their parents just smiled. Their father had let them do that while they were growing up. Their eyes showed sadness. His mother was worried. She thought he didn't like the food. He looked at their parents and said he was momentarily transfixed by the wonderful smell. The woman was afraid he didn't like the food. He had such a dejected expression on his face. Thomas began to eat. He closed his eyes. Eating together was wonderful. The sun was setting. A cup of tea was being poured. The boys were sitting on the sofas. Michael was sipping his tea. Thomas looked at him. They all looked at each other. Michael wondered if Thomas was mad at him. The woman looked at him. The man closed his eyes. The fall of the Melvingers. It was impossible for a family with a 1,000-year history, one that had led an empire to victories, to become like this overnight. He began to drink. Afterwards, he put his cup down on the saucer. Ostracism from the ruling family, the political games of the hexagram, betrayal of people he trusted. A fall in the name of politics. And now he asked if he was offended. He found this interesting. Thomas smiled. He said that everyone had their own circumstances. He was not offended. The cup was full of tea. The Narrasters had not contributed to the fall of their family. They literally could not help for political reasons. He could blame them for inaction, but would he have the courage to do something about it if he were in their position? Adam stood next to him, arms crossed. He did not understand why Melvinger was groveling before someone like Narraster. 1,000 years ago, the members of the hexagram were just small fry hanging around with the Melvingers. Thomas smiled a little. It was a surprise to Adam to hear this from a man who lived for power. Was there a reason he had come all this way? The Melvingers had long since lost their former power. Thomas remained silent. Even if this was his friend's home, he would have to surpass this place one day. He needed to know the circle of their mages and what kind of person this lord was. Michael, raising the cup to his lips, asked him to speak if he needed anything. Thomas looked at him. The man's gaze was fixed on the mug. The Narrasters would provide the Melvinger family with all possible support. The boys were surprised. It was gratitude for the excavation rights and a gift from him as the father of his friend. He should not feel burdened. Michael was serious. He really was a seasoned schemer. Was he trying to improve their relationship, or did he want to support the Melvinger family, which had lost its power? Thomas's mouth fell open slightly. It was to his advantage. The support of the Narrasters would strengthen his position, but the rest of the hexagram and many other people would try to limit them. Why was he trying to help the powerless Melvingers if it would entail such hardships? He had no idea what Michael was thinking. A silhouette appeared outside the window. A hand reached forward. The window was broken. The boys were surprised. The light was shining. Thomas was a little scared. What a madman would have to be to do such a thing in the Narraster estate. The man walked forward. The boy frowned. He could not believe who it could be. The man began to point at him. Thomas clenched his teeth. The stranger walked forward. He wanted the boy to become his apprentice. Black evil spirits were coming out of the floor. Sean had once told him something. His father was so greedy for talented individuals that he gathered more than 100 people in the estate, living here not as vassals, but as guests. The true power of the Narrasters lies in the Senate, consisting of these monsters. The man showed serious disrespect. He was asked to leave. The stranger began to take off his hood. The head of this Senate is the greatest master who trained all the mages of the Narraster family. Thomas was shocked. It was Augustine. He is strong, perhaps stronger than Michael. The man frowned. He was in such a hurry that he allowed himself too much. He apologized. Michael looked at him. He wondered what brought him here. He began to point at Thomas. He came to take him, whose shamelessness knows no bounds, as his apprentice. Could he be talking about the young man sitting next to Sean? He is one of the 4 dukes of the empire, Duke Melvinger. Michael turned around. He was looking at the boy. Thomas came out to Augustine and greeted him. Adam was surprised. Sean and Taja were surprised too. The old man grinned. He wondered if Thomas recognized him. How could he not recognize the great elder of the Narester family? Thomas smiled. His late father tirelessly talked about him before he left them. He said that if their family had a pillar like him, they wouldn't be broken so easily. They looked at each other. Did he and his father know each other? Augustine was so famous that it didn't seem so unlikely. Wasn't it so? The brother and sister stood with their mouths open. He clearly had the gift of the gab. Was that why he was trying to get him as an apprentice? He would take it as a compliment. The old man frowned. Thomas knew who the old man was. It would speed up the process. The question of whether he would be his apprentice followed. Thomas smiled gently. As the head of the Melvinger family, he could become the apprentice of the great master of the Narester family. It was too generous an offer, so he asked him to take it back. The old man became angry. Thomas wasn't satisfied with his blue mist labyrinth. He asked him to understand he had just had the opportunity to escape. He had taken his magic without permission. The boy grinned. Besides, hadn't he been the first to suffer? The old man gritted his teeth. He stamped his foot and ordered them to be quiet. Magic spread across the floor. Michael was shocked. Thomas's mouth fell open in surprise. Was that the night sky? The boy ran forward. No, that wasn't it. It was too light for that to be it. O suddenly found himself next to the old man. Was that teleportation? No, he was just moving. But who could do that at that speed? The old man looked at the boy. He grabbed him by the jacket. The boys were shocked. The old man started laughing. He was his now. They were gone. The boys' mouths were open in shock. Tassia started yelling at her brother. Why was he still standing? His friend had been kidnapped. Sean closed his eyes. Hadn't his sister realized yet what kind of person Thomas was? He was always one step ahead. Adam smirked. He was speechless again because of Thomas. It looked like they would soon have her one victim in their hands who would catch up with him. How fearless of him to use this creepy old man as a teacher. No, as prey. Thomas opened his eyes. He was looking at the old man. Augustine was standing right above him. The boy ran away from him. His hand was hanging. He began to fall. They grabbed him by the collar. The boy stayed on his feet. Augustine began to emerge. He almost lost his first disciple in 90 years of his life. Thomas was scared and annoyed at the same time. He took a risk and started a dangerous game because he was the great master of the Narester family, but who would have thought? While he was trying to force him to come up with a reason why he would want to become his disciple, this old man kidnapped him. They were standing on the edge of a cliff. Had he chosen the wrong path? Clenching his teeth, Thomas realized that he had to pull himself together, controlling the circulation of mana. He looked to the side. His mana wasn't moving, as if the blocking disease had returned. His gaze turned to the old man. It seemed he noticed. His consciousness was so sensitive. The boy's foot was at the very edge. Augustine was going to tell him all the details as he went along. He let him go. The old man looked down at him. Thomas was scared. Adam appeared while Thomas was falling. He felt like they were a match. Thomas wondered how he got there. Adam looked at him. It would be easy for him to find 100 like him. The guy wanted him to help him, otherwise they would both die. He looked at him. He wanted him to teach him the seal of original sin so they could get out. Adam just smiled. The guy doesn't have access to his mana, but there is plenty of it in the atmosphere. Thomas straightened up. He stretched out his hand and used the flow. A ring of wind formed under him. Shards of rock fell down. There was a powerful impact. The guy landed. He really almost died because of the sealed mana. It felt like the blocking disease had returned. He looked up. He was more interested in where he was. This place was unlike any part of the continent he knew. The guy stood up. A voice came from nowhere. He was in a labyrinth of blue fog. The true Blue Mist Palace is just a version of this place. The voice said that it had sealed his mana there, but he managed to pull it out of the atmosphere and use it. It seemed that he had made a good choice. An old man was standing at the top of the cliff. Thomas began to appear. He almost died. Did the old man even understand what he was doing? He himself said that he wanted to take him as an apprentice. He still wanted to. But despite this, he was not going to teach him what belonged to the Naresters. Like the guy said, he simply could not teach him the magic of this family. The guy was still looking up. He did not understand the meaning of what Augustine was trying to achieve. In addition to being a senator of the Narester family, he was also the head of the Grassland School. This meaning can only be passed on to one heir, and it has nothing to do with the Naresters. Thomas should have no problem learning it. The guy frowned. He looked towards Adam. He did not know, never heard or read in history books about such a school. Adam smiled. He couldn't believe that this school still existed. What tenacious bastards. They were from the east. They had been annoying him since his time as king. They used magic martial arts instead of magic. His gaze shifted to Thomas. The boy was curious about all this and had many questions. They existed 1,000 years ago, in the East. And what kind of magical martial arts? Were they similar to the techniques of ordinary martial artists? A little similar. It was a type of art in which the body was strengthened by the circulation of magic. Simply put, Thomas really needed it. Grassland was a school that specialized in harmonizing various forms of magic. It would be able to help him normalize the interweaving of mana. The boy listened to all this. He put his hand on his heart. He was stumped because the different types of mana refused to mix, but wasn't it amazing? His heart was enveloped in different magic. Just think, he could gain the invaluable knowledge he needed right now, and it would not tie him to the Narester family. There couldn't be a better opportunity. So the old man was going to teach him the Grassland School's magical martial arts. Augustine was surprised that the boy knew about them, although there shouldn't be any records left. He continued to surprise him. He decided to get started and stop standing on ceremony. Thomas's gaze suddenly shifted to the side. He covered his face with his hand. He was in the territory of the harsh wolves. They were 3 times stronger and bigger than normal. The old man was sure that he knew that learning the Grassland School's magical martial arts was based on practice. Therefore, he had to survive. The boy prepared for battle. There was a cave in front of him. Wolves began to emerge from it. Augustine watched this. What could he do with the sealed mana? 2 people approached from behind. Was it normal for them to just stand and watch? Although, he was just a beginner who hadn't even studied magic for 6 months. The old man continued to watch. The boy certainly had no experience, but that didn't mean he had no skills. If the wolves learned the taste of human flesh, there would be trouble. Thomas was knocked down. Blood spurted from his mouth. It seemed the student was in trouble. He was going to die at this rate. The boy leaned his hands on the ground. He opened his mouth. Magic began to appear in his hand. He waved his hand. The wolf's head was cut off. There was a sharp object in his hand. He lowered his head. The old man knows that he can handle it and fulfill the wish that the school has cherished for over 1,000 years. But he is still not enough. Jack, as the man who led the Revolutionary Army, will have to act. The Revolutionary Army, even the Inspectorate of the Empire, does not know the identities of its members. The leaders of this organization are on the same level as the Masters of the Magic Tower and the Lions. Their main goal is to free the continent from the Emperor's Tigrania, the most important terrorist group. And here is its former leader, the King of Monsters. He was certainly so excited to have a new student after so many years. Jack, wouldn't the old man be upset if the boy died? Thomas, cutting the wolf's body, heard a voice in his head that he was now in the territory of the fierce wolves. They were 3 times stronger and bigger than normal. Stretching his hand with an ice dagger forward, he continued to listen to the voice that told him that he was sure. He knew that the study of the magical martial arts of the Grassland School was based on practice, so he needed to kill them. He looked ahead menacingly. There was a lot of blood around him, and the voice added that he had to destroy everyone here. Thomas breathed heavily. Looking ahead, Adam told him that he managed to do this thanks to luck, but he was not enough for more in his current state. The huge wolf stepped forward, and Adam added that now it would be more difficult. This wolf knows that he wants to finish them off. There is no point in relying on luck. The protagonist stared at the huge purple wolf for a few seconds, and then thought that he was right. He could suck the mana out of the atmosphere, and he only had to kill that thing with sealed mana once or twice more. He furrowed his brows and continued to think that he had never needed the weaponry he used in the icy mountains so much. If he had known he would end up in a situation like this, he would have trained a little. Suddenly, an image of a book appeared in his mind, on which a manual of physical cultivation was written based on the study of certain factors, and he thought that indeed, the art of body cultivation that he had studied was training. He smiled, thinking that if that was the case, he should just imitate it. He stretched out his hand, thinking that the art of body cultivation that was supposedly passed down from generation to generation by the line of the Tiger King. Looking at his right hand, he continued to remember it is a combat technique that gives his bones the strength of steel, increases his strength 7-fold, and explains how to fight with it. Standing in a stance, he continued to remember that according to the tigers, the kings of beasts, the body is a small copy of the world created by God. A huge wolf began to approach him. The protagonist thought that just as mana circulates in nature, air passes through a person's lungs, his body changes depending on how he breathes and what part of the body he focuses on. Thomas took a huge amount of air into his lungs, and then thought that this choice awakens countless instincts in an instant when one of them is unconsciously chosen by the mind. The protagonist swung his hand at the enemy, and then thought that the changed body begins to move by inertia. The huge wolf opened its mouth, and the protagonist thought that he should not build illusions, just look at the world as it is. His eyes were shining, and he dodged the enemy's attack in an instant, and then thought that instincts and intuition are a fighting technique created by mixing these two sides. The wolf turned around menacingly, and Thomas, that he had no plan or reason. He again took in all the air that surrounded him, and swung his fist, thinking that his choice was always the right one. A second later, he hit the wolf on the head with all his might. He flew back at great speed. Thomas thought that this was a fighting technique of tigers. He watched this in horror. Looking at the fast movements of the protagonist, he said that he was a sick bastard. The giant wolf opened his jaw again to strike, but the protagonist was like lightning and dealt inhuman blows. Adam thought that how a man fights like a beast. The wolf began to scream in incredible pain. Thomas looked menacingly in front of him, and then he struck his opponent's stomach with all his might. Adam wondered how he did it. A second later, the wolf fell to the ground, and the protagonist began to breathe heavily. Lying on the ground and looking at the countless corpses in front of him, he heard Khan's voice, saying what he expected from his student. He had already killed 2, it seemed he would have to increase the difficulty after all. Thomas continued to gulp air greedily, and Khan told him that he tried hard, so he would give him a hint, let him find moss growing on the shady side of the cliff and use it. Adam, standing next to him, gritting his teeth in displeasure, said that this old man was also sick. He liked to watch him try. The protagonist whispered back so as not to be equated with this psycho. Stepping forward, he said that it was a curse. Tying his belt tighter, he added that Khan said to kill them all. Menacingly looking ahead, the protagonist added that he needed to see who would win. Then he made a quick dash forward. 2 huge wolves attacked him. Thomas stood in a stance, watching them, and then thought that 10 days had passed like this, which seemed both long and short to him. We are transported to some time later. The protagonist looks at the mountain and says that this flower contains magical energy. Adam, standing nearby, replied that yes, he has no idea why it is growing here on Sunday in demon territory. Thomas faced the wolves again, destroying everyone who gets in his way. He said that if it has magic, maybe he can replenish his mana reserves by eating it. Looking at the flowers, Adam replied that for humans it is just a medicinal plant, but it has seals, it can probably work. The protagonist hits the wolf on the head with all his might. Adam tells him that no, it will probably even increase the level of the seal. Thomas, having picked the flowers, looked at them, and Adam added that he does not think the old man would tell him to come here for no reason, but if you think about it, then where did the flower come from? Maybe this place is somehow connected with demons. The protagonist thought that this is definitely a great opportunity. Looking at the blood on the floor, he continued to think that he was still angry at him because he literally threw him off the cliff. Stepping forward, he continued to think that thanks to this, he would be able to increase the level of the seal and the amount of mana would increase. Forward, behind him was a huge number of wolf corpses. He thought that even he would remember the art of body cultivation because he sealed the mana. Thomas reached a large stone. Looking down, he looked down and then said that it seemed like it was time to end this farce. In front of him stood a huge wolf with a stone in its head. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that he was the last one. Suddenly, he noticed the silhouette of a man on a wolf. He said out loud that the leg of a man. He turned to the side in fear when he heard the words that he never ceases to amaze him. A large white tiger appeared, and someone else added that he heard from the boss that he is the best in Uston Academy. Thomas raised his head, saw Jack, who said that he did not expect such a level. A second later, he descended from the wolf to the ground. The protagonist, frowning, looked in his direction, and Jack added that he had made a decision. Calmly standing in place, he said that if he could handle this stern wolf. Smiling, he lit a cigarette and said that he would take him as an apprentice. Suddenly, someone jumped down. Dust scattered to the sides. Augustine, menacingly pointing his finger forward, shouted that he at least knew how much effort he had put in to find this guy, and now he wanted to take him. The protagonist and Adam were silently looking ahead. Jack started shouting discontentedly that he was saying this let him try to imagine how hard it was for him to raise new wolves, and the old ones were killed because of him. He would need to find the cubs in the southern lands of the dragons, then feed them only resurrection flowers for 5 years. Adam, looking ahead, folded his arms and asked that he still seemed like the worst option to him. Thomas thought about what to tell him. Suddenly, Jack approached him with a smile and put his hands on his shoulders, and the protagonist asked that they did not want to ask his opinion. Jack replied that he apologized. He rushed things a little, but he had such potential. He thought he knew exactly who all these wanted posters were and so on. He wanted to become a disciple of the King of Monsters. Suddenly, Jack looked ahead, puzzled, and Thomas said no. Looking at Augustine, he added that he could, if a little eccentric, but the master was already his teacher. Frowning, he added that so he could not become his. Suddenly Jack interrupted and replied that he would teach him the Mirage Eyes. Raising his hand, he smiled and, pointing to his eye, replied that with this art he would be able to freely control the beast, thanks to which he received his title of the King of Monsters. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled and replied that the rules of no more than one teacher were invented by people with narrow thinking. He asks him to teach him his techniques, if he does not mind. Hearing this, Augustine turned pale and whispered bastard. Adam, who was standing next to him, exhaled and said that he knew he was not familiar with the concept of honor. A second later, Jack shouted that he knew that the Melvingers are very straightforward, and he likes it. Thomas smiled and said that now let him teach him the eyes. Suddenly Jack raised his hand and said no. Approaching his wolf, he turned around and said that he did not hear him. He would become his student only if he could defeat this stern wolf. Continuing to smile, he added that without the ability to control the magic of the Mirage Eye, he would never master magical martial arts that improve the circulation of magic. Strengthen this technique. Narrowing his eyes, he added that, apparently, he performed mana with flowers on Sunday. But this is the final test. If he defeats this wolf, let him use only magical martial arts. Suddenly, the wolf disappeared in front of Jack at great speed. He crashed into the wall. Thomas looked up. Jack watched this picture in fear. Adam exhaled in displeasure, standing next to the white tiger. A second later, the protagonist smiled and asked what was all this. Jack, looking at him, answered that yes. Then Augustine stepped forward. Thomas turned around and said that finally someone who enjoys his suffering has appeared. Looking at his teacher, he asked that he was satisfied. Frowning, he looked ahead. Augustine stood still for a few seconds, and then, putting his hand on the protagonist's shoulder, he said good job. His hand was covered in a yellow aura, and he added that it seemed like he could finally. Thomas looked ahead silently for a few seconds. The sun rose, and Augustine added that he could teach him the evil of the Night Chronicle. Many flowers appear in front of us. Thomas slowly walks forward. Looking around, he asks where they are. Augustine replied that this is the Night Chronicle Sanctuary. Hearing this, the protagonist Atascon looked ahead and asked the sanctuary. Looking inside, he felt a red demonic energy, thinking that the aura here is gloomy and dark. Looking forward, he said that why is there a demonic domain? The protagonist standing next to him thought that only demon kings can create a demonic domain, right? Adam, frowning, looked at the sanctuary and then said that now he understands why they found the resurrection flowers here. This energy, is this not his territory? Thomas, and the task did not turn around. Adam continued to say that he is in the east, as far as he knows. Augustine suddenly asked what he feels. This. Going inside, he added that he thinks the flow of Melvinger, the most famous demon hunters, is able to feel it. The protagonist, looking at his teacher, said that yes, but why is there a demonic domain in the sanctuary of the Chronicle of the Night? Augustine touched the door. Seals appeared on his hands. He said that he thinks he knows that the Chronicle of the Night is not from here, but from the Far East. They walked down a huge corridor, reaching a huge painting. Thomas thought that the characteristic Eastern architecture and writing. Augustine turned around and replied that the founder of the Chronicle of the Night was an alchemist who was looking for herbs in those parts. Looking at the painting, he added that once the king of demons deprived him of his wife and daughter, driven by greed for revenge, the founder pursued this bastard of the East itself. They walked further down the corridor, reaching a huge painting that depicted a man. Augustine added that he was too strong, and so he decided to change the plan. He not only combined the knowledge of the East and West of magic, but also managed to absorb the power of the demon and become stronger. Hearing this, Thomas replied that it turns out that he was never able to take revenge. He replied to Augusta that yes, he waited almost 1,000 years. The protagonist, looking at the teacher's back, said that since he accepted him as a student, justice would soon prevail, to which his teacher replied that no, it had already prevailed. Looking ahead at the narrow passage, the protagonist asked who had prevailed. Augustine replied that it was not obvious. What Thomas saw struck him as the task before him. A multitude of seals appeared before them, and someone replied that it was him. Adam, looking ahead, said that it is not that he is special, but he cannot believe his strength, that this 40 managed to seal him. He is definitely a professional in his field. The protagonist, looking ahead, thought that if even Adam recognized this king, how much strength does he have and how powerful is the teacher who defeated him? August, lowering his head, answered that he should not brag to the student. There were too many variables in that battle. It is almost impossible to determine the true winner. He added to your head that he, as the founder, will achieve his goal. It is time to find out who won this battle. A huge monster appeared in front of them, which was sealed. Augustine added that a student who will one day walk on his path will help him with this. Thomas, frowning, looked ahead. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, and his teacher added that he can. Looking at the huge demon, he asked who is stronger than him. Opening one eye, Augustine asked, or what he taught him. Thomas stood with other people and looked at the monster he would have to fight. He stood with Augustine, who said that he needed to deal with the seal. He also said that Thomas was an ordinary person and he could do it. Adam was confused, and the blonde was confused. Augustine raised his hand and said that he knew his worries and experiences. Thomas was angry. Adam looked and said nothing. Augustine wrapped his hand. He said that every magician has his own technique. His hand turned black and inscriptions appeared. Augustine's cloak fluttered. His hand turned completely black. It was the hand of a dark elf. Light elves lived in forests filled with sunlight. Dark elves hid in the darkness of the dungeon, being followers of demons. But soon these creatures were erased from the face of the earth. Augustine said that transplanting other people's body parts was forbidden dark magic. He squeezed his hand and raised his thumb up. They learned each other's weaknesses. He closed his left eye and said that everything that happened was for the sake of training. Thomas was very excited because Adam knew about his abilities. They stood opposite each other. Next to Jack stood a white tiger. Adam was calm. Thomas mentally noted that he could not refuse a mentor because he was trying to achieve what he wanted. He moved his right leg away from his left, kneaded the bones of his hands. He bent down and said that he was the head of the family. The blonde smiled. Augustine thanked the student. Thomas asked what the king's name was and that he only needed to swallow the seal of the Demon King. He replied that he had always been called by different names, but the Chronicle called him by his own name. They called him the cruel beast Hull. Thomas took a step with one foot. Augustine grinned. The blonde said that he was starting. Hull was the Demon King, who was recognized even by Adam. Thomas straightened up. He asked Adam how to absorb him. His face changed to displeased. He was desperately asked to confess his own confession. Adam began to scream. Did he think about it, absorbing the seal for the first time? Thomas's magic pendant did not react. An idea came to him. He absorbed the seal. There were sparks around. A dragon appeared. Jack was shocked. Augustine was still watching. Papers began to fly apart. Thomas stood alone in the middle of all this. He smirked because weeks of training were not in vain. The blonde was very pleased and angry because he used and linked the seal and the speech of the soul. Therefore, it cannot fail to work. He moved to a dark forest. Thomas was confused and did not understand if there was anything alive here at all. He did not think that this was all because of the unreality of this world. Only the sound of the wind and the bursting bubbles in the swamp was heard. Leaves were heard and something wrong. Somewhere nearby was a predator. Thomas looked back with one eye in bewilderment. There was only forest around. He ran through it. He thought he saw movement. Maybe it was the air or the ground. With a frightened face, he told himself that he did not feel someone else's presence. A monster appeared behind him. He said that an interesting person had appeared here. The girl was walking with a suitcase in her hands. She had a calm face. She approached the portal where two guards were standing. The blonde said why he did not answer his sister. There was a monster in front of Thomas. He was wondering if he should fight like he did with the Queen of the Ice Mountains. The blonde didn't know how to absorb its seal. There was the monster's eye in front of him. It said that the Melvingers win first and ask questions later. Thomas wondered how this creature had guessed who he was. The monster asked who the seal on his hand belonged to. The blonde was confused. He was thinking that it was just lunch for him. He wanted to attack him so that he would continue to think like that. Thomas was standing on the red floor. The monster's mouth was open. It was probably angry and said that its time had come. The Melvinger child would be insatiable. Thomas's body stopped moving. His eyes lit up. An animal was drawn in white. The monster said that it would meet him again. Thomas found himself in his world. He was scared. People around him were asking if he had finished. The blonde was confused that the seal could be obtained so easily. Adam told him that the monster had no choice. In the future it can be reborn. Thomas's hand was in a blue seal. A new member of the family appeared. His name was the Evil God. Augustine guessed that the monster's status fell after he lost. Thomas would have asked the teacher if Adam refused to tell. Augustine became serious. The blonde was sad. Augustine told him that this was the seal of rage. Hull was originally like an evil spirit. Now Thomas can recognize the enemy's weaknesses faster. Augustine began to cry because the blonde will be able to awaken the sixth sense by circulating mana. Thomas looked at him with a very incomprehensible look. Augustine called it a sense of evil. Information about the levels of the seal and its use cannot be found in ordinary magic textbooks. He continued to say that this knowledge and dreams were accumulated over thousands of years. The drawing on Thomas's hand glowed. Smoke appeared behind him. He became more serious. There were sparks around. A light appeared in the distance. He decided to make sure and asked that the feeling of evil felt like a tingling of the heart and a trembling sensation. The blonde did not understand why he felt it now. Everyone was in shock because Sean had gotten here. Augustine and Jack were standing nearby. Thomas did not understand what to do. There was a large house. The maid said that Tassia needed to see it in person. She was unhappy, very unhappy. She said not to let her in yet. There was a girl standing with a suitcase in her hands. She said that she would personally take care of it. The circles were glowing brightly. There were stones around. Sean was chasing Thomas, saying that he had to stop Tassia. The guy with red hair was very angry. He said that because of him, the spirit of competition had awakened in her. There was a city around and the sun was shining brightly. Tassia ran and hoped that nothing bad would happen. She thought that the Duke's sister had sacrificed her whole life for him. From the girl with red words, we learn that the Duke was very afraid of his older sister. There was a girl standing. She had a suitcase in her hand. She asked where her brother was. The guards answered that her brother was here, but she could not go in. Julia asked to call Sean. The two guys were firm, said that entry was forbidden for her. Tassia appeared behind the three of them. Julia turned around. The girl with red hair introduced herself. The blonde leaned over and said her name. She began to praise Tassia. She was interested in one question at the moment. Tassia answered that they can't let just anyone in. Julia stood there with a small smile on her face. She asked how she could prove her identity. Tassia was serious. She didn't believe her. She was very serious. There was a flame of misunderstanding around Julia. They decided to fight until first blood. Tassia snapped her finger. Julia's suitcase fell. There was an explosion. The identity verification procedure began. 2 guards were standing nearby while all this was happening. Tassia grinned. Julia pulled a large hammer out of the suitcase. Stones were flying around. A bright beam of light was breaking through into the distance. Tassia began to act. She said that she had only done this as a child with Sean. She recited the spell. As it turned out, she had never lost to him as a child. Julia began to swing the hammer. She prepared to throw it with a smile on her face. She threw the hammer. Tassia's eyes were in confusion. She tilted her head back a little with a smile on her face. It was very bright next to her. Her face was quite surprised. The sledgehammer was flying. There was a black skull on the end. It was bright all around. Julia had won. The 2 of them were pushed away from each other. They didn't understand what had happened. The blonde said it looked funny from the outside. Thomas was being held by the neck. Sean was running towards him. The blonde asked how his sister was. He had a smirk on his face. Julia said his name with a serious face. Her mouth was slightly open. She wanted to talk to him. Tassia thought. She looked at the document. Laura asked if that was all. The red-haired one said that the Black Skull is the strongest guild. Her hands were folded. It turns out that the Black Skull does not meet with anyone except the Great Lion. Tassia said that it is necessary to maintain good relations with Julia's family. Thomas was running. The sledgehammer was flying. Julia was chasing the blonde. She asked if he had settled in well here. She said that he could now resist her. She tried to hit him. He tried to stop her. Thomas explained that if it were not for the feeling of evil, he would have already died. He mentally noted that she had not changed at all. Adam came. He had never seen him so scared. He felt only her aura, but not her mana. The blonde looked back. Julia was standing opposite him. She swung the hammer. Thomas tried to block her blow. She began to attack him, but a shield appeared. He asked if she was crazy. The blonde supposed that he could break now. His face was very tense. Opening his eyes, he looked at her. She stood in front of him with a hammer aimed at him. He was sitting on the floor. The blonde was sure that her brother was suffering from a blocking disease. Thomas was worried. She told him that he had not contacted her for 6 months. Tears came to her eyes. His sister used to be very protective of him and reproach him for his actions. He really didn't like it. Their parents died. She raised her brother as a child. Because of this, she had to grow up earlier. Thomas understood how to revive his family. Julia was in tears. The blonde wondered if the demons would return. Julia was at a loss. Thomas gathered for the north. No matter what fate would be, he would overcome everything. He decided to do the same as his grandfather, so that his family would not disappear, so that he would sow the whole world, so that every place would become clean. Thomas wanted everything to shine like the stars. There was a tear on Julia's cheek. She smiled. The sister told her brother not to leave without saying a word. Adam just stood there silently. He wanted her to hit Thomas again. People get sentimental over the most trivial things. It was night. A masked man was standing with a box. There were red wings on the box. There was a statuette in it. The masked man said that it was in the name of the resurrection of Mr. Azazel. The sun was shining brightly. A bird was flying in the sky. Thomas was sitting on a rock. It was 3 months ago. The bird started flying straight towards the blonde. He was blindfolded. One eye lit up. The guy extended his hand to the bird. It sat on his hand. Jack was standing next to them. He said that he didn't think that Thomas would reach perfection so soon. They tried to attack him. Thomas tried to hit Augustine with one hand. He said that apparently the guy had completely mastered the sense of evil. Thomas was told that he'd better gain experience in real battles now. He sat down on the ground and grinned. Jack and Augustine stood in front of him. Thomas said that he had learned a lot from them. They asked if he would bring back souvenirs. The blonde said that he should be spared future meetings. He smiled. Augustine and Jack stood nearby. They told him that he had never died before his time. It turned out that the 3 of them had traveled across the continent before. At that time, they were still young. Jack asked if it would be more fun if the unfortunate student returned. Augustine said that they were not old men. He also said that the bastard had abandoned his mentors. He did this for the sake of a walk north. Thomas transferred the rights to excavate the nest to Taja. The carriage was already at the main entrance. Taja was very excited by the dragon secrets. Thomas now had one more debtor. The lady promised to contact him, but she apparently forgot. Herman held a sword in his hand and said that he was disappointed. He stood among the dead people. They told him that he was in too much of a hurry. It was known that if he united with the Melvingers, he would fall immediately. People began to praise his niece jokingly for her cleverness. Isabel and the boy stood in front of Herman. Herman said that they needed to go to the Duke of the Shining Star. The faces of the people around him immediately changed. There were several houses. 2 people were passing by. One asked why Paul had not become a blue lion. He had previously assumed that it would not be difficult to get rid of a sick blue lion. They said that they needed to quickly put Paul while at the head of the house. One of them said that if Paul accepted this position, then his body and powers. One of his eyes changed to black and red. He said that then the body and power would be used in the name of Lord Azazel. Birds were flying around. It was already evening. There was a carriage near the city. Thomas was disappointed because he calmly wanted to go north alone. There was also a coachman in the carriage, which the blonde didn't like. Sean would also be going with him. Thomas was very unhappy. On the left side sat his sister. She asked her brother if he didn't want to go with her. Opposite him sat Augustine and Jack. Augustine said that during this time Thomas needed to be taught some manners. Adam was very irritated by all this because the trip would be noisy. Thomas said with a false smile that he was happy. He said that it looked like a family trip. Julia thanked the teachers for taking care of her brother. Sean sat in thought. Tiger yawned. Jack left. Augustine looked seriously. Thomas sat dissatisfied. His eyes were open. In the evening they left. Michael was sitting in a chair with his secretary and drinking tea. The man put his cup of drink on the table and started talking. He asked the man standing next to him if they were going north. Jean confirmed the boss's arguments. The man asked if the boss had any good news for him, to which he took a cup of tea and thought. Michael looked out the window and asked Jean to do the same and look at something. A carriage with horses and a strange combination of them was driving outside the window. The girl was sitting in a chair and asked Sean to behave appropriately with his elders. She pointed at Sean and cited him as an example to the boy. Thomas reluctantly got rid of her with his indifferent attitude to manners. Julia turned to the men sitting opposite and offered to teach her brother a good lesson in manners. Jack and Augustine gladly agreed to give the girl such an opportunity and asked her to ignore them. Julia thanked the men for the opportunity. Thomas tried to get rid of his sister again, but she stood up and loudly hit the back of the boy's chair. The girl looked at her brother and asked him to get out. Thomas was confused and tried to calm his sister down while she got out her weapon. She showed her brother the hammer and asked him about his words about manners. Julia took her brother by the ear and dragged him to the exit while the boy screamed in pain and begged to let him go. Adam looked at the helpless Thomas and could not believe his eyes that he managed to see such a thing. The demon put his hand on his chest and glowed blue with words of his own satisfaction. It was a clear day and the carriage was moving along a forest path. Carl saw something strange ahead and stopped the carriage. The wheels stopped turning and the horses stopped. Thomas looked out to ask the boy the reason for the stop and saw people in the distance. 3 thugs were standing in front of the horses. The people were clearly laying claim to their cargo and horses. The ogre said that one must be fearless to ride through his domain and lick the knife. The old man stepped forward, pulled out the knife and demanded that they give them all the jewels and goods. Carl and Thomas were at a loss. The old thug was surprised by the inaction of the travelers. Thomas met his gaze and froze in place. The old man began to run towards the carriage and shout demands to give him everything, or someone's blood will be spilled. The guy opened the carriage door completely and began to descend in irritation. Jack put his hand on Thomas's shoulder and called out to him. The man asked to leave the thugs with him. He did not want to miss his chance. Jack stood behind the tiger and began to prove his superiority to his student. The thugs were stunned by the sight of a 3-meter tiger in front of him. Jack stood before the animal with a proud face. The man opened his arms and asked the student to look at why he was called the King of Beasts. The voice behind him directed mana towards Jack. A large block of ice appeared from the ground between the opposing sides, causing shock among the thugs. 3 men lay on the ground, afraid to move. Jack asked Thomas, who had intervened, if it was possible to get by with his tiger, to which he heard the answer that there was no need to arrange a bloodbath. The guy turned around and looked at the thugs, saying that they were not bandits, but starving residents of one of the nearby villages. The man fell to his knees. His partners followed him and began to beg not to kill them and to spare them. Thomas asked if they were ordinary people. What would these people do to them if they did not meet resistance? The thugs looked at each other with guilt. Thomas looked menacingly at the old man. He fell to his knees and confirmed the guy's rightness, which surprised his partner. The old man continued to ask to apply punishment only to him and not to touch his partners because it was his idea. The guys nearby began to dissuade the headman from his words because they were only committing robberies for the life of their village. The guys began to beg Thomas to punish the 3 of them, to which he offered to check the truth of their words. The sky was cloudy. The wanderers with the thugs walked along the village street and looked around. The headman said that for several years they had been living in drought without food and were already thinking of becoming robbers instead of waiting for death to approach. Adam noticed some familiar energy while the headman was talking about the extinction of all livestock and the distance of the nearest village from them. The man blamed himself for the extinction of the village, grabbed his face and barely held back tears. Augustine suggested that Thomas take pity on the robbers because they had not committed a crime. The guy looked at the man and thought. Augustine continued asking the guy about the duties of aristocrats to help ordinary people. Thomas found the robbers not guilty, which drew the attention of the village headman. The man began to bow to the boy and thank him with all his heart, which caused confusion in the savior. Adam continued to search for the source of the familiar energy and rushed back and forth while the headman thanked his saviors. The boy asked the demon what was the reason for his agitation and fussing around. Adam said that there was a barely perceptible demonic energy coming from those fields, which caused alarm in Thomas. Smoke from a dry field blew on the horizon and a large shadow was reflected from objects while the boy looked into the distance. The sky was still quite clear. The wanderers stood in the middle of a dried field and discussed its emptiness. In the distance, the field was darkening and crows were flying over the cracks. Augustine asked Thomas if he was sure that something demonic was coming from there, since the old man did not notice anything. The boy replied that they were there, after which Adam said that the source of energy was most likely buried. The demon reminded Thomas that according to their agreement, all demonic energy would remain with Adam, which caused the guy to irritably agree. Thomas announced the start of the excavations and asked those present to retreat to a safe distance. The guy sent a mana cut across the ground. Something very large and heavy landed on the ground, leaving a large crack. The elder was shocked by what he saw and commented on the phenomenon as a miracle. Thomas jumped from the ledge on which all the people were standing. He landed successfully and headed towards the hole. Mana dug a box out of the ground. Augustine followed the student down with a question about the success of the search, to which he received an answer and a demonstration of the find. After opening the box, demonic energy began to burst out of it. Thomas and Adam looked at this in anticipation of something grand. Augustine saw demonic energy bursting out of the box and froze in surprise. Inside the box sat a small creature with a goat's head and wings. Adam asked irritably what he was doing here. The great demon god has 4 servants: original sin Mephistopheles, the end Shaitan, adultery Lilith, and the tyrant madness Azazel, who has the largest army of all. This demon was especially thirsty for the human world and the earth, which caused many places and cities to turn into ruins. The guy was holding a totem of Azazel's followers in his hand, which, according to Adam, was used for human sacrifices. The demon asked Thomas in surprise how he knew about Azazel, to which the guy replied that he read about him in a book. The guy asked Adam if he meant human sacrifices of death in the village. The demon crossed his arms and answered thoughtfully. He admitted that this was true. Thomas began to wonder what the servants of the demon god were planning, hiding in the human world. Adam called out to the boy and asked him to look for demonic energy for him if he had not forgotten. Augustine told them both that it was a very bad sign if a demon destroyed 30 years ago was still making itself known. The man demanded that the find be sent to headquarters immediately, to which Adam responded coldly. Thomas agreed with the teacher, while the demon demanded that he give the demonic energy to him. The boy explained that absorbing the thing and transferring its energy right now would be very stupid and presumptuous, which irritated and angered the demon. Thomas said that if he was told how to use seal magic, he would find a way out of this situation. Adam rejected the offer. Augustine handed Sean the box with the find and asked him to deliver it to headquarters. The demon continued to beg Thomas to teach him anything but seal control, while the box was handed to the boy with a request to deliver it as soon as possible. Something behind the team expressed its interest in the find. It was something demonic. It went around Thomas's back and headed for the box. The demon snatched the find from Augustine's hands. It was a demon in the form of a dragon, carrying the box further and further while Adam screamed about its energy. The man asked Thomas what that had just been. The guy stood with his head down, upset, and said that it was a sealed demon, Hull, who had decided to take revenge. With Adam screaming, Thomas suggested continuing the search because problems in the village would not arise simply because of one small totem. The rock walls were lit by 2 candles. Azazel's meeting was taking place underground around his statue by his successors. People bowed to his stone form. The man in the suit noticed something. Another participant asked him what had happened, to which he replied that the Great One's ritual had been interrupted by an unbeliever. Those present began to be outraged by the cruelty of the heretic. The boy looked at the statue. The priest spread his arms out to the sides and asked Azazel to calm his anger and allow them to deal with the infidels. The people began to swear that the demons would soon rise again in these lands. The priest looked back and asked one participant to tell Judas that if he went north, he should meet Kaya and then begin the ritual of revival. It was getting dark outside while the travelers sat on the shore of a small lake. Thomas sat on the ground and wondered why no one had ever guessed that demons were behind all of this. The villagers stood and rejoiced at the return of water to the land. A girl by the pond mourned the innocent sacrifice due to the drought. Augustine placed his hand on Thomas's shoulder and informed him that they had sent evidence and the official in charge of these lands would be punished. The old man expressed his desire to cut off the head of such an official, but was disappointed that he had no right to do so. The boy thought about the truth of Augustine's words and thought that the demons in this area could no longer hide from the authorities. He wanted to return to the main goal, finding the flower temple and completing the winter season quest. After that, Thomas was determined to start getting rid of the demons. The village chief thanked the boys for their help and bowed. Thomas extended his hand and asked him to take care of the villagers. As the wanderers began to leave for the carriage, the old man called out to them to say something. He asked the boy for his name. Thomas turned around and proudly introduced himself. The villagers were surprised to hear his name because he was very famous and strong. The chief continued to look at his hero and mentally thanked him. The boys got into the carriage and set off again. Julia, Thomas, and Sean were sitting at the table opposite their teachers. Carl asked the guy to look at the road. Thomas leaned out of the window and asked the reason for the stop, to which Carl pointed to the road. The imperial family's investigation department stood on the way of the travelers. Masked men stood on the road and blocked the way. Thomas approached the main one and looked at him. The masked man asked his name. The guy clenched his teeth and thought about this man. These were representatives of the Imperial Bureau, monsters capable of manipulating, kidnapping, or even killing people at whom their boss pointed a finger. Their abilities were on par with the Magic Tower and the House of the Great Lion. The guy was not even surprised by their quick arrival because they themselves sent the find with the report. Thomas suspected something. He thought that if the Emperor stood in front of him, he would not address him informally. The guy exclaimed joyfully with uncertainty, which was followed by misunderstanding from the masked man. A question about disrespect was heard from the crowd. The guy in the line got angry at Thomas for the disrespectful attitude towards the Imperial Bureau itself from a weakling like him. The guy leaned against the carriage and asked what was wrong. Thomas looked into the crowd and told them that there was no one present who respected themselves and their status if they ran around like mongrels on missions like this. The guy's words caused complete shock among those present. Thomas continued to accuse the crowd of disrespectful attitude of minor officials towards the Duke, which drove them into a stupor. Patron asked again if he had understood the intentions of the Bureau correctly. The crowd of masked people bowed to the Duke, realizing their mistake. Patron asked if Thomas was a magician. The chief looked at the man standing behind him, forcing him to say something. The man noticed a menacing look on himself. The chief looked as if he was looking for support among his subordinates. The man apologized to Thomas and took off his mask. Patron apologized again for his rude treatment of the higher ranks and bowed. Adam watched this and was damn glad that Thomas always came out the winner in such fights. The guy said that if this happened again, he would report it to the House of Lords, to which the man with the removed mask once again apologized. Patron was furious that Thomas was acting so arrogantly, but he could not do anything because he was of a lower rank. Patron looked up and saw Augustin, who was scolding him for disrespecting his student. The old man stood in front of him and said that he himself would not have stood up to such an attitude, and their heads would have cooled on the ground long ago. Patron was shocked when he saw Augustin and did not believe his eyes. The guy still could not comprehend that Thomas was a student of the most powerful mage of the tower. Patron swore to himself that when he returned home, he would kick out the intelligence department from his team. Light fell through the branches of the trees to the ground. Thomas and Patron were sitting at the table. The second one introduced himself to the interlocutor once again. Thomas did not understand why this time it was the Crown Prince who had picked up on the trail of what had happened and sent his squad on a mission. Patron suggested getting straight to the point and not wasting the other's time, to which Thomas muttered something satisfyingly under his breath. Patron was beside himself with the guy's rudeness, but he continued to tell about how they had recently found an unknown group that they had been looking for a long time. Thomas asked the name of the group, offering his guess, Grigori, which caused shock in the interlocutor. Thomas looked into the guy's eyes and asked if he had forgotten what family he was from. Patron said the name with clenched teeth. The guy noted that all members of his family are natural enemies of demons. The interlocutor continued, telling only about one totem found in the report and asked where the other 8 were. Thomas confidently answered that the rest were kept by them, causing anger in the interlocutor. Patron named Chapter 2.11 as an argument to provide all the demonic things found to the imperial family as evidence. Thomas stated that paragraph 1.8 of the law on possession stated that an individual may dispose of demonic objects with permission from the Administrative Bureau for research purposes. The guy said that he had such permission and was surprised that the Imperial Bureau for some reason did not know about it, which caused confusion in Patron. The guy asked how the researchers knew the location of the totem. Thomas, using insulting language, told his opponent that his family disposed of them. The guy said that such an answer could not be considered official due to its vagueness. Thomas asked that otherwise his family would have to reveal their secrets. Patran was beside himself with rage, realizing that the guy did not understand the seriousness of the situation and continued to hide behind his forgotten last name. Thomas asked if he answered all the questions and if they could go already. Patran was angry with the guy, but he could not do anything and said goodbye. Thomas watched the Imperial carriage leave and mentally saw it off. The boy's friend stood behind him and marveled at his resourcefulness. Sean said that Thomas felt immortal and invulnerable if he spoke to such people like that. Julia praised her brother for his work and said that his intervention was important. Jack asked if it was worth leaving such persistent and arrogant behavior of Patrak without punishment, to which the answer was received that it certainly would not remain so. The boy said that he was never satisfied with such endings, and he would change the outcome of these negotiations at any opportunity. Augustine looked at his student with shame, while he stated the need to notify Patrak's boss about such a disdainful attitude towards him. Thomas could not calm down, but seeing the teacher's reaction, he began to think about something. A pitch-black night outside. Leaves from the trees were falling on the forest road. Patrak was sitting on one knee in front of the prince and offering his apologies. The prince asked the boy to raise his head and look at him. The ring on the crown prince's hand was shining and radiating energy as he said that the blame lay solely with him. The boy introduced himself as Crown Prince Nolan. The bat was hanging on a branch and looking at the two boys. Its eyes transmitted the picture to Thomas, who was watching them and listening to the dialogue. The Crown Prince asked Patran to raise his head. He took all the blame for the failed task on himself. Nolan continued to talk about his ambitions and desire to meet with Thomas because it was he who underestimated his opponent, forcing the innocent boy to drown in shame. The prince said that he was incompetent for such tasks if he set up his subordinates like that. The boy tried to dissuade Nolan from his words, but he stated his intentions. The Crown Prince said that the first priority was to destroy the remaining demons, to which Patran agreed. Nolan asked about the puppet of the Grigori group. The boy told about the true nature of the demon group, about their attitude to totems. Patran called for the victory over all the demons if they wanted to win the war for the throne. Nolan ordered not to make any mistakes. Patran accepted the order. The prince went to the carriage, while his ward watched him go. The guy was talking about how Nolan couldn't forget his ex-fiancée Isabel, whom he had to leave behind because of his plans for the throne and politics. However, the crown prince decided to look at his beloved savior after all, wearing a mask. This turn of events should have brought peace and quiet to the prince, but because of the guy's actions, he had to ask his master for forgiveness. The crown prince is a man who led the empire like the sun. He shouldn't have any contact with the crazy Thomas, so as not to ruin his reputation, so he needs to get rid of the guy. Thomas, in the body of a bat, heard the entire conversation. Patran drew the attention of his subordinates and said that this was demon territory. The guy loudly called on the masked men to destroy all life in their path, leaving not a blade of grass. An explosion thundered in the territory of Viscount Garrot, causing a fire. Thomas, Julia, and Sean stood on the edge of a cliff and watched the spectacle with enthusiasm. All three of them moved in a downward direction. The guys flew straight down from the cliff. The guy sent the bat after the inspector's bureau further because he did not expect to learn so much valuable information today. Thomas was very amused that the crown prince himself was hiding under the mask of an agent and watching him. But the real treasure was information about the location of the secret shelter. The guy allowed the inspector's bureau to continue fighting and drenching everything around with their blood. Thomas said that after that he would rob their burning house. The guy imagined that while the agents were fighting the demons, they would get into the building, take their totem and leave. Their teachers would open the way to retreat after the theft. The guy took the agent's mask from his bosom. The three guys put on the masks and looked at the building. The remains of the frame were burning, opening the way for the accomplices to the storage. The guys understand that sooner or later the agents will reach the burning bureau, and until that happens, they need to leave the mansion as quickly as possible. Sean looked around while running. He expressed his understanding of the situation and continued running. Thomas ran ahead and changed the course of movement. The guy gathered mana in his palm and directed it at the wall in order to overcome it. Hundreds of energy arrows flew towards the barrier with the skill cut. The wall shattered into stones, and the friends continued their movement. The people standing nearby thought that the inspector's bureau had already arrived and broken the wall. The guy asked Sean to watch more carefully and aimed hundreds of arrows towards the townspeople. The arrows pierced people. They left the witnesses perplexed. Something big was making its way through the burning rubble of the building. It was a large creature with dragon wings. The creature was a demon who understood the truth of what was happening. Thomas knew that the teachers would take care of the peaceful inhabitants of the city, so there was no need to worry about them. The demon fell to all fours and moved towards the man, although to kill him. The guys ran to meet him and accepted the fight. Sean sent the wind/mana towards the demon. The creature received large injuries and cuts on the stomach. Many demons rose into the air to kill the guys and the rest of the townspeople. The girl jumped off the ground high into the air. Julia, with a hammer in her hands, realized that she can smash the head of anyone she sees. She kills the demon with one blow, leaving an energy trail behind the hammer. Friends, seeing this, are surprised by her ability. The girl said that she will deal with these problems herself, and ordered the guys to leave here. From afar, calls to stop Thomas running along the roof were heard. Demons stood in the room and looked inside some object. One demon ordered his partner to be careful. He knew that even the bureau inspector will need time to find this place. The demon looked towards his other partner and thought about leaving through the secret passage of the holy relic while these idiots were wandering around the building. Mana covered the floor. The demon looked at the ceiling of the room because he heard something. A large stone fell on the creature's head and destroyed it. Blood spilled out to the sides. Tom broke through the ceiling and stood up, addressing the surprised demons about his goodness. The frightened demons did not know what to do, because such a quick outcome was simply not even included in the assumptions. Mana rose around the guy, and he, saying that there was a solid buffet here, clenched his fists. The building was engulfed in flames. The man punched and asked what he said. The man got up from the table and exclaimed that the inspector's office had already found the underground storage. Then his subordinate replied that they needed to leave as soon as possible. Viscount Garrot shook with anger as he said that only his inner circle knew about the vault. Then he asked how they found it. Fire appeared behind the man as he began to talk about whether there was a spy among them. There was a huge explosion. There were pieces of stones everywhere. An unconscious man was lying on the floor. The guy stepped forward and said that he was wondering who Viscount Garrot was. The men in suits looked in one direction. The creature with wings emitted dark energy as the guy said that it was Kaya. The blonde guy grabbed his sword as he added that he had been running from them like a cowardly rat all this time, but was finally caught. Kaya gritted his teeth and replied that Patron himself managed to not only send a spy to him, but even sneaked into the secret vault. Then he asked which of them was the rat now. Patron pointed his sword at the winged creature and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about the vault. Then Kaya asked him not to pretend. A hand with long nails rushed forward. The winged creature smiled as it exclaimed that it seemed like it would only share information after it was tortured and all its limbs were torn off. Patron held his blade in front of him and replied that on behalf of the imperial family, he sentenced the traitor Kaya to death and that the sentence would be carried out immediately. The man bent his leg. The guy with the sword rushed forward. Patron and Kaya found themselves opposite each other. A powerful explosion occurred in the building. The masked men looked in the same direction. The bodies of the winged monsters lay near them. When the guy asked what Thomas had done there again, sweat appeared on the masked girl's face when she was called sister. The man flew through the open gate. A blonde and a guy with red hair stood in front of him. The man with green eyes exclaimed that it was necessary to do it now. The girl clutched the weapon with both hands when the boy asked how he could laugh in such a situation. Julia twirled the hammer above herself. Her green eyes flashed as she screamed. The girl put one hand behind her. She threw the weapon, which pierced the columns of the building. An explosion occurred. The monsters with wings ran forward, screaming that the mansion was collapsing and that they needed to get away from here quickly. A guy with red hair ran behind the blonde man when he screamed that they needed to go to the teacher. People were also running to his side. Two people stood in front of them when he screamed that it was the teacher. One man crossed his arms when the other said that he never thought that his own student would ever ask him to do such a thing. Then the man standing next to him replied that he himself said that it would be fun to play heroes, making fun of the inspection bureau. The man walked up the stairs as he asked the apprentice what he was going to do now that all the residents had been evacuated. His hand touched the door. An explosion occurred behind the boy as he replied that they were leaving here. The sun was shining on the collapsed building. Patron gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that this crazy Kaya had decided to bury everyone alive. There were people standing near the rubble as the agent added that he had even left assistants outside for this purpose. A man appeared behind him, calling him captain and exclaiming that they had found the very storage facility. The men were standing near the wooden structure as Patron thought about how everything had gone wrong due to the collapsed mansion and that his main task was to find traces of the demons and present this information to His Highness. He remembered bowing to the boy in the crown, thinking that thanks to this, the crown prince would be able to take the throne and he would become the head of the inspector's bureau. Patron stood with his fists clenched when he thought that if he could also find traces of Thomas that would connect him to this incident, then he could destroy the Melvinger family. The guy smiled ominously when he was asked to look at something. He walked towards the masked guy, asking what happened. They were standing in front of an empty storage room when he was told that there was nothing there. Patron opened his mouth wide and asked if the demons had managed to take everything out, to which he was told that they did not know. He remembered Kai's face. The blonde frowned and wondered how that was possible, because Kai did not know that the inspector's office would come to him and even thought that they had sent a spy to him. His eyes widened. People in black suits stood around him as he said that everything now fit. The agent explained that there was a demon spy in the inspection bureau. The blonde guy smiled widely. People were sitting on the couches. When asked what was so funny, he replied that he just imagined what the bureau agents had come up with when they saw the empty storage. Augustine opened his mouth and said that they had definitely messed with the wrong person, and that this was his student. Mephisto appeared next to the protagonist, whom he asked if he still held a grudge. Thomas closed his eyes and added that he had absorbed demonic energy and passed it on to him, and then wondered since when the great demon king was so petty. Mephisto clenched his fist and shook when the guy said that he could teach him how to use his seal. He remembered the protagonist holding the ingots in his hands, asking how many there were. They were standing surrounded by frozen demons. Thomas looked at Mephisto, who said that if he didn't keep his promise this time, he could forget about new deals, to which the guy replied that he knew it. The ingots were enveloped in golden energy. His hand reached forward. The items began to emit a red aura when he used the absorption skill. The demon cried with joy, exclaiming that he would finally receive demonic energy, and that it tasted very good. Mephisto clenched his fists and asked the protagonist why he took everything back. Then Thomas replied that they had known each other for a long time, and that when you receive, you have to give something in return. The blonde guy smiled and asked him to give him the seal of original sin, after which he would give the remaining energy. Mephisto gritted his teeth, indignant. He was currently baring his fangs as well. He was standing next to Thomas, who was thinking that it was a good deal. He looked at his hand as he remembered the words that in order to use a seal, one must be worthy, and in order to be worthy, one must understand the seal. He imagined the blue seal on his hand as he realized that if he wanted to learn the original sin, he would need to obtain a seal of the same type but of a lower rank, and that the problem was that Mephisto did not remember who was below him in power since he only cared about himself, so he could only take into account the wolf-shaped drawing when searching for further clues. A black aura appeared near Thomas. He looked towards the window. A man was walking on the ground, shrouded in dark energy. A man with long hair was standing near the carriage. The man with a mustache opened his mouth. Kaya gritted his teeth and said that the thieves were caught. Someone was running through the forest. The creature with long ears frowned and said the name Patran. His foot dug into the ground as he decided that he would not back down. Kaya flew over the trees, thinking about the relic they took had a scent that only he could smell. The purple seal flickered on his skin as he thought about how he would only need to absorb the totem and strengthen his scent seal, and then he would tear everyone to shreds. Kaya's red eyes flashed. Augustine crossed his arms as he said that he never thought that demons would walk in broad daylight, and that it seemed like this particular one had pissed off someone. Julia appeared next to him, saying that she would go and check, so he told her to sit down and told her that she should not interfere. The girl turned her head to the side and asked what he meant, so she was told that the one who sent the invitation was supposed to meet him. The protagonist looked at the item in his hand and said that he invited him because they did not take everything. Julia looked away and said that he was not talking about the seal. Thomas smiled and replied that it would be impolite of him to refuse an already set table. A black aura hovered over the carriage when someone thought that this was an aristocrat's carriage without any guards. The man with long hair stands with his back to him when he realized that he could not believe that these fools were trying to deceive him in such a primitive way. Kaya grinned when he decided that he would definitely return the totem. Then someone asked if he really came. In front of the carriage stood a guy in a mask who asked if this is what he was looking for. He walked towards the demon with wings, who asked who he was. The hand touched the mask. The protagonist smiled. In his hand was a mask when Kaya thought that it was hastily made. The demon frowned. He gritted his teeth in anger. An ominous entity appeared behind Kaya as he exclaimed that Thomas had tricked them. The demon rushed forward, shouting that he would tear him to pieces. Mephisto appeared above the protagonist, asking if he was sure that it was worth provoking him like that, since despite the fact that Kai had lost his arm, he still had a rather strong seal. The demon swung at the protagonist and wished him death. Thomas dodged the blow and said that he was just trying to see how much stronger he had become. The guy jumped. He landed nimbly. Flames engulfed him as he said that he had decided the last time they met that he would destroy all demons, no matter who they were. The protagonist clenched his fist in front of him. Golden crystals appeared above him. They rushed forward when he said the word pierce. The crystals were reflected in the demon's eyes. His hand was enveloped in purple energy. Kaya cut the crystals and rushed forward, asking about the boy, thinking that such a pathetic power could stop him. Thomas stood still when he was asked about what kind of worthless mage he was to let the enemy get so close. The demon and the protagonist raised their fists when Kaya exclaimed that this was his end. Their hands collided. A huge explosion occurred. The demon sat on the ground, wondering why he was so strong. A dark silhouette was visible in the smoke. Thomas looked at his palm when he realized that he was playing with death. The vessels in his hand were visible when he thought about how the poison of this demonic energy was absorbed through the pores. The boy closed his eyes when he assumed that this was the power of the seal, Then he decided that he would freeze his hand for now to slow the spread, but he would have to be careful later, otherwise more of this nasty stuff would enter his body. Kaya smiled when he realized that he had stopped the poison. The seal on his skin shimmered. The demon opened his mouth wide and asked how he felt about that. He spread his wings and exclaimed that he would see if the boy could freeze the poisonous wind. A bright flash occurred near Kaya. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him when he realized that this nasty stuff was seeping into his body, and that he could not freeze the wind by stopping it. His pupil narrowed when he decided that there was something he could do. Ice and snow appeared around the boy when he commanded him to freeze and turn around. Thomas put his hands in front of him and ordered to change the direction, thinking that he would return the wind to the demon. A blinding flash appeared in front of Kaya. The demon opened his mouth and asked about the foolish man who thought his own powers would harm him. Suddenly, Kaya frowned. Thomas disappeared from his place. The protagonist appeared behind the demon. He looked away when the boy ordered to tie him up. Kaya was chained up. He opened his mouth and asked to wait. Blue energy appeared in the boy's hand when he refused and exclaimed that he would not ruin his fun, thinking that he had not used this technique for a long time. Thomas extended his hand towards the demon. Kaya was pierced through the ice when the boy used a technique called the Queen of the Ice Mountains. He fell to his knees. The demon looked forward in fear and said that he was just a man, but he had the powers of the Queen of the Ice Mountains. The protagonist placed his hand on his head. He opened his mouth and replied that he didn't need to know. Kaya opened his mouth wide as Thomas used the absorption technique. The demon's body lay in front of the boy. He looked forward emotionlessly. Mephisto appeared behind him, remembering the protagonist's words that he would destroy all demons, no matter who they were, which he said right in front of him. The demon smirked, thinking that of course they couldn't get rid of each other now, but this guy's goal was clearly to remind him that Mephisto was also one of his enemies, whom he would fight one day. The demon with horns smiled ominously and concluded that it was great because they were thinking about the same thing. Thomas looked seriously at the body lying in front of him. Suddenly, he frowned. The protagonist sank to the ground and grabbed his chest. People ran towards him from behind, shouting his name, while he thought about the fact that too much poison had accumulated in his body. A glow was coming from under the bandaged hand. Thomas was enveloped in yellow energy. When Augustine asked if he was okay, the boy replied that he felt better now. He brought his hand to his face and wondered if demons were always this strong. The man with the beard extended his hand and answered in the affirmative, adding that the demon was weak. Kai's mouth was slightly open as the teacher said that if his body had not been damaged before they met, the student would have lost. Augustine stood in front of the boy sitting on the ground. The protagonist opened his mouth and answered that he thought that he would have won anyway. The man with the beard looked down, thinking that his self-confidence was limitless. Thomas raised his hand as Augustine thought that he was right and that they would have definitely defeated the demon, no matter how dire the situation of his student was. Augustine closed his mouth. He stood in front of the protagonist when he asked about how he hadn't told the boy that such vanity would one day lead him to the grave. Then he exclaimed that he needed to learn to restrain himself. Thomas grinned and replied that the teacher's words somehow did not match his expression. Augustine blushed and laughed. There was a full moon in the night sky. Two people were standing near the ruins of a building when one of them asked what the captain wanted them to find here. Then the other answered that he didn't know and that he ordered them to look for traces of a third person here. The masked guy extended his hand and said that they had been searching here for several days, but they hadn't found anything. Suddenly, a hand pierced the guy's body. Blood sprayed onto his partner. A man with red eyes appeared. Sweat appeared on the masked guy's face when he was asked about what happened here. The man backed away. The masked guy was grabbed by the face when he asked who it was. His legs dangled in the air when someone said that this voice was annoying him and that he would look into it himself. There was a seal on the back of his hand. The cloaked man was holding the guy's head when he used the skill absorption. The hand began to smolder. The seal on the back of the hand began to glow. The dark-haired man closed his eyes and said that it meant that Kaya had lost. He imagined a demon with wings and added that there was a third party involved who was neither a demon nor a subordinate of the inspector's bureau. The demon remembered the people standing in front of the empty storage room. Then he saw the man in the cloak. The dark-haired man opened his mouth and said that this was a very unexpected surprise. His eyes flashed red as he said that the crown prince himself was involved. The people bowed before the stone statue. The man in the cloak stood before them and said that this was enough. The man in the white jacket said that he should forever remember the wounds he received today and think carefully about where exactly he had made a mistake. The blonde man hit his head on the ground and said that he would definitely do so. Nolan opened his mouth and said that the plan to crush that had been prepared for years had failed. Then he asked about what Patran would do. The blonde bowed his head and replied that according to the report he had received, Viscount Garrot was not the only follower of Grigori, and that fortunately, agents sent to other branches had managed to obtain information about the headquarters. A man was kneeling in front of the Crown Prince as he said that the plan had not completely failed, and Patron said that he was right and that the Viscount's operation had been an unforgivable mistake by them. The 4th Bureau. Nolan turned away from the boy and told him to clean up the place and head to the meeting place. Suddenly, the Crown Prince's eyes widened. A masked man fell to the ground at his side, screaming that they were being attacked by demons. Patron grabbed his sword and ordered everyone to form a line. The masked men began to fight the demons. Nolan stood behind the blonde man, who told the fools to protect the Crown Prince. A stream of black energy was sent forward as cries of protection for His Highness were heard. The blonde boy looked to the side and thought that it was fast. Patron reflected the dark aura with his blade. A dark-haired man appeared in front of him and said that it was not bad for a human. The demon flew up when he was asked how he dared to do such a thing. The dark-haired boy put his hand in front of him and said that it was definitely the Crown Prince. Nolan stood behind the boy with the sword. The demons looked in the same direction. They flew towards the people on the ground, shouting that the Crown Prince was there. Patron put his blade in front of him and said that he would stop him and that they needed to take His Highness to a safe place. A red aura enveloped him when he said that he would immediately execute the traitor who dared to attack the Crown Prince of this empire. Mouths with tongues sticking out appeared around the demon when he said that Patron looked very tasty. The opponents approached each other. A bright flash appeared. A powerful explosion occurred. The demons surrounded the masked men. Nolan looked away as the monsters talked about bringing the prince's head to the messenger and getting the seal, and whether the seal could be exchanged for his limbs. The guy with the sword walked towards the demon and asked how such insignificant creatures dared to insult the future son of the empire. Blood spurted as he added that he would clear the way for His Highness. Nolan and the masked man looked ahead as the monster offered to give them the prince. The demon rushed forward, shouting that the seal would still be his. The Crown Prince opened his mouth. The mustachioed man asked who dared to stand in the way of the lion. White rays pierced the demons with wings. A pillar of light appeared, incinerating the monsters. An entity in the form of a lion's head appeared. A banner fluttered in the wind. The demon held a severed limb in his hand as he said that they were lucky. The boy clenched his fist and said that they were blue lions. A rider on a horse appeared as shouts were heard that the blue lions had arrived. The bearded man opened his mouth wide and called on the soldiers to destroy the enemy. 2 cloaked men cut down the demons. Nolan looked ahead as someone cried out that they were saved. The moonlight illuminated Isabel's face. A tree was visible. The soldiers stood opposite each other. The prince looked at Patron, who said that although they had destroyed most of the demons that had appeared thanks to the lions, they had not been able to kill their leader. Nolan closed his eyes and expressed his gratitude. Herman lowered his head and said that he was glad that His Highness was alright and that a subject of the Empire was obliged to escort a member of the imperial family to the palace. But the inspector's office was already with him, so he asked permission to take his leave. The prince stood in front of Isabel's father when he replied that he had business to attend to so he could go. Then Herman thanked His Highness for his understanding. The blue lion looked ahead when he was asked if it was possible to know where they were going. Herman looked at Isabel and replied that he was looking for Thomas. Nolan looked away. The girl blushed and smiled. The father and daughter stood behind the prince when he said goodbye to them. The boy's eyes sparkled when he thought about this Thomas again. The horse-drawn carriage drove forward. The protagonist's mouth fell open. In front of the carriage was a great wall when he exclaimed that it was even higher than he had heard. Thomas looked away seriously, thinking that the flower temple was located somewhere behind the great wall. People stood near the gate and asked to stop. A soldier raised his hand when the coachman assumed that they were members of the border guard and explained that they wanted to cross the border. The man with the short haircut opened his mouth and said that he was asking for forgiveness, but it was impossible. Thomas looked sternly away. The plot takes us to the Great Wall. The carriage was standing in front of the castle. The man extended his hand and asked for forgiveness, noting that it was impossible. Getting out of the carriage, Thomas asked what happened. The man remembered the monsters with a serious look and said that the monsters suddenly went berserk and inexplicable anomalies began to appear, so the entire border guard was on alert. Looking at the castle, the protagonist thought that he had already felt the ominous energy behind the walls. Grinning, he noted that this would definitely not make him retreat. Looking at Carl, Thomas asked him to give them permission. Carl put his hand inside his bosom. He was walking towards the man. Carl handed him the scroll. The man began to read the letter and mentally asked what they had there. He was dumbfounded by what he read. He asked about the Narister and Melvinger families. The man handed over the letter and apologized for not recognizing such important people, adding that the ban usually applied even to those with a pass, but he would make an exception in view of such respected families. He extended his hand and said that in response he would ask them to immediately go to the highest watchtower they could find in case of danger. The protagonist asked if they would send help in case of danger. The man answered with a serious look that this was not the case. He said with a distraught look that it would be easier for them to find their troops. Thomas was taken aback by what he heard. The huge worm began to scream loudly. The protagonist stood in front of the monster. He extended his hand. He ordered the monster to fall. Thomas jumped away from him. He frowned and said that there was no end to these damn sandworms. The worm was behind him. The protagonist suddenly turned around. He managed to jump up. Thomas noted in his mind that after the previous fight with the demon, he realized that he would not be able to fully use the power he had received. A bright energy emanated from him. The protagonist noted that if he took possession of more seals, his mana would become a limiting factor and he would not be able to use them to their full potential. He commanded the monster to appear. The worm was in front of him. He fell to the ground. Upon landing, Thomas thought that he should create a new type of magic that belonged only to him. He seriously noted that he wanted to become so strong that no one would dare to look down on him. The guys approached him and asked if he was finished. Sean was shivering from the cold and stated that it was very cold there, although he had already enveloped his entire body in mana. Looking around, the protagonist thought that in theory it should be as hot as a desert, but winter reigns there. He wondered if this is related to the anomalies that the border guard mentioned. Looking at the area, Thomas noticed that these are lands covered with black snow. Looking at the ground, he added that this name is just a metaphor and the local land is black all year round, rotten from poison, and this place was called that because it looks like a field of black snow. Looking at the corpse of a worm, the protagonist noted that in addition, there are so many monsters there that even the Empire gave up futile attempts to conquer these lands. Thomas emphasized the fact that the Forbidden Zone, where even mages of the 8th Circle and above are constantly in danger. Sean put his hand on his shoulder. Hugging the protagonist, he asked if he was sure that the Flower Temple was really somewhere in this forgotten place. Sean introduced the Flower Temple and stated that in fairy tales, the temple is described as a peaceful garden where flower gods and humans live together. He asked Thomas if the reality seemed a little out of sync. The protagonist pushed his hand away and told him that the temple really does exist, noting that he was able to verify this from the manuscripts passed down by his and the imperial families. Augustine asked if this meant that he knew its location. He noted that he doubted that such a thing could be learned only from manuscripts. The protagonist introduced the beastmen and stated that to be sure, they would need to find the beastmen guarding the temple, who would tell them. Thomas placed his hand on his chest. Augustine asked if the protagonist was sure that nothing would happen, noting that the beastmen had long held a grudge against humans. Thomas replied that everything would be fine and that they would find a way to defeat them. Holding his beard, Augustine said that he did not know what trump cards the protagonist had hidden, but he was looking forward to it. He held out his hand and asked how he would find the beastmen in such a vast area. Thomas said he didn't know yet. Adam crossed his arms and suggested that there were some maps or signs, adding that they wouldn't be able to search everything there. The protagonist said that if only they had a compass. Adam flew up to him and said that the ice crystal was shining. Thomas put his hand inside his shirt. He took out the ice crystal and mentally wondered why it suddenly started shining. The crystal flew into the air. A bright light began to emanate from the crystal. Frowning, the protagonist said that the light from the crystal was showing them the way. He looked up at the sky. Thomas smiled and noted that they now knew where to go. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The night sky enveloped the area. The carriage was driving through the forest. The surprised protagonist asked Carl to stop. Sean was dumbfounded and asked what happened. Looking at the crystal, Thomas said that the crystal stopped shining as soon as they entered the forest and he thought it was worth looking around. The protagonist looked at the bald branches of the trees. A bright light came from the forest. Thomas and his comrades walked through the forest. Looking around, Sean asked if there was anything to find there. Jack's eyes were glowing yellow. He said that he was looking at the forest from above through his familiar, but he also saw nothing. Holding the crystal in his hand, Thomas said that everything was clear to him. He squeezed the crystal in his hand. Turning around, the protagonist suggested returning to the carriage and suggested that the crystal would show the way again. They heard a loud scream in the forest. Thomas approached Sean. They began to run away quickly. They quickly ran through the forest. The protagonist with a serious look said that there was something there. They were hiding behind the trees. The girl was surrounded by monsters. Thomas mentally asked if this girl was a beastman. Adam looked at her and said that she was a cat girl. The monster began to roar loudly. The demons rushed at the girl. She closed her eyes and asked for someone to help. Light energy enveloped the forest. The girl was scared. She opened her eyes. The monsters were frozen in ice. The protagonist snapped his fingers. Gusts of wind enveloped the monsters. He approached the girl and asked if she was okay. Grinning, Thomas asked if she was surprised. He brought his fist to his mouth and noted that if she was hurt, he would heal her. He gave her his hand and asked if she could stand up. The girl was furious. She pushed the protagonist's hand away and said that she did not need his help. The beastmen held bows in their hands. They surrounded Thomas and his comrades. Frowning, the girl said that they were stupid people and ordered them to surrender immediately or they would die. The guy pulled an arrow. Sean looked at the guy in the tree. Julia looked at the protagonist and mentally asked what he was planning. A smile appeared on Thomas's face. He raised his hands and said that he surrendered. The guys from his team stood with calm faces. The protagonist held his hands above his head. Adam grinned and noted that Thomas was full of surprises. The plot takes us back some time. The protagonist was hiding behind a tree. Thomas looked at the trembling girl. He grinned and said that this was an obvious bait. His eyes began to glow green and he noticed that the warriors of the beastmen were very close. Augustine asked what the protagonist would do. He grinned and replied that he would play by their rules. Thomas added with a satisfied look that they would allow themselves to be taken to their lair. The plot takes us to Anthropomorphos, the kingdom of the beastmen. The carriage was driving down the street. The beastmen were walking near the horses. The protagonist and the guys were sitting in the carriage. Adam looked at Thomas and asked if it was necessary to bring it to this. The protagonist said with a satisfied look that he was a fool. Grinning, Thomas noted that for the sake of the perfect deception, one must do anything. The beastmen looked at the cart and loudly asked why the search party dragged them there. Looking at the beastmen, the protagonist said that he expected this, but their anger was incredible. Adam said that people stole their lands and pushed them there, and the anger passed down from generation to generation is not easy to subside. Thomas narrowed his eyes. The cart stopped. The girl approached them. She stood in front of them and said that her name was Irina and she was the head of the guard of the Beastmen Kingdom. Looking at the guys, she noted that if they valued their lives, she advised them to observe decency. The protagonist's face was serious. Looking at the castle, Irina said that the king would interrogate them. Irina led them into the room. Thomas followed her. With his arms crossed, Adam assumed that the protagonist must have something in mind and asked what the point of going into the heart of an enemy country was otherwise. Thomas replied that he did, noting that the beastmen would not refuse his request. The crowd of beastmen looked at them. As the protagonist passed by, he said that he had the power that they had coveted for centuries. He introduced the tiger and began to talk about the fighting technique of the Tiger King, one of the past monarchs of the Beastmen, the art of developing the body. The protagonist calmly explained that the Tiger clan had ruled for generations, but they were no more, but suddenly a long-lost art appeared, once demonstrating the authority of a king. He asked with a satisfied expression if Adam had any idea how valuable it would be to them. Adam looked at him and noted that he could see that he was happy to be able to sell something like this for a good price. Irina knelt down. She addressed the great king of the Beastmen with a serious expression and informed him that she had brought the intruders. The king sat on the throne and declared that it was a great job. His paws had claws sticking out. He asked the boys what the reason was for them being in their territory. The furious king noted that if they dared to lie. Thomas, looking dumbfounded, thought that the ruler of the Beastmen, the Tiger King. The king looked at them and noted that they would not leave this place. The protagonist wondered if he was a toddler. Julia looked at the king with an embarrassed look. Adam, looking pleased, declared that the Tiger King was a small boy and the protagonist's plan had failed. Thomas thought that on the one hand it was good that they had an heir, but his age. The protagonist took a step forward and mentally noted that they should at least try, and if it doesn't work, they will just run away. Thomas calmly asked if he was the king. The furious man asked how the protagonist dared to ask such a question to their great king. Thomas asked him to leave him alone. The protagonist covered his ear with his finger. The king ordered the man to stop shouting. His eyes lit up red and he asked if the man dared to resist his order. The man was furious. Sitting on the throne, the boy asked if there was anything to say to Thomas. The protagonist smirked and thought that he was a child in front of him, but now he saw that tiger blood really flows in his veins and it seemed that convincing him would be easy. Thomas smiled and asked if the king had ever heard of the art of body development. The king was taken aback by the protagonist's words. Raising his finger, Thomas asked how much they would be willing to pay if he decided to sell him. The angry people screamed, "How could a pathetic person even talk about this technique?" The king raised his hand and asked everyone to calm down. Thomas broke the shackles and said that they were all too noisy. The crowd of people covered the king. The beastmen surrounded them. Augustine broke the shackles. Holding his hand, he said that it would be difficult to deal with the beastmen and asked if he needed help. The protagonist replied that he was capable of something like this. Yellow energy began to flow from Thomas and he said that he had to prove himself in action so that they would finally believe him. The king ordered the guards to take the criminal. Dissatisfied, Sean said that he was wondering why he was so quiet all the way. The guards rushed at the protagonist. Julia, looking loving, said that if Thomas laid a finger on that cute tiger, he was dead. Jack cried out that he loved watching such fights. The warrior ran at the protagonist. Thomas had a smile on his face. He rushed at the warriors. He ran at the guard. The protagonist swung his hand. He used the phenomenon of a ferocious tiger and dealt many blows. The dumbfounded people asked how the man knew about this technique. The king ordered the guards to take animal forms. The guards nodded. They began to turn into animals. Their clothes cracked. The wolves stood in front of them. They began to shout loudly that they were going to attack. The wolves pounced on Thomas. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist. He prepared to dash. He used the tiger strike and dealt a powerful blow to the guard. The wolf fell to the ground. The guy was scared. The protagonist used the technique of black tiger hunting. There was an image of a tiger behind him. It pressed the guy with a tiger paw. Irina watched the fight. She rushed at Thomas. The king ordered to stop. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. Irina suddenly turned around. The king stood up from the throne. Thomas put the blade away from himself and assumed that this demonstration was convincing enough. The protagonist looked at the king with a satisfied expression. The king's face was serious. The crowd watched Thomas. The king frowned and asked where the protagonist got the art of body cultivation from if they didn't even have it. Green energy surrounded the room. Thomas, covered in mana, said that it was magic. The king, taken aback, asked about magic. Magic circles appeared behind the protagonist and he told them that magic passes through everything that exists in this world and that it reveals the secrets of nature and harmoniously merges with its principles. The dumbfounded king asked if Thomas wanted to say that the art of body cultivation was restored with the help of magic. Thomas grinned and said that it was. The king looked at the blue streams of mana. He was delighted. Adam hovered behind the protagonist and said that he was hanging noodles on his ears again. Thomas replied that the beastmen didn't know much about it anyway, and if you presented something unknown in a beautiful package and with a bit of mystery, it would definitely interest them. He looked at the dumbfounded men and said that not only the young monarch, but even the old men taught by experience were ready to believe everything that was said. Adam noted that the beastmen were indeed too naive. Smiling, Thomas noted that this was why it was easy to control them and suggested finishing. The protagonist bowed. Closing his eyes, Thomas said that the art of developing the body was the most precious secret of the royal family, and even if it was obtained with the help of magic, the real power of the technique should be in the hands of the one to whom it rightfully belonged. The king listened to him with interest. Throwing up his hands, the protagonist said that therefore, thanks to the deal they had made, the ruling dynasty of the beastmen would regain power, and they. The stranger asked him to stop. Thomas looked at the man. Walking towards him, the old man asked if the protagonist wanted to sell them the art of body development at a high price. The plot introduces us to the Prime Minister of Anthropomorphos, Norris. Frowning, Thomas mentally noted that Norris understood his motives and he needed to be careful with him. Putting his hand on his chest, the protagonist replied that this was exactly the case, and in exchange they needed information. He said that he would like to know the way to the Flower Temple. Norris' face was serious. The guys began to discuss why a person would go to the Flower Temple. Passing by Thomas, Norris stated that he understood the conditions, but they needed to discuss everything in private before making a decision. Turning around, he ordered Irina to take them to the palace of the Anthropomorphos. Looking at Norris, the protagonist noted that everything was under control, but when this old man appeared, Adam's face was angry. He saw a purple aura from Norris. Norris's eyes were glowing red. Adam said that Norris was a demon. The beastmen were having a heated discussion. Clenching his fist, the boy shouted that they had to agree, noting that this was a chance to return the former glory of the Tiger Clan. The enraged man said that now the Furies were a greater threat to them than humans, and if they returned the Tiger King's technique, they would not dare to even squeak. The boy approached them and said that this was true. He said with a serious expression that the art of body cultivation was a symbol that united many races of beastmen into a single nation, and thanks to this, they would be able to get rid of the unacceptable attitude of the Furies and the non-recognition of the Tiger King. Closing his eyes, the king said that if this was all, then Norris with a serious expression said that this could not be done. The dumbfounded boy shouted that if they lost the symbol of the royal family, dark energy emanated from Norris. Looking away, he noted that he understood how important the art of body cultivation was. His face was serious. He asked with an enraged look if they had forgotten the reason why they, the beastmen, were in this cursed land and were constantly subjected to so much suffering. Looking at the people, he noticed that the people fed them empty promises, took advantage of them, and then meanly stabbed them in the back. Norris looked at the king. He said that if he agreed to the deal, they would become the people's playthings again, and the nightmares would resume with even greater force. He looked at the king and said that therefore they should refuse this offer. The king's face was serious. The boy looked at the king and shouted that they should not miss such an opportunity. The king looked up. He looked at the statue of the man and remembered the words that he must revive the royal line. The king with a serious look said that if they wanted to fulfill the last will of the previous king, they would need the art of developing the body. The boy noted that in that case, they should call those people. Turning around, the king said that they could not do this because of Norris, adding that he certainly had good reasons for such a refusal. The guy replied that he could not help but agree that the prime minister was very wise when it came to governing the kingdom and was even nicknamed the Black Sage. But he was no longer young, and some of his decisions were just. Furious, Woody ordered him to watch his words, noting that the prime minister had dedicated himself entirely to serving the country after the death of the previous ruler, and he did not intend to question his decisions. The guy bowed and asked for forgiveness. He left the king. Woody stood in an empty corridor. The night sky enveloped the Anthropomorpha Palace. Woody mentally noted that he believed that Norris was not mistaken. Norris walked along the corridor. Carl opened the door. Sitting on a chair, Thomas asked what brought Norris there. Norris stood in front of him. He said with a serious look that he came to make a deal. Spreading his arms, the protagonist asked him to sit down. Sitting opposite him, Thomas asked how they would pay. Norris extended his hand and said he would tell them the way to the Flower Temple. Thomas cried out in satisfaction that this was excellent. Norris grinned and said that he would sell the art of body cultivation only to him. The protagonist rested his head on the table and assumed that no one else would come. Augustine sat opposite him. Thomas asked if they seriously thought that someone with the art of body cultivation could take the throne, noting that the prime minister and the others were repeating the same thing. Augustine noted that he had heard that the Tiger King's line had been destroyed, but he had not expected it to be this bad. He asked who he would sell the technique to in the end. Thomas raised his finger and said that the minister was offering more than others. Light mana began to flow from his hand. Sitting at the table, he said that there was already a line of people wanting this skill, and the price was constantly rising. The protagonist asked what the royal family could offer in that case. Woody walked into them. Purple mana was flowing from him. The protagonist extended his hand. He was sitting in the office in front of Augustine and said that there was already a line of people wanting this skill, and the price was constantly rising, specifying what the royal family could offer in that case. Woody stood surrounded by energy. He looked and listened with displeasure as they talked about His Majesty. Adam crossed his arms and said that the king's power turned out to be below the baseboard. If it were his subjects, he would have torn off everyone's heads long ago. This ruler does not even have vassals obeying him. The boy looked furiously and said how the prime minister could do this. I'm sure something is wrong here. Thomas came up to him and said that he had already said so. The boy smiled and said that it would be interesting. Julia got angry and hugged the boy and said that it was not necessary to speak in such a tone. He was upset. Thomas frowned and looked at her and said that politics are not toys. The girl and the child looked upset. The boy said that she herself knew it does not matter how plausible the reason is or how strong the influence is. The main character frowned and said that without support these are all just empty words. Julia looked at him anxiously. He imagined how everyone bowed to him and his sister in childhood and said that they were called the Great Magical Family. The boy remembered how they stood dirty and scared among the people. Remembering how the brother and sister held hands, he said that as soon as they lost power, the vassals, nobles, the imperial family, and even the magic tower turned away from them. Thomas remembered how he cried in front of his upset sister. He imagined how, already an adult, he walked past the enthusiastic people. The protagonist looked at him seriously. Remembering the joyful crowd, he said that as soon as he became a hero, all those who despised him and called him the shame of the family immediately began to say the opposite. The protagonist stood in front of his sister and Woody and said that the world is ruled by strength. He looked at the sad boy and said that, so they should grow claws. The child raised his head and clarified what was said in surprise. Tom sat down on one knee and holding the brooch said that he should do it secretly, so that no one would know, and when they grew back, he should use them to get what he wanted in one fell swoop. The guy smiled, sitting in front of the boy, and said that he would help him with this. The child looked at him embarrassedly and was touched. Putting his hand on his chest, he smiled and asked Adam how, in his opinion, he was touched, and his friend answered that this tiger cub looked like he was about to sell his soul to him. The guy smiled and said that it was supposed to be so. Adam smiled and asked if he realized that in this way he was spurring the little king to fight. However, even having solved his problems now, in the end the boy would have to do everything on his own. The man looked menacingly and said that he doubted that he would become as great as his ancestors. Woody embarrassedly clasped his hands and asked if he knew about Yule, the Tiger King. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked if he was the same Tiger King who had led the beastmen to the top. Woody introduced Yule and many chests of gold, saying that he was offering him his treasures and the results of the research that had been conducted in an attempt to restore the art of body development. Thomas looked and listened in surprise, saying that however the gates of the Flower Temple were closed because of the Eastern General. The boy extended his paw and said that if he wanted to get there, he would need his help, he would personally take him there. The child frowned, extended his paw and asked to pass on the art of body development to him. The protagonist smiled, shook his hand and decided that they had agreed. He He stood up and offered to sit down and discuss the details. The boy walked behind the protagonist and wondered if he had made the right choice, although he should not doubt his decision. He was the king, and once he grew claws, everything would return to normal. The child began to fall and screamed that something was wrong with his legs. Julia caught the frightened boy. He turned around and thanked her sheepishly, saying that he had tripped over his own foot. The girl hugged the surprised boy. He said indignantly that it was impudence, that he might look young, but he was still a king. She stroked his head and told him to cry if he wanted to. Julia hugged him and told him that he shouldn't keep everything inside. Woody was touched. He sat on the girl's lap and, hugging him, she told him to laugh when he wanted to and to cry when he wanted to. She smiled at him. The child was crying on her shoulder. He squeezed her hand tightly and cried. The boy opened his mouth and roared loudly. Thomas smiled next to Adam and said that not long ago they had been a king, and now he was just a crying child, and his friend replied that the crown was too heavy for such a youth. The boy raised his fist to his mouth and coughed. He sat with Augustine opposite his sister with the child and said that he had mentioned that he would personally take him to the temple, which meant that he would have to leave Anthropomorphos. The boy watched as Julia played sweetly with the embarrassed Tiger King. He extended his hand and frowned and said that in that case, shouldn't they leave now if he stayed? It was unknown what the Prime Minister and the other officials would do. They needed to urgently gather the guard and leave the palace as soon as possible. Woody looked at him and said that they couldn't take the guard. The boy introduced Irina and Norris, telling her that she was the head of the royal guard and was his adopted daughter. He had specially assigned her to follow him. The protagonist frowned and extended his hand and asked if that meant that the Prime Minister already knew where he was. The boy sat on Julia's lap and said that he left the palace so that no one would know, but they had most likely already guessed everything. Sean rushed into the room in fear and shouted that there were a lot of beastmen outside. Thomas put his hand to his chin and thought about how difficult it would be to leave unnoticed in this situation. He looked at him in surprise and realized that they didn't have to leave secretly. The protagonist looked at all the people in the room and decided that together they could just calmly neutralize everyone and leave through the main gate. The guy clapped his hands. He folded his arms and smiled confidently, starting to tell his plan. Everyone looked around anxiously, hearing the sound. Woody stood up and said that it was an alarm signal. The boy ran to the window past Thomas and asked if the Furies had really invaded there. The protagonist looked at the worried boy and thought that this was a tribe of beastmen who did not have a very good relationship with the Anthropomorphos. He watched as Woody grinned and thought that if they invaded, the Tiger King would not want to leave. They looked out the window at the explosions and the guy thought that it was all at the wrong time. The boy looked at him in fear. He watched as people in cloaks walked through the explosions and shouted that the enemies were approaching. The protagonist stood menacingly with the guys and told them to get ready for battle. He saw Isabel, who called him. The guy looked at her in surprise. Thomas turned around and told the guys to stop. The guys entered the room. Sean and Jack stood behind and were surprised. Isabel adjusted her hair and stood next to the man. The protagonist asked if it was her. The guy looked in surprise and wondered what she was doing here. Adam flew around Herman and examined him. He pointed at the man with his hand and asked what kind of monster it was. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said that it was an honor for him to meet him. Herman bowed and said that he was just an ordinary warrior who was granted the title of Count. There was no need for officialdom, the Duke of the Shining Star. The protagonist stood with the guys and extended his hand to the guests and told them to go inside. The girl looked at the father behind the boy and asked him to go down more slowly. Thomas turned around smiling and asked how they knew he was here. Herman smiled and said that he wanted to personally thank the one who saved his daughter and helped cure the disease. He came closer. The man looked at the surprised boy and said that that was why he went to the capital, but found out that he had already left it. The boy scratched his head and said that he should have said where to look for him. Apparently they missed each other. Herman smiled and said that they should have sent a letter in advance and warned of their arrival. The mistake was in wanting to make a surprise, so they went to search without sending a message. He turned around and looked to the side. The man looked at the crowd of people in the room and said that there were many familiar faces here. He did not expect that even the gray lion's hunting dog would be here. Julia frowned and said that she seemed to have told him several times that she was no one's dog. The protagonist turned around with displeasure at the man and asked if he knew his sister. Herman put his hand to his chin and said that he had one not very good acquaintance. When he had a chance to meet him, he also noticed his sister somewhere nearby, and she, it turns out, is the Melvinger's daughter. The world is so small. He looked away seriously. Augustine stood in front of him and he said that it was rare to see the old eccentric of the Nerester family. The old man looked at him with displeasure and asked if he hadn't asked not to call him that. Herman closed his eyes and asked how else to call the old monster if not an old eccentric. Augustine approached him. The protagonist anxiously extended his hand to them, thinking that at this rate it could escalate into a fight. They shook hands. Herman smiled, squeezing his hand and saying that the squad was made up of incredible individuals. He looked at the disgruntled Jack and Woody, saying that both the former head of the Revolutionary Army and the Beastmen were here. Thomas spread his hands among the boys and suggested that everyone calm down. Herman looked away and thought that this was why he wanted to get him. He looked at the boys behind Augustine and thought that those who gather talented individuals on their side always reach great heights. The man turned to his happy daughter and thought that ignoring the hated crown prince and going here was a good idea. Thomas looked at him and asked how they got here. Isabel closed her eyes and put her hand on her chest and answered that they heard that they crossed the wall, so they went after them, and the knight sent into the forest to reconnoiter reported that they were captured, so they hurried to help. The girl turned anxiously to the window with the explosions and said that their people made a noise to distract the beastmen, so if they wanted to leave, it would be better to do it now. Buildings were burning outside the window. The protagonist stood in front of Woody and thought that next time such a chance might not present itself, said that it was good that this was not an invasion of the Fury tribe. He knelt down and put his hand on his chest. The guy looked at the boy and asked if he still wanted to leave this place. Woody smiled and said that he wanted to, but if he left the kingdom in such a difficult time, his subjects would call him a traitor and the country would plunge into chaos. The guy put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Thomas smiled confidently and said that he should not worry about it, he had just come up with the perfect solution. Buildings in the city were burning. The girl stepped on the grass. Irina confidently stood in front of a crowd of beastmen. The boy approached Irina and asked if they shouldn't be defending the city, and she replied that their job was to save His Majesty. She turned around, clenching her fist, and said that their king was now in the clutches of vile humans. The girl looked at the crowd and said that their monarch would be safe. She was very angry and said that they would kill all the humans. The people watched as Julia and Sean walked in front of the crowd and shouted that they were leaving. Irina put her hands out to the side and blocked their path. The girl frowned and asked where His Majesty was. Sean scratched his cheek and smiled and said that he didn't know how to say it. Irina clenched her fists in rage and asked if they wanted to fight. She gave the order for everyone to take animal forms. The humans turned into wolves. The girl pulled out her sword to the frightened boy's neck. She looked angrily and said that she had no idea what they were planning, but that they had to return the king right now. A voice shouted to stop. The girl held the swords near Sean. The protagonist smiled and held Woody under his arm, saying that if anyone moved, their precious monarch would die immediately. The crowd of beastmen indignantly shouted that he was completely crazy, and that he should quickly remove his filthy hands from their king. The frightened boy asked if this would really work, and the guy replied that when a person who possessed the art of body development kidnapped a ruler, no one would dare to act rashly. Thomas grinned. Norris stood with his hands behind his back. The protagonist extended his hand. An energy monster appeared behind him and shouted that if they wanted him to stay alive, they should immediately move aside. Norris stood next to the furious Irina and called her. He covered his mouth with his hand and whispered something in her ear. The girl clenched her fist. The crowd parted to the sides and she gave the order to let them through. Sean walked looking around. Isabel and her father looked at the beastmen with concern. Irina stretched out her hand and frowned and said that they did as he wanted, now let His Majesty go. Thomas smiled. He jumped. The main character raised his hand, holding the boy, and smiling asked why she decided that he would believe them. Let this boy go outside the city when it was safe around? What would happen if someone followed? No need to explain, right? Irina and the crowd watched as he flew into the sky. Many people looked up in shock. Cries for help were heard from the burning building. Thomas, along with Woody and Adam, flew through the sky. The child looked down sadly, and the guy asked if he wanted to go back. Woody stretched out his paw anxiously and said that he should go with him to show the way to the Flower Temple. The protagonist turned to him and asked him if he wanted to go back to the kingdom after that or not. The boy looked down sadly and said that his throat was constricting just thinking about the palace. He remembered the upset beastmen and said that his people were a completely different matter. They were good people who always believed in him and encouraged him. The boy dropped his hands down and said that if he left them, the country would certainly plunge into chaos, especially if there really was an invasion. Adam looked ahead and said that he did not think that now was the time for empty chatter. Thomas frowned and looked ahead and asked if Adam saw anything. The boy's eyes lit up. He looked at the tornado ahead and asked if it was really a black sandstorm. Woody looked at the storm in fear and screamed. The boy looked at the tornado and screamed about the Eastern General. The protagonist hovered in front of the portal with the storm and thought that it was a catastrophe that destroyed the North. He frowned and thought that if he poked his nose in there, he would immediately turn into mincemeat, and Adam said that that was not all. He bared his teeth and said that it seemed that something ominous was approaching with the wind. The guy looked ahead with Adam in surprise and asked what it was. He was scared and pursed his lips. Under the huge whirlwind was an army of monsters. Thomas looked at the flags, on which was a fox with 9 tails. Many animals were menacingly advancing and the guy screamed to run as fast as he could. This is the tribe of Furies. The main character represented the flag of the Furies. He presented an evil tiger and a wolf, telling us that the Tiger King, who headed Anthropomorphos, had an old enemy, the Beastmen, who went against the ruling family, who had lost the art of developing the body. The boy introduced the furious animals, saying that although the Furies dreamed of ruling the Anthropomorphos, so far there have only been small skirmishes between the two forces, while it has never come to a full-fledged war. Woody looked ahead in fear and asked if the Furies were here. The protagonist held a disgruntled child and said that it seemed that the spies from the palace had already managed to transmit information about the returned art of body development. The boy raised one eyebrow and asked why they suddenly appeared here, and exactly when he, who possessed the secret art, appeared. He looked at the sad boy in surprise. Woody looked surprised. Thomas lifted the boy in front of him and asked if he would answer the question he asked earlier. He frowned and asked again if he wanted to go back to the kingdom after this or not. Woody sadly lowered his head. He remembered the upset beastmen. The boy raised his head and looked confidently, said that he would return and protect his people. Thomas held the boy smiling and said that he knew he would say that. Woody looked away in fear and said that he was weak and had nothing to offer. He could not ask for more help. The boy swung and hit him in the face with his forehead. The boy grabbed his forehead and said that it hurt. The main character came closer to him with his face and said that this was not customary between friends. The boy looked at him in surprise, and the boy said that he just needed to ask. He smiled and said that he needed to say help him. Thomas picked the boy up and said that if he did this, his friends would immediately appear to help. He turned to a disgruntled Sean, who said that it was impossible to say that he was wrong. Woody put his paw on his chest and, drawing his eyebrows together, asked if he could be his friend. The boy smiled, closing his eyes, and said that it was very easy to be one. Sean smiled happily and Thomas said that for friendship it was enough for him to be happy to be near a friend. The boy smiled happily and blushed. The protagonist looked at the whirlwind and the monsters, saying that since his friend was in trouble, he couldn't close his eyes to it, and asked Sean to tell the others. The guy smiled and frowned and said that they had a change of plan. The monster ran quickly. Ron rode on the wolf and shouted for everyone to speed up. The army galloped to the castle and shouted that Anthropomorphos was already close. Hugo approached the captain and asked if it was true that they had developed the art of body development, and Ron asked if it was hard to believe that some common man had recreated it. The eagle ran and said that it was strange for this low-grade race to possess great mysteries of magic. The bear replied that even if it turned out to be a lie, they couldn't miss the chance to attack Anthropomorphos. Ron frowned and said that if the information was true, they would prevent the descendants of the Tiger King, who had lost the will of heaven, from mastering the art of body development again. The army of Furies was approaching. The Bloody King squeezed the armrest and said that if the golden-haired, green-eyed wizard had not stood in their way 40 years ago, a great empire would have been built on the corpse of the Tiger King. The king's hair was flying and he said that however, now, having gotten the art of body development into his paws, he would finally get his 9th tail back. The king grinned and said that no one would stop him. Ron sat on one knee and listened to the order to get the art of body development. The warriors sat with their hands on their chests and listened to them say that they must get their glory. The king stood in front of the army and shouted that then the whole world would fall into their paws. Ron rode on a wolf and shouted that the only one who inherited the will of heaven was their bloody king. He represented the fox and said that the granted protection, the patronage of the tail, would protect them. The bear raised his sword and shouted for the wild animals to take the Tiger King's head and eat it. The wolf screamed loudly and furiously. The army was approaching the castle. The freezing spell was activated and an ice floe appeared in front of the enemies. The monsters fell down in fear and retreated. The wolf fell to the ground. He lay there with his head raised. The monster in front of the army shouted for everyone to stop. The beastman opened his mouth in fear. The animals fell to the ground and screamed. Ron held a sword in his hand. He looked at the corpses around him in surprise. Thomas lowered his hand and said that there were a lot of them. Sean raised an eyebrow and asked why they were the only ones going to fight. Julia held a hammer and asked if it wasn't more fun that way. The boys confidently walked forward towards the army, in front of the main gate of the Anthropomorphos. The man looked ahead, asking August if he was really going to stand aside. The man answered that there weren't that many enemies. The hero looked away, saying that Thomas himself asked not to interfere with this. Augustine replied that they had no reason to worry. The heroes remembered Thomas, deciding to watch the entertainment he had prepared from afar. The group walked along the mountain, thinking about what had happened and whether they had been sent down from heaven. The evil heroes told each other to gather, since Thomas was not just a person who used magic. One of the monsters shouted loudly that there was a sorcerer in the Atrumfoam, and it turned out that their enemies were now in cahoots with the vile humans because of whom they had once been exiled. The group looked at the monster, who was saying that they were their enemies. The guy listened with a smile on his face as one of the monsters said to destroy and take possession of the anthem foam. Everyone raised their swords. One of the wolves looked forward. The monster looked carefully to the side, seeing a magician with golden hair and green eyes. The wolf stood alone among the dead corpses. He remembered this magician, saying that he clearly remembers the appearance of this man 40 years ago. The magician who single-handedly dealt with an entire army. The guy looked at them all carefully. The wolf looked at the guy, saying that now in front of him is not the same person and he is very different. The leader clenched his sharp teeth, saying that he is different, despite the same face, so most likely, this is just a coincidence or an attempt to fool them. The monster angrily shouted to his friend to bring their heads. Flocks of birds flew into the sky. Crows angrily cawed. The guys looked at the birds, of which there were a huge number in the sky. All the monsters straightened their wings. They created sharp swords that flew at the hero. The guy began to look at all this carefully. The hero began to create a storm wind. It blew away everything in its path. A huge number of birds fell to the floor. The two crows looked at all this in surprise and did not understand what kind of magic it was. The guy raised his hand, saying that maybe he did not stand out much from the hero, but he was still the third son of the Narester family. The demon, with a smile on his face, told Thomas that this is why he always dragged this slacker with him. The guy replied that it was not without reason that he was considered the strongest in the magic tower. The Narester family's element was wind, so for Sean it was a piece of cake. The hero clenched his fist, saying that it was time for them to get rid of the accumulated stress. The guy angrily shouted at the monsters about whether they knew how hard it was to be someone's extras. Sean quickly directed the wind magic. All the birds shouted at each other to run away. The guy shouted at the monsters where they were going. A huge hammer was spinning in the sky. Sean looked away in confusion. The hero looked at the herd of bulls. One of the leaders began to say that some weak breeze was no obstacle for the tribe of the demonic bull. Everyone shouted loudly that they would be crushed. Someone began to touch the monster's back. The girl with a smile on her face said that she saw a cow with a hammer for the first time. The heroine looked at the huge bull, asking him if they would play. The monster angrily told the girl that she could not say that. Something began to pass over his face. The girl confidently hit the monster with a hammer so that he flew off. The bull calmly fell. The other fighters began to look at this in surprise. Julia, with a smile on her face, said that her hand twitched for no reason. The monsters ran at the girl, calling her rubbish. Weapons flew past the girl. The girl with a smile hit the ground with a hammer. The heroine swung the weapon in different directions. Thomas looked at the heroine with the bull in surprise. The demon said with a smile on his face that it was now clear why Thomas was shaking at the sight of his own sister. The wolves were growling at the heroes. The birds were crushing the ice and trying to attack. Thomas looked at the flock of monsters, saying that his hands were already itching. The guy was directing all the power from his hands, saying that he needed to restore order. The monsters were running at the heroes, saying that they needed to be crushed by force since there were only 3 of them. Magic dust began to fly at the fighters. The monsters covered all their muzzles, saying that they could not take a step. One of the animals looked at the sky in fear. Thomas directed sharp icicles at all the fighters. The guy looked forward, turning on the power so that everything would spill. The icicles began to quickly fall on the monsters. The fighters closed their eyes and hid their bodies. Thomas looked at those who remained, saying that there were very few of them. The hero slowly stood up on the ground. Thomas, with a smile on his face, said that now he had to demonstrate the magic he had obtained through hard work. The hero gathered magic in his hands, saying that he would mix the seals of cruelty and rage, and then surround himself with the power of the dragon's heart. Everything that the boy's hand touched would instantly freeze. Thomas directed his power at the monsters, saying that everything would turn into fragments. The rhinos shouted to stop the boy. All the monsters raised their shields, trying to protect themselves. Thomas swung at the monsters, breaking the shields with the art of developing the body of the phenomenon of a fierce tiger. The boy, with a smile on his face, looked away. His feet were on the ground. The demon cautiously told Thomas that one of the fighters was dangerous. The hero confidently looked away, feeling this aura. Opposite the boy stood the leader with the 4th link. The animal laughed, telling the hero that he was a very interesting person. The monster looked at the hero carefully. Thomas stood next to him, listening to him say that he was the one who sent him to this mess. The protagonist confidently looked away, saying that if he thought sensibly, then this was not an opponent that he could easily defeat. The guy pursed his lips, saying that he could not waste time here any longer. The monster jumped on the hero with a weapon, answering that he would not be able to escape. Thomas looked ahead in fear, thinking that he was fast. The hero directed all his magic into his fist, answering that it would not be able to break through his defense. Thomas, gritting his teeth, ran towards the boss. The leader watched the guy. The sword was missing one shard. The monster began to tell Thomas that he did not think that he should just let him go. The hero looked at the floor, realizing that it would be problematic to get away from here by flying. The leader angrily told Hugo to lead the army and go to the Anthro. The monster smiled, telling the animals that he would join them as soon as he cut off the boy's head. The birds began to fly up. Hugo shouted to all his fellows to fly after the Anthromophos. Thomas stood on the ground. The man looked away, saying that because of this bear the situation was more difficult. Adam laughed and said that there were times when even demons did not dare to attack them all thoughtlessly. The guy was left alone with the boss. Thomas confidently looked away, saying that their race had weakened, but strong representatives could still be encountered, so the Anthromophos was surrounded by a wall, and the inhabitants of the kingdom had always remained of the Fury tribe. The monster was glad that he was left alone with the hero. Thomas was gathering magic in his hands, understanding that he had to put in all he had to in order to win as soon as possible. The guy looked at the bear with anger and confidence. There was a slight smile on the hero's face. The boss angrily answered the guy that in order to forget the humiliation he had received 40 years ago, he trained again and again. The bear quickly began to jump on the hero, saying that he might be a different person, but the monster would still tear him to shreds to avenge his injured pride. Thomas laughed, suggesting that the monster trained for decades more. The monster's face angrily asked the guy how he dared to mock him. The boss looked away. Some man began to fight against him. Herman confidently began to say that he was a blue lion from the Empire. The hero shouted to Thomas that he would deal with this so he could go. The guy quickly left, thanking Herman. Ron asked the man in surprise about the lion's empire. The boss jumped on the man, asking that some lion could defeat a bear. The hero pointed the magic sword at Ron, saying that now they would find out everything. Thomas and Adam quickly left. The hero began to quickly head to the side. The hero answered with a smile on his face that Herman was not at the peak of his strength now, but he would not lose to that bear easily. Thomas looked away, hoping that his sister and Sean were okay. The man and the heroine fought with smiles on their faces. The guy and Adam looked at the two heroes in surprise, realizing that they worked well together. Thomas looked closely at this whole battle, saying that such a number of opponents would be beyond the power of two people, so he wanted to surround the beastmen in order to kill them all three. Thomas looked away in surprise. Groups of people ran towards him. The guys were fighting against monsters. They were Knights of the Blue Lion. One of the heroes laughed loudly. The man quickly pointed his weapon at the monster, splitting it in half. The hero, with a smile on his face, told Thomas to leave them all to him. Another of the guys waved his hand at the main hero, answering that not a single mouse would slip past them. The guy answered incomprehensibly what he heard, that it was not necessary. Lost in thought, Thomas began to say that he should deal with the rest of the monsters. Birds were flying around the hero. The building was without any security. Thomas looked at this in surprise, asking why the anthropomorph had no one. There were people in the building who were loudly discussing something. One of the guys angrily answered that they needed to come up with a plan of action. The second answered that they would not be able to stop the Fury tribe, even if everyone went outside the walls. The guys argued and swore at each other. The man walked towards all the guys. The hero, with a calm face, suggested surrendering. The guy asked the Minister of Finance in surprise what he was saying. One of the guys clenched his fist, saying that they needed to protect the kingdom and its inhabitants. The guy looked at everyone, agreeing with the man. The hero looked at everyone in fear, answering that they had gone crazy. The man asked them in surprise that they were going to endanger all the beastmen and that surrendering would be like throwing away a piece of fresh meat. The man stood there, shouting that it was enough. The hero walked calmly, answering that he heard everyone. Another one of the group answered that the Minister of Finance was right. The guy looked at all this in surprise, not knowing what to say. The guys stood in rows wherever they wanted. The hero asked the guy with fear and a scream what they were doing at all. The man looked angrily forward, calling on an army of souls. Someone started walking towards the guy. The guy looked behind the professor in surprise. The hero began to shout louder and louder, asking the guy that he would seriously betray his king and country. The professor looked murderously at the hero. The man and his army of guys looked at the guy, deciding to lock up the traitor. Thomas stood near the anthropomorphos. The monsters ran towards the hero, trying to kill him. The guy unlocked all his magic. The monsters looked at the hero's power with displeasure, which fell on them. Thomas made it so that no one could walk. The hero jumped to the ground with all his strength so that everyone flew in different directions. One of the fighters looked forward with displeasure. The guy approached the animals, saying that he was a little upset that he could not fight that bear, so now they can have fun. The wolves looked at Thomas in surprise, not understanding how he ended up here. One of the leaders shouted to everyone that Ron could not lose. The monster shouted to everyone that the guy was a coward who ran away from their leader. The fighters ran at the hero, trying to kill and destroy. Thomas's hand rose up. The guy confidently looked to the side, turning on the art of body development. The Tiger King began to jump on the monsters. Thomas smiled, saying that the tiger's energy instills fear in everyone. The demon replied that the Beastmen and the Tiger King are the strongest. Adam asked the hero how he planned to deal with this whole horde. Thomas was gaining strength in the ball, saying that the art of body development was going well, but it was too hard for such a crowd. Sharp icicles were flying at the monsters. All the animals immediately froze in place. Thomas began to look at the frozen bodies of the monsters. The hero looked around, answering that he needed scale. His feet walked on the ground. The monsters looked forward in surprise. Thomas pointed his fist at the animals, saying that he preferred hand-to-hand combat. Ron, meanwhile, was fighting Herman. The monster was trying with all his might to get his weapon out of the ground. The man looked at the monster, saying that his movements were completely unusual and that his body seemed not his. The monster asked the hero in surprise that they were trying to fool him. Herman stood opposite Ron, answering that he had blown up, trying to break through to the next level. The monster, gritting his teeth, listened to the guy who was giving a small demonstration of him. Ron looked at calmly, saying that a warrior from the Fury tribe would never ought. The monster with the hero stood against each other. With a laugh and a smile on his face, he told the guy to beware of the lion's claws. The battle began. The hero hit the ground with all his might. Dust with objects rose. The beast coughed 0 blood. The guy looked at the beast, who was sitting on his knees. Herman smiled, saying that this battle was good. Ron looked at all this, answering that all people are incredible. The animal looked at the sky and told the bloody king that he was defeated. The monster held a bomb in his hands, saying that he hoped they would not achieve their great goal. Herman looked forward in fear. Ron swung the bomb straight at the hero. Sparks flew in different directions. Herman looked at the fire in the sky. The guy answered that he was too late. Thomas looked at the sky, seeing the fire. The boy looked at the fireworks in surprise. The monsters looked at the fire, saying that the captain was dead and he had given them his last order. The animals' faces were covered with angry looks. Thomas looked at the fighters in fear, saying that death was inevitable. The pack began to quickly run towards the hero. The hero began to quickly create a cut. One of the animals was wounded, so he fell. The other monsters were still trying to run quickly. The ice was cracking. The monsters told each other to focus on clearing the way. The animals were heading towards the Anthropomorphos to trample it and overthrow the dynasty of the Tiger King. One of the animals was running towards the building, saying that now was the time to give a signal from inside. The leader looked ahead confidently, saying that the officials of the Atramphos had decided to surrender to the Furies and did not care that a damn human mage stood in their way, since the outcome of the battle was already decided. There was a flag hanging on the wall, which was a signal for victory. The animal began to notice something. There was something else hanging on the walls in the form of heads. The monster said that this should not have happened. All the animals looked at it in surprise, not understanding how this could have happened. A man stood on the roof, saying that all the traitors were punished. The hero, with a smile on his face, replied that the warriors of the Tiger King would not be defeated. The guys aimed arrows at the Furies. They quickly flew down. The monsters looked at all this. The arrows hit their bodies, wounding and killing. They flew from all sides throughout the building. Thomas looked away. A little boy asked the guy what was going on. The hero looked at him carefully. The guy turned to the little hero and said that he had made a deal with him. An extension of the Anthropomorphos' palace. Thomas looked at the Prime Minister with displeasure. The hero looked away. The man asked the boy if they could go outside for a while because he wanted to show him something. Thomas looked away. Behind the guy stood the silhouette of a boy. Woody looked at the guy, who agreed. The man with the heroes found himself near a huge monument. Thomas looked at the statue, asking the man about what he wanted to show him. Norris looked away, saying that there were too many hyenas in this palace. Thomas looked at the man. The hero turned to the main character, asking to protect the Tiger King. Norris bowed, asking the guy about it. The hero asked the demon in surprise what all this was for, since just recently he wanted to betray his monarch. Adam answered that he had no idea. The man looked at Thomas, saying that he was ready to pay any price and even betray the secrets of the body development technique. The hero asked the man in surprise if they had secret techniques. Norris answered that they had lost part of the first and second half. Thomas looked ahead confidently, saying that at the moment he had not been able to complete the development of his body to the end, but if he received the secret technique, he would be able to bring everything to perfection. The guy confidently asked the man why they suddenly decided to share such valuable information. Norris bowed his head. Thomas looked in surprise at the man, who said that he looked exactly like his grandfather. Norris walked on the tiles. The hero leaned against the statue, saying that it was worth it once upon a time for the first time to see this look similar to two minds, as they immediately called him precious. The man's hand pressed the button. Thomas looked at all this with incomprehension. Norris opened the door, answering that being born with such eyes makes the world shine. The main character covered his eyes from the light. The guy looked ahead in surprise. Thomas looked in surprise at the glass where his grandfather was painted. The painting of his grandfather was huge and incredibly beautiful. The guy looked at it carefully. Norris told the boy that when he first came here, he had the same thing around his neck that the hero was wearing now. Thomas held the pendant, hearing how his grandfather had come and helped them alone, asking for nothing in return. The man looked at his grandfather, saying that if it weren't for him, neither the Tiger King nor this kingdom would exist now. Norris asked the boy if he knew what his grandfather had answered when he was asked about help. The man smiled and said that he had answered that they were friends. Norris answered that he had said that the Melvingers had always been friends of the Beastmen. Thomas answered that he had read this while rummaging through the records. The man answered that this meeting had happened more than 3 centuries ago, and then he had been surprised that it was not another enemy that had come to them, but reinforcements. Norris looked away. At one point, the Furies retreated from the Anthropomorphos. The grandfather and Norris watched all of this. The boy asked Norris for forgiveness. The man looked ahead in surprise. The grandfather sadly answered that he had come too late. Thomas looked at Norris, who said that when a man like their old friend had appeared, he had understood everything at once. The man looked away, saying that it was too late when the information about the Melvingers' misfortunes reached him. Thomas pressed his lips together, listening to the Beastmen regret that they were not there at that moment. The boy touched the man's shoulder. Thomas, with a smile on his face, said that the Beastmen had a hard time at that time too, so he understood everything. The man clenched his fist, saying that he wanted to ask for something. Thomas looked at his grandfather, answering that the Melvingers' descendant would help him again. The protagonist began to tell Woody that while the Prime Minister was dealing with the traitors from the inside, he was protecting the hero from the outside. The man looked at the monsters. Woody listened to all this with tears in his eyes. Sean ran with a smile on his face to the guys, saying that the Eastern General also changed direction. The boy was very happy about this. Thomas smiled, looking into the distance. The guy was gaining strength in his hands, deciding to put an end to this war. Magic rushed across the entire territory. Monsters ran away, deciding to retreat. Thomas stood with the boss. The hero answered the Prime Minister that he had good skills. Woody, in the arms of the girl, quickly walked to Norris with Thomas. The boy looked at them calmly. The heroes bowed to Woody. Norris looked at the boy. The guy began to look at everything with displeasure. Woody began to slowly move away. The boy stood in front of his guys. Woody raised his hand high. The guy shouted, saying that they won. The Beastmen shouted loudly with joy. Thomas looked at all this with a smile on his face. The hero approached the guy. Woody extended his hand. He smiled, saying that he thanked him, but not as a king. Thomas squeezed the hand of the boy, who said that he was now his friend. Anthropomorphos. Woody stood near the throne, next to Norris. The boy worriedly asked for forgiveness for his mistrust. The man apologized to Woody for not warning him in advance. Norris, with a smile on his face, answered the boy that he had already become a great king. All the guys looked at Woody, saying that he had made great friends and would now be able to cope with everyone without support. Norris bowed, saying that he had betrayed his ruler, so he must leave the post of Prime Minister. Woody's hands were holding Norris. The boy worriedly said that he needed him. Woody looked at the man, asking him to stay and help as long as possible. The minister's lips trembled. Norris imagined how the Anthropomorphos would regain his former glory. Woody, with a smile on his face, would revive the lost royal family. Norris came out of his dreams, saying that by that time he would not be in this world. The man answered that his body had reached its limit. A wolf with magic was drawn on his neck, and Norris decided that it would be better to keep it a secret from the king. Norris looked away in fear, hearing how they asked him why he got involved with demons. Woody asked everyone in surprise what he was talking about. The boy listened in horror as they told him that a demon would soon take possession of the Prime Minister. Thomas watched all this calmly. Adam said with displeasure that he was a demon. The guy asked in surprise that the Prime Minister was a demon. The monster answered that the heart of this beastman was enveloped by a demon. Adam answered that everything was coming to a logical conclusion and a little more and he would not be himself. The main character stood with the guys. Thomas asked Norris how he met the demon. The man lowered his head and said that when the previous Tiger King died, there was no hope for the Anthropomorpho at that time. The hero clenched his fists, answering that he only wanted to gain power and protect the kingdom. It was then that Norris found the demon tree. Adam listened to it all in surprise. Thomas replied that this tree gives birth to demons and he thought that his parents destroyed it. Norris looked at the floor, replying that they never got to the tree that grew in the lands covered with black snow. The guy said that it turns out that the man ate the fruit of the demon tree. Norris replied that he ate them all to gain strength. The man absorbed them one after another, and each time increased his capabilities. But then something settled in his heart, which over time grew and devoured his life force. After this captured his mind, then the guy became a real demon. Norris said that this is why he wants to die, only then will the damned demon die with him. Woody cried, not understanding how a man can say such things. Thomas asked the boy what he will do and how he will act. The main character with a smile on his face answered that you can recover from this. Woody asked for help with concern, saying that he would do whatever was needed. Norris looked at the hero, saying that if he was going to do something risky, then he should forget about it, since the demon could sense danger and this would cause problems. Thomas asked the demon with a smile on his face if he was sure. Adam answered that now Nora's soul is connected with magical power and the demon, but as soon as they can achieve absolute control over the Manhwa, they will be able to separate the soul from the parasite that has attached itself to it. The protagonist looked at the guys, understanding that if he has enough time, everything will work out, but the body will not last that long. Thomas looked away, saying that there is only one way. The teacher looked at the guy who asked him for a favor. The protagonist bowed, answering that only he can do this. Norris asked with a smile if it is really possible to cure this. The hero answered that there is no need to worry about it. The foot stood on the floor. The teacher stood, directing magic in different directions, and Thomas answered that even his grandfather could not compare with his current mentor. The hero looked at him in surprise. The man was using some kind of magic. Thomas told the teacher that if he broke the connection with the heart, then he would be able to cope with the rest on his own. The guy looked away. The teacher decided to begin. The magic rose, creating wind. Norris was in the sky. The man looked away, seeing the white knight. The guy's eyes began to look at something in fear. The teacher's huge body approached the hero. A hand took the frightened Norris. The teachers removed all the black magic from the hero in the form of wolves. The demon angrily shouted at the teacher that he almost took over the body and how dare he interfere. Thomas grabbed him by the throat, saying that he was very noisy. The guy used force on the monster and tactics. In this way he would not only restore his energy reserves, but also leave the anthrophobe in debt. The demon absorbed the guy's power and with a smile on his face replied that he had not eaten such a delicious thing for a long time. Thomas told the hero to eat to his health. On the guy's hand there was a seal that evolved. Thomas's eyes filled with power. The guy found himself in some place. Someone was standing next to him. Adam was on a mountain of corpses. The demon looked at his assistants, saying that everything unknown and irrational in the world was generated by him. Adam calmly looked at everyone, answering that he was the king of original sin. The protagonist, surrounded by red air, looked at the demon and wondered if these were his memories. Thomas opened his eyes and thought that he had simply absorbed the demon's energy, so why? Adam stood on a hill and looked at a bunch of demons below him. The demons were watching him furiously. Adam lifted his feet off the ground. He flew, confidently looking forward. Baring his teeth, he called them fools. A moment later, he raised his sword forward. A huge shockwave went from it straight at the demons. They screamed, baring their fangs. Adam, flashing his eye, swung again. A huge whirlpool formed around, into which the demons fell. Furiously swinging, Adam asked what made them think that they could defeat the king so easily. The protagonist watched what was happening from somewhere above. Closing his lips, Thomas thought that he had already managed to forget what Adam originally looked like. He was too used to the fact that he was a spirit. The demon stood in a pompous pose, and in his thoughts he said that he was the greatest and noblest of the demon kings. The protagonist touched his chest and thought that he doesn't know why, but he can feel everything that Adam can. The demon laughed furiously. He stood on the bodies of fallen demons, and now Thomas repeats to himself that he did not want to end up in such a situation. Adam bared his teeth in a smile, and in his thoughts he said that he simply had to follow the path that was prepared by fate. The demon screamed furiously. In his head there were words about a sinner for whom everything he lives and breathes is a sin. Adam began to clench his hands into fists. The words hung in the air that this is why the lonely demon king was called the original sin. The demon began to take another form. Wings appeared. A huge monster with wings now stood in place of the demon, and Thomas realized that this was his true appearance. The red eyes looked straight at the protagonist, and a question was asked about what he was looking at. Thomas looked at his hand in surprise as a blue glow poured out of it. The protagonist watched as Woody sat on his knees in front of the man who was lying down. Sweat appeared on his cheek, and Augustine asked him what was wrong and how he was feeling. The people standing behind him said his name, but Thomas waved it off and said that it was nothing serious and that he was fine. The protagonist watched what was happening and thought that in reality, not much time had passed. An image of a demon appeared in his head, and the protagonist thought that it seemed like Adam was seeing his memories just like Thomas was seeing his. The protagonist thought about why this happened at all, and that the demonic energy he extracted from the Prime Minister was absorbed by the seal. An image of a glowing hand appeared in his head, and the words that he was then suddenly sucked into the demon's seal. The demon's voice appeared in his thoughts saying why and why. It's just that his soul is now connected to the demon's soul. Thomas turned sharply to the demon hovering next to him and wondered if he had really heard everything, but he hadn't said anything out loud. To which Adam replied that he was as surprised as he was. He couldn't believe that a connection had formed between him and the human, even if he was now in spirit form. Looking up at the demon, Thomas wondered if he had any suggestions on this matter. Frowning, Adam said that he wasn't an omniscient elder and about the power he had absorbed. The glowing hand appeared before his eyes again, and the demon continued that one could only assume that he had seen too much, because that low-ranking seal had once been subordinate to him. Thomas remembered the seal and thought that that's how it was. Then it was no surprise that it looked wolfish, but why hadn't he recognized it right away? The demon's eyes lit up and he said that from the moment of his existence he had been a king living at the top, and he himself said that he had never seen anyone like himself. He was the only one. Thomas smiled and said that no one wanted to hang out with him, and Adam got angry at him. The protagonist smiled, looked at the demon and asked what he saw in his memories and if there was anything strange there. Adam twisted his hands and turned away, offended. Thomas stood by the man's bed, surrounded by people. Norris took his hand. Holding it with both hands, Norris thanked the protagonist. Smiling, the protagonist replied that in the near future he needed to concentrate on recovery. Looking at the protagonist with faith, Norris replied that he would try his best for His Majesty. Thomas closed his eyes contentedly. The protagonist looked at the head of the royal guard and the Tiger King, and began to think that now was the time. Adam appeared nearby and said that he was, as always, so correct in public, but in his head there were only calculations, to which Thomas thought that this had only happened once or twice. The protagonist continued that please stop reading other people's minds, it was somehow perverted, to which Adam became angry and said that he had no choice. The protagonist's gaze fell on the chest. Woody handed the box to the protagonist, saying that, as promised, this was the Tiger King's treasure map and the results of his research into the art of body development. Thomas looked at the chest again and thoughtfully said that this was the Tiger King's thing. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. There was a book and a scroll in the chest, and Woody said to look under the fabric. Thomas asked again and began to pull the fabric. He opened his mouth in shock. There were roots at the bottom of the chest, and Thomas said that this was the rarest plant in the East, and why was Woody giving him something so valuable? Humbly closing his eyes, Woody replied that one of the legends of the Beastmen had the following words. When this world is about to fall, the hero king with the art of the body will lead everyone to prosperity, appearing at the right moment. A harsh winter will come, the lands and hearts will freeze, but a hero will appear, the winter will thaw, and a warm spring will return. Woody looked at the protagonist with hope and said that he thought that Thomas was the hero king mentioned in the legend. The protagonist put his hand to his chest and said the word winter. Khan appeared before his eyes with the words to go and end the winter. In his thoughts, it was clear that the winter mentioned in the prophecy was definitely not accidental. Thomas sheepishly apologized for coming too late, and wondered if this meant that his grandfather had come to the Anthropomorphos on the instructions of the family. Woody, with a smile on his face, continued that since Thomas was this hero, he deserved to receive such a gift. The protagonist thanked him. The words were said that he would now escort the protagonist to the Flower Temple. The carriage was pulled by horses. A man resembling a raven was kneeling. Bowing, he said that he asked for forgiveness from the Bloody King, and that next time he would definitely, but the raven did not finish. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes. The raven fell from the shock wave. The Bloody King clenched his hand into a fist. A bright flash flew through the air and the king said that since he was let down, he would have to return the tail himself. The fur fluttered in the wind and he continued that again everything was because of Malvinger. Someone stood near the raven and the king asked where they were going. Pressing his hand to his chest, the deer-like man answered that he was going to the Flower Temple. The words Flower Temple and the very path that his ancestor had walked echoed through the space. The man with the deer's face stood in front of a crowd of wolf-like creatures and an order to burn echoed throughout the room. The Bloody King sat on the throne and ordered to burn all these creatures together with the temple. The lands covered with black snow. The living room was filled with people. Woody ordered the bored tiger to give him a paw, and after a moment he shouted that it was so impudent, he dared to ignore the order of the Tiger King. Woody ran after the tiger and Sean laughed. The man turned around. He looked at the protagonist, Isabel and her father, and wondered what these three were talking about. Herman laughed and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if he had thought about learning fencing. Looking at Isabel's father in bewilderment, the protagonist asked again. Humbly looking at the protagonist, Herman said that Thomas was learning martial arts quite quickly and was even able to make several suggestions for improving them, and that this was an extraordinary talent. The protagonist rubbed his chin. Herman continued that he believed that fencing skills would be useful for battles using the art of body development, and if so, then he could very well do it. Augustine interrupted him with a phrase that not so fast. His hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Questioning cries were heard around. The man said imperiously that he advised them to stay put. The people were surprised. There was an insect sitting on the man's neck. The voice continued that one wrong move and their heads would explode, its furious eyes glittering. Augustine stood next to the man and he asked what they would do and that fierce winds were blowing outside. Burying the bodies would be easy. Julia excitedly hugged Woody. Isabel stood behind her father and he told him to think better of it. There were children here. Both men remained silent. The insect flew away from the man's neck. Nodding, Herman said that he was in no way trying to lure their student away. Looking straight ahead, he continued that Thomas fought in a completely different way from ordinary mages, and that he thought that the protagonist would become much stronger if he learned fencing from him. Augustine opened his mouth, said that it sounded convincing and thought about it. The man's eye lit up and he said that Herman took him for a complete fool and thought that he did not understand his intentions. Isabel's father, flashing his eyes furiously, replied that he had heard that fears come with age. Was he really afraid of his student being stolen? The carriage was driving along a road lit only by the moon. Suddenly, a bright beam passed through the carriage, knocking down the horse and driver. Augustin and Herman rose into the air. The former was furiously reaching out to Isabel's father, cursing, and said that today he would definitely have to put someone in their place. A huge hand was holding a man. Herman closed his eyes and raised his weapon. Opening his glowing blue eyes, he asked who this narrow-minded old man was. A huge spark filled the space. Herman flew furiously at the enemy. The man sat on a tiger and prepared for battle. Jack, sitting on a tiger with red eyes, asked if it was a blue falcon and that it was time to teach them a lesson. The warriors rushed at the man, shouting that hunting animals was their specialty. Explosions were heard behind the carriage. Thomas leaned against the cart and Adam, hovering next to him, said that he still did not understand why they were fighting for him. The protagonist, putting his hand to his face, replied that his talent was so great that this could not be fixed and how tiring it was. Adam asked if the protagonist was using mind speech again. Thomas replied that he was disgusted to look into someone else's head. In the background he heard words that Thomas was his student. Stop trying to take him away. Adam, frowning, asked if he was going to interfere, and that the sight of two old men fighting was making him feel sick, and in the background the voice continued that she was already in the grave alone, but still just as greedy. A weakening spell sounded in the air and all the fighters turned around in surprise. There was a request to calm down. Thomas said seriously that he would master fencing. In the living room, everyone sat down on the sofas. Augustine shouted in confusion that he still had a lot to learn from them. Jack agreed and said that he still had many great skills besides the mirage eyes that he could tell them about. Thomas, looking down, said that he just wanted to get stronger. Clenching his hands into fists, he continued that it didn't matter how much he had to improve the art of body development. Without knowledge of the basics of martial arts, he would one day simply hit a wall, and that demons were strong, and if he could learn something new, it would definitely increase his chances of winning. Looking at the men, he said that this did not mean that he would abandon the path of a magician. The basics of fencing would become his support. Herman folded his arms and said that he never had any intention of dragging the protagonist into the world of martial arts, and that he was simply extending a helping hand. Thomas, putting his hand on his chest, said that if they, his teachers, were against it, he would not dare to resist. After all, Thomas was their student. The men looked away. Augustine said that if so, he saw no point in objecting, because first of all, Thomas was the head of the Melvinger family, and only then their ward. Jack continued that after a short fight he would tell them what to learn, to which the protagonist, sitting opposite, thanked them. Augustine turned to Isabel's father. Smiling, he asked to take care of his student, to which Herman replied that he would teach him tirelessly. In Isabel's father's thoughts was that it seemed that he had won the old man, and Augustine thought that it was only this time. Thomas sat on the couch and thought, "Excuse me, teacher, but such a chance does not come often, and he cannot miss it. The Blue Lion is one of the best swordsmen of the entire continent." Satisfied, closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he would squeeze him dry. Thomas was kneeling and vomiting, while Adam laughed at him. Sitting over a bucket, he thought that he was going to die. Herman cheerfully approached the protagonist and said that he did not know that he would run out of steam so quickly. Wiping his chin, Thomas asked what the point was in swinging a stick 10,000 times a day without using mana. Satisfied, Herman answered that in his family they start doing this from a very early age. Adam, sadly closing his eyes, said that he had made a decision. Smiling, he said that when he descended into this world, he would be very kind to the Blue Lions and that he would even allow them to sit on his right hand. The dance spell sounded and Adam suddenly appeared in a dancer's costume. Dancing, the demon shouted to quickly stop, to which Thomas replied that there was nothing to show off. The wheel was riding on bumps. Carl approached the protagonist and said that they had arrived. Thomas went down the stairs and thought that finally the flower temple. The protagonist stepped on the ground. Surprised, he looked up and wondered. In front of him stood a half-destroyed frame and he wondered if this was really the flower temple. Woody, looking at the protagonist, said that now it was closed because of the General of the East, but he had already reported their arrival, so they should be let in soon. Adam hovered nearby and said that they had all talked about this temple, and he wondered if everything was still here. Thomas asked what he was talking about. Looking at the half-destroyed columns, the demon continued that this place was created in case of the destruction of the world, something like an ark. Adam smiled and said that the humans, dragons, and giants, scared by the demon god's great army, planned to be reborn in this place after the world fell. The demon shrugged and said that the Melvingers had stopped their advance. Thomas grabbed his tie. He was thinking about the dragons, giants, and the demon god, the destruction the demon had mentioned, and whether it had anything to do with what he had seen. The ground beneath his feet vibrated. Thomas looked around, confused. Woody pointed and told him to look. A light appeared in the arch and the Tiger King shouted that a passage was opening. Adam and Thomas watched. The demon grinned and said that he might meet someone he knew there. The light in the arch grew brighter. A woman's silhouette began to appear. She stepped through the arch. The girl folded her hands and said that she was the one who looked after the flower temple. Her name was Sophie. The girl opened her eyes and said that they could call her the gardener. She waved her hand in their direction and said that the winds outside were cold, so she asked to come in. Thomas and Woody exchanged glances. The protagonist took the first step. All three began to walk towards the arch. Huge green fields stretched out in front of them. The temple stood right on the flower field, and the voice said that usually with the coming of winter the temple rests. All the people stood behind the girl, and she continued that at this time they do not accept visitors. However, due to the sincere request of the Tiger King, their longtime ally, it was decided to accept them. Thomas turned to the girl and she continued that therefore she hoped that they would follow their rules responsibly. Asked to pay special attention to their behavior because God fell into hibernation. From somewhere screams of a person were heard. The protagonist raised his head up and thought that it was a fairy, and she said how many people there were and that she had not seen them for 40 years. She was so happy. The gardener explained that it was Nar, the goddess of daffodils, and a question arose in his head that she was not a fairy, but a goddess. Flying up to the girl, Nar told her that she was beautiful and how lovely she was, to which she replied that Nar was also beautiful. Augustine stood with his head down, and Nar flew up to him and screamed that he was a monster, old and gloomy, to which he replied that he was called old by someone who had lived more than 1,000 years. The fairy flew up to Isabel and told her about unrequited love, so that she would work harder, that she was beautiful and smelled the best, and she thanked Nar. The fairy happily closed her eyes and Thomas thought, what a noisy goddess. A moment later, Nar sneezed. Pointing her finger at the demon, she screamed that she was scared. He was dark, what a stench, to which Adam laughed and asked who they had here. He continued with folded hands that judging by her ugly appearance, she was clearly a pumpkin flower, although no, a gardenia. In the protagonist's thoughts there was a question whether she saw a demon. Nar angrily screamed that she was a narcissist and not ugly. Her sister said that she was beautiful, and Adam asked if she seriously believed everything people said and if she really was a goddess. The fairy flew right up to the demon and the protagonist thought that he didn't think she would be able to see the demon. Augustine asked if there was something there and Herman added why the goddess Nar was acting like this, and Thomas realized that if this continued they might find out about the demon. Suddenly Sophie joined the conversation and said that Nar didn't have many friends, so she was just playing and that there was no need to worry about it. The men muttered sympathetically and Thomas exhaled. Nar screamed at Sophie that she was not alone. A bad gardener. The girl ignored her and asked the protagonist for what purpose they decided to visit the flower temple. Thomas reached into his robe pocket. He took out a stone from there and said that they came to give this to the goddess of camellias. The group walked through the columns of the temple. Thomas thought about how the general of the east seemed to have caused a lot of damage to the temple, and that he had imagined a blooming paradise like in a fairy tale. Adam, hovering nearby, said that this place was intended as an ark to protect against the attacks of the demon god, but only winter had affected the destruction so far, to which Thomas wondered why the general of the east had become so ferocious lately. Rolling his eyes, the demon said that perhaps, as the beastman said, it was just a coincidence, or the reason was an agreement with his family. Adam turned his gaze to the protagonist and said that there were too many coincidences. Thomas walked looking ahead and the demon continued that everything was planned in advance and set in motion after his appearance in the north. In his thoughts, the protagonist wondered if this was also part of the agreement. Sophie opened the doors and said that they had arrived. A hall with tables with fairies sitting at them appeared in front of them. One of them asked who they were, another why they came here. The rest asked why they were looking for Camellia and why they were trying to give her the ice crystal. Looking at them, Thomas wondered if the goddess of camellias was really here. The protagonist, putting his hand to his chest, introduced himself. The fairies suddenly began to shout enthusiastically Melvinger, golden hair, green eyes, and that he was their friend, 40 years old, Uston. Thomas asked in surprise if his grandfather had been here, and the fairy answered that it was true, he had come. The second fairy said that Uston was their friend. The third asked why he had come. Thomas looked at the stone and said that his ancestors asked him to give this crystal to the goddess of camellias, and where she was now. The fairies looked at him confusedly. An uncertain sound sounded in the room. Thomas walked along the corridor of the temple. A moment later, he turned around. The protagonist looked at the ground and one of the fairies said that it had withered. Shocked, Thomas asked what it was because of the general of the east. The fairies began to say in turn that the winter had become too long, spring had not come, everything had withered, the winter flowers had fallen asleep. After a moment, they said that it had happened to them too. Thomas crouched down in front of the goddess's grave. He placed his hands on the slab and thought that if he did not give the ice crystal to the goddess of camellias, he would not be able to complete the task. He continued to think that it meant that his family would never return to its former glory, To which Adam, hovering behind him, said that he could not believe that some gods would wither because of the weak cold of winter. Frowning, Adam said how insignificant they were, and the fairies began to get angry at him, telling the Demon King to shut up and that he was only still here because of their friend. He was unpleasant. The fairies began to circle around the demon, calling him old. He was angry and asked how dare they, while Thomas sat by the grave and thought about the wilted flowers. Holding the gravestone, he continued the thought that they were not killed, but wilted. He opened the grave and thought that there was a seed. Thomas put a stone next to the seed and thought that maybe it would work. The protagonist pointed his hand at the grave. The absorption spell sounded. The stone and the seed merged into a blue wave. Both emitted a glow. Everyone watched what was happening, fascinated. The stone and the seed began to crack. Suddenly, a sprout began to emerge from the ground. The shockwave knocked everyone off their feet. A woman appeared from the grave. Her dress fluttered in the wind. Spreading her wings, she said that as promised, he had come. In front of him, a woman with bright red hair hovered, who called him by his last name. Thomas stretched his hand towards the fairy and said that he was a grandson. He and his grandfather had an agreement. What kind of an agreement was it? The fairy frowned and looked ahead with displeasure. Her other friends immediately smiled and flew up to her, shouting that they had not seen the camellia for a long time. They, smiling, stretched out their hands to her, asking if she slept well, let her tell something. The girl crossed her arms and shouted with displeasure for them to calm down. She had an important conversation here. Let them be silent for at least a minute. And why were they always so noisy? And then they quieted down, lowered their heads. Thomas, looking at them, thought that she was a little different from the other goddesses. She was somehow more mature. Adam, standing next to him, smiled and thought that where had all his pride gone? Suddenly the girl smiled and said that here is his mug. You are as disgusting as ever. The only thing that stood out was the body, but even that is gone. What a pity. Hearing this, Adam frowned and said that he is a great king. The fairy asked, king of what? She sighed arrogantly and added that he does not even have subordinates, and the only one who behaves like that is himself. She, smiling, flew up to the protagonist and added that his name is Thomas. He has a very beautiful name. The protagonist, bowing, replied that he is grateful, and the fairy asked how he managed to wake her up. Thomas, smiling, replied that he felt the demonic energy hidden by the cold energy of the seed in which she slept, so he decided that he could wake her up if he absorbed both energies with the help of the seal. Apparently it worked. The girl smiled and replied that he was as smart as he was handsome, if he wanted. She flew closer and added, by the way, her concubine. Hearing this, the protagonist stood in a stupor. Adam, exhaling, looked at her with displeasure and replied that she was at it again, still lusting after handsome men. The girl replied that he still had the same inferiority complex. Ugly demon kings did not interest her. Then she approached Thomas and added that he thought such an offer was only received once in a lifetime. The protagonist looked ahead, puzzled, thinking that if this were any other situation, he would have answered without thinking, what nonsense, but he had a family contract with this goddess, he should be more delicate somehow. After which he put his hand on his chest and replied that he was grateful for the offer, but as the head of the clan, he could not act so thoughtlessly and he apologized. The girl, smiling, lowered her head and replied that she was very sorry. Then she turned away from him and added that they should stop with useless conversations, because he wanted to know what he and his grandfather had promised each other. Thomas answered yes. The girl lowered her head, added that he said that one day his grandson would come here. Imagining the guy smiling in her head, she added that he would steal the winter that covered the fields of black snow and bring spring with him. Hearing this, Thomas looked ahead in confusion. He grabbed the medallion that hung on his chest and wondered how his grandfather knew this. The girl, turning around, addressed him and said that he would be able to stop this long cold and bring the warmth that they had been waiting for too long. Thomas grabbed the seed and replied that he did not know if he could do something like that. Looking at Adam's displeased expression, he continued to say that his ancestor had told him to pass on this thing in the following words. Frowning, he pulled out a small ice seed and said that he was here to end the winter. The girl, lowering her head, smiled and replied that this was very similar to Grumpy's advice. She approached the protagonist, adding that such things could well be connected. Stretching out her hand, she said that his path now lies elsewhere. Several petals appeared on her hand, and a second later, she disappeared. Thomas looked around, puzzled. Suddenly, his medallion lit up. He heard the girl's words that he needed to go there to find out how to stop the cold. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared in a field with a huge number of flowers. Looking ahead, frightened, he said that he had not felt like this for a long time. Standing up, he looked ahead and asked what the flower temple was. Looking at the huge field, he added that it was more or less like that, but where was the temple itself? Suddenly, something blinded him, and Thomas covered his face with his hand. He looked carefully to the side. He saw that there was a huge field to his right and a harsh winter to his left, and then he wondered what had happened here. Suddenly, the protagonist, turning around, heard someone tell him that these were fields of black snow. Khan stood in front of him, looking at the snow-capped mountains, adding that this was also the location of the second task. Thomas looked ahead in surprise and then said that this couldn't be. Khan turned around, smiled, and added that everything was correct. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist immediately ran up to him. His grandfather said that he had grown a lot since their last meeting. Looking at the tattoo on his arm, he added that it seemed that the seal of cruelty had found its place. The propagandist, smiling, asked how he got here. Khan, looking at him, answered that he planned to follow him and constantly grumble until he ended the winter. Hearing this, Thomas turned pale and grabbed his head. And then Khan, turning around, answered that they did not have much time. It was time for them to start. Then, looking ahead, he added that this place was once sacred. It was here that life began. But soon everything was swallowed up by death. Does he know who caused this? The protagonist frowned and replied that it was the general of the East. They saw a huge icy black tornado in the distance, and Khan added that it was true. It was what the demon god left behind when he passed by. It was a relic of the past and a curse. Turning around, he added that from now on, he would have to absorb the general of the East. Hearing this, Thomas became stupefied. He frowned and then thought about surrendering such a great disaster. Looking at the giant tornado, he wondered if he could do it. But if he could, this enormous power would belong to him. The protagonist smiled and thought that he could become much stronger. Khan looked at him carefully, and then Thomas, looking at his tattoo, replied that it seemed like he had to stuff this demon into the seal just like in the first test. Khan answered correctly. Thomas adjusted his clothes, and then thought that since this was the second task, he was sure that this opponent would be many times stronger than the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Taking a few steps forward, he added that he was ready, he just needed to fight him. Khan handed a small stone to Pavel to take. The protagonist looked at it in surprise and thought that it was a camellia seed, but why would he need it? Khan smiled and replied that his task was to grow it in 100 days. The task would be completed when the resulting seed blossomed into a tree. The protagonist stared ahead silently for a few seconds. He turned pale and then thought that he just needed to grow a tree. Khan, looking ahead, adjusted his glasses and asked, "No, it's too difficult." Thomas looked at the seed and replied that something would grow on this dead land, and what did the Eastern general have to do with it? Hearing this, Han laughed and replied that he would understand everything in time. The protagonist, looking away with displeasure, was wondering if it was really impossible to explain everything properly when suddenly his grandfather replied that he should not worry. A second later, he snapped his fingers. A blue magic circle appeared, and he added that he would have a mentor. Thomas covered his face with his hand, and suddenly someone said that he was still not lagging behind. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. A girl appeared in front of him. She, stretching out her hand forward, said that she had already asked not to wake her up over trifles. The goddess looked ahead in surprise, and then, smiling, asked that he knew her. Thomas frowned and thought that she looked just like the goddess Camellia, but he felt a slight difference. Looking at the fairy, he imagined a tree in his head and thought that even though she was small in stature, it felt like he was looking at a tree, and she was so huge that her crown could cover the entire sky. This was a real goddess. Han waved his hand to Thomas and told her to let him introduce him. This was his descendant. The girl fixed her hair and replied that she was very sorry, but he was handsome, so she would close her eyes to it. She winked at the protagonist and asked if he wanted to become her concubine. Toma thought that she was still the same. Suddenly, she looked menacingly in front of her and said that he had already refused her once. Thomas smiled and thought that she had contacted Camellia outside. The girl flew around him from all sides and then said that it did not matter, they needed to get down to business. Growing a tree was quite difficult, he was sure that he could handle it. The protagonist replied that he was ready for anything. She looked at him sarcastically and added that it was good, but he would only receive advice from her and he would grow the tree entirely on his own. Thomas looked at the seed and replied that it was enough for him. Suddenly, the Khan approached him and pulled out another object. He handed over a small tablet and then added that this messenger would allow him to see the state of the tree in real time. Then a blue seal appeared in his hand, and he added with a smile that he would soon be able to learn its other capabilities. A huge magic circle flew out of the Khan's hand, and then he added that he hoped that his descendant would cope. The protagonist looked at the huge ice mountains in front of him. The girl who was next to him said that the curse of the Demon King fell on this land about 4 centuries ago. He will need to find the ingredients and things she tells him about and use them. Thomas frowned and turned away and thought, he wondered, the nature in this time is better than in the world outside. He then looked at the fairy and asked where he should start. The goddess told him that first he needs to find a place to plant the seed, and the place must be fertile. Thomas looked at the soil around him and thought that maybe it would be faster to clear this land than to search the entire field of black snow. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around, hearing the goddess tell him that, by the way, this is the realm of the mind, so the nature here is exactly the same as in reality. A huge black raven appeared in front of him. The protagonist managed to dodge at the last second, and the fairy told him not to forget about the monsters. 3 more scary birds appeared in the sky. They were all approaching him at great speed. Thomas brought his hands together and began to gather all his power. A huge whirlwind began to suck the birds in, and a second later they all froze. After which the protagonist waved his hand, and in an instant they broke into crumbs. A large black monster with sharp teeth appeared in front of him. Its energy came from the seal. Looking at it, he said at home that he no longer thought that there would be anything to profit from here. Suddenly, the goddess approached him and said that he was as skilled as all the Malvingers. After which she stretched her hand forward and asked if he could find the right land in this huge snowy field. Thomas frowned and thought that there was an open space, several trees nearby, there should be water, and this place should be such that it could be easily defended. The protagonist, turning around, replied that if they had moved 400 years into the past, then there should be an anthemorph somewhere here. The goddess laughed and replied that he remembered after all, they were just finishing building the city. After which she flew up to him and added that, however, these places were very different from those he knew. How would he find the anthemorph? Thomas replied with a smile that it was not that difficult. After which he made a quick dash forward. He moved in the air at great speed, and then said that the gorge and hills usually did not change much during such a time. Moving at great speed, he added that with their help he would be able to roughly understand his location. After a while, a dead forest with many small monsters appeared in front of him, after which he said that he had found it. The goddess flew up to him and, folding her hands, said that it seemed that he remembered the location of the anthemorph and its surroundings well. It was smart, worthy of the Malvingers. Thomas stretched his hand forward. It was covered with a strong aura, and he said that in this case it was time for him to prepare the soil. The girl covered her face with her hand from such a strong glow, after which she narrowed her eyes strongly. The protagonist, smiling, looked at her and asked that this would be enough for the plant to grow. The goddess answered him that it was not just enough. They were in a large ice dome, after which the girl said that there was fertile soil here and most monsters would not be able to overcome such an obstacle. Thomas stepped forward. Looking at him, the goddess thought that this boy, that is, he himself, was already talented. He jumped forward at great speed, and she thought that, however, she saw for the first time that a person could so freely speak the dragon language. She grabbed her face and blushed, adding that she really liked him. The protagonist looked around. Suddenly something in his pocket began to shine brightly. He put his hand in his pocket and said that the stone tablet reacted, which meant that they had succeeded. Taking it out, he looked at her in surprise. The tablet said that the task had failed and he needed to return to day 0. We are transported in time. Thomas looks around and then says that everything is starting over again. The goddess answered him that this is the work of the perverted old man. The protagonist looked ahead and then said that during the first test he returned to the beginning after he was killed. It seems that now this happens when the task fails. Hearing this, the goddess answered that perhaps he is missing something. Thomas asked if he could tell him more specifically. The girl, looking ahead, answered that this is a field of black snow. There are many reasons. Suddenly, the fairy raised her hand up. A huge purple portal appeared in front of her, and she said that she thinks she gave enough instructions. She needs to go to sleep and look at the outside world. Hearing this, Thomas asked where she is going. He extended his hand towards her, and the girl replied that she was going to a safe place, and until she returned, he should only think about the task. The protagonist replied that maybe she could give him some hint. A few seconds later, the portal in front of him disappeared, and he thought that it seemed like he himself should figure out the reason for the failure. We are transported to some time later. The protagonist is lying on the ground, staring at the sky, after which he gets up, thinking that he is missing something. A second later, he activates the skill, his eyes light up, and he continues to think that he does not have time for this, he needs to concentrate. A strong yellow aura appears around him, after which he observes something in front of him and thinks that it is underground. Squinting his eyes, he continues to think that there is something there. A moment later, the ground around him begins to shake violently and he looks down in fear. Then he jumps up, and under his feet appears a huge scaly creature. This is a death worm, and they are so big that they are able to swallow huge monsters alive. This worm is considered one of the most dangerous monsters. Even a sixth circle magician will not have a hard time dealing with one individual. The huge monster opened its mouth, in which there were countless teeth, if you suddenly stumble upon this monster. The worm, opening its mouth wide, screamed loudly, wriggling in different directions. Seeing it, you need to run. Monster Encyclopedia, section on worm-like monsters. The protagonist above the monster's mouth, and then thought that this is a death worm. To defeat this monster you need at least 3-4 sixth circle magicians. He is not sure that he can cope on his own. After which he activated many spikes that appeared around him. thinking that perhaps his previous attempt to grow a tree failed because of this underground crawler, after which he threw many ice swords forward, thinking that, however, in order to defeat it, he would first have to break through the skin. The ice swords bounced off the sharp iron fangs. Thomas wondered why the hell it was so strong. Without looking in front of him, he continued to think that if magic was no help in this matter. Suddenly, he made several quick dashes forward and headed towards the monster's mouth, thinking that he should then finish it off with the art of body development. The monster closed its jaws. Thomas looked ahead in fear, and then the worm emitted a huge wave of green poison. The protagonist managed to put a shield in front of himself at the last second, but the poisonous liquid quickly began to eat away at him. Thomas thought that the saliva of this worm was so poisonous that it destroyed the barrier. Frowning, he thought that he was finished if he attacked so thoughtlessly. Suddenly, the worm began to wriggle. The protagonist, looking at it, shouted that it would not go away. He made a quick dash forward and then thought that if he lost it, he would not be able to complete the task on time. The huge monster began to explode underground. Suddenly it hit the ground with its tail and turned around. It glared menacingly in front of itself, and then it opened its mouth wide. Looking at this, the protagonist thought that he had just used a feint. Pushing off from its tail, he said that this time he had come across a cunning monster. Smiling, looking forward, he added that a little more and they would have to start all over again. Suddenly, the worm poured poisonous liquid on him. The protagonist barely dodged its blows. Running away, he shouted that it was poison again. The poisonous liquid continued to spill down. Thomas, who pushed away the worm, tried to leave, but the monster opened its mouth again and a green glow lit up in it. Looking at this, the protagonist thought that if he could not finish it off quickly, he would have to start the tests over again, and he only had one chance. Frowning, he used the weaponry skill, thinking that he had just one trick in reserve, which he learned from the blue lion. Swinging his fist, he dashed forward, thinking that if he concentrated all his strength in one point, he, like a tiger, rushed into battle. Thinking that he could increase the strength of his blow, he used the art of body enhancement, the white tiger hammer. With great force, he hit the worm on the head. The steel scales of the monster fell to the floor. Thomas, surrounded by a shield, flew to the side. He looked at his hand in fear, on which the poison fell, and then thought that if he had not put all his mana into this attack, he would have simply been minced. Raising his hand, he exhaled and said that he would not perform such a feat a second time. Then he took out a tablet, asking if he succeeded. An inscription appeared in front of him that he successfully fulfilled the conditions. The first restriction was removed. Looking at this, the protagonist thought that the restriction, what is this? The tablet glowed brightly. Thomas looked at his tattoo on his hand in fear. Energy began to flow into it. We are transferred to some time later. The protagonist is lying on the ground, examining his seal. Looking at her in surprise, he thought about it, expected to get the fourth seal so quickly. As far as he understood, he needed to use it to absorb the Eastern General, just like it was with the Queen of the Ice Mountains. Clutching his head, he said that how was this even possible? He did not even know his true name. Imagining Adam in his head, he said that he would probably laugh at him now. Waving his hand in displeasure, he added that he himself would somehow figure it out here. Clenching his fist, he smiled and said that the cleaning was finished. Now he can start working on the beds. Suddenly, someone said that he should act more carefully. The protagonist turned around in fear and asked what was happening. A warning appeared in front of him that although death worms live mainly alone, under favorable conditions they are able to gather in groups. A second later, 3 huge death worms crawled out from under the ground. Such groups can number from several. Thomas stood still, and the monsters surrounding him rushed to attack. They can number up to a couple of dozen individuals. The protagonist, lowering his head, said that there are no options at all. Time rewound. Toma grabbed his head and shouted loudly that this was generally doable, because one worm is a pain in the ass here, and they need to be killed by the dozens. Making a dash forward, he clenched his teeth, thinking about how the Tiger King's generation built a city in such a place. Remembering the worms that attacked him, he continued to think that only his teachers could cope with such a large group of monsters, but the presence of a huge number of worms proves that the land here is really good. Stopping in the air, he looked ahead, thinking that therefore he should try to complete this task. He laughed and said that all he had to do was fight these monsters a couple of times and then he would know exactly how to destroy them. We are transported to the 34th attempt. Thomas stares lifelessly ahead. He lies on the ground and then thinks that he has tried everything. Then he remembers all the times he was burned with poison and eaten. He thinks that he cannot kill all the death worms alone. It is simply impossible. He clutches his face and lowers his head down, thinking that he even found another place for the seed. Continuing to stare ahead, he thought that it did not sprout. Lying on the ground, several monsters approached him, and Thomas calmly thought that he will not be stuck here until old age. The image of the Khan appeared before him, and he thought that neither he nor the goddess were here. This impudent fellow was clearly watching everything from the side and giggling nastily to expect help from him. Suddenly he looked ahead in surprise and thought that help? He remembered something. Looking at the huge crowd of worms, he shouted that he was such an idiot. And why did he remember this only now? No one forbade him to ask someone for help. Smiling, he said the Tiger King. Having imagined him in his head, he thought that he should find the family of the Tiger King of this era. We are transported to the fairy. She is lying under a tree on her small bed. She continues to sleep peacefully. Suddenly someone comes to her and says that she is a sleepyhead. The girl opens her eyes and looks ahead, puzzled. The Khan appears in front of her, looking at her with a smile. The goddess gets up with displeasure and then says that how did he end up here? Without her permission, no one can get into this place. The Khan calmly answered, looking at her, that as far as he remembers, once someone himself begged him to come here. The goddess, frowning, shouted that when she said such a thing, did she? He answered that she had already managed to forget that day. The goddess had reached the age when sclerosis had finally taken its toll. The girl answered with displeasure that she was once the queen of the earthly palace, and now they were so rude to her. Displeasedly crossing her legs, she hands and asked why he came. The Khan answered that she had already forgotten. He was here at her request. Lowering his head, he added that she felt well. The curse that she blocked 40 years ago, such does not pass without consequences. The girl looked away and answered that she was already recovering, so he did not need to worry, but she hoped that this would never happen again. Then, looking at the large portal, she added that, by the way, how is their hero doing? The Khan answered that she wants to see. They saw in the portal how Thomas was running with the beastmen. The monsters displeasedly, pointing their spears, shouting that they're sworn enemies, they need to kill this man. The goddess, looking ahead, screamed in fear what was going on there, why the beastmen were chasing him. Seeing this, the Khan laughed and answered that it was interesting, isn't it? The girl turned towards him and, clenching her fists, shouted that he was laughing, that he should help him immediately. The Khan, stretching out his hand forward, answered that she should not shout, that he was just causing chaos. The protagonist calmly ran forward, laughing loudly. Thomas quickly ran away from his opponents. They said that he was their sworn enemy, that he needed to be killed. The hero smiled broadly and left. Turning his head back, the protagonist thought about the fact that the family of the Tiger King was not yet visible. The guy stopped abruptly, and a thought arose in his head that if he wanted to complete the task, he would need the help of those who in the future would be able to build an entire kingdom in a place teeming with death worms. The animals behind the hero laughed and said that he was caught, that they would tear him to pieces with their claws. The hero thought about the fact that it was difficult to find the right beastman, given the size of the field of black snow. The protagonist grinned maliciously. The guy turned around, and behind him appeared one of the body development arts of the Black Tiger Hunt, and he thought that he had a secret art. The animals looked up in surprise and asked how a person could use the body development art. The guy, looking forward, raised his leg and thought that he was the one who used someone else's technique. After this, he would definitely be hunted. Cliffs covered with snow were visible. A wave of explosion hit the ground. A huge yellow beam appeared and the animals flew away. One of them, lying on the ground, said that they should not miss him. The protagonist stood leaning against a tree and a thought arose in his head that he had caused a stir in 6 settlements. It was time to see the result. The hero thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and added that either he had not tried hard enough. The protagonist sat down on a branch and thought that maybe he should visit other places, and suddenly stopped. A huge paw with claws appeared behind him and the word run was heard. With a sharp swing, the tree was cut off. The hero jumped to the ground and tensed up. The protagonist looked to the side and thought that if it weren't for the feeling of evil, he would already be dead. The protagonist looked at the man coming out of the red smoke and heard that he was more attentive than he thought. Thomas frowned. The creature that united the beastmen on the black field stood and pointed forward. He was remembered as the great ruler of the north, making the empire tremble with fear. Thomas tensed up and heard that he was the great ancestor of the Tiger Kings. The guy opened his mouth and said that a person who knows how to use the art of developing the body. Suddenly, the first leader of the Beastmen Union appeared and asked who he was. It was Tiger King Yol. The protagonist looked at the man in surprise and heard that he definitely smelled like a human. The king looked at the guy and asked what was going on here, to which he said his name in surprise. The animals watched them angrily, and the hero asked why him. Yol looked to the side and asked if he was not allowed to be here. The animals screamed very loudly. The king and Thomas turned around, and the guy thought that it seemed that not all the tribes were in the same boat. It seemed that Tiger King Yol had not yet united them. Thomas looked straight ahead and added that at the moment he had not even reached the 5th link of power. A huge red tiger appeared in front of the king, and the protagonist thought about why the hell he had such an overwhelming aura. Yol tensed up and angrily said that if they were not going to fight, then let them get out. The animals turned and ran away, saying how he could take the side of a man, because people are their sworn enemies, he will still pay. Thomas and Yol stood and looked towards the forest. The king said that peace had finally come. The hero stood straight and thought about how he had just been protected. The guy thought about how he had not made a mistake when he decided to visit the tribes that were at odds with Yol. The hero bowed before the king and said that he thanked him. Yul suddenly grabbed the protagonist by the throat and lifted him up. The king looked angrily at the guy and asked how he knew the art of body development. The hero's legs were hanging above the ground and he said that his mentor had told him. The king squeezed the guy's throat even harder and told him to tell him in more detail, to which Thomas asked to let him go. Yul frowned and looked straight ahead. The boy fell to the ground in front of the king and heard that if he dared to lie, he would break his neck. The hero grabbed his neck and said that he was a refugee. His family could no longer stand the tyranny of the empire, so they came here. Thomas closed his eyes and said that on the way his parents were killed by monsters, and he, an orphan, was saved by a beastman. The boy put his hand on his chest and said that he taught him how to defend himself so that he could survive. Yul frowned and asked what the name of this beastman was. Thomas, lowering his head down, said that he did not know. Each time the teacher said that he had long forgotten his own name. The hero, looking at the king, said with regret that he did not want to make him relive painful memories, so he simply called him mentor even in his thoughts. The king lowered his eyebrows and tensed up. Thomas looked ahead in fear and thought about whether he was trying to understand if it was a lie. Sound waves entered the king's ears and then the hero added that the Tiger King had heightened senses, and therefore could determine the truth of words by heartbeat and muscle tension. An X-ray of a person was shown and the hero thought that these senses could be easily deceived if you knew how to control the blood flow in your body. The king slightly pressed his lips. Looking at the hero, Yul said that he thought that they were brothers. The protagonist thought that he had succeeded. Those who practice the same art are usually called brothers. The protagonist rubbed his eye and added that it meant he was recognized. The king put his hand on the boy's shoulder and turned to him, asking if there was a place where he could spend the night. It was pitch dark outside. Yul and Thomas, riding on wolves, rode forward. A pink sphere appeared near the hero's head and he heard a question about what kind of mess he had made here. The fairy sitting on the guy's shoulder asked why there wasn't a single normal Meldinger, to which he asked in surprise if it was okay that she was here. The fairy and the hero looked at the king, and she told the hero not to worry, she made it so that he couldn't feel her. Yul looked straight ahead, and the girl behind him asked the hero about the plan. Did he really think that he would accept him as one of his own? Thomas grinned and said that of course not, but he would still keep him after himself. The fairy asked why he decided so. The king's eyes glowed red, animals appeared behind him, and Thomas said that now is the time when the tribes of beastmen are fighting among themselves. So it doesn't matter who, the main thing is that the warrior is strong and can fight with others. That's who they are looking for. The people shouted in surprise that the leader had returned. They said that everyone should gather. The hero added that the search for strong comrades did not bypass King Yul. The girl frowned, and a thought arose in her head that wasn't at the time when the beastmen hated people the most. Would the rest of the tribe agree with the king's decision? One of the beastmen looked away in surprise. The beastmen pointed towards the boy and one of them said that the hero was an enemy who killed his father and asked why he brought this man here. Looking at them, Yul stopped them and said that he was their brother. One of them angrily asked how a man could be their brother. The king looked straight and then told everyone to calm down and gather. Thomas stood in front of a crowd of beastmen, and a thought came to his mind that in these times the tyranny of the empire was stronger than ever. That's why the beastmen hated people. The hero frowned and thought that his plan would definitely fail if he couldn't lure them to his side. The beastmen worshipped the hero, and then he heard a question about why he left them. One of them took the protagonist's hand and said that he was so lucky to be able to accompany him. Thomas looked at the king in surprise. Yul showed the guy an approving gesture, and a thought arose in his head about what kind of nonsense they were talking about. The hero looked at the king with incomprehension and thought that just a minute ago they were ready to tear him apart, but such a sudden change in mood was clearly hidden. The king looked straight and smiled, and the guy added that in the Tiger King Yul. A strong blow was delivered with a fist on the table. Yul spread his arms to the side and said what the teacher said before closing his eyes. Then he put his hand on his chest and added that although people and beastmen are inferior and constantly feuding, he is grateful to fate that in my last moments they also remain a mentor and a student. Yul raised his hand up and said that he will meet in the next life. And then he grinned and added, my student. The beastmen with tears in their eyes said that he should open his eyes. It is too cruel. His young student will not survive alone. The guy scratched his face in confusion and thought about whether he had said such a thing. Then he looked at the king and heard him play along. They were idiots and would believe anything. Thomas looked away and smiled. The protagonist turned around and heard that they were against it. The guy with dark hair looked at them and asked if it was possible to trust a person's words. The hero turned around and looked at him with surprised eyes. The fairy flying near the protagonist said that this was the tribe of the Black Wolf, the loyal dogs of the Tiger King, to which the hero thought that black wolves meant that they were the ancestors of Prime Minister Norris. Yul waved his hand and asked if Ralph disputed his order. He frowned and replied that he did not. Then he pointed his hand at the guy and said that they would never accept a representative of an inferior race as their own, even if he was telling the truth. Yul turned to the surprised man and asked, an inferior race, did he really forget? The king's eyes lit up with anger, and he heard him address him. Ron, sweating, looked away and heard that they were all abandoned and persecuted. They were one family, despite their race and the length of their lineage. Yul, frowning angrily, added that if he dared to forget such a thing, he would break his neck this very second. The hero watched their dialogue. The protagonist took a step forward and said that to unite all the beastmen, regardless of their differences, then looked at the king and added that he heard this was the goal of the anthropomorph, to which he asked if he knew them. The guy lowered his head down and, smiling, said that he found out while wandering alone across the snowy field. The king looked at the guy with a satisfied look, and he added that although many tribes consider them enemies because of such beliefs, however, according to rumors, more and more creatures share their point of view. The guy extended his hand forward and said that he, a human, was rejected by people, but his teacher gave him warmth, and they accepted him as their brother. The protagonist lowered his head, clenched his fist, and said that he believed that such an act could be considered progress in the beliefs of the Tiger King. The girl smirked and said that the guy wrapped it up very cleverly. Thomas slightly lowered his eyebrows and added that, however, he believed that he needed to prove by deed that he was ready to join them, asked to allow him to live up to expectations. The guy looked away disapprovingly and heard that the hierarchy of beastmen was based on strength, to which he asked again what he was getting at. The protagonist clenched his fist and looking at him offered to fight, and then said that if he won, he would become part of their tribe. If he lost, he would leave this place forever. The beastman looked at the guy angrily and said, "How dare a pathetic man challenge him, a warrior of the great clan of the Black Wolf?" The protagonist grinned and asked what he was shouting about. Then he asked if he was afraid, to which he heard insults. Thomas pointed his finger at the beastman and laughed, asking if he was. The guy squeezed his hand and angrily said that he would kill him. Yellow lightning began to fly around the hero and he asked if he could. Yul dealt a crushing blow to the ground and they both flew away. Thomas and Ralph, looking at the king, leaned on their hands. Looking at each other, they heard that before the start he should ask a question. The king stood with his hands folded and said whether they would accept the results of the fight when their lives were at stake. The beastman grinned and looking to the side said that if this man wins, he will recognize him as one of them. Thomas looked straight ahead and raised his hand and said that he swears on his teacher's honor that he will accept the results. Ralph attacked the hero and shouted that they were starting. The beastman struck with his claws and said that he would cut him into ribbons. Thomas dodged the blow and began to think that the legend he had invented would soon definitely be exposed, so he needed to prove himself to Yul as best he could. The protagonist swung sharply at the beastman and began to think that thanks to the duel it would be easy as pie. Ralph began to shout loudly. The hero, lowering his eyebrows, struck. A crushing lightning bolt flew into the beastman. It was the art of developing the body called the phenomenon of a fierce tiger. Ron, surprised, flew to the side and heard a question about what had become hard after the first blow. A fist flew into the beastman's face and he asked what kind. The hero and his two copies hit him. It was the art of body development tiger strike. Two beastmen watched this in surprise and said that Ron is the strongest warrior of the King's Guard. It is hard to believe that he is being beaten like a puppy. And the second added that, to think a person uses the art of body development so well. They shouted his name in fear. Ralph fell to his knees from the blow. Blood flowed from the mouth of the beastman and he heard that, it seems, the fight ended faster than expected. Yul, turning to the hero, said that this is enough for him to become one of. The eyes of the beastman lit up with anger. He raised his head up and screamed loudly. The protagonist looked away in fear and a thought appeared in his head that a berserker, when the anger of a beastman becomes uncontrollable, his strength increases several times. But this has a downside in that he is no longer able to think rationally. The beastman attacked the main character in anger and then he thought that it was dangerous to fight such a beast face to face. The guy squeezed his fingers and blue lightning started to appear around his hand. The hero stretched his hand forward, ice shards started to fly out of it and he said that he should freeze. Ice appeared under the beastman's feet. Ralph, screaming in pain, fell to the ground. Lying on the ground, he saw many blue chains appear in the air. A chain with an ice shard quickly flew towards him. The beastman's body was bound with chains and then he screamed loudly. The hero raised his palm up and said that he should rest. Thomas hit him hard, a blue flash appeared. Ralph was lying on the ground covered in ice. The main character looked at him with his hand raised. The two beastmen turned to each other and asked in surprise if it was magic, if they had been deceived. Thomas looked down and thoughtfully thought about how this was the only way to stop him without killing him. Then he looked at the king and added that his abilities would soon surface anyway. The hero looked fearfully in the direction where Yul stood and wondered what kind of story he had prepared for such a case. The king smiled broadly and laughed, and questions arose in the boy's head. Yul put his hand on the boy's head and said through his laughter that he was much more interesting than he thought. Just think, to have the art of body development and magic, to which the hero thought that it seemed like a story would not be needed. Thomas lowered his head and, clenching his fist, said that he should have used only body development. But he did not want to harm a member of his future family, so he had to use magic. Yul looked at the guy with pride and said that it didn't matter whether he took the easy way out or decided to hide his strength. The strongest wins on the battlefield, because these are the rules of the ruthless world of battles. The king, looking at the protagonist, asked what his name was, to which he, raising his hand to his chest, replied that his name was Thomas. Yul turned to the beastmen and said that according to the past duel, they accept Thomas into their tribe and asked if they had any objections. The beastmen smiled and replied that they had no objections. The king, raising his fist up, said that this meant that from now on, Thomas was part of them. Everyone, except Ralph and his tribe, raised their hands up in approval and shouted. A book began to glow brightly in the protagonist's chest area. He took it out and, while looking through it, heard a question about whether this was a new message. The protagonist was holding a magic stone in his hands and it was written there that he had successfully fulfilled the conditions. The second restriction was lifted. The true name was revealed. The plain was painted black. Razor-sharp winds blow over the barren land. The true name of the seal, containing the sharpest wind of the black snow field. The north wind blew. Lightning began to emanate from the hero's hand with the blue mark, and then he thought that the seal was of a rare rank, similar to the seal of cruelty that the Queen of the Mountains gave him, but he did not know how to awaken it, so he was not able to use it yet. The protagonist, looking to the side, put his hand under his cloak and thought about the fact that the goddess Camellia had disappeared. Did she really intend to remain silent about the power of the new seal? The hero took a decisive step forward and added that nothing could be done about it. Thomas looked straight ahead with a serious expression and thought that he needed to focus on completing the second task of the ancestors. A view of a bright room opened up. There were many guards. Someone told him to go through. Thomas entered the room and everyone turned to look at him with surprise on their faces. The king pointed at the hero and said that it was time to formally introduce him. Today Thomas would become one of the royal guards of the Anthropomorphos. The protagonist bowed his head down, clasped his hand to his chest and replied that he thanked them for the honor, and that he would not let them down. The beastmen watched this with anger, and the king laughed and said that this was a good mood. To celebrate this event, he would entrust him with one task, to which the guy responded. Yul smiled and looking at him said that he was wandering around the field of black snow and that is how he came across this place. Let him use his knowledge to find a suitable place for their tribe. The protagonist raised his head up and looked at him in surprise. Then he smiled and a thought arose in his head that yes, fate itself was on his side. The hero raised his hand to his chin and said that he recently happened to see a place that attracted his attention. A view of a gloomy valley opened up, and the protagonist added that it was surrounded by mountain valleys and hills, making it easier to defend against strangers. There was a source of water nearby, and the place itself was less cursed than the rest of the black snow field, so the land there should be better, but there was a problem. Yul and Thomas looked at each other and both said that there were many death worms there. The hero, putting his hand on his chest, replied that he also considered this place the most suitable among other options, and yet these creatures bothered him. But in these lands he had not found a better place than this, even though it was teeming with monsters. Yul put his hands behind his back and closed his eyes, asking what to do then. Then, smiling, he agreed to do it. The protagonist looked at the king in bewilderment. The protagonist stood with a displeased look and thought that he did not believe that he would have to look for a solution to the problem with these annoying guys. The beastmen were standing on the street and the guy thought that even though they had a hard character, they were still the best warriors of the Black Wolf tribe, so it was clear why they had been forced on him. A thought appeared in the protagonist's head that he was much more interested in why the king had put them together. Given their mutual hostility, maybe he was experiencing it. The protagonist stood looking at the beastmen and heard that the main problem was that the death worms hunted in groups. Yor turned his gaze to the hero and added, so the task was not easy. From behind, one of the beastmen was heard grinning as he said that if it weren't for one annoying and chatty little man, they wouldn't be hanging around here now. And then, closing one eye and stretching his hand forward, he asked what was so good about the place where the death worms live. It looked more like a pathetic attempt to attract the attention of the leader. The hero looked at them in surprise and a question arose in his head. What were they allowing themselves to do? The beastman spread his arms out to the sides and, laughing, added that this is why humans are insignificant. Yor delivered a sharp blow to his face. The captain stood against the fire and looked at the beastman, who turned to him. Yor angrily said that he had already said not to mix personal and work. The captain added in a furious tone that if this happened again, he would personally rip his head off and asked if he understood. The beastmen, looking frightened, answered that they understood. Looking at all this, the hero thought about the fact that apparently Yul assigned them to him because he trusted this guy. He was able to cope with any internal disagreements. Thomas bowed in front of the captain. Yor sharply turned his head to the side. The main hero looked at the captain and a question arose in his head about what he was simply doing, what he had to do. If so, then he liked it. Thomas turned to the captain and said that if the death worms sensed even a hint of a threat, they would not crawl out, asked if there were any ideas on how to lure them to the surface. Yor, with his hands folded behind his back, replied that there were, but it would take some time. The hero asked what it was. A red flower appeared near the captain and he said that they needed a demonic plant called the death flower. The death worms were very sensitive to its aroma. If they got such a flower, they would be able to lure the monsters out, and then he stumbled. The hero stood with a very happy look and heard the question of what was wrong with him. The protagonist cleared his throat and asked to continue. Yor looked away and said that thanks to the flower they would be able to lure the death worms out, but it was very rare, even they would have a hard time finding it. The hero smiled broadly and said that there was no need to worry because he had already found it. The captain looked at the protagonist with confusion and thought that he liked his confidence. But the flowers of death are quite capricious about the place of growth. They are not only difficult to find, but also very difficult to pick, and paused. Yor looked straight ahead in surprise and added that it was not difficult. The protagonist raised the flower up with a smile on his face and said that it was a jackpot. The beastmen, standing with baskets of flowers, looked at each other in surprise. The hero turned around and asked why they froze, said to pick flowers. The protagonist confidently looked away. From behind he heard someone say that he himself did not notice how he began to obey, and a thought arose in his head that he had seen many flowers of death in the labyrinth of blue fog created by the teacher. The flowers among the grass glowed with a bright red light, and the hero added that since he clearly sees their demonic energy, he can find them even with his eyes closed. Black particles flew around the guy's hand and he thought about absorbing this very energy. The hero smiled broadly and added that the seal would be pumped up quickly. The beastmen turned to the hero in surprise when the hero said that dogs 1, 2, and 3 would speed up, so they should try to keep up. They asked what he called them. He had completely lost his mind, and whether the captain had heard what he called them. Yor looked at them with a serious expression. The captain kicked the beastmen with a basket of flowers. After that, Yor turned to them menacingly and told them to do what Thomas told them. The protagonist watched as they calmed the crying beastmen. Yor, with his arms folded, smiled contentedly. The whole tribe stood in front of the hero and the leader with torches in their hands. Yul smiled, and with his arms folded, said that just think, in such a short time they collected so many flowers of death. Words cannot describe how great they are, to which Thomas replied that it was all thanks to the help of the squad. The squad sat near the tree looking tired, and the leader said that it was already visible. The king looked away and said that enough chatter, let them begin. The burning torches flew. Yul and the main character stood and looked at the fire. The hero's legs are shown, wrapped in cloth. The ground behind the squad began to crack. Huge worms suddenly appeared from the ground. The leader raised his hand up and shouted for everyone to get ready for an attack, and someone behind him said that they were in trouble. The king turned around and asked what happened if this was some kind of nonsense. The beastman interrupted him and said that the Fury tribe. The huge death worm opened his mouth, and he added that he was coming here. Ulam turned and asked for an explanation, and the guy spread his arms and replied that he thought they somehow found out that they were hunting death worms and were now coming here in the hope of setting an ambush. After which Ulam gritted his teeth and shouted that they dared to stoop to such cowardly tricks. Huge worms suddenly appeared from the ground. The warrior walked through the dark area. Ethan opened his mouth. Then he looked at the warriors and noted that today they would kill the Tiger King Ulam and destroy the Anthropomorphos. Death worms suddenly appeared next to them, after which Ulam jumped into the sky. The warrior cut down one worm. The rhinoceros looked at him and thought that is expected from the strongest, but they were preparing for this day and did not just collect magic items from the war with people. Cannons appeared behind him, and Ethan added that it did not matter how strong he was, because it was impossible to defend against cannons while fighting death worms in parallel. Then he opened his mouth furiously and noted in his head that he would throw him at the feet of the flames of the Furies and become the king of the beastmen. Ethan covered himself with his hand and asked where the wind was coming from. Then he opened his eyes wide and thought that these were death flowers. A moment later, death worms crawled out around him. Then there was a powerful blow. Ulam smiled and noted that it was easy to kill them. Then he turned and added that by using magic to transfer the scent of the flowers to the tribe, as a result, the Furies and the death worms killed each other. The protagonist smiled and noted that he could not believe that he had come up with such a plan, an eye for an eye, an ambush for an ambush. Ulam laughed and noted that great minds think alike. Thomas threw his leg over the scales and noted that now was the time to collect trophies. The rhinoceros slashed at the worm and shouted for the survivors to get in line. The beast opened its mouth and shouted that the Tiger King was here. A moment later, there was a powerful blow. Ulam and the protagonist landed on the ground. The rhinoceros opened its eyes. Then he swung and shouted to Ulam. Then he began to strike the Tiger King. Ulam turned sharply and shouted for the royal guard to capture the Fury tribe. The warriors ran forward shouting and heard that those who resisted were to be killed. The warriors quickly ran forward. The beasts opened their mouths and one of them shouted not to retreat. The battle began. The protagonist stood in the center. Then he looked at Ulam and thought that this was the art of developing the body of the Tiger King. Thomas smiled and added that just by watching him, he understood where the mistakes were in his techniques and how they could be corrected. The warrior looked at the protagonist furiously. Then he flew through the beasts. Light sparkled among the corpses. A moment later, a needle flew into the warrior's neck. Ralph fell to his knee. Then he clenched his eyes. Then he clenched them tightly. Thomas lit up and asked if he was okay. Ralph looked at him. Then he fell to the ground. The protagonist opened his mouth and used the destruction skill. Curls of magic flew towards the warrior. Then Ralph opened his mouth. Thomas threw his hand over his shoulder and noted that he had simply lost consciousness. No need to worry. Let them take him to the camp. Let him rest. Then he looked at the warriors leaving. Ulam approached the protagonist and noted that they were finished, and Thomas replied that they needed to start the next part of their plan before the rest of the Fury tribe caught up with them. The Tiger King put his fist on his chest and thanked him for saving Ralph. The entire squad of warriors stood behind Ulam. The protagonist smiled widely. Then he watched as they led the prisoners. Thomas was sitting on the corpse of a worm. Chris flew up and noted that only a few days had passed, and he was already one of them among the Beastmen. It was amazing, and Thomas asked why she had been watching all this time, but decided to show up only now. The girl looked at the protagonist and replied that she knew he could handle it, so there was no need for her help, and Thomas replied that he would go eat. A dark dog appeared in front of the protagonist. Thomas looked up and thought that there was much more demonic energy here than he expected. The protagonist looked at the tattoo and added that he would never have thought that the wind seal would rise to 4 stars at once. The dark dog appeared next to the protagonist. Thomas looked at the clean clearing and noted that at least he would not have to clean it up. Then he took the seed and added that now that there were no more monsters, the seed should sprout. The protagonist sat on the ground and said that considering that there was no message about failure, he was doing everything right. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Then he looked at the sprout. Thomas opened his mouth and shouted that it worked. The protagonist's hand began to glow. The protagonist looked at the seal, after which a huge temple of flowers appeared in front of him. Then he went inside. Thomas slowly walked down the corridor. Then he saw a man sitting on the throne. The girl looked at him and Thomas thought that this was the Demon King. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought to think that the goddess Camellia was the queen of demons. Thomas saw a woman sitting on the throne in front of him and added that given the level of her demonic energy, she must have been strong. The protagonist looked at the girl carefully and thought that it was possible for both a deity and a demon queen to exist. The protagonist opened his eyes when he heard his name. Then he looked at the seal and heard a fairy. The girl leaned over and asked if everything was okay. Thomas looked at her and asked if the wind seal was originally theirs. Camellia opened her mouth and asked why he thought so, and Thomas replied that he saw her. The fairy looked at her and asked again. The protagonist remembered the throne room and replied that she was there, alone in an empty castle, looking bored, lonely and sad, and the demonic energy she was emitting resembled the wind seal. The protagonist looked at his hand. Camellia adjusted her hair and noted that now it was just a forgotten story of the distant past. Thomas looked at her and noted that it turned out that the black snow that had spread across the field was caused by them. Camellia stretched out her hand and noted that, however, he was no longer hers, she was the goddess of flowers. Thomas raised his head and asked that the point of this test was to clean up the traces of their past. The girl looked at her hand and asked who knew, after which she flew around the protagonist and added that all she could do now was give advice on growing a seed. The girl raised her head up and noted that he should just remember what he had told her. The protagonist remembered the bearded man and heard that from now on he would have to absorb the general of the East. Thomas imagined a typhoon and thought about the general, the past, and the mistakes of the goddess Camellia. The protagonist stood up and added that in order to grow a tree, he would most likely have to take all the cold on himself. The girl turned and noted that she should always be on guard with the general, because he was his biggest obstacle. The protagonist came to Anthropomorphos. Then he raised his head to the tree and thought that this was already the 91st day since the beginning of the test. Thomas looked at the flower and added that the flowers had finally blossomed. A warrior was running behind the protagonist and shouting that the leader was looking for him. The protagonist darkened and thought that it was starting again. Then he looked at the dark mountain. Thomas flew to the side. The protagonist threw his hand around his neck and asked if it was possible to mock him like that. Ulam laughed and noted that he himself asked to work with him as a reward for saving Ralph, and as a leader, it befits him to fulfill his promises properly. Thomas opened his mouth and thought that he just wanted to practice the art of body development, but he could not even imagine that he would be banally beaten. Ulam grinned and remarked that he was his brother and shouldn't give up so easily. The protagonist stood up and thought that he was right, the training was effective after all, so he wasn't wasting his time here. Ulam folded his fists and remarked that they would return to the technique of the ferocious tiger phenomenon. Ulam's ears twitched sharply. The Tiger King turned sharply and remarked that it seemed like they would have to postpone the training. Ulam jumped up sharply. People were walking into Antromov's castle. A crowd of wounded people were walking straight inside. Ulam stood on the wall and looked at them. Thomas opened his mouth, heard that this was the work of the Eastern General, and replied that around this time, living beings began to know about him. Camellia looked at the people and remarked that after eons, the Eastern General had weakened significantly, but the current him is a real and merciless disaster. Ulam's eyes widened when he heard that the Tiger King Ulam had once been able to hold back the chaos that was spreading among the inhabitants, but only because he was powerless against the general. The king turned and ordered Ralph to gather the chieftains in his tent. Ulam crouched down and said that he wanted Thomas to put on his battle dress and go there too. All the warriors suddenly jumped off the wall. Thomas turned. Then Ralph handed him a drink. Ralph approached him, heard what it was, and replied that he just had this thing lying around. He could use it or just throw it away. He didn't care. Then he jumped off the wall. Camellia sat on his shoulder and remarked that it was quite a valuable medicine, made in small doses only by the Black Wolf tribe. Then she smiled broadly and added that it was lucky that he happened to have such a valuable thing lying around. This guy was quite nice. Thomas smiled and remarked that he did not expect such a thing from him. There were chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. All the chieftains were sitting at the table. One of them opened his mouth and remarked that their tribe had suffered great damage, and another said that their ancestors had shed blood to make this place their home, but now everything was destroyed. They had lost so many family members. Thomas raised his hand to his chest and heard that he could come in. Ulam opened his mouth and remarked that he wanted to ask him for a favor, and the protagonist asked that it was about the disaster that struck terror into the hearts of the refugees. The Tiger King raised his hand and said that's right. They were going to find that damned Eastern General, see if he could light their way with his magic. One side of the table looked at him, then the other. Ulam folded his arms and looked at the protagonist. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he could. Ulam slammed the table and shouted that this was excellent. The chieftains stood up with their mouths open and heard them gather the elite warriors of their tribes. They were leaving tomorrow. The other side of the table stood up and shouted that they obeyed. All the warriors ran out of the tent. Thomas looked at them and thought that everything was very well coordinated, that he had found the Tiger King to grow the seed. Ulam smiled, and Thomas added in his head that also fighting together against the general was definitely part of Otto's mission. The squad set out from the city. Thomas walked confidently straight and thought that in this case, the real test was just beginning. The protagonist's squad walked into the night. Ulam smiled and remarked that magic had always fascinated him and would continue to fascinate him no matter how often he encountered it, and Thomas asked if he wanted to learn it. The Tiger King smiled and asked why he needed to learn it when he had him, and Thomas replied that he was saying it too easily, that he was going to use him. Ulam smiled and remarked that he would give up his place if he asked, and Thomas thought, to think that the strongest king in the history of the Beastmen, and he was acting like a child? I wonder if his descendants know about it. Ulam raised his head to the sky and said that the tribe had changed a lot since they met. There were times when he perceived him as a lucky star that fell from the sky. The Tiger King stopped and remarked that he had a gift for him. The protagonist opened his eyes when he heard that this was the final part of the art of body development. Thomas turned around abruptly. Ulam smiled fiercely and remarked that he thought he wouldn't know that he had gotten close to him for a reason. Thomas looked at him and asked how long he had known that. Ulam started walking towards him and replied that a man who said he had learned the art of body cultivation from some hermit was suspicious, and yet it was possible. Ulam approached the protagonist and added that however, the same could not be said about magic. It was impossible to learn it on your own. The Tiger King glared at the protagonist and remarked that he had most likely provoked the tribes hostile to them in order to meet him and learn more about the art of body cultivation. Thomas opened his mouth and asked why he had accepted him then if he knew everything. Ulam silently pressed his lips together. Then he smiled and remarked that both humans and beastmen always had their own interests. It was normal, so he accepted him for his own good, and it was quite funny to watch him. The fairy covered her mouth and noted that he had been dancing to his tune all this time, and Thomas replied that even if that was the case, they had no reason to teach him the final part of the art. Ulam patted the protagonist on the head. Then he looked at him and noted that he had gone through a lot to get here, and it would be unfair if he died protecting someone else's people. The protagonist opened his mouth. Then he looked at the Tiger King and thought that he wanted to teach him the secret technique of the beastmen so that he could survive. Thomas lowered his head and added that perhaps his guess was wrong, because he did not live in these times. But the protagonist opened his mouth and thanked the king. The fairy turned around and noted that she apologized for interfering at such a moment, but now was not the best time for such things. Thomas opened his eyes, after which he saw the dark spirit and thought that the energy that the goddess Camellia emitted in his domain, a huge malice that corroded the soul, was heading here. The dark spirit began to glow fiercely, and Thomas added that this malice could only be described in one word: demon. Ulam opened his mouth, covered himself with his hands, and thought that they urgently needed to leave the territory of the General of the East. the protagonist found himself alone in the darkness, after which he gritted his teeth and thought that he did not feel either the goddess Camellia or the reconnaissance squad. Thomas looked into the darkness and thought that the demonic energy of the general cut off all the flows of mana. The protagonist remembered the corpses of people and thought that if they fell into a trap, the Tiger King and his comrades would die. He must somehow get rid of the darkness before that happens. The protagonist gritted his teeth, after which he looked at his hand and thought that the seal of the icy wind is connected with the goddess as well as the general of the east. The protagonist's hand lit up and he added that with its help he can try to open the way. Thomas grabbed his head and noted that for this he needs to awaken it. The protagonist's hand lit up and he added that besides this seal he has nothing else. Thomas opened his eyes wide, after which he remembered Otto's words that from now on he will have to absorb the general of the east. Thomas remembered looking at his hand and said that it looks like he should stuff this demon into the seal just like in the first test. Thomas put his hand in front of him and thought about absorbing the general of the east. The protagonist opened his mouth and used absorption, after which dark curls came out of his hands. The protagonist's hand lit up brightly and he thought that suddenly he will be able to take the general's cold with the seal of cruelty and demonic energy with the seal of Hull. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that the magical power flowing from the seal of cruelty was connected with the seal of wind. The tattoo on his hand began to grow. Then a new element began to glow. Thomas opened his mouth and shouted, after which he found himself in a dark world. Thomas looked at his hands. Then he looked ahead and heard a boy calling for the queen. The boy held out the flowers and noted that these flowers had just bloomed. He brought them because they resembled her. The queen looked at the boy and asked why, and Thomas thought that these were the times when the goddess Camellia had not yet become a demon. The warrior smiled and noted that the flowers looked beautiful. How could they not resemble the queen? A man from the crowd smiled and noted that the flowers were in no way comparable to their queen. He thought she would like it. The boy laughed and noted that of course she would like it, and whoever did not agree, let him come forward. The queen sadly lowered her eyes, after which he opened his mouth and heard why she was silent. The whole crowd smiled at her. Then they began to disappear. The protagonist was left alone in front of her. Thomas looked at her carefully and thought that he seemed to understand her feelings to some extent. The queen opened her mouth and noted that she was bored, and the protagonist thought that he was all too familiar with the loneliness that filled the soul after the departure of those who loved her. The queen stood up and Thomas added that she felt alive thanks to the people who followed her in the past, but now, closing and opening her eyes, she sees only emptiness and loneliness in front of her. The queen passed by the protagonist. Then she opened the doors to the balcony and Thomas thought that she was a queen. She had vassals and people. The protagonist turned to her and added that all that was left for the lonely ruler in the end was a huge palace and land on which no sprout could break through. The queen stood on the balcony. The protagonist looked at the small town and wondered if there was still snow falling on the lifeless wasteland. The queen looked down and asked if she could just sleep. Then she suddenly opened her eyes. The protagonist came up behind her. Then the queen opened her mouth and remarked that it seemed like she wouldn't be bored anytime soon. And Thomas thought that the queen's cold face, which always resembled a piece of ice, was touched by a smile for the first time. Thomas opened his mouth and added that in her world, which had remained unchanged for centuries, the protagonist looked at the sprout and added that there was a glimmer of hope. The queen sat down on one knee and remarked that there was something she should say. The girl looked at the sprout and added that she usually didn't care about his kind, so he should always remember how lucky he was. Then she smiled and remarked that she believed that it was only his decision to appear here. The sprout was surrounded by a wall of ice, and the queen added that it was up to her to decide whether to stay here or not. The queen leaned against the wall and looked at the sprout. Then she turned to the protagonist. Then she opened her eyes wide. The queen looked at the flower and noticed that they had blossomed. Then she touched them. Then she opened her mouth and noted that this would not do. Then she ran away from him. The queen ran forward with the flowers. Then she stopped abruptly. Then they planted the flower in the middle of the hall. She carefully touched the petal. Then she smiled and noted that they were beautiful. Thomas folded his arms and looked at her. Then he looked at the flowers and thought that although the outside world was an icy desert in which there was nothing but snow, flowers began to appear in different corners. A moment later, a huge tree appeared and Thomas added that this place had become a real flower garden. The queen held out a petal, after which she smiled, and the protagonist thought that the queen who rules over ice and snow spends time surrounded by flowers, after which the queen became gloomy. Then she clutched her chest and Thomas added that the one who was destined to live in the embrace of winter gradually began to die because of the warmth of spring. The queen opened her mouth, after which she put her hand on the flowers and Thomas noticed that, however, the garden she had grown was becoming larger and more beautiful until the very end. The protagonist remembered how the guy smiled and thought that so many flowers had bloomed, whether she wanted to look, was becoming more beautiful because her memories remained in this place. The queen lay down among the flowers and Thomas noticed that soon the life of the Queen of Winter, who had fallen in love with the world so much, came to an end. The queen closed her eyes and cried. The flowers bloomed. Then a couple more bloomed. Several fairies suddenly flew up, and the protagonist thought that after all, her dreams had given rise to a new life. The fairies gathered around her and began to ask who it was, and Thomas thought that the flower gods were the same, both in the past and in the present. The protagonist looked at the sky and wondered what happened next, how such a beautiful place became. Thomas looked at the dark clouds. Dark energy began to soak into the flowers. The fairies looked at the dark curls and screamed that they were scared. The demon god appeared. The protagonist looked at the dark silhouette and thought that although his appearance was different, it was definitely the same god he saw in his dream. The demon god stretched out his hand in front of him. Then he let the dark energy into the queen. The queen stood up, and the demon god asked if winter should not just remain winter. The queen's eyes glowed red. Then she looked forward. The demon king slowly dissolved. Then a girl appeared next to the queen, and she said that from now on spring will never come to these lands again. Then she screamed loudly. Thomas put out his hand and thought that this was an Eastern general. The protagonist's hand glowed, and he added that although this was the general's power, full of malice, he could also feel the warmth and cold, happiness and loneliness of the queen herself, and the entire flower garden was destroyed, and a cruel wind fell upon those living here. The protagonist looked at the seal. Then he raised his glowing eyes. The protagonist stretched out his hand and thought that it seemed he understood how to use the wind seal. The protagonist's hand released locks of mana. Then Thomas snapped his fingers. Then he released a huge stream. A cloud of energy flew forward. The protagonist looked at the dawn, and Camellia noted that he did it. The fairy looked at the sunset and added that she did not know what he saw there, and Thomas replied that he saw a flower garden. The girl turned and noted that he returned everything to how it was. Thomas turned to her and said that until his last breath he just wanted to see the flowers that bloomed in the garden. Weren't these the beautiful views she always wanted to protect, even after being reborn as the goddess of Camellia? The fairy looked at him and heard that if he ended the winter, he could return the spring that the demon god had stolen. Thomas smiled, heard if she could ask him to help with this, and noted that he shouldn't talk like a servant in front of a master. There were other relationships between friends. Thomas instantly jumped to the side. Camellia looked down and noted that friends were too generous. She had gone through many trials and drawn a line between them, but he crossed it with ease. Ulam stood in the middle of the mountains and screamed. Then he looked at the stone giant and asked why it was so strong. The tired warriors fell to the ground. Ulam stood right in front of the giant and thought that Thomas would definitely understand how to defeat this thing. Ralph's mouth opened wide when he saw the light. Then he looked at the crowd of giants and shouted that these were the very monsters the refugees had talked about, how many there were. Ulam smiled and shouted that they were only scared by their numbers. It seemed that upon their return some would be given individual training. The Tiger King smiled and remarked that he loved it when there was so much prey, so it was decided that all the wounded after the battle would receive individual training from him. The warriors ran forward, and the king shouted that it was time to hunt, to kill them all. A moment later, all the giants fell from the protagonist's spell. The warriors stopped in front of the remains and froze. Ulam raised his head and smiled. Thomas smiled at them from the sky. The protagonist slowly descended to the ground. Then he looked at Ulam and apologized for being late, and the Tiger King noted that he had not run away. Thomas smiled and asked that he had ever seen him run away from something. Ulam turned and smiled. Then he looked at the giant and noticed that this thing was incredibly durable. He didn't know what it was made of, but his attacks didn't work on it. Thomas looked with a glowing eye and noticed that most likely something special was needed here. The protagonist saw the glowing energy and added that there was an accumulation of energy near the left leg, and Ulam noticed that he had been hitting him on the head to no avail. Then the Tiger King raised his hand and added that he planned to destroy him with his body development art technique so he could copy it. Ulam suddenly lit up. Then he quickly jumped back. Thomas smiled and noticed that it looked like he was going to personally teach him the basics. Then he quickly jumped back. Ulam and Thomas jumped on the giant. In the distance, the wind rose over the mountain. Ulam smiled and noticed that someone might say that the body development art is a fighting style focused exclusively on feelings and instincts, but that is not true. The giant struck straight, and Ulam added that the art requires knowledge of the basics and the use of certain movements at the right time. This will allow the release of power with maximum efficiency and destruction. The Tiger King sharply dodged the blow and noted that in addition, the power will differ depending on the order in which it is used. The protagonist sharply leaned on his leg, after which Ulam swung and noted that with the same movements. A moment later, a powerful blow was heard. The giant's leg cracked slightly. Ulam smiled and noted that the principle may seem, but it is not easy to learn, so let him watch carefully. Thomas swung his hand, after which he powerfully struck the giant's leg. A hole appeared in the leg. Ulam smiled and noted that he not only repeated after him after seeing it only once, but also combined the technique with his own. The Tiger King smiled and noted that he was a real beast. Ulam began to deliver a powerful series of blows. Thomas loaded his fist and thought that as the disparate techniques of the art of body development were built into one system, while he repeated after the king, the three seals also began to connect with each other. A bright flash appeared on the giant's stomach. Thomas and Ulam landed and the protagonist noticed that the energy was leaving him. Then he smiled and added that it meant that now they could attack any part of the body. Ulam smiled and noted that this was wonderful. It was time to teach him the final part of the art of body development. Ulam and Thomas called tigers, and the king said that this was the basis of the basics if he was going to create his own art, if the first part of body development is the gate of a beast. The ground cracked under Ulam's feet. Then his hands caught fire and he added that the second part was his claws. The king's eyes lit up and he added that fangs come next. Ulam and Thomas jumped on the giant. Then they swung and Ulam noted that he should bite as deep as possible. Two warriors dealt a powerful blow to the giant. The warriors froze in their stance and Ulam noted that if the fangs sank into the prey, they would never let go. The giant fell apart and the Tiger King noted that so that the enemy would not dare to rise again, he must be torn to pieces and swallowed. After which Ulam swung his claws. Then he dealt another blow. Ulam began to run along the hand and added that otherwise he would not have a chance and therefore let him become a real disaster for his opponent. The heroes flew up and Ulam continued that let them show them the difference in strength so that they would stop worrying about someone harming him. Ulam swung, after which Thomas did the same. Then there was a powerful blow and a flash. Thomas opened his mouth and thought that when his consciousness expanded, his sixth sense opened. Bright particles came out of the protagonist's eyes. Bright stars appeared in the sky and the protagonist added that this was a world created by the union of his mind and sixth sense. The protagonist raised his head and remarked that it was interesting. Ulam pointed his finger at him and remarked that he could not believe that he was smiling in a place where he was in danger of death. He was really abnormal, and Thomas asked that he himself was not smiling. Ulam smiled widely and remarked that he had never been normal. Then he opened his eyes wide. He looked at the protagonist and the seal and then asked that he had become stronger again. Thomas looked at his hands and thought that the seventh circle, he was able to overcome the wall he had hit earlier, and all thanks to the king. The protagonist turned to him, after which he looked at him and thought about why he was so friendly to him. They were not of the same blood, so he had no reason to teach him. Thomas stood in front of him and asked why he was helping him. Ulam looked at the protagonist and answered that since he recognized someone as a brother, he would believe in him until the very end. Then he stroked the protagonist's head and added that even if he was hiding something from him, brothers had no reason not to help each other. Thomas opened his eyes, after which he imagined a crowd of silhouettes and thought that he did not trust anyone except his sister, because he knew too well how people could betray. Ulam smiled and Thomas added that if he planned to lead others, did he need to become so open? After which they both turned to the bright light. After which they saw another giant and Ulam noted that this was expected. Thomas folded his arms. Then he bowed his head and asked what another round. The dark sky hung over the castle. The warriors were sitting on the couches. The girl looked nervously out the window. Then the man turned to her and said that nothing would change from her excitement, maybe he should calm down. The girl opened her mouth and noted that it had been 4 days since he had been gone. The warrior looked away and asked why so much time had passed since his son-in-law had entered, and the second one noted that there was really nothing they could do. They remembered how the girl bowed and noted that they were currently considering family matters, thanked them for their concern, but hoped they would not interfere. The warrior looked at the girl and noted that it looked like they did not want them to poke their noses into their affairs. With him being the White Knight and the King of Monsters, there was no reason to worry. A moment later, an earthquake occurred. The girl opened her mouth. Then she opened the window. Then she opened her eyes wide. She saw a fire in the middle of the courtyard. A deer comes up behind a lion man who is looking at the burning temple and calls the man in front of him, calling him captain. And the captain looks back at him and he tells him that all of the bloody wolf king's breath has been used up. And the lion raises his hand in which a fire in the shape of a fox's head is burning, and the captain says that's good and that means that what he holds is the last. The captain starts to turn to his soldiers, saying okay. Then he releases the king's breath and they all rush inside the temple. Jaemin comes out to meet the attackers and asks how they dare attack a sacred temple. The beastmen raise their weapons and shout that there are people inside and they must be gotten rid of. Jaemin stands next to Isabel as the beastmen start running towards them. Then the wolfman looks back, noticing something behind him. Jack on his tiger attacks them from behind, trampling several beastmen. After which, looking with evil in his eyes, he says that there is no place for such nonsense. Isabel, in a daze, thinks that something is wrong, because the enemies must know how strong they are and thinks why they are rushing at them so recklessly. Jack calmly throws enemies left and right, while the girl realizes that the beastmen did not exactly attack from an ambush. After which, an anxious drop of sweat begins to flow down her cheek when she realizes that there is another option. 2 warrior men are standing nearby, and the bearded man says that they need to end this quickly while they can still cut losses. but the girl runs out, blocking their path, saying that danger is threatening. But the bearded man, laughing, says that she is too kind and asks if she is worried about them by any chance, and says that everything is fine and no matter how many enemies crawl in. But the girl interrupts him, saying that they did not understand. After which, she begins to convulsively scream that Thomas is in danger. The captain and the deer rush towards the MC, having made it inside thanks to a distraction, and the girl explains that it is just a distraction and the real target of the attackers is Thomas. A closed ornate door. The captain breaks it with his fist, entering it. The deer looks inside, is silent, and then asks what kind of kindergarten this is. 4 fairies appear before them, who say that there is an uninvited guest there. Order them to leave, that this is the goddess's territory and uninvited guests are not allowed there. The captain bows before the fairies, saying that he regrets interrupting the goddess's rest and that they will humbly accept punishment for the sin they committed. After which, he sniffs the surrounding air, looking for a trace, and points to the ornate door, saying that Thomas is behind that door. Nar flies up to the lion, ordering him not to come closer, but he replies that if she gets in their way. Bloody rage appears on their faces, and Lev says that they will have no choice but to disrespect. Nar nervously swallows saliva, realizing that they cannot let them in. Remembering how Camellia, near the meditating Thomas, explained to them that if the mental world is destroyed, the Melvinger descendant and she will be stuck there forever, and that outside interference cannot be allowed. The fairy anxiously understands that they must stop the intruders at all costs. Then, using magic, she releases sharp vines towards the captain, but he cuts them all with swift blows, frightening the fairies, and shakes off his sword, raising his gaze, says that their resistance is useless. Raising his sword, he swings towards the fairy, from which she, expecting a blow, covers herself with her hand in fear. Realizing that she is still alive, she opens her eyes with interest. The blue lion protects the fairy, throwing the captain aside. Lev looks at him, saying that he knows who is in front of him. Herman stands, surrounding his sword with an aura, and Lev says that in front of him is the blue lion who defeated the bear from the Fierce Beast squad. Herman turns away from his rival, and looks at the fairy, who is happy about his arrival. After that, he points his sword at Lev, saying that no one will pass. At the same time, Thomas, wiping his cheek, standing next to Yul and saying that they destroyed this thing many times, but it is constantly restored, and the Tiger King replies that the hero feels it too. A huge golem looms over them and Yul finishes his question, asking that this thing is getting stronger with time. Turning to his friend, the tiger clarifies that they will not cope and MC replies that most likely it is. The king smashes the stone in rage, saying that golems are reborn every time they are defeated and their side has suffered serious losses. 3 smaller golems stand under the big one. Thomas says that now that they have discovered the location of the ice general, their goal can be said to be accomplished. But, however, he does not think that this golem will let them go so easily. After which, hearing the appeal of the tiger, he says that he refuses. And Ulam, turning around, says displeasedly that he has not said anything yet, and the hero replies that he does not need to hear to understand what his friend wanted to tell him. After which, with an upset, saddened face, he says that he wants MC, along with the remaining squad, to escape while he buys them time. In response, the king points his thumb towards his subordinates, telling Thomas that now, the only one who can help them escape from this place is him, but the guy replies that he would prefer to stay and Ulam will lead the people. The king looks at the boy thoughtfully. Sweat runs down Thomas's cheeks as he thinks he can just start over, but he can't let his new friend fall senselessly this time either. But Ulam turns to him and asks if he wants the chief to leave him there and run away, and MC tries to object. After which, Ulam stands up with a serious face and says that it's time for the hero to pay for his lessons. With a thoughtful face, MC stands up, looking at him. Tiger punches his fist, warming up, asks if he refuses and that in that case he will have to lie there for the crime of breaking an order and what he will say to that, to which Thomas replies that it's okay, he understands everything and will do it. And MC turns away, telling his comrade that he will return soon and asks to stay alive until then, after which he shouts, addressing the reconnaissance squad, saying that they are returning to Antrimov. Everyone starts running after him, and the hero thinks that he will return them to a safe place and then return no matter what, and mentally asks Ulam to hold out until that moment. And the king at this time looked after his fleeing soldiers, and he smiles brightly, realizing that they will definitely escape, but the golems begin to follow the reconnaissance squad. But Ulam interrupts them, delivering a powerful blow and shouting that there is no need to rush so much. Tearing off his cloak, he transforms into a tiger, saying that he will not let a finger touch them. The reconnaissance squad returns to the temple. One of them says that it is great that they returned alive, and the other rejoices at this with a bright smile. Thomas stands in front of a blossoming tree when a wolf-like creature approaches him from behind and asks if he is returning to the chieftain and says that he will go with him and warns that he does not know if he can help, but wants to fight with them. The hero continues to look at the tree when he is asked the same question again. His face is illuminated by a bright light and he is surprised. Standing in front of the blossoming tree, he realizes that the camellia has blossomed. The tablet that appeared in his hand begins to glow brightly. Looking at it, he reads that all restrictions have been lifted and the contract has been fulfilled. The sky begins to crack, announcing the end of the test. An MC jumps up from his place, thinking that not so fast. His face is covered in horror when Thomas realizes that he has not said goodbye yet. Camellia catches up with him and asks where he is in such a hurry when the contract has already been fulfilled. Sweat runs down his cheeks when MC warns her that he still has not said goodbye. Looking at him, the fairy asks if he is with King Yule, and why would he do that since it is only a mental world. But MC, silently, continues to run, not answering this, and thinks that he remembers the faces of everyone who betrayed his family. Remembering how a certain man leaves them, he thinks that he remembers those who heartlessly turned their backs on them. The sister tries to approach the man, but he pushes her away and remembers that someone chased her sister away when she desperately begged for help. Many people, in the shadows, with red eyes, the hero thinks that these hyenas smiled at them, but all they cared about was how to steal the remains of their property. Holding someone's hand, Thomas cries, saying that he asks the person not to leave, begs for it, but remembers that among those who left were countless of those whom he considered friends and close acquaintances, that these were people whom he trusted and relied on. Thomas walks past the condemning glances of other students at the university, remembering that after going through all this humiliation, he closed his heart and became cold-blooded, because there were many who would have come for him if he had not pulled himself together. Remembering his comrades, Sean, mentors, realizing that he still met people who opened his heart, and thanks to them, the piece of ice in which his heart was imprisoned began to melt. After which, Ulama remembers, realizing that there is still someone who completely trusts him and calls him brother. And coming out of his thoughts and memories, he finally answers the fairy that let this be only a mental world that he will not even remember. He makes a sharp jerk, running as fast as he can, and says that he will say goodbye anyway. And Camilla sadly lowers her head, but she raises her head again in a smile, thinking that the Melvingers, she never had the desire to hate them. Thomas slows down and looks around, walking through the world, which has almost completely cracked into pieces, and his gaze is directed downwards. Ulam, covered in frost, sits on the ground, meditating, and says that he has returned after all. With a sad look, MC asks what happened to the Ice General, but realizes that he wanted to ask if he was wounded. And the king laughs, sitting in the middle of the snowy desert, and Thomas realizes that it seems better to ask him about what he himself is eager to tell and what he is most proud of. And Ulam, turning to the reader, asks that isn't it obvious, and says that he has won. MC looks at him, wondering if it is obvious and how confident Ulam is in himself. And he, as if defrosting, asks if the hero thought that he would lose, and Thomas understands that someone could find the king unbearable, but he himself really wants to become like him. Starting to laugh and putting his hands on his belt, Thomas replies that of course he did not think about it, and Ulam replies that there is no word defeat in his dictionary, and although he does not look very good now, he drove the attack away, so this can be considered a victory. Looking back at the broken pieces of the golem, Thomas thinks that it is a pity that he could not catch the fight of his friend with the Ice General. But he is torn from his thoughts by a sudden question from the tiger, who asks if he came to say goodbye. And smiling, Tiger asks if the guy is surprised that the king hit the mark, and MC only asks how he found out and receives the answer that Ulam did not know. But he suddenly came to the realization. Still sitting, he continues, saying that he was curious, he wanted to know why Thomas is studying the art of body enhancement. Pointing at the cracks in the sky, he continues that he thought that sooner or later the boy would tell him. Pointing his finger at the sky, he says that after passing this shining wall, he now sees and understands so many things that he couldn't before, and this also applies to who the hero is. The sad eyes of the hero, who understands that everything happened as he thought, and that's why Ulam was shining so much, despite the fact that he just came out of a fierce battle. The Tiger King sits, surrounded by a golden aura, and Thomas understands that he has overcome his limit and has become a superior fifth chain, and having achieved superhuman understanding, he realized that everything around him is not real. Thomas already wants to say something to his friend, but the latter, with a gesture of his hand, stops him, saying that it is not necessary. Bowing his head again, the king says that he is not so curious about what will happen next or who the hero is, and that he is him and the rest is not important. The world starts to crack more and more, and the heroes stand surrounded by a bright white light, and Yul says that they should just focus on the current moment and asks if the hero agrees, to which he replies that the king is right. Sitting with his back to MC, the king says that he wants to ask before they say goodbye, what is his friend's real name? And Thomas, a little sadly, answers that Thomas, after which, as if illuminated by divine light, he continues that he is Thomas Melvinger. Hearing the last name, the king thinks for a bit, grabs his forehead and starts laughing loudly, saying that everything is clear and that's it. After which, he gets up from the ground, still laughing, turns to Thomas, calling him brother, and says that he fulfilled his promise, survived and saved his family again, and in gratitude, he will show him something interesting. Illuminated by some kind of radiance, he says that this is his parting gift to his brother. Enveloping himself in a fiery aura, the king says that this is what he learned and used to drive away the Ice General. Slowly, step by step, Ulam showed Thomas every move so that he could see them and remember them. A bright green glow comes from the hero's eyes and he understands that he will not miss a single detail. Carefully watching his brother's movement, Thomas again understands that this is a parting gift. A bright starry sky. Having finished the movements, the king sighs heavily. The world begins to finally collapse, and Thomas sadly looks at his newfound and soon forever lost brother. And he, smiling brightly, turns around, saying that if fate allows them, he hopes to meet him again. And after these words, the world completely collapses. Opening his eyes, Thomas lies on the grass and looks back at the shadow hanging over him, the owner of which says that the awakened one does not look so happy. Han, standing next to Camilla, says that since he got more than they thought, he should be proud of it. And Thomas, abruptly getting up from the ground, asks if he can try the trial again and that if they give him a chance, he thinks he can somehow defeat the Ice General, but he replies that he will not succeed. Han, narrowing his eyes, says that even Ulam in his later years, using all his strength and sacrificing himself, could only drive her away, and does Thomas think that he can achieve victory in 100 days? Camilla begins to feel sad when Han continues, saying that the reason for creating the Flower Temple, the Ark, was so that the Ice General cannot be stopped. Thomas remembers the silhouette of the demon god, saying that his curse is so terrible. An image of MC's grandfather appears next to Han, and the guide says that the reason he left the trial and why his grandfather helped him was because MC helped him. And Thomas thoughtfully raises his head, digesting what he heard and thinking that his grandfather helped create this test to help him. Flashback to when the hero's grandfather met Camilla, and Han continues, saying that since their goal was to help Thomas through this trial understand how to absorb the Ice General, and therefore how to fight her. Han's back. Standing with a confident face, he says that Thomas will be able to solve the problems that he could not solve in the trial in the real world. And the hero, with confidence in his eyes, looks at the reader. Temple window. Thomas sits in the lotus position, next to Camilla lying on the ground. Dark vines begin to crawl rapidly towards him. They intertwine and someone says that means this is where MC was hiding. The deer, calling the last name Meldinger, stands shrouded in dark magic in front of the hero, after which he begins to take out a blade from his robe, saying that just think, a pathetic little man dares to stand in the way of the bloody Wolf King. After which, it begins to fly rapidly towards MC, preparing to strike, saying that death is due for such a crime. The blade is almost reaching the hero, but Thomas suddenly opens his eyes. The action returns to the fight between Lev and the Blue Lion. A strong explosion occurs. Lev stands, holding a sword in both hands in front of Herman, who understands that if he were in his prime, he would cut off Lev's head with one attack, but given that his body is still recovering, it will be difficult to do. Herman twirls the sword in his hands, wondering whether he should resort to a secret technique that led him to the disease of blockage, but also to new insights. The eyes of the Blue Lion begin to glow bright blue, but Lev laughs, looking at him, and understands that this can be dangerous, but he will have to resort to this to protect MC, but he pauses, thinking why Lev laughs in such a situation. After which, he looks behind him at the door, thinking that it can't be. But the deer is already attacking Thomas, who, abruptly opening his eyes, has surrounded him with ice. And the frozen deer, not understanding what happened, asks about it. And Thomas knocks on his frozen nose, asking what does what mean, and laughingly looking at the reader, says that the deer screwed up. After which, he uses his power, hull, and orders to absorb the horned one. The latter's eyes fill with horror and he asks to stop, but blood is spilled. MC, looking at the seal on his hand, smiling, notes that after passing the test, Hull's seal has become stronger. Adam, who flew up, asks if this is a winter wind and says that after the ice, the hero can also use cold winds and can also create some snow and clouds to create winter. Looking at the evil spirit, Thomas says that it's strange and wonders why he's so happy to see this ugly worm, and Adam gets angry in response, and Thomas, laughing, says that it's probably because the Demon King's ugly face looks funny. Camilla, with a slight blush from holding back the snow, says that it's time for Adam to admit it, and he, irritated, calls her petty. After which, hanging over the smiling MC, they quarrel with each other. Then, something starts to glow under the hero's shirt, to which he looks back. Taking out a snowflake from there, he wonders why the ice crystal turned into the shape of a snowflake and thinks, really? But the noise from behind distracts his attention. Looking around, the company wonders what it was, after which he abruptly opens the door, and looking out of it, swears with a confused face. Herman sits, after a hard battle, on the ground, and raising his head, says that he is glad that Thomas is okay, after which, he starts running towards the trembling Blue Lion. Lifting him over his shoulder, Thomas asks if Herman is okay, to which he receives the answer that yes, he is just overexerted and tired. Looking back at the smiling man, MC notes that he looks fresher. Smiling, Thomas turns around, saying that although his body is not as strong as before, he asks if the hero knows that good came out of meeting him after he fell ill with the clogging disease. MC, with interest on his face, asks what, and Herman points his hand towards a huge cut in the wall, under which lie the bodies of the defeated, and says that he took a step towards what he has long been striving for. Thomas turns to the old man warily, saying that he needs to stand still because MC is going to transfer some of his mana to him, to which the blue lion replies that if his mana collides with other types of internal energy, it can lead to internal injuries. But Thomas touches his back and the whole room is filled with golden light, mana flows everywhere, and Herman lifts his head up, thinking about what happened inside him in these 4 days and that he cannot believe that the volume and quality of Thomas's mana is amazing, and it turns out that the guy has overcome another limit. Finishing pouring mana, the hero looks back at the old man, asking if it has become easier for him, and he replies that yes, thanks to the hero. From the cut that Herman made, yellow light begins to flow into the room, which attracts their attention, and Thomas says that it is noisy outside as always and asks to forgive him, since he will step away for a second. And he begins to run to the exit of the temple. Everything outside is lit up with fire. Some 2 beastmen are standing with burning candles, shouting something to each other. An MC, filled with anger, calls them freaks. Then, raising his hand up, he calls the power of winter, using the ability to stop. Frost waves begin to go across the battlefield, extinguishing the fires. Some of the beastmen who got caught in the crossfire turn into ice, and the survivors, pointing their fingers, ask what happened and shout that it was Melvinger and that they need to retreat immediately. The hero looks at the reader with an angry look. The beastmen begin to run away, and MC says that maybe they came there of their own free will, but it is not up to them to decide when they can leave. Then, waving his hand, he calls ice mountains, using splash, and the beastmen shouting ask what this time and shout that they can't stand still and need to break this ice. But a shadow approaches them from behind, and in horror, the wolf-like ones look back. The wolves look around, noticing the hero hanging in the sky, who raises his hand up, surrounds himself with magic, preparing to attack, and calls out to the bloody Wolf King, but MC uses splash in the air with a calm face, and the wolves turn to dust from the force of the attack. Those defending the temple look at what is happening in horror, calling the name of Thomas. After that, they look at the snow-covered fields, saying that it is very beautiful. The fairies fly out of the temple, rejoicing in the snow, saying that it is so white and snow flowers have sprouted. Nar, pointing with his finger, says what he sees, and they fly up to the snow flowers, rejoicing in their beauty. Thomas, hanging in the air, looks at the fairies, and smiles softly from such a sight. Day comes. Thomas stands, showing his sister and Sean an ice crystal, saying that he plans to use it to absorb the cold energy, awaken the winter flowers, and infuse them with the divine powers of the flower goddesses. Camilla, looming over him, says that it is just like he awakened her. The hero's sister, John, and the fairies listen intently to the hero, who says that if they gather the powers of the flowers and grow the winter flowers, they can perhaps plant an ice general there and summon spring. Adam turns away from the hero, who thinks that everything is as the demon said. To end the winter, he will need various elements besides the harsh cold and winter wind. Holding the crystal in his hands, he uses absorption, and flying off his hand, the crystal begins to absorb the power from the small balls that lie in the boxes, and MC thinks that there lies the power of Camellia and the elements that created the queen, who sleeps in the flower garden of the distant past. A black ball from which energy oozes. Thomas thinks that if he places everything that the queen scattered over the field of black snow, closing his eyes. The fairies rejoice, looking at what is happening, while MC thinks that winter will come next, and then the forgotten spring will return. Fairies appear from the balls, who begin to fly out, rejoicing, and Thomas thinks that in the place where the winter flower has withered. The blue lion, sitting next to his daughter, rejoice in the sunlight. Isabel notices something, after which she begins to smile brightly, joyfully, and Thomas continues his thoughts that there will always be a warm spring wind and the smell of spring flowers. A green meadow full of flowers. The temple in the sunlight. In front of Thomas stands an indignant Sean, whom the hero asks what does it mean like, and says that he already said. They have to kill the ice general, and his friend says that he asks how he plans to kill the ice general or what he has planned there. Sean seriously holds up his hand, saying that he's not saying they shouldn't kill her, but that they shouldn't act without information. And Thomas replies that he doesn't need to worry about it because he knows where she is, to which Sean asks where she is. The protagonist smiles and holds up a finger, saying that she's in the Fury tribe. Sean, clutching his head in frustration, complains that his friend is at it again, and Thomas asks if that means they're not going. Isabel smiles, standing next to her father, and MC says that he thinks the others feel the same way. John stands next to the hero's sister, who is hugging Woody. Sean, holding his head, says that it's a curse, and since they've come this far, he'll help his friend. And MC says that he knows his friend likes it and that there's no need to feign modesty. Thomas turns around and starts walking with his entire group, saying that it seems like everyone agrees and asks if they're leaving and notes that it's time to clean up. The man punched him. Grinning, the Bloody King cursed and said that he couldn't believe that he failed such a simple task, and a voice told him that it seemed like the burning of the temple hadn't gone according to plan. Sitting on his throne, the king said that he didn't give a damn about the Temple of Flowers, and that it had been destroyed for so long that he didn't see the point in worrying about it, which irritated him. The blonde man told him that it was most likely the fact that they couldn't kill Melvinger. The wolf-like substance bared its teeth. The man spread his arms and said that he and the king were alike in this. They were both tired of hearing that name over and over again. The Blood King turned away and said that they could just grow their strength again and get rid of them, let them finish their negotiations first, and that he needed the Ice General. After he got her, they would use the situation to unite the Black Snow Field. The king looked up in surprise. Enraged, he jumped up from the throne and shouted that how dare he. Raising his gaze to the sky, he continued that his tails were disappearing. He remembered the damned Melvinger. The man looked up with a smile and said that it seemed like he needed their help. The city under the rule of the Furies Dolphin, a huge hurricane was swirling in space. The wind swirled and phrases flew around about the fort falling apart, where the Ice General came from and where the tail blessing was. Thomas, Adam, and the fairy were floating nearby, and the protagonist said that it was a nice sight, to which the demon replied that he was really good at destroying everything and everyone. Looking down, the protagonist continued that since they dared to try to turn the Flower Temple into a sea of fire, they should have been prepared to receive a corresponding response, to which the fairy replied that she felt like the sadness that had accumulated over 100 years simply disappeared. The protagonist looked at the ball in his hand. Images of men appeared in the ball and words about how the more they do this, the more fun it becomes. Another man called out to the protagonist and said that maybe there was something else they could do, and that they were ready to do anything. Adam, floating nearby, said that they were sick in the head, and Thomas thought that he was sick in the head too. The protagonist smiled and said that thanks to them, everything was going well. Explosions filled the space. Words sounded in his thoughts that after the destruction of the guard stone, Sean and Julia held the wave. The thought flashed through their minds that the Fury tribe, who had lost the blessing of the tail. The beastmen were rushing forward furiously and screaming for the Blood King to save them. The thought continued that they were doomed to fall helplessly at the hands of the Ice General. The Camellia Fairy floated in the sky and said that the Fury tribe was an alliance that included most of the cities of the Black Snow Field, and that it would not be easy to destroy so many cities. Thomas looked up and replied that they would eventually act in response, but destroying the guard stone was not his only plan. The cities bowed to the Fury tribe for two reasons: the overwhelming power of the Blood Wolf King and protection from the Ice General. The blood-eyed beastmen walked, and Thomas continued that if the cities realized that the Ice General was still threatening them, they would fall into despair and disbelief, which would eventually turn into anger, and when the Fury tribe faltered, the Anthropomorph would consume them. Thomas finished that they would take what they wanted. The mountains were covered in snow. The castle towers reached into the dark sky, and a question hung in his head: why did the Anthropomorph suddenly attack the guard stone? The Fury Deputy Commander-in-Chief named Nate looked at the map and said that no matter how much their power over the Fury tribe was shaken, if they were not sure that they could defeat the Bloody Free King, they had no reason to do something so dangerous. Looking at the map, he wondered what they were planning. A guess flashed in the deputy's eyes. He began to write something on the paper. Surprised, he shouted that how did they know? Circled the trees on the map. He thought that the town they were attacking was part of the border formed to protect the Night Domain. Staring furiously at the map, Nate thought that this was where the Ice General's real body was hidden. He thought about what if it turned out that they hid the Ice General's body and were using fear of her to rule them. Turning away from the table, Nate continued thinking that the towns that swore allegiance to them would rebel against them. Looking out the window, he decided that they needed to mobilize an army. The wind was cutting through the mountains. Thomas said that through the test, he learned that there was a Night Domain in the Fury tribe's territory, but he didn't know its exact location. Kneeling on one knee, he continued that he was sure that if they started causing trouble near the Night Domain, the surprised Fury tribe would move out on their own to protect the Ice General. The armored beastmen raised their heads, and the protagonist finished the thought that, well, that's it. Adam, hovering nearby, said that it would be interesting to see their faces if they found out that they were dancing to his tune. Camellia replied that the Melvinger's cunning tricks seemed funny when he was on the same side with them. Looking at the stone, the protagonist turned to the Blue Lion and said that the Fury's tribe had advanced as they expected, to which he received a question whether he could handle it alone, and that the Blue Lion could come and help. Looking at Isabel's father, the protagonist said that everything was fine. This time, it would be better if he advanced alone, and that he should wait in that place with his sworn brothers, to which he received the answer that if he thought so, then he would do so. Herman continued that he still hoped that Thomas would not risk himself too much, to which the protagonist replied that he thanked him for worrying about him, and that he would give the signal soon. Putting his hand in the pocket of his robe, the protagonist asked if it was time for them to leave. The tents were pitched in the middle of the forest, and a voice asked if everyone was here. The commander of the fourth group, Temple, said that the monarch Nate had entrusted them with an important task. Temple called the one at the very end. The beastman looked at the commander in surprise, and he told him that he had never seen him before. The man looked at the commander in fear and, stammering, said that he was Masto and he had received orders to come here, asked if he had done something wrong, to which he received a question if he was new. Stuttering, Masto answered that he had. Grinning, Temple said that he had not received any orders. Someone always screws up. Addressing the newcomer, the commander said that he would not tolerate even the slightest mistake, to which Masto obediently replied that he would keep it in mind. Standing in a majestic pose, the commander said that he would explain the essence of the task on the way. Hovering next to the protagonist, Adam said that he knew that they were incredibly stupid, but how could they be deceived by such a fake game? To which the Fairy of Camellias replied that most likely they simply did not expect that he would infiltrate their ranks so rudely. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he had always pretended well. Besides, he uses the transformation magic of the seventh circle. They would never recognize the deception, and the demon answered him that fine, he would tell him too. Looking at the demon, the protagonist told him that he would continue to find fault with his acting skills. We'll watch the dance of passion. The huge army of beastmen looked at the commander, who said that from now on, they will protect this place and that they will make sure that it is protected so that not a single rat will slip through, to which the army responded so accurately. The protagonist in the form of a lion looked straight ahead. A possession spell sounded in the air. Then a concealment spell was cast. The wolf-like man turned around in surprise. Thomas, Adam, and Camellia flew forward, and the protagonist said that he could see the magic gathered there. They made their way through the trees, saying that they will find the Ice General when they get there. They broke out of the thicket of the forest. Thomas landed on the ground. The protagonist looked up in surprise. There were chains lying on the ground, and Thomas expressed confusion. His gaze fell on a silhouette wrapped in chains. A girl wrapped in chains was hanging in the air. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and wondered why the Ice General was tied up and that the chains seemed to be rusty, so they must have tied her up quite a while ago. Adam laughed and said, "To think, a curse left by the demon god, and in such a state." The demon looked at the Camellia fairy and said that it probably had something to do with why she suddenly fell asleep 40 years ago, and she replied that it did. The chains were covered in dust, and Adam said that it was no wonder that the chains had a faint floral scent. They were created by divine power. Camellia furrowed her brows and said that 40 years ago, Ustin and she were bound in the same way, and that the seal was not strong, but considering how long it lasted. The three looked at the Ice General, and the fairy finished that someone had to renew it. An orange wave surrounded the girl. Thomas looked up and said that it was the incense of the tail. A huge wolf's head with a wave surrounded the silhouette, and Thomas realized that it was the Blood Wolf King. Standing in front of the general, the protagonist said that he never thought that he would be grateful to the Blood Wolf King, and he did not know how he could defeat the Ice General. The protagonist held a stone in his hand and said that since she was already bound, it would be easier to imprison her in an ice crystal. The Ice General screamed furiously. Thomas picked up the crystal and cast an absorption spell. A moment later, a huge purple wave appeared, and the general said that it seemed like a rat had gotten inside. The protagonist was knocked off his feet by the shock wave. A man began to emerge from the portal, saying that a beastman was doing here. Adam clicked his tongue and said that he never thought he would see him here, and Thomas replied that he really thought he felt that energy many times. The demon Azazel stood in front of them. Looking at the protagonist, the demon said that a simple soldier was not afraid of his seal. Opening his mouth, Azazel said that he was Melvinger. Taking his true form, Thomas said that who would have thought that he would be able to see through his disguise? Not bad for a demon. Looking down, the demon wondered if it was Melvinger, who was ruining the plans of the Fury tribe, and if it was him. An image of a huge statue appeared before his eyes, and the words that the task given to him by the organization was to help the Bloody Wolf King unite the Black Snow Field, make him an ally, and then take the Ice General. Azazel stood in front of the protagonist and thought that if it weren't for him, the task would have already been completed. The demon grinned and continued the thought that although, in fact, he was even lucky, he would receive respect and gratitude from everyone who had a grudge against Melvinger. The demon's gaze fell on his hand, and he thought that the organization had determined that his level was at most Magus level. Azazel put his hand forward and thought that Thomas was no match for him. Adam and the protagonist looked at the hurricane, and the demon said that Gale was cruel and that he seemed to have a bloodline. The demon frowned and said that he would be a difficult opponent, and Thomas agreed. Thomas looked up and said that he caught a big fish and that it was a high-ranking item in comparison to which even a totem was lost. Azazel looked at the protagonist thoughtfully and wondered if he was smiling and if he was crazy. Raising his hand up, the demon thought that he should laugh while he could. Throwing a shockwave at the protagonist, the demon decided that soon the cruel gale would tear him to pieces. Splashes filled the space. Azazel said with a smile that this enemy of all non-humans was not so strong. A moment later, Thomas raised his hand up and cast a crushing spell. The demon said in shock that it was impossible. The protagonist, emitting magical rays, said that who would have thought that he would find someone like him. Directing a shock wave, Thomas cast a discharge spell. Stone slabs flew at the demon, and Azazel thought that he should block this blow. The shockwave pierced the stone slabs. Azazel thought in fear that he couldn't believe it and how he could wield the powers of an ice general. Looking at the protagonist, the demon thought about how he could use the north wind and the winter blizzard. The wind that swallows and crushes everything, the blizzard that paints the entire world white and freezes everything. One of the great powers of the demon god that they need to destroy the empire and revive the Lord Azazel. Turning away from the girl, the demon thought that they needed to get their hands on the ice general. Looking at the hurricane, he continued to think that a mere human could use the north wind and the winter blizzard, which even they had trouble using, and of all people, Melvinger, their archenemy, was the one using them. Thomas looked up and said that they were actually fighting here, and what was he thinking so deeply about? Swinging, the protagonist used the magic of the art of body enhancement, the dash of the fierce tiger and pierce. Azazel stepped back and thought about the art of body enhancement in surprise. The demon hurt himself and fell to the ground. Taking a fighting stance, he thought that it was a curse. Azazel continued to think that he should have been at worst at the level of a magus, and that this was not even close to that level. Baring his teeth, he thought that Thomas was at least the 7th circle, and this is the level of an archmage. Taking a bundle from his bosom, the demon thought that since the protagonist also freely uses the art of body enhancement, he definitely cannot defeat him. Tearing the paper, he decided that he would have to use magic to escape. It is better to warn the authorities. The demon tore the paper. Azazel wondered in confusion why nothing was happening, and the voice answered that of course it would not work. Grabbing the demon's head, Thomas said that he made sure that the demon couldn't escape. A shockwave thundered beneath them. The protagonist's gaze fell on his hand. Squatting, he said that he was worried about Azazel looking stronger than the last demon he fought. It was even too easy, to which Adam replied that a demon's follower couldn't be strong. The demon wondered what happened during the test and how Thomas could become so strong in such a short time. Looking at the demon lying on the ground, the protagonist said that who would have known that the Grigori's influence spread to this place. Thomas said that he wanted to know more, but since he was already dead, he would just absorb his demonic energy, and his tattoo glowed. The mark on the demon's hand lit up. The spirit hovering behind him told him to be careful. A moment later, Thomas was thrown back by the blow. Landing on his feet, he asked what that was. A silhouette began to appear in front of him, and the protagonist continued that he was definitely dead. A shadow appeared in front of him and said abruptly that it was him and that he was the one who killed Kaya. Thomas looked ahead in fear and wondered who it was that had so much demonic energy and if it was the Demon King. Adam frowned and said, "Don't tell me he has already awakened." The dark creature bared its teeth. Grinning, the real Azazel stood before him. The reason why humans defeated the demons in the war 30 years ago was because the demon army had no supreme leader. But if the great demon king, Azazel, also known as the Tyrant, was reborn, it was a matter of life and death that the imperial family and the hexagram had to deal with. Looking at the demon, Thomas said that they should retreat, to which Adam replied no, there was no need. The protagonist spread his arms and asked what he was talking about. Looking up, Adam replied that it was just a copy. They looked at the demon and Adam continued that it was an incomplete copy that could not become the Demon King. That was how he could perceive it. Turning away, Adam said that all 4 great demon kings, including him, were either sealed or dead. However, as long as their true names existed, they would exist. Surprised, Thomas asked if he meant that there was a true name, Azazel, somewhere. Smiling, the demon replied that otherwise, the Grigori would no longer exist. They were doing all sorts of experiments so they could revive the true name, Azazel. Imagining the crying girl, Thomas thought that it meant that the Grigori were behind all the incidents in the human world, like with the totem that stole the lives of the peasants. Frowning, the protagonist thought that they were in trouble. Striking a confident pose, Thomas shouted at the demon that he was a fake, and that, as he said, the protagonist had killed Kaya, and in his mind he would definitely have to face Grigori in the future. The protagonist decided that he would not hide anymore. Raising his hand, Azazel said that in that case, he must die. Shockwaves appeared behind the monster. Thomas looked at the violent storm spell. The protagonist was mimicking the demon's phrase. The protagonist raised his hand and cast a whirl spell, asking if he could speak normally. 2 giant whirlwinds collided with each other. Thomas cast a ligament spell and the chains began to envelop the monster. The demon's eyes flashed, saying not so fast. Azazel pushed the chains away from himself. Thomas glared at the demon, saying that it was a feint. The white tiger tears into pieces with its sharp fangs. Swinging, the protagonist used the white tiger bite spell. A huge wave filled the space. Smiling, the demon intercepted the protagonist's fist and asked again that this was the art of body enhancement. Thomas looked at his hands in confusion. The protagonist cast a rupture spell. Azazel said it was useless, and the protagonist began to sweat. Swinging his sword, the demon told him to die with a smile. Baring his teeth, Thomas said it was already dangerous. The protagonist cast a cut and block spell, and a strong explosion thundered. The protagonist hid from the fragments with a shield. He thought, Azazel is just a possessed person, and still so strong, and how strong is his own body? The hero parried the demon's blow, thinking that over time, the body and soul merge more and more. Looking at the monster, the protagonist thought that he would become stronger and stronger. Adam said with a grin that he may be a copy, but still, he is a copy of the great Demon King, and that it would be a shame on his part to lose to some kid like him. Gritting his teeth, Thomas thought that it was annoying, but Adam was right, and that with his current strength, he would end the fight in a draw at best. The protagonist turned around and continued his thought, which was a much bigger problem. An image of warriors and a commander appeared before his eyes, shouting to disperse and surround the area, not letting the spy escape. Purple portals appeared in the space, and in his thoughts he thought that the Fury tribe was approaching this place. His plan to secretly absorb the Ice General had completely failed. Azazel smiled and said that it seemed like he had won. Monsters with weapons flew out of the portals. Looking at the protagonist, the demon said that it seemed like the protagonist was surrounded and what he would do about it. Looking ahead, Thomas said that he could escape by using all his mana, but the Fury tribe would make it difficult for him to escape, to which Adam asked what he would do. Raising his hand to his face, the protagonist began, "What do you know, Adam?" and the demon wondered. The protagonist cast a slash spell. Blocking the spell, the demon said that this was meaningless fluttering. Smiling, Thomas said that his family has a good tradition. Azazel said that it can't be, opening his eyes furiously. Looking forward, Thomas said that if the general doesn't get to him, then no one will get her. The protagonist changed the direction of the shockwave. A bright flash flew towards the Ice General. The demon grinned viciously. Adam smiled and told the protagonist that he was crazy. The Ice General screamed in agony. Camellia opened her eyes in fear and said that she understands, he is Melvinger, but to go crazy like that. Laughing, the demon answered affirmatively and said that everything was in the spirit of the Melvingers and that this was the best thing he had seen since making a contract with him. To which the fairy asked if he wasn't going to imprison her in an ice crystal and how was he going to free her now. Surrounded by fire, Thomas asked what else he should do. The protagonist took a confident step. He suddenly flew up. Looking ahead, Thomas said that it was time to run. Pointing his finger up, Azazel shouted to follow him. Looking at the Ice General, the demon said that although they needed to tie up the Ice General again, since they didn't know where she would attack. His gaze fell on the demons flying after the protagonist. Azazel continued that if they let this guy go, he would definitely become a hindrance to their future plans. Crouching down, the demon continued that they needed to pull out this Melvinger sprout before it grew and became even stronger. Azazel moved his hand to his mouth. The demon's eyes flashed furiously as he cursed, and that why the life force of this body ended at this very moment. The huge Ice General ran after the fairy, the demon, and the protagonist. Adam crossed his arms and asked why she was chasing the protagonist, and the fairy replied that he smelled strongly of the Melvinger mana that was used to bind her. The demon rolled his eyes and replied that however, the same could be said about the beastmen that had strengthened her sealing, and that why she was chasing the protagonist so furiously. Camellia looked away in thought. Turning to the general, she thought that something was wrong, and that the Ice General's rage was directed at all living things without exception. Her anger had never been directed at one specific target before. Looking at the girl running after them, the fairy of Camellias continued the thought that she had known the Ice General for a long time, but she had never seen her so furious. A flash of guess flashed in the eyes of the fairy. Turning to the protagonist, Camellia asked if he had done anything to the Ice General by any chance, and he replied that he hadn't really. Opening his eyes, Thomas took the crystal in his hands, cast a flight spell, and began to tell that when he opened her seal, a blue beam poured out of his hand. The beam hit the Ice General in the forehead, and Thomas finished that he had flicked her with an ice arrow. Opening her eyes in confusion, the fairy asked again. Camellia asked the protagonist if he had gone crazy, and why he had done this, to which Thomas replied that he needed her to chase him so he could lure her where he wanted. The beast warriors shouted that the Ice General had been released. The demon shouted an order to capture Melvinger. The Ice General screamed furiously, and Thomas said that at the same time, he could use her to get rid of those annoying flies. Shouts were heard everywhere, requests to run. Thomas with the fairy and the demon flew forward. Adam crossed his arms, said what a commotion, and what he would do now, to which the protagonist replied that since it had come to this, he would try to make this commotion even larger. Laughing, Adam said that for the first time he really liked him. Thomas smiled at the demon, and a voice called him and asked what the hell was going on. From the ball, the blue wolf said that the ice wave seemed to have become stronger and whether he was injured, to which Thomas replied not to worry, he himself had organized all this commotion. The man turned to the protagonist and asked him to be careful and that if he got hurt, his niece would scold him. The other man asked what he had done to cause such a riot, and Thomas replied that it was nothing serious. The protagonist continued that he had simply brought the ice general with him, and the three men gaped in surprise. Herman's eyes widened in shock. The man said that he knew it, and that Thomas was even crazier than them, and the second man asked if he had a plan and how they could help. Thomas asked them to accompany him. Holding the orb in his hand, the voice asked if he was trying to get somewhere, and the protagonist answered affirmatively. Flying away from the ice general, the protagonist said that he was on his way to the Fury tribe. In the Fury tribe's fortress, there were phrases circulating about how the Night Domain's environment had been destroyed. The ice general had been seen near the wolves, El Dorado had been seriously damaged by the ice general, and that an ice general had appeared and taken as well. The man punched and asked how he had released the ice general from her seal. The subordinate turned to the master and said that they were being bombarded with questions from all over, asking why an ice general had appeared in the Fury tribe's territory and what had happened to the Tail's blessing. Nate frowned and thought that the ice general was just a tool they used to secure their power, that this secret could not be allowed to be revealed, and that if this continued, the entire Fury tribe's governance system would be destroyed. The Fury deputy commander-in-chief said to immediately send out a mobilization order and warn that they would lose their heads if they decided to do anything stupid. The subordinate agreed and left the room, while Nate thought that first they should make sure that the other cities did not come up with any stupid things, and that once they suppressed the ice general, they would be able to prevent her from escaping again. Scratching the table, he thought about how everything had come to this. Grinning, he decided that this was all because of Melvinger, and that they should kill him at all costs. Nate gave the order to the subordinates to find Melvinger, that he was the one behind everything that was happening now, to which the subordinates replied that they had found someone they suspected of being Melvinger. Nate asked where he was. The subordinate turned around and said that about that, he was right in front of the central gate of the Fury tribe. The man, narrowing his eyes, asked again what he had just said. A moment later, he was thrown back by a blow. Nate turned to look out the window. His eyes widened in surprise. Thomas was flying straight towards them and the ice general was running. It flashed through his head that he was a crazy bastard. The protagonist flew straight with a smile. Nate, pressed against the wall, thought that the ice general was simply seething with rage and what was going on here. Raising his hand to his forehead, Thomas said that he was tired of playing tag. Looking at the protagonist, Adam said that for the umpteenth time he caught himself thinking that he felt sorry for those who had to deal with him. Looking at the ice general, the demon continued that she did something wrong, and that he should just watch how he enraged her with his flick, to which Thomas replied that come on, he knows that the protagonist has always been like this. The protagonist raised his hand to the sky. Arrows flew out of the whirlpool and he said that now it was time to really make a fuss. Arrows flew forward under the spell of piercing and destruction. Nate pointed his finger at them and shouted to stop it. A moment later, blue lions appeared and Jamin apologized and said that they would not let them reach the protagonist. Screaming furiously, the general asked what this little man was babbling about and said to get rid of them. Suddenly, Nate opened his eyes in surprise. The shield began to break and he said that this could not be. Looking at the running girl, he shouted that the ice general was approaching. Thomas confidently said that he would lure her to the center. The ground began to vibrate. A silhouette began to appear from under the ground. The bloody Wolf King shouted that who dared to disturb his peace. Thomas quickly ran, saying that he would lure her to the center. A huge monster began to stand on the ground. The demon screamed loudly, asking everyone who disturbed his peace. Everyone looked at the huge bloody Wolf King in fear. Thomas looked at her in surprise, saying that this was the bloody Wolf King he had heard of. The monster had a very strange energy that repelled the cold aura of the ice general, but it was neither mana nor demonic energy. The animal looked at the hero, saying that it had green eyes, golden hair, and an unpleasant odor, which meant that it was from the Melvinger family. The demon replied that it had recently regained its 8th tail, but in order to restore the last one, it would need the art of body enhancement. Thomas looked ahead confidently. One of the girls quickly ran towards the Wolf King. The heroine directed her enormous power at the wolf. The monster looked at the girl with a smile on his face. The king screamed loudly, looking up, asking why a pathetic monster with no mind of its own dared to attack him. The girl directed her power at him, screaming for him to disappear from her land. An explosion occurred throughout the area. Thomas and the guys confidently walked forward. The main character, confused, began to ask why the ice general suddenly attacked the bloody Wolf King. The girl calmly said that most likely she saw how he strengthened the chains holding her back, so she considered him an enemy. The guys were in the sky, watching the girl and the king. Thomas looked ahead thoughtfully. The girl asked him if there was any problem. The guy quickly began to fly away somewhere, not paying attention to the fact that he was being called. The heroine and the demon looked at the hero. Thomas confidently flew forward, and the girl asked him where he was carrying the ice crystal in his hands. The girl screamed loudly, confidently fighting the monster. Thomas stood next to the girl, saying that the bloody Wolf King did so much to help her. The guy smiled, saying that he could not miss such an opportunity. Magic began to rush forward in streams. Adam, with a smile on his face, admired the guy who stole what he wanted, defeating enemies without lifting a finger. Thomas, with a smile on his face, listened to the demon, who said that he was really good at such tricks. The hero looked forward with admiration. The Tiger King stood next to Thomas. The guy smiled, gathering magic into his hands. A stream of golden power went to the monster. The Tiger King asked in surprise what he was doing. Thomas, with a sly smile, asked her that he did not think that they were on the same side. Adam looked at the spectacle, saying that it looked like he wanted to deal with them at the same time. The Tiger King was furious. The monster looked at Thomas, saying that if he had a ninth tail, he would not have experienced such humiliation. The king looked at something in surprise. The muzzle growled with anger. A tail lay on the ground. Thomas quickly began to fly towards it. The guy looked at it in surprise, not understanding what it was. There was an explosion on the territory. There were a lot of copies of animals standing next to the hero. Thomas looked at it all, saying that these were pathetic tricks. The hero began to fly towards the monsters. The guy released his hand forward, turning on the freeze. The magic passed through the animals and beams. Thomas looked around confidently. He flew in the sky, saying that he would not achieve anything with all this. Thomas exclaimed. His hands were gaining new strength. Magic was coming out of his mouth. The king began to say with a smile that he had been caught. Thomas was in a whirlpool of magic. The Tiger King began to say that he would steal the art of body enhancement from his memory and then he would be able to restore his ninth tail. A sly look looked forward. A picture of the guy's mental world appeared in front of the monster. The king stared at something in surprise. There was a boy sitting on the ground. The beast was surprised that the hero was a magician, but in the meantime he placed his soul in such a shabby place. The Tiger King looked at this and replied that it was easier for him and now he just needed to tear the soul into pieces. The paw wanted to grab the little boy. Something in the monster forbade him to do this. The king looked ahead in confusion. Some silhouette, in the form of teeth, was heading towards the king, saying that he was not worthy of being here and needed to be devoured. The monster held his heart in fear. The beast looked away, not understanding what it was. Thomas looked at the ground. The hero asked with confusion about what happened, since he only remembered that the Wolf King attacked him. Adam turned away, saying that he had no idea what happened. The beast began to growl angrily. The monster showed all its power, screaming that it would devour everyone to pieces. All the animals quickly ran away. Thomas gritted his teeth, not understanding what he had done. The hero looked at his power. Light was passing through the world. The Wolf King calmly looked at the guy, saying that he did not remember the last time he used so much power. The Ice General screamed loudly. The monster looked up, glad that he had killed the Melvinger. The beast looked around in surprise, hearing someone talking about a good restaurant. Thomas, with a smile on his face, that the flame should be bigger next time. The guy directed his power at the monster, asking him to show him even more of what he could do. Anthropomorph. Woody held his chest, telling everyone not to worry. The man knelt down. Norris, with a smile on his face, told him to show the guy all the advantages of a tiger. Woody, with a sad look, said that it was not that easy and these beastmen betrayed the anthropomorph and had been baring their teeth at them for a long time. The man looked at the boy, who said that everyone would look at him and decide that he was too young. Norris and Woody looked away in surprise. The heroine looked at the boy, saying that she wanted to revive the imperial family and help all the beastmen live a happy life. The girl extended her hand and told the boy that he was capable of it. Sean smiled and told Woody not to worry, since they would be right behind him. The boy looked at the two. The hero understood that only he was capable of doing this and no one else. Woody looked at the guys, understanding that he had to do it. For Thomas, who helped him and gave him a chance to realize his dream. The boy walked to the door, saying that if he were here, he would most likely take control of the meeting and laughingly replied that nothing serious had happened. The hero left, saying that he would try to be like him. Woody opened the doors, saying that the Tiger King was entering. All the professors looked away angrily. People looked at them with incomprehension. Both guys looked at something in surprise. All the professors began to bow when Woody came out to them, walking towards the throne. The guy looked back in surprise. There was magic in his hands. Thomas answered with a smile on his face that he was very pleased. The girl looked at the guy with concern, saying that even if he continued to absorb the energy of the Ice General, it would not weaken her in any way. Thomas looked at the general, saying that she was studying her opponent and becoming stronger. The hero began to answer that they had gotten something and his seal of winter had become much stronger. The guy looked away with a smile on his face, saying that he had an idea on how to absorb the ice general. The guy looked at the floor. Thomas stood next to the monster, suggesting that he give up since he was running out of strength. The king looked at the guy angrily. The cave. When the monster was dying in a dark and cold place after being rejected by his tribe, he was lying alone in a cave. Then someone came to him who used a mysterious power. The monster had been learning from him for centuries. The king was able to gain power that was unmatched by any rival. The beast was able to gather an army under his banner and tried to become king. The Fury wanted to go beyond the black snowy field and bring the empire to its knees, but a huge wall appeared on it, which was called a Melvinger. Thomas's grandfather told the Furies to leave so that no one would get hurt. The king tried to get rid of that person, but they were doomed. The monster was left alone in a group of the dead. Despite this, the monster did not give up and gathered a new army, but this time the Tiger King stood in his way. The monster screamed angrily and asked himself why it was not working and why he was doomed to lose so miserably. The king angrily decided to get the power that no one can get. Then the beast threw away everything he had learned for centuries and became fascinated with the forbidden power, so he entered the territory of the demons, whom they were so afraid of. The monster remembered the Melvinger, not understanding why he was standing in his way. The beast said that he would not forgive the Melvingers. The monster angrily looked at the ground. Anger played on the beast's face. Someone quickly cut off the monster's tail. The king was surprised and did not understand what it was. Thomas jumped on the monster from behind, saying that they had always had an unfortunate relationship with his family, which must be ended here. Magic quickly rushed towards the monster. The element of ice appeared throughout the territory. All that was left of the monster was a frozen head. His legs walked on the ground. The king, with his last breath, told Thomas that he was bad. His eyes filled with blood and said that this was not the end. The protagonist looked at the monster, who said nothing more. Thomas thought about the monster's words, saying that he did not think there was anything else. The guy looked at the huge girl, saying that he was going to do her now. Thomas looked at her with a smile on his face, saying that she was driving. The girl looked at the guy in surprise and asked the demon if he was playing with her. Adam thoughtfully answered that he must have seen something. The demon said that Thomas had said something similar before and after absorbing the seal. He sees memories that help him understand the owner's seals. The protagonist confidently walked somewhere. Adam said with displeasure that the guy most likely saw something after absorbing the Ice General's power. The girl worriedly said that it was just like when he understood her memories. The heroine decided that the Ice General was a mystery that could not be comprehended. Thomas looked at the Ice General, asking her why she was so afraid. At first, the hero thought that the Ice General was just the body of a goddess filled with evil intentions. However, Thomas decided that these fragments of the Ice General's memory were completely different from what he expected. In the boy's eyes, there was a girl. She held her legs in her hands and was a lonely child. The Ice General was not hostile to humans from the beginning and she was born because of the demon god. The heroine was full of curiosity like a newborn, but it did not take long before curiosity became hostility. The children screamed in fear and asked what kind of monster it was. They threw stones at the Ice General and shouted to leave. The girl sadly replied that she just wanted to play with the children. The general watched them play and have fun from the side. She wanted to hunt monsters with them and run through the forests. The heroine's lips were pursed. The girl's wishes were simple as she approached them, but the beastmen once took up arms, protecting their homes. The monsters also ran away, ridden by the power of the Ice General. Even the trees were devoured by the darkness, and the river froze and stopped flowing. The girl left and said that she just wanted to have friends, but at the same time she froze everything around her without wanting to. The heroine, who had neither parents nor friends, knew how to make friends with someone. Since not much time had passed since her birth, she did not know anything, and in the end, she destroyed everything. Then the heroine began to think that the world itself had turned against her and wanted everyone around her to suffer as she did. This is how the heroine became a real monster, full of hostility. However, in the heart of the heroine, there was one desire left. The first children that the heroine saw after her birth played the game with great pleasure and the girl really wanted to play it. Thomas looked at the monster, saying that he lured her to the lands of the Fury tribe, reminiscent of a game of tag. The guy smiled, saying that they enjoyed the chase, so Thomas continued to play with her. The hero pointed at himself, telling the heroine that it was his turn to be water. The girl looked at the guy in surprise, telling the guy that she could start running. Thomas's hand was pointing at the ground. Thomas showed a snowflake and told the girl that she would lose if he touched it. The monster gritted her teeth. The Ice General ran away from the guy with a smile on his face. Adam, with a smile on his face, said that he couldn't believe that she wanted to play such a game. The girl watched the chase and couldn't believe that to save the Temple of Flowers and Fields, it was necessary to simply play a game. The heroine looked away and said that this decision should be obvious. The girl thought that Rar felt incredibly lonely, just like winter. The heroine looked away, thinking about the outcome. The ice general ran with a smile on his face, considering Thomas his friend, who eased her loneliness. The guy smiled, running after the girl. The main character, with a smile on his face, answered the monster that she was running well from him. The heroine tried to run away faster and faster. Thomas, with a smile on his face, quickly ran after her. The heroine continued to run away quickly. All the black magic slowly left the heroine's body. Thomas touched the girl's shoulder. The small and cheerful girl smiled at the hero and said that she was having fun. The heroine began to slowly evaporate. The soul dissipated, and with it the flowers. A seal grew on Thomas's hand. The guy raised his hand up, telling all the power to dissipate. The scent of flowers, selected in an ice crystal, rode the winter winds and dissipated everywhere. The scent flew through the cities, into the field of black snow, driving away the darkness that filled the world, melting the frozen earth and awakening the sleeping life. Let the air still be cool, the wind seems refreshing, the feeling of rejuvenation, which relieves the stuffiness that everyone felt all the time. It was the spring frosts that told the people that winter had gone and would soon be replaced by spring. The heroine looked at all this with tears. She looked at all the natural beauty, saying that spring had come. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.